Chapter 251 Zach Portland is located in Oman, a U.S. military air base, where not only is an important transit point for U.S. Air Force to prepare the Gulf War, but here is very close to the Persian Gulf. The U.S. military aircraft just 20 minutes. You can cover the entire Hormuz Strait is the only waterway leading to the Persian Gulf. At 7 o'clock in the evening local time on the 17th, the U.S. pilots at the base received a strange order after dinner. The F-16 formation immediately took off and intercepted a flight from Pakistan to Iraq. Of course, if only this order is normal. After all, the Gulf War is about to break out, and the entire Middle East can be regarded as a quasi-theater. The 400,000 troops of the United States will launch an offensive against Iraq only after the president's order. At that time, it was not so strange that the U.S. Air Force was responsible for intercepting aircraft flying to Iraq, because before the war, it was necessary to isolate the enemy to a certain extent, and intercepting aircraft was also a means. The U.S. soldiers in Zaran also understand, but this time they are surprised that the order requires the pilots with the longest flight time and the most experience in intercepting at the base to be responsible for the interception. At the same time, the command allows them to shoot down if necessary. The order to intercept the aircraft. With this order, the entire Zaran base was in an uproar. These Welfed American soldiers suddenly became curious. Hey, why do the longest and most experienced pilots intercept? Is it because some important person wants to go to Iraq to fail, or is it that an atomic bomb was transported on that plane? It must be a Chinese conspiracy. Someone also wickedly guessed, but in my opinion, it's very difficult. There may be an extremely dirty butt trade. Those flying counts are hoping to brush their own record, but even if the air battle is manipulating F-16, there is a possibility of falling, so they can only start with these poor lambs who can't fight back. They sold their butts to the headquarters to add such an order. But if what they want to intercept is not an ordinary plane, but a modified superfighter, and then shoot down all these damn bastards, that's it. I am most happy thing, not to regardless of their talk this thing, but it is certain military orders to be executed. Then 5 minutes later, 2 mounted weapons as completed F-16 fighter took off from bases inside Zaran, went straight to the Arabian Sea and there, according to the data analysis sent by the headquarters, they quickly locked the target. Although the target was only a passenger plane, as the most experienced pilots in Zaran Air Force Base, they still adopted one plane to accompany the flight to warn for an emergency landing, and another plane to follow the lock and fire at any time. The shame that the ship capsized in the gutter is the shame they don't want to face it all their lives. After confirming the identity of the other party through the radio connection, the pilot who accompanied the flight began to shout, "Hello friends over there, we are Asuka belonging to the U.S. Air Force Zaran Base number 369. I am ordered to intercept you, to need you to go to Zaran Base as a guest with me. But I hope you can resist, because then my buddy behind you can shoot you in the ass." With this warning, the airliner without any hesitation, he surrendered, and then the 2 fighters changed course and finally landed at Zaran Air Force Base. At the same time, the White House also immediately received news that Brent, the National Security Affairs Assistant to the President of the United States, hurried back to report to President Walsh, "Mr. President, that plane has been captured by Zaran's pilot and has now landed in the base. All the people on board were already under our control, but the Chinese named Zhu Ming was not found." Following Brent's last words, he had already clenched his fists to cheer. The Mr. President who came out suddenly froze there as if he had suffered a sap. There isn't the Chinese. Why is that? Is the information given by the Intelligence Bureau wrong? But the flights from Pakistan to Iraq are only average every day. If it wasn't for the frontline pilot to get the flight number wrong, then it's impossible. Who can tell me what happened? Walsh said loudly, completely unacceptable. Faced with such Walsh, Brent can only helpless shrug. I think maybe he did not go to Iraq now, and perhaps our intelligence agency from the outset wrong time. When the Clothland put forward his opinion, but President Walsh recovered his composure again. He shook his head and said, "Since we failed to intercept him in the first time, then I have a hunch that we will never intercept him again." Chances are. Premonition? Brent was surprised. He didn't expect that Walsh would be superstitious as president. Walsh nodded and said yes, but did not explain too much. Instead, he said to Brent, "Go and call the Ministry of Defense. Give the pilots participating in this interception mission a silver star. Well, in addition, the other people on the plane will also be strictly checked. I believe that if there is a problem, then there will be there." Walsh's tone was very determined, but when Brent recorded war after Ursh's president ordered to leave and contact the Department of Defense, Walsh grabbed his hair inexplicably, and muttered, "Where is the problem? How could that damn Chinese suddenly disappear? Is it that we have deployed so many planes and radar nets in the Middle East, but we can't catch even one person?" At their end Walsh took a breath. "If this is the case, then this Gulf War is still I lost before I even started. I lost to that Chinese. But where did he go? When President Walsh burned countless brain cells to death in his office, another while at Khalid Airport, a flight from Pakistan was steadily landing on the runway. When the plane stopped, Ziming and the desert team walked out of the cabin. Following the flow of people, Ziming and the others walked out of the airport. At this moment, a young soldier behind him came up and reported to Ziming Yui in a low voice, "Chief Ziming, I just received news from China." As expected, that aircraft, the flight to Iraq, was captured by the US Air Force an hour and a half ago. Now the plane and all the personnel on it are being interrogated by the Americans at the Zaran base in Oman. Hearing this news, Ziming was only there. "I was relieved. I thought I overestimated myself, but now it seems that my judgment is correct. But I don't seem to want to go directly to Iraq." I still remember that when he confronted Mr. Yang and the others in Jinian Pavilion, Ziming said that he was going to hold back the pace of the future Gulf War, but Iraq was his last stop. This was because Ziming needed to fight for the future guerrilla war, looking for military expenses for the required munitions. Without food or clothing, the enemy sent forward. Without guns or cannons, the enemy made it for us. This is a morale boost, but in fact, there are only a handful of so-called guerrillas in the world that can really achieve such an army. More so-called guerrilla warfare still requires a third party to provide arms. Combining his own memory, the Iraqi army surrendered in droves in the face of the continuous bombing by the US Army, and that scale was no worse than that of the Communist Party. Therefore, for this kind of army, Ziming felt that they would fight guerrilla warfare. You must have arms. It was precisely because of this that Ziming went to the skunk factory to look for laser-guided bullets and returned home on purpose. Although China's scientific and technological weapons have been thrown away by the United States, in terms of guerrilla warfare weapons, Americans who are accustomed to high-tech weapons can catch up with China. In the previous Afghanistan war, the former Soviet Union's army was beaten by Chinese guerrilla warfare weapons. It's a headache. It can be said that Ziming had prepared arms for him for the future guerrilla warfare in Iraq, but Ziming had no plans to go out of this military expenditure again. Although guerrilla warfare weapons are much cheaper than the high-tech weapons of the US military, Ziming is still unwilling to pay. This is not a question of more or less, but that Ziming does not have the money to help a country that never knows to buy weapons. Noble sentiment. Because of Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, one of the big reasons is that Iraq owes a lot of foreign debts. He hopes that Kuwait can increase oil prices with him so that he can make more money by selling oil. Therefore, it can be clearly seen that Iraq is already poor, so it must be unrealistic to let him pay the money. So Ziming focused on another local tyrant, Saudi Arabia. This country does not need to be introduced too much. It is a well-known local tyrant in the world because oil reserves and production are the highest in the world, relying on oil extraction and export. The Saudis only need to lie down to get rich. Also because money is so easy to come by, the Saudis, especially the Saudi royal family, basically have no concept of wealth. In their view, money in the bank is just an insignificant number, and you spend it if you want to. So much so that they would spend $3.5 billion to buy medium-range missiles from China. A prince also consulted the UK about the purchase of Buckingham Palace, and said that the amount of money is not a problem. There is even a prince to see the true nature of the missile. Wrong. He did not hesitate to present more than $100 million in jewelry gifts to the missile troops. Ziming also knew that the Saudis were such a tyrant and inhumane, so he thought of getting some military expenses from them. So when Ziming changed planes in Pakistan, he changed to a flight to Saudi Arabia. But at that time Ziming wondered if he would be discovered by the all-pervasive US intelligence agency, or the Adams family put pressure on the president. It is time to use the Air Force to intercept itself. Therefore, Ziming mentioned this matter with Yang Lao when he was in Jinyuan Pavilion, and Yang Lao also readily agreed to use the power of the country to help him complete this time. If someone goes to check, it can only be found that Ziming did indeed take the original flight to Iraq. But the actual flight was a group of actors arranged by the state, and Ziming was a secretive replacement for the identity of this group of actors. Went to Saudi Arabia next door to Iraq. I'm afraid that Mr. Walsh, President of the United States, is jumping righteously now, right? Ziming thought very leisurely, but he also quickly put away his yaxing, because when he walked out of the airport exit, he saw a Chinese man on the opposite side holding a sign with the name of. Ziming knew that was it. People at the United Embassy. This is also arranged when you are in China. Ziming went to the joint and realized that the person was Zhu Zai, minister counselor in the embassy. At any rate, it is also someone who has been abroad for 2 years. Therefore, Ziming also has a certain understanding of the setting up of the embassy. He knows that this minister counselor is actually the second-level figure in the embassy after the ambassador. Generally, if the ambassador leaves or when there are other things, the minister counselor has the right to act as a temporary ambassador to handle related affairs, which shows its importance. On the other hand, the general ambassadors and ministers of the embassy are all characters of Dinghai Shenzhen, and every move will affect the nerves of other countries, but relatively speaking, the rank of minister counselor, which is not inferior, requires a lot of freedom. Therefore, it can be seen that the embassy has also considered it carefully. Facing Zhu Zai, Ziming said directly without any politeness, "Hello Minister Zhu Zai, I think you should already know about me." Zhu Zai nodded and replied, "The ambassador has already told me, and I have contacted Prince Hariri for you. You can make an appointment with him tonight. Are you going to meet with him now?" "Of course, I'm here for this," Ziming replied. Chapter 252 Who is a friend and an enemy? Zhu Zai prepared 3 extended Cadillac courtesy cars for Ziming. Ziming can choose any one of them at random. This is also to ensure security measures, but this measure is too extravagant. But this is also very understandable. After all, the situation in the Gulf region is very bad now. More than 1 million Iraqi troops are stacked on the northern border. Saudi Arabia's only deterrent against powerful enemies is to buy mid-range from China, ballistic missiles, and in order to prevent the Saudis from using this kind of national artifact indiscriminately, it is also true that the Saudis will not use them. Therefore, the right to launch the missiles is still in China's hands. To put it simply, China thinks that Saudi Arabia will only use it when it is the most dangerous. But what is the most dangerous time? BSP. In such a situation, the Saudis are naturally going to please China in order to protect themselves. These luxurious courtesy cars were given to the embassy by the Saudi royal family as a gift. The ambassador also sent a handful of them to the local tyrants and sent them directly. 3 cars came to pick up Ziming. In fact, this is also because the ambassador as a party member is disciplined and can't be so extravagant, but those cars can't be parked in the garage to rust. Now that Ziming is here, it will be cheaper for him. In the car, Zhu Zai kept telling Ziming about Hariri's information. This Prince Hariri is the 10th son of the founding monarch of Saudi Arabia, and is also the brother of the current king. the Crown Prince and second Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He has the right to deal with matters concerning the army and finances of the entire Saudi kingdom. The most important thing is that he has the right to use the huge internal treasury funds of the royal family. Zhu Ming listened to the chairman introducing Hariri's information, and then asked him, "Then what is the character of this Prince Hariri?" Zhu Zai thought for a while and answered, "Perhaps it is related to his childhood education. He is one of the few people in the Saudi royal family who have a vanguard and long-term vision." That missile arms sales agreement was also the missile that he personally went to Yanjing to negotiate and finally bought at a price of $3.5 billion. Zhu Ming had heard of this matter, but from the perspective of later generations, this transaction was actually a loss for China. After all, looking at the whole world, China would only sell this stuff when it was poor and crazy at the time. It's unreasonable for Saudi tyrants. Even if China sold 3.5 billion missiles at that time, the urinary nature of Saudi tyrants would still be happy to accept it. In fact, Comrade Zhu Ming, your luck is still good. Now that the Gulf War is about to break out, the Saudis need our help. Therefore, as long as your attitude is better, I think as long as the request is not more than $100 million, he should still be able to. I promised, Zhu Zai said confidently. It's just that Zhu Zai's confidence lasted only a few seconds, because Zhu Ming immediately asked, "What about the $10 billion? Zhu Zai stared at Zhu Ming with wide eyes, and said in disbelief, "Comrade Zhu Ming, are you joking here?" Although I know that your purpose in coming to Saudi Arabia is to find military expenses for future guerrillas in Iraq. They are just the lowest-end weapons, aren't they? And you didn't listen to me. Even the missile contract he personally negotiated is only $3.5 billion. You want $10 billion now, aren't you crazy? It seems that Minister Zhu Zai doesn't seem to believe that I can get $10 billion, is it? Zhu Ming asked. I just think there may be a more secure way. Zhu Zai said so, but in fact he felt very unreasonable for Zhu Ming's $10 billion opening. Zhu Ming doesn't matter. I know that $10 billion is a little bit more, but I also know that members of the Saudi royal family don't take money for money, so I think $10 billion is still very easy. If you can, I think $20 billion or even $50 billion is not impossible. Then I can only pray that you can really be blessed by Allah, Zhu Zai said to Zhu Ming. The minister-counselor at this time. I don't know what to say about Zhu Ming's $50 billion. I just feel that this young man is a little too paranoid. If it's not for the task of the ambassador himself, Zhu Zai would not want to talk to him again for a second. The neurosis is sitting in the same car. An hour later, their car arrived at the palace. In a magnificent palace full of Middle Eastern style, Zhu Ming saw the Prince Hariri. He was no different from the Arabs in Zhu Ming's impression. He wore a traditional dress. The white Arab robe, a white headscarf as pure as the robe, is tied with a black headband, symbolizing inner purity and devotion to religion and God. Zhu Zai first shook hands with Prince Hariri and greeted him, and then Zhu Zai introduced Zhu Ming to Hariri. This is Mr. Zhu Ming. He is here for the freedom of the Arab world and their friendship with China. He knows that a war is about to be waged here. He will let all the enemies who set foot on this land experience an unforgettable war, so that all Western countries will not dare to despise the descendants of the Prophet. After Zhu Zai finished introducing, Hariri took the initiative to come and talk to Zhu Ming. Shook hands. Thank you very much for the friends who came from afar. Allah will bless you. Since Zhu Zai and Prince Hariri both communicated in Arabic, Zhu Ming couldn't understand it, so he had to ask Prince Hariri if he could speak English. After getting an affirmative answer, Zhu Ming said, His Royal Highness Hariri deserves to be the leader of this country. Your erudition is respectable. After the praise, Zhu Ming went straight to the subject. His Royal Highness Hariri, because now the Gulf War is about to break out, so I need a sum of military expenditure to participate in this war. This sudden remark made Harry and Zhu Zai stunned for the first time. Obviously they didn't expect Zhu Ming to say so directly. This sentence came, but then they realized that it was just an appetizer, because Zhu Ming went on to say, I am not here to help the multinational force headed by the United States. I am to help Iraq build a guerrilla unit to fight the US military. The pace of the offensive. Regarding this war, I hope to get $500 million in military expenses sponsored by Saudi Arabia. Zimini, I said to Hariri sternly. These words immediately messed up Zuzai. Zuzai is also in her 40s. People who have come, and I have seen too many chaotic people here in Saudi Arabia. But I have never seen such chaotic people like Ziming. You know, now this is an unmandated sanctions Gulf War, the US war against Iraq. The United States can be said to represent the side of justice, and Ziming not to you on behalf of Iraq on the wrong side of justice and the world do. On the other hand, Iraq's millions of soldiers are on the border with Saudi Arabia. You are now talking about 50 billion military expenditures to help the Iraqi army. Aren't you trying to help Saudi Arabia's enemies and joking with Prince Hariri? Sure enough, after listening to weeks after Ming, then, Hariri smiled. Mr. Ming can really be a joke. I think since Mr. Ziming is caused by Zuzai Minister, be sure, and recently we are talking about the Warhead project related, right? You are the technician who came here. I am Xin enjoyed the wisdom of His Royal Highness, and I very much hope really like you said, but I'm sorry you guess wrong. I came to help Iraq establish guerrilla resistance to the US military. I need Saudi Arabia to sponsor me some military. Ziming said. Hariri was silent. He looked deeply. Ziming glances, it seems to want to see exactly what the drug Ziming snake oil, but in the end could not tell law, so he had sighed and said, how bar I understand, so, what's the reason? Why should I give you money to sponsor my enemies? Face on this issue. Ziming did not directly answer, but asked a question very puzzling. Hariri, Prince, why should provide for the presence of the US military do? If you say before Hariri was just surprised, then now he felt explanations would simply be a joke. Zuxai Anqing Ming, Zuzai Minister is to give me a face, or I'll catch you out. Zuzai wanted to say something at this time, but Ziming said first, so, Your Royal Highness, you don't understand why you need to provide military expenses for the US military. Right? In response to Ziming's words, Hariri slapped the table in anger, but he seemed to think of something before sitting down and saying, the Americans are here to fight against Iraq, and Iraq is the enemy of Saudi Arabia, and the United States belongs to Saudi Arabia. Allies. So Saudi Arabia will provide military spending for the Americans. Do you understand this? What else do you want to know? Actually, when Harry slapped the table in a rage just now, Ziming's heart touched his throat. After all, it would be really troublesome if he was blasted out like this, but now that he wants to hear it, then he has it. At least 80% of the time I can convince him. With such thoughts, Ziming calmed his mind and said to him, Prince Hariri, you are wrong. For Saudi Arabia, American talents are the real enemy, and Iraq is the ally. Ziming's tone was calm, but he listened to what he said. In Harry's and Zuzai's ears, it was like a blockbuster, making him stare at Ziming with wide eyes, and he couldn't understand what he said. Ziming didn't care about their gazes, but explained calmly, the entire Middle East is the descendants and people of the prophets. They are all going to Mecca for pilgrimage and worship. Iraqis are no exception, although there are some doctrines different, but in general, they still believe in Allah. Then they are also believers in Allah, so how can they not be brothers? On the contrary, Americans are heretics. Instead of believing in Allah, they support Allah's enemies. Those pagans occupied Jerusalem, the holy city of Allah, and now they are targeting the entire Arab world. Ziming stretched out his palm. 5 times in the Middle East wars have allowed the whole world to see the unity of the Arab world and understand the Arab world. There is no shortage of wise monarchs and brave fighters, so they are afraid of the unity of the Arab world and create conflicts at all costs to eliminate this unity. The upcoming Gulf War is their means. At this point, Ziming paused. Then, he raised his head and looked at Hariri and asked, His Royal Highness, I don't think you didn't know that the infidels planned this Gulf War from beginning to end, right? They coveted the oil that God has given you and tried to pass the war. Control everything here, Whether it's your temple or your wife and children, you have a conflict with Iraq. It's just a conflict between your own brothers. It can be resolved by closing the door. But what will happen to the Americans? So Your Royal Highness, do you still think Americans are friends? Ziming asked loudly. Harry was silent again to Ziming's words inside, and after a while he raised his head and asked, then what are you going to do? Help Iraq train all soldiers to fight against those hateful infidels? Ziming replied. But I went to see American troops, very powerful. It is not humanly possible blocking. Hariri strong tone. Do not even bathe the light of God. Who is Arab fighters, do not you? At least I can tell you the facts. Americans are not invincible, as long as you are willing to believe me. Ziming said. Hariri spit out a long breath, and finally said, how? I agree to pay have your 500 ye military, but the money too much. I must first pay you 10 billion US dollars. And the rest waiting for you to stop. Besides pace attack after the Americans. Very grateful to thank His Royal Highness. God be with you. Ziming to Hariri respect to Muslim ceremony. Chapter 253 ? The week when Saudi Ming leave the palace was only at 10 p.m. local time, which means that Ziming Palace in Saudi Arabia but only stayed an hour. Got the 10 billion US dollars of military spending from where Hariri Prince. Although for the sake of fund security, this tens of billions of dollars of funds will be transferred to the embassy account for safekeeping through the overseas account of the Saudi royal family, but such a speed of making money has been very surprising. Comrades Ming, before coming to Saudi Arabia and the Saudi royal family is the first you've settled, right? Returning to the car, Zuzai asked Ziming Dao that as a senior diplomat in the Middle East, although he has a certain understanding of the local tyrants who do not regard money as Saudis, it is only for what they like to do. They can do whatever they want. Deal or no deal? The contrary, if they are not happy, joy even disgust thing, no matter how rich he is not dig a dime. Because of this, Zuzai felt that Ziming must have passed through the Saudi royal family before, and it was just a formality to come here today. Not two explanations but replied, I know how you feel, but I'm sorry, I'm really before today, and the Saudi royal family have never had any form of communication, as the central communication and Saudi Arabia. I think as the minister counselor of the embassy, you must know better than me. That's why I feel puzzled. Why did Prince Hariri promise to give you so much money so easily? I don't think he, as a mature national leader, would believe your jihadist theory, and the whole Arab world. The reason why there are so many countries divided into so many countries and there will be very serious sect conflicts, in addition to the Western countries' troubles, their own lack of unity is also a very important reason. Zuzai felt very incredible. I don't believe that Saudi Arabia will treat Iraq as his own brother, but there seems to be some reason why he has to pay the money again. Can you tell me why this is? Ziming nodded and said to him, I can trust Minister Zuzai. The way of thinking and regional relations in Saudi Arabia and the entire Arab world is much clearer than me. However, I have other information that Minister Zuzai does not have. In short, you can see from Minister Zuzai. Come. This is just a Gulf War, a United States united with other Arab countries to impose sanctions on the aggressor Iraq, but in my opinion, this is an oil war dominated by super consortia. Whether it is Iraq's this is the case for aggression or the upcoming attack by the multinational force on Iraq. Ziming continued, the fundamental purpose of this war is to dismantle the organization of petroleum exporting countries. The consortium still needs to firmly control the right to speak in oil in its own hands, but Saudi Arabia, as the world's largest oil producer, is definitely unwilling to work for others for the rest of his life. He wants to hold oil in his own hands and turn it into his own weapon. Therefore, if it is not necessary, Saudi Arabia does not want to participate in this war. This can be seen from the attitude of Saudi Arabia in supporting the US military. Ziming said, all countries in the world paid for the military expenditures of this war directly. Only Saudi Arabia provided logistical support. The battlefield was opened up on the border between Saudi Arabia and Iraq, but it is more that Saudi Arabia did not want to participate in this war, but he did not dare to rebel against the Americans, and his approach was no alternative. If Iraq loses too ugly, then the United States will establish absolute authority in the Middle East, and Saudi Arabia's hard work to fight for the right to speak in oil through various means will become a joke. Now we have finally thrown an olive branch to him. Moreover, we are still the country where he has sold ballistic missiles. At present, there is still trust. Coupled with their local tyrants who don't take money as money, I can get the money so easily, Ziming said. Zhu Zai did not refute Ziming's remarks. In fact, he has a much better understanding of the political situation here than Ziming. For example, the Gulf Cooperation Council for Arab States is not known to Ziming. This GCC is not simple. It is only the Economic Cooperation Organization, and it has the role of a military collective. It is also for this reason that if the Arab world really wants to fight Iraq, it should come forward in the form of the GCC, not just Saudi Arabia itself. It is completely compelling. Thinking of this, Zhu Zai let out a sigh of relief and said, "It is said that war is a continuation of politics, and in a country where large consortia control political discourse power like the United States, it is consortium war." At their end Zhu Zai shook his head regretfully. It seems that Comrade Zuming's going to Iraq is not unreasonable. In contrast, my vision of only staying in the Arab world is too narrow. I actually forget that this will be a war involving many countries. In fact, this is not the case. As the Minister-Counselor in Saudi Arabia, you still have to study the situation in the Arab world. I just happen to be right. My blind cat does not encounter dead mice every time. Ziming self-ridiculed the sentence, then added, "But having said that Saudi thing is over, him going to the embassy that to help the Iraqi side of the airplane knew how to arrange kind. The Saudi embassy no?" Zhu Zai nodded and said, "It is ready. But Saudi Arabia is currently being infiltrated by the US military's intelligence system. In order to avoid problems, the embassy's suggestion is to take Bahrain for night flights to Iraq. In the name of business, because Bahrain has some many private jets fly at night, so this can avoid the detection of the US military to the greatest extent." Zhu Zai went on to say, "In addition, we have also contacted the Iraqi embassy in advance, and we have already done it for Comrade Ziming's arrival. Everything is ready, please rest assured." Ziming thought about the working style of the embassy here. He then said, "I am willing to accept the arrangement of the embassy." Now that Ziming made a decision, Zhu Zai immediately scolded the microphone on the car. The front cab said to let the driver drive the car directly to Bahrain airport. And when Ziming and his motorcade went to Bahrain, the other side was in the Saudi palace. After the meeting with Ziming, Prince Hariri did not return to his bedroom, but went to the king's palace. Aziz is the current king of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a brother of Hariri, who succeeded his late father as the emperor of this desert country 10 years ago. Like Hariri, he also wore a snow-white robe, with a turban and a black headband. He sat on a chair made of pure gold. Seeing Hariri coming in, Aziz asked him directly, "Seeing the Chinese coming, what is it that they came to us? Did they agree to launch ballistic missiles?" "I'm sorry, my king brother, the arrival of the Chinese did not mention anything about the launch of ballistic missiles. I think they did not intend to launch a missile, but the missile on our exhibition here do it," Hariri said, later adding, "But they brought another very interesting news. They are ready to go to Iraq to support the war against the Americans." Faced with this news, Aziz clearly felt refreshed. He curiously asked, "Fight against the Americans?" "As far as I know, this time the Americans have brought a lot of very advanced weapons and equipment." "How do they fight? Are they even more incredible weapons, or are they ready to use some weapons that are banned by the United Nations?" "No. They are planning to use the same set of guerrilla warfare theory in Afghanistan," Hariri replied. This answer made King Aziz stunned at the time. Obviously he couldn't understand what is called guerrilla warfare theory. After a long time, he said, "Do you mean the kind of sneak attack tactics against the former Soviet Union? But after all, in Afghanistan there are many mountains and Iraq is all plains. Can this work?" Hariri smiled helplessly. "My king, I am afraid that only Allah can answer your question. but just look at their description of me. I think they are still very confident that what he had to mention anything to ask. I do not believe they will make such a selfless thing, to know that they cannot descendants of the Prophet. They have no reason to do so. Aziz turned to another problem road. He need 50 billion military spending, not I think too much money, but if they really prove there are ways to block Arab fighters to attack the Americans, even if more money is worth it. So I have to pay a 10 billion will go to the embassy account, and the remaining money will wait until he proves that he can really stop the Americans from attacking. Hariri said. Aziz also nodded and said, "The really so, that this oil which is a gift from God, but those crazy Americans plundered from us, and the battle by American oil companies, we will regain almost belong to us. They have their own oil rights, so they want to start this war. But as the descendants of the prophets, we will never give up, as long as there is a way. So you do well, if they can prove that weapons can block the Americans, then no amount of money is at the expense of," Aziz said. At the same time in the White House, the other side of the earth, which is 2 o'clock local time, had at this time, the President Walsh needed lunch break, but now he was sitting in his study, where very anxious. How can't sleep either. Suddenly there were hurried footsteps from diplomacy, and then his national security assistant Brent walked in, and Walsh immediately asked him, "Is the news from that Chinese?" Although for the president too much attention to feel like overkill for the Chinese people, but Brent nodded and replied, "Love." According to the investigation report, analysis personnel to House Gulf intercepted the flight in the Air Force Base, found that those who were on the impulse to the aircraft, if such behavior is not a national intelligence support newspaper sector is simply not done. So cloth length you mean, is most likely the Chinese authorities are also involved, right? Where Walsh asked. Cloth Brent answer a word is likely. Walsh then asked, the Chinese people's whereabouts. It did not find it. That's it. According to the analysis of the intelligence department, the Chinese you are looking for is likely to take another flight to Saudi Arabia. Brent replied. Hearing this answer, Walsh was immediately confused, because he didn't understand what Ziming could do if he was going to Saudi Arabia. It seemed that there was nothing but oil there, or he was planning to use Saudi oil to be stationed in Saudi Arabia. Where did the US military carry out an attack? The idea to make themselves felt ridiculous. Walsh, he shook his head and then he said, "So I guess he will not be worried that we would intercept his aircraft in order to go around the Saudi Arabia, and finally it went to Iraq." Clothland replied that it was very possible. He went on to say, "Then Mr. President, I will immediately order the Saudi Air Force to take off immediately to intercept all flights from Saudi Arabia to Iraq." Walsh stopped him, modified the order and said, "No, it's a flight from Bahrain to Iraq. As long as." Ziming was caught in chapter 254. 2 medium-sized private helicopters flew quickly over the vast desert. Under the shining starlight, it was like a ghost traveling through the sky, quickly passing high in the sky without being noticed. Ziming and the desert team were on these two helicopters respectively, and their destination was Bahrain's International Airport. Original Appos was Ming's of this plan. Receiving the after expenses the military Saudi from the royal family, he rushed to Iraq non-stop. In addition, from the embassy, IT was reported had been intercepted by that of the US Air Force on a flight. It's going in the worst direction. The US government and intelligence agencies, as well as the military, have already noticed themselves. Now that the Gulf War is imminent, the entire Middle East is dominated by the US military and intelligence network. If they are really determined to investigate, they will surely be able to guess their own movements from the passengers on that flight. So they must preempt the Americans, set off to Iraq before taking action. Of course, it is possible that the Americans would not find out, but Ziming did not dare to bet on his own luck. Therefore, even if time was tight, Ziming still detoured from Bahrain. This would not only circumvent the investigation intelligence of the US military to a greater extent, more importantly, From Bahrain, it is also possible to bypass the army that is off on the border between Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Just to speed up his pace of departure, Ziming borrowed 2 private helicopters through the embassy to supervise the Saudis. In this way, Ziming finally arrived at Bahrain's international airport an hour later. The embassy staff was ready to help. Therefore, Ziming just got off the helicopter and immediately boarded another plane. It was too late for the local ambassador to say a few more words, as it was a private plane. When Ziming got on the plane, the plane was quickly approved to take off, so it took off 10 minutes later. Ziming was still sitting next to the bed, feeling the plane slowly flying into the sky, watching that it was nearly 11:30 now. 2.5 hours had passed since he arrived in Saudi Arabia, and the US plane intercepted it. More than 3 hours have passed since the wrong flight. This made Ziming couldn't help but beat the drums in his heart. After such a long time, those Americans won't be aware of it now, right? After all, that is the intelligence system of a superpower, especially now that the Gulf War is about to break out. No matter how delinquent the US intelligence agencies are, they dare not discount their leaders like at this time. I just hope that I can reach Iraq smoothly in the end. Ziming's fear is not unreasonable. In fact, the presidential secret order was sent to Normandy half an hour ago. The commander-in-chief of the Gulf Front was also very puzzled by the president's order. Intercept and investigate every aircraft flying from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain to Iraq. Normandy was stunned for a while before facing the president's secret order, before he said to himself, "Is this a politician?" But who else would dare to go to Iraq at this point in time? Finally, Normandy shook his head. He threw out these boring thoughts, faithfully implemented the president's order, and called the Leah base, requesting that the base air force be fully dispatched immediately to intercept all the planes taking off from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain to Iraq. Like the previous Auran Air Force base, the pilots at Leah base were also very surprised by this order, but no matter what they think in their hearts, as soldiers, they still have to strictly implement the order, so dozens of F-15 and F-16 fighter jets, one after another, they took off from the airport of the Leah base and cruised on all the necessary routes from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain to Iraq. The news also reached Yanjing in the Far East for the first time. Lin Zikang hurried into the car and came to Yang Dingo's bedroom. He woke up Yang Dingo and told Yang Dingo about the actions of the US military. Yang Dingo, who was originally called to get up at 5 in the morning, was still a little confused, but after hearing Lin Zikang's report, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Lin Zikang. Beginning hours ago, more than 200 planes have been dispatched to intercept all the planes on the routes from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain to Iraq. What is going on? Are they determined to catch Ziming? Did they know something? Lin Zikang shook his head and said, "I'm sorry Yan Glao. The current intelligence services also did not analyze the results, but that it is based on limited information under the command of President Walsh himself." Yang Dingo, quite surprised, loudly said, "It seems that our comrade Ziming is far more important than we thought." At this time, Chairman Du Zongyuan walked in. He asked what happened, and Yang Dingo said to him very seriously, "Comrade Zongyuan, just now, we got information that President Walsh personally ordered Ziming to be arrested." Following Yang Dingo's words, Lin Zikang re-reported the situation he had just reported to Du Zongyuan. Du Zongyuan immediately wrinkled after hearing this. When he raised his eyebrows, Yang Dingo asked him what he thought. Du Zongyuan shook his head, then sighed and said, "It seems that Ziming is far more important than we thought." Yang Dingo and Lin Zikang both nodded and agreed with Du Zongyuan's words. After all, it was the United States. Judging from the posture of so many planes, I'm afraid it was the Iraqi president who fled, and that's it. You must know that the dispatch of today's high-tech fighters is not as simple as driving out by yourself. From fuel preparation to possible loss, etc. The cost of an F-16 takes off for an hour and a half will cost tens of thousands of dollars. That it is now more than 200 sorties out to American aircraft point of view, this would cost millions of dollars a foot, and this is simply the cost of intercepting aircraft, not counting the cost of intermediate intelligence agencies produced. The Americans paid such a large price just to have the possibility of catching Ziming. This is undoubtedly very incredible. It also proves Ziming's own value and potential influence from another angle. From the American perspective, is it really possible for Ziming to help Iraq block the American offensive? This idea is unreasonable no matter how it is analyzed. But the United States is verifying this idea from presidential orders to military mobilization in the Gulf region. Finally, Yang Dingo absolutely not to think about the answer to this question is no. He asked Du Zhongyi and said, we have the means to Comrade Zuming, little help he needs it. Du Zhongyi shook his head and replied, sorry Yang Lao, because now Zuming has been on the plane to Iraq. Unless we formally intervene in this war, we will not be able to provide him with any form of help. At this moment, Yang Dingo wanted to slap the table and say a word, interfere. Anyway, he is also one of the 5 permanent members of the council, and he has a great say in some regional affairs and even the UN war. Not to Yang Lao finally gave up. If the country again strong point, or Big Brother is still the case, perhaps we have the guts to mention the United States to counterbalance Big Brother will give us some face, but now face for the world's only superpower. We are just a weak country that still needs a long time to develop. For the future of this country, we can only hope that Comrade Ziming will be lucky. Listening to Mr. Yang, the faces of Du Zhongyi and Lin Zikang were very embarrassed. After all, as national leaders, even their own citizens cannot provide protection now, and they are really aggrieved. Yang Dingo finally said, contact Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and the US Embassy. If Ziming's plane is finally intercepted, we can safely take him back to China from the Gulf as soon as possible, so as not to let him and the US people suffer more losses in their hands. Both Du Zhongyi and Lin Zikang nodded their support for Yang Lao's decision, because due to the limitation of national power, they could not provide Ziming with any help after Ziming's plane took off, but they could finally fall into Ziming. When the Americans had done their best to bring him back home safely from the Gulf, it was considered to make up for their guilt for Ziming. But at this moment, Du Zhongyuan's secretary suddenly walked in and brought them a news that they had never expected. A large-scale sandstorm suddenly occurred in Saudi Arabia. Yang Dingo, Du Zhongyi and Lin Zikang were shocked when they heard the news. Is this because God is going to help Ziming escape this disaster? At the same time, President Walsh also received the news. He slapped the table in annoyance at the time. He raised his head and asked his national security assistant opposite, "Why is this weather not observed in advance?" Brent replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. President, this dust storm was formed due to sudden changes in air pressure, so the meteorological department cannot accurately predict it. It seems that this is the will of God." Walsh sighed heavily, just as he was about to give up intercepting Ziming. Suddenly his secretary walked in and brought him a mobile phone. Walsh took it to connect it. It was Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family. Christo said, "Mr. Walsh, first of all, I am very sorry to disturb you, but some things are necessary. I believe you know that I am very concerned about the Chinese Ziming, and I even paid for it. More military expenses. So when I learned that you were intercepting his plane, I felt very happy, because it was destroying an annoying opponent for us." Walsh interrupted Christo. "Mr. Christo, I regret to interrupt you. Although we have dispatched fighter jets to intercept Ziming's possible aircraft, we have not found the target." Later, our intelligence department analyzed that the other party had temporarily changed the itinerary. The method cleverly avoided our interception, and we started intercepting all the planes flying from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain to Iraq. Mr. Walsh really deserves to be our great president. Your judgment and decision-making ability are very admirable, Christo praised. It's just that Walsh's next words surprised him. "But I planned to give up next because of the sandstorm we didn't expect." Damn it. This is really disgusting news. Christo annoyed, but then he asked again, "But if I remember correctly, our planes and highly skilled pilots can forcefully take off under the severe weather conditions of sandstorms, right? Walsh wrinkled brows. I think there is such a thing, but I don't think it is a good idea to force our pilots to take off under the harsh conditions of sandstorms, Mr. President. In fact, no matter what a good idea is, it depends on the final result. Sometimes in order to get the result you want, it becomes necessary to do this. Christo said, I know the military must have spent a lot of money for this operation. If Mr. President agrees, I promise that the Adams family will pay for the military expenses. On the contrary, if Mr. President does not agree, then it will be very difficult for me to do it. After speaking, Christo hung up the phone, and Walsh hated it. He threw the microphone on the table and cursed, "These damn businessmen." Then Walsh looked up at his national security assistant, and saw that he was looking at him embarrassingly. Walsh was right. He said, "Help me answer the call from General Normandy. I need him to choose the most experienced pilot and continue to take off against the sandstorm until I find the Chinese named Zhu Ming." Chapter 255 That Gorgeous Firework? Kevin D and Harmon are partners of a super pilot of the U.S. Middle East Expeditionary Force for more than 300 hours. You must know that the Air Force is an extremely money-burning thing. You can just go to the sky for a while during training. Tens of thousands of dollars are gone. Not only are special aviation fuels very expensive, but also special lubricating fluids and antifreezes, as well as high-tech fighter aircraft parts that are particularly prone to wear and tear. If the missile is mounted on a real target, it is normal to spend more than $100,000. Therefore, the 2 flying hours can exceed 300 hours. These 2 pilots are undoubtedly very experienced pilots. Maybe it wasn't for too few wars now. I'm afraid they can easily be promoted to ace pilots with their abilities. But the 2 prospective ace pilots are feeling very depressed now, because they have just received an order to take off urgently to intercept all the planes from Bahrain to Iraq. Their depression is not because it is now 11:30 in the evening. In fact, as one of the most experienced super pilots, they have also performed a lot of temporary night emergency missions. But today it is still a sandstorm. Herman, my friend, have you heard the wind outside? It's like the cry of a demon in the abyss. It can tear our souls directly. I can even feel the sound of teeth gnawing on my bones, the crunching of my scalp tingling. Kevin D said, and now at night, but also the face of such a strong sandstorm weather, it's really a test of the devil. Awful. Next to Kazakhstan, man was holding his flight helmet and said to him impatiently, "Major Kevin D, I think your boring complaints should be enough, unless you can persuade the headquarters to withdraw his order." Could it be? Don't you think that such an order is purely asking us to die? Kevin D dissatisfied. I think that except for us to ask others to take off in this kind of weather, that is the truly irresponsible command. Leaving this sentence to Kevin D, Harmon took the lead out of the room, and Kevin D was behind him. He looked helpless at his partner, and finally had no choice but to follow. Due to the raging sand and dust, their aircraft must be overhauled in the hangar first, and more lubricating oil should be installed according to the current weather, etc. After all the preparations are completed, Kevin D and Harmon will board. The plane slowly taxied out of the hangar onto the runway before taking off. Although the hangar door was opened, the wind and sand were all over the sky, and even the signal lights on the runway could not be seen clearly. But for the 2 prospective ace pilots, it was not a difficulty that could scare them off. Based on the dispatching communication and based on their own experience, their plane was slowly in place, and after adjusting the angle, they began to taxi to take off. 10 minutes later, they flew over the sandstorm, hovering over the base for a while. After calibrating the aircraft's radar and radio, they accelerated to the direction of Bahrain and Iraq. The cruise route from the base to Bahrain and Iraq is a full 500 kilometers away. Therefore, even if they fly an F-16 fighter jet, it will take at least 20 minutes to get in place at full speed. However, under normal circumstances, they will choose to slow down slightly. It's almost done in about half an hour. At 12:15, Kevin D and Harmon finally reached their destination. They also continued to slow down and enter the cruising speed, But this so-called slowdown is only for their supersonic fighters. Actually their speed is still much faster than ordinary airplanes. Suddenly, Harmon reminded, "Kevindy, you damn guy is asleep, right? My radar found a plane at 3 o'clock ahead." Kevindy took the words of Harmon and said, "I've found out, but I'm thinking about another question. Should you say we should sleep, or should we continue to fly so boringly above this sandstorm?" "I don't understand what you want to say. We are now performing the task. There is no time to discuss any philosophical issues with you," Harmon said, feeling very puzzled. "What I want to say is very simple. Now our base is completely covered by sandstorms. What if we intercept the plane? Do we have to take that plane with us over the base without restrictions? Hovering? Because our plane can land, it doesn't mean that every plane can land in a sandstorm. So do you want to let this plane go? You don't deserve to be a soldier at all, because the duty of a soldier is to execute orders," Harmon said firmly. Face firm of Harmon, Kevindy had to put it another way, "It also depends on what commands. You have to remember that the Federal Air Force pilot is to defend our freedom, not just blind obedience of Hamlet." Kevindy went on to say, if I'm not mistaken, this evening our base for a total of more than 20 sorties ushered in a new friend for you. Although we do not know exactly what to block, command which one, aircraft, but obviously those are not. Otherwise we don't need to take off again. So I wonder if there is something wrong with our intelligence, and the aircraft we want to intercept doesn't exist at all. I really do not know why there was so many aircraft. Airplane Louis flew to Iraq. They do not know where it soon turned into a battlefield. Harmon was incomprehensible, said. He who does not know, on the contrary they all know very clearly, but the risks and benefits are relative. Now Iraq, due to the UN sanctions, many of his domestic supplies are in extremely short supply. So many people take the risk of shortages of some goods transport obtain huge profits. Of course, these businessmen didn't know when the war would break out, so they all chose the fastest private planes for transportation. My friend, do you want us to be a guest at customs? Kevindy teased. But I was on a mission. Harmon's strong tone, but he has apparently not so firm. Kevindy noticed this. He added, of course I know I have on a mission. And I did not want to say we give up the task. It is a shame a soldier, we fly up questioning about if there is nothing suspicious. Let him go. We will report that we haven't found it when we go back, so that we can go back to sleep in an hour. Do you think it's okay, as long as you can really determine the identity of the other party? Sometimes it is not impossible to simplify the procedures, Harmon said. Seeing that Harmon was finally moved, Kevindy was happy and said, that's it, we are not the bureaucracy of the headquarters, we have our own freedom. So Harmon, let's get on the plane and check the plane. You are such a nasty bastard, this mission is over, I must never partner with you again. Harmon said this annoyingly, and then he drove the plane to speed up and turn his head towards their 3 o'clock. What Harmon never expected was that when he turned around to speed up, a sharp sirens came from his headset, which made people blow up. As a prospective ace pilot, Harmon knew exactly what this meant. He has been attacked and locked by the fire control radar of another aircraft. Kevindy, please don't do such naive pranks, it's disgusting. Harmon scolded angrily, because now only him and Kevindy are on the radar, and Kevindy is behind him, then there will be no one else except him. I'm sorry, Harmon. My brother, this is not a prank. Hearing the words from the headset, Harmon had no time to react, and he saw a missile burst into the air at such a close distance. Even Superman within the distance has no time to do any evasive movements. So, boom! With a loud noise, a group of brilliant orange fireworks exploded over the Persian Gulf. Zooming and the desert team were sitting on the plane and saw this scene, which made Zooming frown immediately. What's the situation? Is it an anti-aircraft artillery? Shaking his head and saying, I'm afraid it's not. Because I didn't see any anti-aircraft fire attack. It was more like being shot down by aerial combat. I just don't know if the Americans shot down the Iraqi plane or Iraq shot down the American plane. When they said with these words, The people from the other desert team took action immediately. While carrying their parachute bags on their backs, they took up their weapons and equipment. They also brought the parachute bags to Ziming. They handed them to Ziming and said, "For in response to any unexpected situations that may occur, we must be ready to skydive at any time." I will now tell you about the general precautions for skydiving. If the plane may have any accidents in the air, then the parachute is undoubtedly the best escape tool. But the parachute is also it does not mean that it will be a complete fool's escape tool. In fact, if you don't pay attention to some things, you will still be easily injured if you just jump out of the plane with your umbrella bag. Ziming talked about some necessary precautions. Ziming listened to what the police said while looking at the direction where the fireworks dissipated. After a long time, he said something that surprised everyone. "I have a hunch. Maybe that firework is a firework to welcome me to Iraq." At this time, not far behind Ziming's plane, followed by an F-16 fighter jet, which was piloted by Kevin. Through the radar, Kevin followed Ziming's plane at a distance and dialed the satellite phone on the plane. The call was soon connected. Kevin was very respectful and said, "My Noble Highness, as you said, even in a sandstorm, the headquarters still forced us to take off and intercept. I am following your instructions and are now escorting the target." A cold but very pleasant voice came from the headset. "That is very important, character. Be sure to escort him to Iraq safely." Kevin replied clearly, and then reminded, "Did you convince your partner? Then don't forget the black box on the plane. If there is an investigation team afterwards, investigate and you will be sent to a military court." "So I killed him," Kevin said. "No one will find the black box, and there will be accidents on my plane soon. Without evidence, no one can find out anything, and it will not involve you, my noble majesty. Good luck to you, and may the Lord be with you." With the last word over there, the call will be announced. After a paragraph, Kevin continued to follow Ziming's plane at a long distance, and when it approached the Iraqi air defense radar network, he stopped advancing. Finally, when he confirmed that Ziming's plane had passed the border safely through radar, he turned around and quickly reached the position where he shot down his colleague's plane. He suddenly smiled. "This flight action, but my long-time dream, is just suffering. The expensive price of F-16 is impossible to do. I did not expect that today I finally have a chance to achieve it. Thank God," said Kevin. Launched a missile, and then he drove the plane to speed up suddenly and quickly surpassed himself at twice the speed of sound. The missile flew in front of the missile to make itself the target of the missile. "Goodbye my baby, you will be the most beautiful firework in my life." The moment he spoke, Kevin popped himself out of the cab. Finally, in the landing area, he saw a gorgeous firework again, but it was his own plane that exploded this time, and Kevin howled in excitement. "Launch the missile yourself, and then surpass the missile so that the missile hits you." This is undoubtedly a very imaginative flying stunt, but it is a pity that his performance is destined to not have an audience. Chapter 256 You will be hit hard? When Kevin controlled the parachute and landed in the desert, Ziming's plane on the other side also landed safely at the Sam International Airport in the Iraqi capital. The name of this airport is named after the president of Iraq, which can also explain the country's military system from another aspect. When Ziming stepped off the plane, he could see many planes of various models, large and small, parked on the tarmac of Sam Airport. But these planes were all cargo planes, and many workers were carrying goods out. Just a glance at Ziming understood that these aircraft are speculators who made money for war. As Iraq is now sanctioned by the United Nations, the whole world has imposed an embargo on Iraq of all materials. Now Iraq's food and medicine are compared with many necessities. Before the war, prices had risen by more than 50 times. So many Arab merchants took the risk of transporting supplies to Iraq at night to make huge profits. There is no time to pity these Iraqis. Ziming has more important things to do. He walked out of the airport exit, and there were others waiting here. He was the Chinese ambassador to Iraq, Lin Hong, and the military attachés and security personnel behind him. Since there was no other person here, they quickly recognized the identity of each other. Lin Hong hurried up to give Ziming a warm hug, then looked up and down Ziming a few times and said with emotion, "It's incredible, I didn't expect it." Comrade Ziming, you can actually reach some international airports safely. I can hardly imagine how you broke through the American air interception net. After listening to Lin's solution release, Ziming to realize that just a half an hour ago, the United States announced within 200 kilometers over Iraq and its border areas have been set up no-fly zone. No aircraft are likely to lead to entry American air strikes. Because of this sudden no-fly zone, the airport, which was originally busy at night, has not landed for more than 2 hours. The news he had frowned, ban, fly zone, but I have not received any warning. I said, maybe someone released a welcome flower for us. Ziming made these words ended the conversation. Of course, and Lin are still in doubt. But it will not be no need to refiled. Later, Lin Hong took Ziming and the others into the car. Compared to Saudi Arabia, it was much more miserable here in Iraq. What Lin Hong prepared for Ziming and them was just an ordinary minibus. Got into the museum after the preparation of the car, Ziming this took a deep breath. On the road from Pakistan to fly to Saudi Arabia and then flew to Bahrain, and finally aboard a private jet from Bahrain to Iraq. This is a curved around, however, it was such a round trip, but it still mobilized the entire US military intelligence force in the Gulf. Just to arrest me alone. The entire Iraq was turned into a no-fly zone, and even the speculators were not spared. As for Ziming, some frustration in their hearts, and then the car bound for Bardina downtown. One of Bardina is the capital of Iraq, but also the oldest city in the Middle East. As early as BC 18, world-famous Hanja worldwide, this city was mentioned in the Marabi code. In ancient Persian, Baydina means God's gift. In the following thousands of years, Baydina never changed his name despite changing hands many times. The comrades Ming, now 2 in the morning, and I will take you back to the embassy to rest. Tomorrow morning I will request a meeting with the president of Sam. Lin Hong said Ziming. Ziming has no opinion on this arrangement. In fact, Ziming believes that he really needs a rest. After all, he is not a Superman with unlimited energy. Now he has been flying continuously for more than 24 hours, traveling through countless countries and facing himself. The last step of the plan is to keep the best condition to meet the face. Ziming and at the SO team slept in at the desert at embassy, and in at the morning of the next day at there. Lin Ziming Hong came to tell that Sam agreed at the interview, and Ziming immediately is to Wentworth at the presidential palace with him. Sam's presidential palace is located on the high ground on the bank of the Tigris River. It is a very magnificent garden-style building, of course. It also has a small dome with a Middle Eastern atmosphere. Strictly speaking, however, the yellow wall outside the presidential palace and the Fivers tree house inside are far inferior to some county governments in the country that Ziming has seen in later generations. But in Iraq, this is the whole country. Center of. After passing the inspection at the door, Ziming followed Lin Hong into the presidential palace, and they were taken to a spacious reception room. Comrade Ziming, when President Sam comes, I will introduce you to him first, and then you will talk about you. Because his temper is not very good, so it is best to express it in a tactful manner. Lin Hong finally, he whispered some precautions to Ziming. Sitting on the sofa of the presidential palace, Ziming was still a little excited. After all, he was going to see Sam next, who is an international figure. According to Ziming's memory, Sam has dominated the country since he initiated politics 12 years ago and became the president of Iraq, and he has an extraordinary enthusiasm for war. When he became the throne, he launched a purge. The following year the Iran-Iraq War, which lasted for 8 years, was launched. Only 2 years after the end of the war, it provoked the Gulf War and was finally arrested and hanged by the United States in the Iraq War. It must be said that Iraq's geographic location and its oil resources, if it were not for the war waged by Sam, would have become an oil-rich country like Saudi Arabia. But on the other hand, because of these wars, he has also become a very high-profile international figure. At least in China, even the Auntie Plaza, who has never paid attention to the international political situation, will have heard of the name Sam. Now I am about to meet this famous person, and I will always be a little excited, but now Ziming's knowledge of nurturing energy is already very deep, so he can't tell it all on the outside. 10 minutes later, Sam walked into this reception room. Ziming and Lin Hong got up and shook hands with him to say hello. Ziming glanced at him up and down. The 53-year-old is very young due to maintenance reasons, but his signature beard is still unforgettable. After a period of courtesy, Sam asked Ziming and Lin Hong to sit down. Since Sam had studied abroad, his English was also very fluent. At least there was no problem with normal communication. So after a few conversations, everyone communicated in English. Lin Hong said to Sam, "Mr. President, first of all I am sorry to have disturbed you today, but this land is about to usher in the destruction of war. We are also very concerned about the situation here, so this Mr. Ziming is for this." Come. Hearing what Lin Hong said, Sam looked at Ziming meaningfully and said, "Did you bring me any winning weapons? I heard that you have sold many missiles to Saudi Arabia, and the establishment of diplomatic relations between Iraq and China predates Saudi Arabia. Then can we also sell this missile to us, so that I can easily sink the Yankee aircraft carrier parked on the Persian Gulf?" Ziming he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Sam, I am not an arms dealer, and the news I brought today is probably not good news. I hope you can be mentally prepared." Sam did to Ziming. With a gesture of please, Ziming said to him, "Now the war in the Gulf region is on the verge of breaking out. I flew over from Bahrain last night. On the plane, I saw you deploy most of your troops on the border in an attempt to block many countries. The offensive of the troops, I think this kind of deployment is very dangerous. It is best to withdraw all the troops back to the country and let the US Army come in before fighting." Sam smiled, and he asked Ziming, "I'm very curious, is it a Chinese general, or is it a national staff member, or a military attaché in the embassy?" "I'm sorry that I am not. I am just a very ordinary businessman. This time I came to Iraq for a bigger business. So too very much hope that your country can win this war." Ziming said, "Since you want me to win this war, you don't pray for me. Instead, you want me to remove all the lines of defense. Didn't that allow the enemy to come in, and the American armored forces can easily advance? In Medina, what a puzzling logic." Sam said. Ziming went on to persuade him, "President Sam, according to what I know about the US military, they will frantically fight for air supremacy when they start the war, and they will continue to bomb all ground targets after they get air supremacy. If you deploy your troops on the border, it will be very easy to become targets of the enemy, and eventually be pulled out one by one. I can think of a month, your troops will be hit hard, and the defense line will no longer exist." Sam was silent for a while and then said, "You know, Mr. Ziming from China, if you are my general, I will definitely send you to a military court, and then you may face the most severe punishment. You do, you know. That's why you are desperate for President Sam. Do you have to choose to establish a defense on the border?" Ziming asked. "Military. I have been fighting for many years since I returned to China to initiate the revolution. Therefore, I know very well that the Americans are on the offensive. Since we are defensive, we must of course establish our own line of defense. The enemy is blocking the border." Sam continued, "Young Chinese gentleman, since you are not a general, then I think we'll talk about other things, such as the business you want to do. But the business I want to do must be based on the premise that your army, Mr. Sam, can stop the Americans from attacking." Ziming explained. Sam's expression turned gloomy when he heard these words. "What do you mean by this? Means that my army will fail, right?" Seeing this, Lin Hong immediately interjected, "Mr. President, that's not what it meant. He actually wanted to say that your defense could be better. He was inspired by you. Otherwise, How could he say such a thing in a way that he doesn't understand military affairs at all? Lin Hong said this obviously to help Ziming get back to Yuan, but Ziming didn't appreciate it. He nodded and said to Sam, "Of course your army will fail, and it will fail miserably. I believe your soldiers are very brave, but under the continuous bombardment of the multinational forces, I think no matter how firm the faith is, it will be shaken, and eventually it will become a collapse like a landslide and a sea collapse." Sam slapped the table fiercely. He said to Lin Hong, "I am giving you or China a face today. I want you to take this person away immediately. I don't want to see him anymore, otherwise I'm not sure what other decision I will make." Lin Hong nodded hurriedly and said okay, and then pulled Ziming up, but as Ziming was pulled out, he also left a sentence for Sam, "I'm in the embassy. If I have any ideas, I welcome President Sam. The sir can come to me, but don't wait until after the severe damage." Chapter 257 The Devil's Weapon? With a bang, a ceramic cup was smashed to the ground, and the servant outside the door hurried in to clean up the result. But it was rushed out in a hurry. All this was seen by Majid, who happens to be here. Majid is Sam's cousin and the current Minister of Defense and Interior of Iraq. It can be said that he is the number 2 person under 1 person and above 10,000 people. He saw the servants, glanced at them and saw that they were all standing trembling at the door. Majid sighed. He waved to the servants and motioned for them to follow him in. Then he opened the door of the reception room. "Get out of here. Who allowed you to come in? Don't challenge my patience, I will put you to death." When Majid opened the door of the reception room, he heard a burst of curses and rushed forward. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Cousin Sam, I'm sorry I brought them in because I think this place needs to be cleaned up, but I'm surprised what makes you so angry. Did someone betray you, or those Americans? What did you do?" Majid, "Because it is you, I can forgive," Sam said, and Majid saluted and thanked him. "If it's just a betrayal, then no matter who the other party is, I can put him to death, no matter who he is. But today's character is obviously worse." Sam said, "Majid, as the Minister of the Interior, I think it must have been what the Chinese ambassador asked to see me. He brought an inexplicable young man today. This young man has no respect for me. He actually said that the line of defense I laid out would cause my army to suffer heavy losses." Then Sam relayed Ziming's words to Majid, but this made Sam even more angry. "This shit, which is spurned by Allah, is full of so-called nonsense. If he is the military attaché or the military attaché of the embassy, from a remote officer's staff, perhaps his words still have a little value. But now they are just the groans of a mental patient, worthless at all." After hearing Sam's description, Majid frowned. As defense minister, he obviously thinks of more than Sam. "My father and brother, I think these statements from the East may not be useless. We can hear about hiding and fraud. These can give us a huge advantage in the war against the Americans." Majid said. His words are his own, the most euphemistic expression imaginable. However, despite this, Sam still pointed to Majid's nose and cursed, "My brother, I can't believe that you are also in the same stratagem with those Chinese. This makes me angry, even though I admit that Americans are very strong. But I think we are not weaker than them. Especially our fighters are selected by Allah. I believe they can defeat all opponents on the border. And what the Chinese said is a kind of very irresponsible, a very stupid behavior. The so-called war is to fend off the enemy outside the country. I will never allow any retreat and weakness," Sam said sternly. For some reason, when Majid faced Sam's declaration, he suddenly felt an inexplicable premonition. At the same time, outside the presidential palace, Ziming had followed Lin Hong back to the bus. Recalling the situation in the presidential palace just now, Lin Hong couldn't help but said to Ziming, "How could you use that attitude just now, talking to Sam? Did you know that as the great dictator of Iraq, his thoughts and behavior have been fundamentally changed after more than 10 years of emperor life, and he is very likely to put you to death directly?" Ziming shrugged his shoulders meaninglessly, "Perhaps. But I believe that if something goes wrong, Ambassador Lin will surely be able to save you from danger." right? In fact, Ziming is very clear in his heart, but now Ziming is asking for wealth and wealth. After all, as an outsider who is nothing, if he wants to tell Thrall to be done in this chapter, please turn the page. He must get a bit of this kind of strong medicine, otherwise he may simply I don't remember myself as a person. And now, once the multinational force starts an attack, Sam will remember himself after being hit hard, and then it will be the time for him to truly exert his strength. It's just that today is January 19th, Iraq time. The war that should have erupted 2 days ago has not yet started. Will everything go as desired? Ziming couldn't predict it. Now he can only wait patiently for the start of the war. The time difference between Iraq and the United States is 7 hours. When Iraq reached noon, the genius of the United States had just been overwhelmed. The two convoys entered the White House under the cover of the early morning. Two middle-aged men came to the president's study. They were Christo, the patriarch of the Adams family, and Normandy, the commander-in-chief of the Middle East Expeditionary Force. American President Walsh was waiting there, in his own study. Seeing them coming in, Walsh said to them, "I'm sorry to wake up both of you so early, but I have very important things to discuss today." After speaking, Walsh raised his hand and gestured to Normandy. Normandy took the conversation very clearly and said, "Mr. Christo, according to the President's order yesterday, the Middle East Expeditionary Force dispatched 400 aircrafts to carry out traction throughout the Gulf region. Net crews, a total of 30 intercepted aircraft, including Gulf Air and Peninsula Airlines passenger planes. The intelligence department investigated all intercepted aircraft, but did not find a Chinese named Ziming. This is impossible." Risto immediately stood up and said, "Mr. President, did you tell me yesterday that there was intelligence showing that Ziming would change to another flight to Iraq? How could it not be found? Was it the negligence of the military? I know that it broke out in Saudi Arabia yesterday, a big dust storm." Mr. Christo, please trust our Federal Air Force Aviation. They are the best boys. Even in yesterday's mission, they all took off against the dust storm. We are still there. In this mission, 5 planes and 3 excellent pilots were lost. Christo smiled disdainfully, but he didn't say much, but asked them back, "In that case, you were looking for me today. What are you doing here?" Faced with this question, Walsh immediately photographed a report and handed it to Christo. "This is the military expenditure yesterday, because this is your personal mission for Mr. Christo. So these expenses need to be paid by you personally." Christo just picked it up and took a look and then threw it aside. "These are easy to say, but I believe that Ziming has sneaked into Iraq in some way. I need to do it as soon as possible. Start a war, and for military expenses, I have communicated with the Rockefeller family." This answer made the eyes of Walsh and Normandy light up. Walsh said to Christo, "Don't worry, my sir, war. It's coming soon." So, as Ziming remembered in his previous life, at 10:30 in the morning, U.S. President Walsh formally signed the National Security Directive for the Central Commander-in-Chief Normandy, ordering the U.S. military to go to war on Iraq. With the signing of this order, the entire Middle East suddenly became tense, whether it is the U.S. base in the Middle East or Iraq. The final preparations before the war are being carried out. The final outbreak of war in the Middle East, 2 in the morning time, 20 F-15 30 F-16 fighter and 20 F-117 in the cover of darkness to take off from the airport under Gardlia base, in formation in the air, then flew straight Kuwait. Kuwait was the fuse of the Gulf War, and also the first line of defense deployed by Iraq, and the location of the most elite corps, including more than 200,000 elite armored corps, more than 100 aircraft, and countless long-range artillery and rockets. Bomb, according to some deployment, this will be the decisive battle of Iraq and the multinational force, so naturally this chapter is not over. Please turn the page. After the Americans got this information, they chose the first and most important target here. Baker was an ordinary radar observer. Iraqi air defense barracks of the Presidential Guard, is the top students graduating from the University of Sam, to join the army took part in the Kuwait War. Iraq witnessed in 24 small whole occupation of Kuwait in time. This let him deeply feel the strength of the motherland. In the early morning of the 19th, it was also his radar station stationed in Kuwait. Sitting in his seat, Baker finished his supper and put his lunchbox on the table casually, staring at the radar screen in front of him. Ray tonight's up to not display, just like the girl's mind, is entirely blank. Oh terrible and powerful multinational force. I like a day of passionate but quiet as people shy. Ben Purcell girl, let them go tonight. There is another sad silence. From behind came the singing of his comrades in arms. It was an Iraqi folk song. It was later adapted into a song that satirizes the opposing multinational force. This is very talented in his own view, but in Baker's view, the guy who is more like a gypsy girl should go to the conservatory instead of wasting his music cells by looking at the boring green screen every day at this damn radar station. Hey, I said, lovely Baker, come and see how my new song is. Don't keep on that boring radar. He seemed a man singing too boring. He had come to harass Baker, but Baker is very intolerant, knocked out of his hand. I am a loyal Chencio and National Guards, not so like you. I really wonder, do not you know that today the US President had signed a document attacking Command? So what? He had but a few days ago had declared war, and now is not as quiet as you, he said. Not to reality is like a fight, like his face. When he was finished, along with shrill alarm sounded, Baker turned around to see the radar screen. Looking at the dense green spots on it like a swarm of bees, Beck's scalp numb for a moment. He immediately grabbed the phone in the control room and shouted, "Enemy attack. Yankees plane is coming, at our 8 o'clock direction. There are about 60 planes in number." Just shouting these words hysterically, Baker suddenly felt a palpitation. It was a feeling that could not be described in words when the crisis came. As if he had predicted that if he didn't run out of the room, he would die soon. Quick, get out of here. It's dangerous. Baker yelled and left the radar room. The man looked at Baker's actions and laughed. I said, Iraqi, you can really match this adjective. Isn't it the Yankee plane? See what scared you? And radar has been detected. The goal is not us. Are you afraid of what it does? Not right. We are radar, the army size. If we give knocked out in the night, our forces will become the enemy of the blind do not see. So the other side of the goal, we must be. Baker yelled wildly in his heart, and then, there was a whistling sound in the air. Boom! With a huge roar, a missile accurately hit the radar station, and a huge flaming mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The powerful shockwave made Baker feel as if he had been hit head-on by a train, and immediately knocked him over. Baker's eyes, nose, and mouth were constantly leaking scarlet blood, and he was lying on the ground, looking into the air. That is what it is. It the secret weapon of the Americans, or a devil crawling out of hell? But obviously our radar was open. Why, we did not have to see these bombers until we were hit, which is why should I participate in this war here? Facing an enemy with such a devil's weapon, can we still win? This was the last thought in Baker's mind, and then he fainted. End of this chapter. Chapter 258 Air Falcon Plan? Bow. Thanks to Wang Peng for your support. Thank you for the support of the 2 monthly passes of You Are a Little Dizzy. Baker woke up and was in the field hospital at the rear. Now, he sat up blankly and looked at the medical staff around him back and forth, as if he had a very unreal feeling of being in a dream. Suddenly a doctor came over to ask him a question. But Baker couldn't hear him clearly. He could only feel a buzzing tinnitus. The feeling was like 2 big speakers screaming into his ears. Couldn't hear other sounds at all. It wasn't until a while later that he was able to discern other sounds from the buzzing. So he said to the doctor, I feel very good now, but I still can't hear anything in my ears. Thank you for your treatment. Then the doctor, after giving Baker a physical examination, a few officers walked in from the outside. They went directly to Baker's bed and began to ask him questions. However, due to the symptoms reported by the doctor, These officers did not directly ask questions. Instead, they wrote what they wanted to say on the paper and showed him. Baker looked at the words written on the paper blankly, and then reacted. I came over very excitedly and said, "I know that the attack on the radar station is a very incredible thing. I will definitely tell all things to Mr. President, whether he can really hear it or not." The officer faithfully recorded Baker's words and passed them back to Badina as first-hand information. In fact, Baker's material was not the first one. The next day when Sam was not up, the news of the attack on the Kuwait radar station was immediately passed back to Sam. Not only Kuwait, but also Gul. Other border radar stations, including Durban and Saman, have also been attacked to varying degrees. In the restaurant of the presidential palace, Majid stood at Sam's table and reported to him, during this round of attacks, a total of 26 radar stations were attacked. According to statistics from the front, as of this morning, at 6 o'clock, a total of 130 people were killed in the attack, and 600 people were injured to varying degrees. Most of these people were observers at the radar station, which had a very large impact on our radar network. Really damn despicable attack. Sam teeth and cursed the sentence. He then asked, that it fix these radar stations how long? It is expected to take at least 1 week, Majid replied, and more importantly, the enemy will not give us time to repair these radar stations. They will definitely continue to launch attacks, and our army will be very difficult to parry. Majid thought for a while and added, according to the memories of the wounded, they did not detect the US military aircraft, so it can be guessed that the other party must have used some kind of stealth bomber that can perfectly avoid the radar, so I am afraid there will be more radars. The station was destroyed by the enemy. Sam severely beat the table. Their aircraft. Do we not also have 700 aircraft? Why do we want to continue to let the enemy aircraft swagger in our heads what our fighters also dragged? Coming out, there are also air defense forces, all pressed to the front line. These proud fighters, it is time to use their power to defend our territory. Face of this command, as Defense Minister Majid instinct felt the question, what he wanted to say, but some was said about him, to carry out my orders, my cousin, and I believe you will not. Are the other bureaucrats who treat me the same, right? Now that Sam has said everything, Majid can only bow his head and say, don't worry, Mr. President, I will execute your orders perfectly. Originally, after accepting the order, Majid would withdraw to execute the order, but Sam beckoned him to come and sit down, and then ordered the servant to give him a breakfast. Sam took the initiative to divide his bread into him. Majid took it cautiously, and Sam smiled satisfied, obviously very satisfied with Majid's trembling. My brother, do you resent my attitude just now? Sam said to Majid. But you have to understand that this family is too big and no one else is willing to sincerely pay for this country. But you are not same. You are my cousin, just like this cake. We share food together. As long as there is one of mine, you will never lose your share, so you have to help me. Our brothers maintain this country together. Majid was very moved and said, Cousin Sam, don't worry, I will always be your relative and most loyal servant. After having breakfast with Sam, Majid left the restaurant to carry out Sam's orders. After the order was issued like snowflakes, the entire 20 military airfields in Iraq were immediately mobilized. Except for the 40 fighters needed to defend Badina, the other fighters were concentrated on the front line. Several field airports were temporarily expanded in the previous line. These fighters flew to the front line proudly like a goshawk, and were arranged on the third line of defense. In addition to the fighters, Majid also deployed 100 bombers so that they could carry out counterattacks against the US military positions. In addition, the air defense forces of the Presidential Guard have also been transferred out of Badina. These forces, pulling their missiles and anti-aircraft machine guns, marched to the front line mightily. Standing in front of the map, Majid watched as his troops were deployed to the front line one by one. The 3 lines of defense were like magnificent pens on the map, and they were outlined in beautiful arcs, but Majid was worried. It's getting heavier. The movement of the Iraqi Presidential Guard is naturally hidden from the U.S. reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites. Whether it is the Iraqi Air Force or the ground forces, they have been under the surveillance of the U.S. General Staff from the moment they left the base. With the data captured by these reconnaissance planes and spy satellites, the Commander-in-Chief of the multinational force Normandy called President Walsh and told him a series of movements of the Iraqi army. "My general, what do you think is the purpose of this series of transfers?" Walsh asked. "I think this is the response of the Iraqi army to our previous sneak attack on the radar station. They want to use their air power to protect their radar station." Normandy continued, "But I think they did this to seize us. Air supremacy is very helpful." General Normandy, are you planning to continue attacking the other's airport? Do you blow up their aircraft in the airport and hangar? Walsh asked curiously. Normandy denies very domineeringly, "No, I plan to destroy all Iraqi aircraft at once." Walsh thought for a while and asked, "Is it really necessary to do this?" "I think it is very necessary. When I was a military consultant in Maniu, a general over there raised a wild tiger. Every day the general would throw a rabbit to the tiger, even though the tiger was kept in a big cage. The rabbit he was also injured, but every time the tiger approached cautiously and exhausted all his energy to pounce on the food." Normandy went on to say, "The tiger did that to ensure that it could kill its prey, and our situation is also very good now. Like that tiger, even though the prey is already on the plate, we still have to do our best, otherwise any accident will be our shame. I am a federal soldier, and my duty is to trade the least price for the greatest victory!" Walsh immediately made a decision. "Then I approve your aerial Falcon plan. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your trust. I will return you a perfect battle." Normandy was as graceful as a jazz say. After hanging up the phone, Normandy took out a perfectly sealed battle plan from his drawer. He gently stroked it as if he was petting his own child, and finally opened the file bag, took out a few documents from it, and called in his assistant. Issued the first step combat plan. That night, the 1st Flying Group of the Middle East Expeditionary Force dispatched 10 F-15 and 20 F-16 fighter jets to take off to attack Iraq's large radar observatory in Semiyur. However, the Iraqi Air Force, which had been prepared, took off with it. 25 meters. Grid 25 and 15 MiG-29 fighter jets rushed into the air to face off. At the same time, the air defense regiments deployed around also removed their camouflage, exposing the black hole of the anti-aircraft machine gun. Facing the ready opponents, the 1st Flying Group obviously had no plans to head n. Therefore, after lingering with the Iraqi Air Force for a while, the 1st Flying Group chose to return home without even launching a single missile. However, the 1st Flying Group hit a wall but found the factory from the 5th Flying Group. The 5th Flying Group was responsible for attacking the Abba radar station, which is a medium-sized radar station built near the Saudi desert, which is very prominent. Iraq, therefore, only 15 MiG-25s and 5 Su-27s from the 62nd Squadron and 81st Squadron of the Air Force of the Iraqi Presidential Guard are responsible for protecting Abba. The enemy's air power was detected by radar, and the 5th Flying Group decisively chose to engage. So after dropping the wreckage of 4 aircraft, the Iraqi Air Force chose to retreat, while the US 5th Flying Group braved ground anti-aircraft fire, destroyed the Erbil radar station. The result of the battle on the first day was quickly passed to Badina Majid's hands, but this time before he went to find Sam, the president's call came first. "My brother Majid, although I understand that war is destined to be depleted, we are not the United States after all, and our wealth is not that strong. So I don't want you to keep any more cards. We must block the Americans' attack. All of our Air Force will be tuned up. Starting today, we must not lose any radar station, otherwise the Americans will be able to bypass the radar and bomb Badina directly." Obviously, Sam did not point directly. Majid's nose scolded him, but he was also a little dissatisfied with his failure to deploy all the Air Force on the front line as required. Majid rubbed his temples in distress, and he couldn't help but worry, is it really necessary to press out all his treasures so soon? However, judging from the results of the battle last night, the American air power seems not as difficult to deal with as imagined. At least with the support of its own air defense firepower, its own air force does not seem to suffer. And indeed, as Sam said, with the US military's air strikes in the past few days, there have been fewer and fewer radar stations along the border. If you lose a few more, the Americans can simply have nothing. The obstructed bombing of Baghdad was a problem that Sam would never allow. Well, let's give it a try first to see if we can take advantage of the US Air Force. Majid, such a thought in my heart, and she suddenly forgot. Remember the first time as attack missions F-117 not out now, they have not noticed. United Fleet captured Hong Kong, Europe and Germany located in Kuwait. Chapter 259, A Bold Idea? User Show 1. This air battle started at 1 o'clock in the morning and lasted until 5 o'clock. After all, at night, the US Air Force can also use the cover of night to launch an offensive at a relatively low cost, but once it's daylight, it will cover Iraq's air defense fire. Under the circumstances, the advantages of the US high-tech Air Force are not so obvious. After all, no matter how advanced the aircraft is, there is still a chance of being shot down. With the empty beginning of the attack, the Western media and public opinion war Iraqi media is also in full swing. All the headlines are concerned about the Gulf course of the war, but Iraq and the Western media's focus is not the same. In the West, not on the United States and Britain or other countries, their newspapers are more concerned about the multinational force in Iraq by airstrikes blew up the number of radar stations to airstrikes absolute advantage in the number of MiG shot down and Su-27, and also military. A commentator or a retired general used a variety of so-called professional ideas on TV to analyze the backwardness of the three-generation fighters of the former Soviet Union and the outstanding performance of the American F-15 and F-16 fighters. On the contrary, if they read the Iraqi newspapers, they emphasized that in this battle for air supremacy, the Iraqi Air Force was brave and fearless. Faced with the multinational Air Force that was several times its own, the Air Force was still intrepid and undaunted to take off and confronted, and was entangled in the air. During the battle, relying on the courage and wisdom bestowed by Allah, he finally shot down the fighters of the multinational force, won the victory in the air battle, and declared that Iraq will definitely win the war. Of course, as is a business tycoon, media will naturally be concerned about the impact of war on the global economy. In fact, this is inevitable. Since the war broke out in the Gulf region, this is the largest oil-producing area in the world. As the war progresses, it has become a very dangerous area. Major shipping companies have abandoned their oil transportation business here, which has also caused international the violent volatility of crude oil market prices, and the steadily rising oil prices triggered a series of price fluctuations related to oil. Those speculators who hold huge sums of money will naturally not let go of such a grand gluttonous banquet, followed by a huge influx of hot money into the futures market and the stock market, creating an incredible market. Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family, one of the manipulators behind him, looked at the rising red lines on the market, and his mouth showed a satisfied smile. That's how it should be. This is what the plan should have been. The Gulf has become a pot of porridge, and speculators all over the world are crazy about it. Since the companies of their own family have prepared in advance, with the influx of hot money from all parties, they can make a lot of money. It was overflowing. But the only thing that made Crystal regretted was that Ziming, a Chinese man, had to bear more military expenditures for himself and Rockefeller, although these military expenditures were eventually turned into orders and returned to his own arms company. But if you can earn more, isn't that the perfect one? Thinking of Ziming, Christo frowned again subconsciously. Whenever he thought that another Ziming might have arrived in Iraq, it made him feel very uneasy, even though he didn't know whether Ziming could still face the current situation. What are you doing? But as long as this person is there, it will pierce his heart like a thorn. and it will feel painful but can't be pulled out. Ziming, if he is a high-ranking official of China, or a descendant of a leader, then I might still understand that he may want to help the country fight for the interests of the Gulf region, but he is just a businessman. In the rich feast of making money, I really can't think of what he can do other than go into speculation with the hot money. Christo looked up at the blue sky outside the window. Is he intending to hold back the offensive of the multinational force? Join other consortiums to make a bigger article? But that is destined to be Cinderella's dream, and it will be shattered in time. Rubbish is bound to be rubbish. When the world's eyes were focused on the Gulf War, Ziming, who made Christo hate his teeth itching, drove leisurely on the streets of Baydina in the special minibus of the embassy. At this time, the streets of Baydina were extremely empty, with only the armored vehicles and a group of soldiers passing by accidentally, making the whole ancient city full of despair and solemnity. However, Ziming didn't care about this. He only asked Ambassador Lin Hong with great interest, I heard that Baydina is an ancient city-state with more than 6,000 years. So speaking of that, there must be many incredible relics here. Is it? The ancient Sumerians are amazing. I heard that the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, known as the Seven Wonders of the World, are here, right? Faced with Ziming's question, Lin Hong felt very entangled because he got his mission is to help Ziming carry out his mission. But now the problem is that he risked all kinds of dangers to get here, but he just wandered around. There is no sense of urgency to have a mission, and now he is asking about the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Does he really just want to travel in Iraq in the heat of war? But why not pick a better day? However, Lin Hong finally replied to Ziming, according to historical records, archaeologists speculate that the Hanging Garden is indeed in Baydina, so that Iraq has always wanted to restore this super landscape, even since President Sahm came to power since the coup d'etat. It has been through the civilizational enlightenment of the Sumerians leading the world, saying that we will lead the entire Arab world to realize the glory of the past through Iraq. Lin Hong said this deliberately, hoping to remind Ziming of his mission. After painstaking efforts, he fully understands. Therefore, Ziming said, well, Ambassador Lin, please believe that I will not forget my responsibilities, but now the war is still at a very delicate stage, and it is not the best time for us to intervene. So now we are the best course of action. While feeling the ancient civilization of Central Asia, pay attention to the direction of this war. After Ziming said that, Lin Hong had no choice but to change the topic. According to the central plan, today will also be when General Zhu and the others arrive in Baydina. Calculate the time they will arrive in Baydina at around 3 o'clock. Ziming patted Lin Hong on the shoulder and said to him, don't worry, I can't delay business, and I am also waiting for the officers supported by the state. Although it seems a little bit early now, it is considered to be able to prepare for the rainy day. There, General Zhu in Lin Hong's mouth is named Zhu, a major general of the Huaxiao army, and this is also the case. This time supported the leader of the Iraqi Army Corps. This officer group is actually the instructor group and backbone force proposed by Ziming to help Iraq build the guerrillas. But because the current Gulf War situation still maintains a seemingly stable state, the arrogant Sahm does not look down on China. Because of the guerrilla tactics, this officer regiment had to land in other surrounding countries by plane first, and then came to Iraq by car. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon quickly, and Ambassador Ziming and Lin Hong took their minibus to a high-speed intersection on the northwestern suburbs of Baydina. Here they waited for Zhu and their officer corps. The total number of people. There are 10 people, all elite soldiers selected from the Army and Air Force. Lin Hong arranged for them to stay in a hotel next to the embassy. This is also the default international standard. After all, the embassy often performs some special tasks or arranges some special people, but the embassy is very attractive. Attention, you can only pass the seemingly unrelated relationship with the embassy outside, and then find a place for yourself. Just like in Yanjing, there may be as many hotels and bars as the industry of foreign embassies. Welcome General Zhu to Baydina very much. With your presence, I can feel very relieved. Lin Hong received the wind for Zhu, and was very happy to raise a glass first. Afterwards, everyone clinked glasses together. Zhu said, Ambassador Lin and Comrade Ziming, although we have just arrived, we already know about your work in Baidina. In fact, I don't think you have to worry at all. Ulm doesn't trust us because he has not been hit hard yet. Once the frontline battle situation changes, that's when we can show our skills. So don't be discouraged about things now. In their past, you were persuading others. Now suddenly it was his turn to be educated by others, which still made Ziming feel very helpless. Comrade Ziming has always said the same, but the battle ahead is still in a relatively stalemate state. I'm afraid there will be too much change for a while, right? Lin Hong asked, a little surprised. I think the situation may change soon. At least the US military, which has an absolute advantage, will never let the current stalemate situation continue to develop. Zhu thought about it and said, we have conducted many deductions on the Gulf situation on the road. We found that as long as the multinational forces bombed for a period of time, they could tear a hole from the Iraqi radar defense line. All that needs to be done is to continue to send more planes to enlarge the gap and finally destroy the line of defense. Once the line of defense is torn open, the Americans can send ground troops to bypass the line of defense in Iraq, inserted straight behind the line of defense, like Dunkirk during World War II, surrounded Iraq's 500,000 army in Kuwait, and finally ate up this Iraqi army in one bite. Zhu continued, although Iraq claims to be millions of troops, but the only real elite is the 500,000 troops placed on these three lines of defense. Once this army is lost, then the Bhind troops will have nothing to do with the absolute superiority of the multinational troops. The power of Berry will definitely collapse. To completely block the enemy's attack, this is definitely a very difficult task. Zhu finished speaking and looked at Ziming and asked him, Comrade Ziming seems to have different opinions, right? Zhu did not expect more will suddenly asked himself. He thought and then replied, Zhu General, I have no different opinion. Failure in Iraq is certain, but I think the Americans might be in a more cruel way. Zhu and the others showed a curious look at Ziming's statement. Ziming then said to them, General Zhu, I'm just a businessman and I don't understand war, but I think no matter the battlefield or shopping malls have a very important similarity, that is, they must concentrate their superior forces to eliminate the enemy as much as possible. So the Yankees will naturally do the same. According to my understanding of the US military, they attach great importance to the battle for air supremacy, because they are fighting for air supremacy. After gaining air supremacy, their planes can unscrupulously bomb any targets they want to strike, but the Iraqi Air Force is not a persimmon. The support of more than 700 planes combined with air defense artillery is enough to cause heavy losses to the US military. So the US military to defeat Iraq as soon as possible, the strategy of ambush will be adopted, Ziming said. These words made Zhu's eyes suddenly shine. Comrade Ziming, are you talking about ambushes in the air? This is really an extremely bold idea. While talking about Ziming, he clicked on the port of Oud on the map, and at the same time he continued, the port of Oud is a port in Kuwait with very good water depth, and the Americans captured it here at any cost, with the purpose of being able to stop the aircraft carrier. Convenience can be more easily blown to Iraq. The second chapter 160 air ambushes. Sorry, made a recent cervical spondylosis, go to the hospital every day, want to die of heartline registration has, but small square pieces I will guarantee at least one chapter a day. Thank you for your support. It's not as good as seeing, Comrade Ziming. So amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe you are just a businessman, because even the most daring and imaginative general be not have able to come up with incredible such an idea of an air ambush. But that it is no wonder at the ancestral parliament put on such an important decision. Zhu's thoughts on Ziming. I am amazed, but this is also normal. After all, the so-called ambush is to ambush in the mountains or the rice fields by the roadside without the enemy's knowledge, and wait until the enemy comes over to launch a surprise attack. But this is all. The tactics that can only be accomplished on the ground are weird in the endless sky. For ordinary people, even if they want to break their heads, they can't figure out how to do an ambush without the enemy's detection. Is it possible to let the fleet hide behind the dark clouds? This idea sounds very imaginative, but it is basically an impossible task to execute. We must know that the Bay Area is a desert zone. Basically there are few clouds, there is no condition to hide the clouds. Even if the weather conditions permit, the enemy's radar will not allow it. It is precisely because of these unavoidable difficulties that Zhu would say that the most daring and imaginative general might not come up with a way to ambush in the air. But Zhu Ming said it, and he did not intend to take back his words. No one knows whether he really doesn't understand what the military says indiscriminately, or whether he really has different ideas in his heart. Seeing Zhu's doubts, Zhu Ming explained, "The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. The Yankees will never be soft-hearted to any enemy, although their strength is to occupy an all-round superiority in the face of Iraq. In order to become the police of the world must end the war cleanly. Of course, there are other reasons why they must shorten the duration of the war as much as possible." For Ambassador Zhu and Lin Hong, Zhu Ming's statement is undoubtedly just a bold conjecture. But for the entire Gulf War, Zhu Ming's words were a perfect prediction. As the war progresses, Iraq has transferred more and more aircraft to Kuwait's 3 lines of defense in order to compete for air supremacy with the multinational forces. There will be dozens of air battles every night, with hundreds of aircraft flying in, fighting over the bay, doing all kinds of stunts like technical movements. Jamming bombs were thrown out without money, like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky with colorful colors. The ground anti-aircraft artillery is also frantically venting ammunition into the air. Although the ground anti-aircraft artillery is basically useless when facing American supersonic fighters at night, he still has to declare his existence in this way. Ye Yin is the captain of the 1st Squadron of the Air Force of the Presidential Guard and the most proud ace pilot and air combat commander of the entire Iraqi Air Guard. His formation had a brilliant record of shooting down 20 enemy planes in the Iran-Iraq War, of which he shot down 8 of them. It's not surprising that this record should be placed in the World War. But it's not the age of propeller airplanes after all. The slightly more powerful countries are equipped with new jet supersonic fighters, and the airplanes also have radar devices. It's easy. Get rid of the lock of the enemy plane. Even if the missile is finally launched, the missile will easily lose its target under the action of a large number of jamming bombs. Furthermore, in countries in the Gulf region, the number of combat aircraft generally owned is only a few hundred, and the number of each dispatched is even more limited to 20 or 30. Therefore, under this premise, Yaxian can achieve such a record. It's hard to come by. It has the best air combat skills. Yaxian has been in the front line against the multinational force Air Force, 25 days and nights, when Sami Jeremakop station came after air raid sirens, and his first Yaxian the 1st Squadron immediately lifted into the air and went straight to the front line of the Semanya battle. When his squadron arrived on the battlefield, the aircraft of the multinational force was struggling with ground anti-aircraft fire. This is not the first time Yaxian has seen such a scene. I am afraid that when he arrives next, they will run away with their tails in their hands. Right? This has been repeated many times in the air combat in the past few days. Not all said it was the world's first Air Force too. Doesn't it mean that they have the best pilots and the most outstanding fighter jets in the world? Why have you never dared to compete head-on with us? What a coward. It seems that this time the American plane was inspired by Yaxian. They did not run away, but greeted him at the first time. This made Yaxian feel excited because he finally found an opponent and came to him. It is said that only in aerial fighting is a man's romance, and the kind of chasing you and me is more like a children's game in which a piggy runs to it. Let's order a valor, bet on the honor of our nation, defeat an opponent in front of it. Following Yaxian's shout, his first flight squadron immediately fought with the enemy's flight formation. Yaxian quickly locked on a target, and when the fire control radar sounded, he immediately opened fire. However, this time the opponent is not a target drone that will not move. When the opponent rolls a few times and adds a rapid evasion, a string of jamming bombs like fireworks shooting stars are placed behind him. In the end, Yaxian's attack has no accident. It's missed. Not over the failure of the attack and did not let him give up, but let him even more excited. After all, a long time did not encounter such a hard opponent, so Yaxian's speed quickly caught up, vowing to shoot down the opponent cannot. This kind of scene not only happened in the airspace of Semi, but also happened over the entire Kuwaiti defense line. There were thousands of aircraft entangled in endlessly. This tremor in the air lasted only half an hour before it ended. The multinational forces aircraft began to withdraw in a unified manner, and the Iraqi Air Force pursued them reluctantly, and finally they all reached the sky over the port of Oud. Damn, this old port is not ours anymore. We have all chased to Kuwait now. Withdrawal. We need to withdraw to the base immediately, otherwise we will be in great danger. Yashin shouted hysterically. However, it seemed to prove the generality. When he shouted, their fire control radar immediately warned, and the green screen of the radar was densely packed with enemy aircraft. Yaxian was dumbfounded at the time. He looked at the green screen on the plane, and he had a feeling of breaking down. He couldn't believe that he would be ambushed in the air. This was a shame for a pilot. But this is not to blame Yaxian. After all, these American planes have been waiting here for a long time. Because of the interference with the early warning aircraft, all the ambushing planes are in the silent state of the radio. Plus it was dark and Yassian's squadron were both clinging to the American planes. When the Iraqi planes arrived, these planes suddenly appeared and caught Iraq by surprise. Mr. President, this is my Air Falcon combat plan. First, through a few days of bombing, Iraq got used to our combat frequency and methods, thinking that we only have this ability, and waited until their air force continued to entangle us, fight, and finally enter the encirclement, and then mobilize all the aircraft we can focus on, and carry out a devastating blow to their air power. But after all, the Iraqi Air Force we are facing has more than 100 fighters, regardless of our plan. How perfect, it's impossible to completely wipe out the other party in the end, so at this time we must come up with another plan B. There, Gulf War Commander-in-Chief Normandy was talking on the phone with President Walsh at this time, telling Walsh that he was quoted, "proud of the war plan. Our plan B is actually the next step of the Falcon plan." Normandy said, when the main fleet of the Iraqi Air Force was attracted by us to engage in combat over the port of Oud, the situation at the radar station on the Iraqi defense line at this time it becomes extremely weak. So at this time, we will send out F-117 and launch the Tomahawk to bomb the enemy's airfield and radar station, and we will be able to completely bury our opponent in one fell swoop. This whole set of Air Falcon plan is actually to completely fight for us to dominate the air in the entire region, and when Iraq loses this batch of air forces, it will be difficult for us to resist us in a short time. Then as long as we put the bomb airdrop to Baydina, then this war can basically be over. This is a great war plan. And what I hope is that my general can realize this plan as soon as possible. Walsh said, "I'm very happy to help you, Mr. President." After Normandy hung up Walsh's call, he signed his next combat order, and as this order reached all units, a strangely shaped F-117 taking off from the airport. For these dark guys, the night is their best veil, allowing them to blend into the night sky perfectly, shuttle like a ghost. Not only can't see him with the naked eye, but even the radar could not scan. In the Gulf, dozens of cruisers and nuclear submarines have been prepared, and in Saudi Arabia, dozens of missile vehicles have also erected their own launchers. Damn desert camels, accept God's sanction. As the pilot ridiculed himself, he pressed the missile launch button, and the air-to-surface missile immediately hit the radar station below. With a bang, an orange-wood mushroom cloud suddenly rose below, and with the first explosion, the subsequent explosions began one after another. Only in the time of a bowl of tea, You can see that the bottom is blown into a piece of sea fire. Enemy attack. The radar station was attacked by UFOs. Request Air Force support. The field airport was also attacked by stealth bombers. Request support. As the airstrikes began, Iraq's radio signals immediately became a mess, but when the reserve air force had not yet been transferred to the front line, the second wave of missile attacks was already on the way. Chapter 261 Disastrous Defeat? From 3:30 to 4:30. This air battle at Oudhaven lasted for an hour. It may not seem like a long time, but as a high-tech air battle, it is already a very long time. It is important to know that generally there are only about 6 missiles mounted on a fighter jet, and it takes only a moment to target and launch it, not to mention the limitation of the fighter's fuel life. In the airspace of less than 30 square kilometers in Oud Harbor, the Iraqi Air Force and the US Air Force have invested more than 1,000 aircraft to fight each other there. The roar of various types of engines, fighter cannons, and missile launches and explosions are intertwined. Together, it sounds like a huge giant lying on top of the clouds and snoring, which makes people feel disheartened. Yaxian was still flying through the battle regiment at high speed while driving his own Su-27 fighter jet. His first squadron had long been broken up, under the electromagnetic interference of the enemy's early warning aircraft. He could not contact his comrades, but he believed those the comrades in arms are probably not good enough. At present, there is only one MiG-25, 2 MiG-29s and 1 Su-27 fighter jets still barely following him. The battle here has left the Iraqi ace pilot exhausted, and can only mechanically repeat tactical movements. The brilliant technical movements he used to do have now become extremely clumsy. His mind is chaotic, and it is impossible to issue anything with agile combat commands. His hands were as heavy as lead-filled, and he seemed to be unable to hold the joystick of the plane at any time. The 6 missiles mounted on the plane were also burned out as early as the third round of the battle. In the following battles, he used the most primitive cannon to fight the enemy's aircraft. Suddenly, there was a harsh tearing sound in the earphones, and Yassian, who had been tortured for an hour, knew that it was electromagnetic interference from the enemy's early warning aircraft. "Beware, another enemy is attacking us," Yaxian yelled, hoping to remind his comrades, but his voice is hoarse now, coupled with the enemy's endless electromagnetic interference. How much can the comrades hear in the end? I'm afraid that only God, who is unique in the world, knows. Almost at the moment when Yaxian shouted, 10 fighters appeared in his field of vision. Of course, on their radar display, this number would only be more. As soon as they met, the other party was rudely with 6 missiles coming head-on. Damn, it's this kind of bad street moves. Can't you Yankees have some new ideas? Have the ability to come and fight at close quarters. I am the first-class Sky Knight in the world of valor. My dignity will never allow you. There. Taint of these scum. Yaxian roared. He desperately controlled his already painful hand to turn the control lever of the plane, and made a beautiful lifting and evasive maneuver in the air, which was able to avoid the incoming attack missile. But Yaxian avoided it, but his colleague was not so lucky. He only felt that the whole plane shook, and saw that the 2 planes over there were blown up in the air into 2 blooming chrysanthemums, but that one, the less powerful MiG-25, also escaped the attack. Good job. Yaxian couldn't help but yelled. Now it is a luxury for him to have a comrade in arms around him. I recognize you. You are the bat of number 21 squadron, right? Can your hands still move now? Come out with me. Yaxian yelled these words to the last remaining comrade, and then exhausted. The strength of their whole body increased the speed of the plane, and the bats over there also did their best to increase the speed of the plane, and they were going to rush out of the battle with Yaxian. After all, they had already failed in this battle, and they can only stay there. Mostly for the US Air Force to increase the record of 2 aircraft. In contrast, it is better to go back and reinvigorate, and then return to the battlefield to compete. As supersonic fighters, it is very difficult to stop them if they want to leave. let alone they are desperately maintained at the limit of speed, and they are not afraid of engine problems. In this way, after 10 minutes they were completely out of the battlefield, and then they slowed down and entered a cruising state. These damn Yankees use such despicable tactics, but we can also see that they are already incapable of skills, because on the battlefield just now, I actually saw the F-4 fighters from half a century ago. As long as we stick to it, you will be able to win. But my friend, you must think so too, right? Yaxian asked. The bat replied, yes, as a knight of valor, we will not fail. I will take a pious soul to the paradise where there is wine, meat and women. Ahine laughed loudly. Well, the knight of valor, we will return right now. They said they flew in the direction of Semia, because in their impressions, there is a field airport, which can be used for them. When he arrived at Semia airspace 10 minutes later, he was stunned. Allah Almighty, what is happening here? Why was the Semia base destroyed? Could it be that the army of the multinational force came over, only within 3 hours in the early morning? Unless they installed all their tanks with wings on, otherwise this is absolutely impossible. The bats are incredible. The sky is already slightly bright at this time. With the help of the sun still below the horizon, they can completely see the following situation: a few black smoke floating in the air. There were 2 houses still burning, and the ground was in a mess, scattered with fragments of various barracks and other facilities, as well as various incomplete corpses. And the runway of Semia Airport was bombed with several huge pits, which obviously lost the function of takeoff and landing aircraft. Everything here shows that there has been a very sudden and violent attack. Compared with bats, Yaxian quickly adjusted his mentality and said to him, turn on the radio immediately and look for the nearest friendly forces. Our aircraft needs supplies, a lot of supplies. Originally, he was worried about the tracking of the US Air Force, but now they can't control it too much. Via radio, a few minutes later they quickly contacted a friendly army, and they were given a coordinate over there. And they flew over immediately. It was an armored group army that was retreating, and countless dejected Iraqi soldiers and tanks and armored vehicles lined up in a long snake on the road. After making the final contact with the troops below, Yaxian knew that there was no more airport nearby, and their lack of fuel could not support them to go further. In desperation, they had no choice but to make an emergency landing in the desert. With the help of the army brothers, Yaxian quickly got out of the plane. He found the commander of this force at the first time. After reporting his identity, he also learned about the situation last night from the commander. When you lost contact in the early morning, all of our military bases deployed on the front lines were attacked. Our radars could not detect the enemy. By the time we reacted, we were already in the flames, or the enemy's bomb reminder. Our enemy attack. My army originally had 60,000 people, but now, there are only 5,000 remnants left. There. Commander said to Yaxian, there was no general spirit at all. It was discouraged. Obviously he hadn't recovered from the early morning blow. Although after seeing the tragedy of the base, Yaxian had already thought of the possible outcome, but now listening to the commander's words, the situation is obviously worse than the worst expected. He can see such a team of people walking. Everyone is at a loss, like a refugee who is fleeing. Even if someone falls behind and falls on the side of the road occasionally, no one will take care of it. In the ear, the commander was still chattering endlessly, I must be not pious enough. That's why the omnipotent Allah will punish this kind of punishment. It is really terrible. I have never been in this 20-year war. I have never seen it before. The roar of the devil came from the sky. Countless seeds of the evil demon fell from the sky, making our entire camp blast into ashes, and there are meteor magics. How could this be? This will never be the Presidential Guard of Iraq. Yaxian yelled in his heart. He couldn't believe that a commander of a group army would become like this, completely losing his ability as a qualified officer. When thinking about this, suddenly a thunderous rumbling sounded into his ears. As an ace pilot, Yaxian was so familiar with this voice, he immediately yelled to the commander in front of him, enemy attack, the commander has an enemy plane coming. The muffled thunder sound is the sound of the airplane engine. We have to organize it right away. Before Yaxian finished his words, he saw the commander screaming and running out of the armored car. Ian was stunned at the time. What's the situation? When a commander encountered an air attack, his first reaction was not to organize troops for air defense, but to flee outside with a scream. Doesn't this mean that the entire army was sent to the enemy as a target for bombardment? He originally only thought that the commander was stunned, but he didn't expect him to be so stunned. Airplanes roared in, and air-to-surface missiles slammed into the foremost tank with a beautiful arc. Only a few loud bangs were heard. The violent explosion overturned the tank directly, and there was no time to escape. The soldiers who opened up were thrown into the sky like little chickens, the goddess was pushed away, and finally all kinds of stumps and positions fell heavily to the ground. After the first round of missile strikes were bombers, and the heavy bombs fell to the ground like rain, causing a series of explosions. The Iraqi soldiers on the ground screamed and screamed, running around like headless flies. Some people were unlucky and bombed them directly beside them. Suddenly, the whole person was torn apart by the strong shock wave. Some people desperately tried their best, got into the armored car. They want to obtain security for a moment, but the bomber's target is that these armored vehicles, so these are blown steel sub-doubled, braved the flames, which the soldiers were hit badly beaten. They want to go out, but their hands only touched the red armor, and they were immediately burned. Lying on the ground, Yaxian watched all this in horror, watching his compatriots being slaughtered wantonly by the enemy, but none of his compatriots dared to take up a weapon and open it in the air even symbolically. One shot, lost. We completely failed in this war, and became a cattle and sheep slaughtered by the enemy. Yaxian murmured. At this moment, he finally understood why the commander had become like that, because he had witnessed his 60,000 armored army being blown into dregs so little, just only 5,000 people finally escaped. Danger, danger. Cry, cry. Yaxian too late to turn back, they feel they have been forced people to the drag, and then he saw an armored heavy hit in front of their own, setting off a wave of sand, gave the Yaxian head buried stand up. Am I going to be buried alive? But this is fine, at least I will never see the horror of my compatriots being massacred. Yaxian thought this way. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly felt that someone was digging in the sand, and then he cleaned the sand from his face. Amidst the buzzing of his ears, he seemed to hear him talk. Are you okay? My name is Baker. You must not die, the luckiest aviation soldier. We are all the bravest soldiers of Allah. Chapter 262 is worse than bad. Bow. Thank you almost a male god for the support of the very powerful 4 monthly tickets. Wake up in the morning to change a chapter, and the cervical spondylosis problem small square will go to the hospital in the afternoon to line up. Doing traction. I don't know when to update. Xiao. Fang Pian is sorry. Apex novel. I don't know how long it took. Yaxian finally woke up slowly. It hurts. This was his first feeling after waking up. He felt as if there was a wire in his head constantly scraping his skull, and every muscle in his body was sore, as if someone was holding it. The sledgehammer smashed him all over his body. Opening his eyes, Yaxian saw a crimson sky, and squeezed a sentence from his throat with difficulty. Am I dead? But why should I be sent to hell? Just because I shamefully walked away from the battlefield. Did you run away? You want to go to hell? I won't stop you, but you are not the only warrior escaping from the battlefield. I don't want to go to hell. A voice came, and Ahin turned his head and saw a soldier in an Iraqi military uniform was putting a bandage on his hand at the moment. Seeing Yaxian looking over, he said to him, I think we are just survivors, not deserters, so I think we can still go to the heaven that Allah has arranged for us, enjoy our wine and our food and companions, and will not go to hell. Survivor? Yaxian muttered the word, then gritted his teeth and sat up from the ground with difficulty. At this time, the man threw a piece of gauze over. Wipe the blood from your eyes. Well, we are not in a bullshit hell right now, At least for now, we are lucky to be a goddamn alive. In addition, I know if you heard clearly before, then I'll tell you again. My name is Baker and I am an observer at the radar station. Baker introduced Yaxian, and Yaxian reported his name to him, and then Baker chatted again. After the radar station was attacked, I was lucky enough to escape, and then was arranged to the rear base. I did not expect to be attacked again, but the devil seems to be very difficult for me as a servant of Allah to survive. Satisfied. Just now, I encountered the third airstrike, but it still didn't kill me, haha. Yaxian ignored Baker's nagging. He wiped away the blood oozing out of his eyes, and finally saw the blue sky of normal color, and of course the tragic picture under the blue sky. In front of him is the Sayah Highway, an important highway on the Iraqi border, but it has now become devastated, with pitch-black tanks and armored vehicles tipping or falling on the road in various positions. There are huge pits on the ground. Countless the dead bodies and stumps of soldiers were scattered on the ground. In the Gobi not far away, there were more soldiers who were killed trying to escape. Some armored vehicles and automobiles still had flames burning strongly, and suddenly exploded with a bang. It was the fuel tank of a certain automobile that exploded. Don't look at it, we have suffered an air attack. The whole army has more than 5,000 people, except for the 2 of us who died and ran away. Baker said. Then why don't you run? Yaxian asked. Am running? I want to run. But didn't you find out that the American plane blows up wherever I run? So now I also figured it out. I just sit here and wait for the Yankee plane to come. I can't drag an allied army anymore. Baker spat and said. Then he took off the water bottle around his waist and was about to drink water, remembering Yaxian, and handing it to him. Yaxian unceremoniously took a mouthful of drink, said. My other Air Force squadrons, the Yankees have suffered an ambush, we can say wiped out, ran out. If you do not know, Air Force, can you also fight an ambush? These Yankees are really good, even with such an advanced plane, they still play this kind of despicable trick. Baker said contemptuously. Advanced aircraft. Yaxian was a little surprised by Baker's words, because he saw an old F-4 aircraft on the battlefield. Baker nodded and said, it's a very advanced aircraft that is beyond reason. I can believe that it is definitely a demon released from the abyss of hell, because the radar can't catch his track at all. Our radar station is given by such a monster. The ones that were blown up, and those missiles with red tails, they cruised over our heads, like terrifying monsters hidden in the sand. They didn't rush down and destroy it until they found the target. Yaxian also said, that's why our officers and soldiers lost their intent to fight. Everyone shrank like a big lady. Just like the airstrike just now, our commander actually saw the airstrike. He just ran away by yourself. Let the Yankee planes kill our soldiers. When it comes to the last 2 people invariably lowered their heads. Obviously, even if they were not the most powerful strategists, they all saw it. Now the situation is bad. To no avail. Originally, what they had to face was the world's largest power. The other side used endless high-tech weapons and bolder tactics to directly destroy the air force they could rely on, and then continued bombing and defeating the army. It can be said that from the beginning of the war to the present, let alone launching a counterattack, they barely touched each other even by touching. This passive beating situation made them feel broken. At this time, Yaxian finally understood why the commander didn't organize air defense and counterattack just now. It was nothing more than having lost the courage and confidence to fight. Iraq's elite troops are all deployed on the 3 border lines of defense. After this failure, it is conceivable that there will be more such massacres in the future. No matter it is armored or other troops, they cannot escape the enemy. The reconnaissance plane will encounter endless air raids on the way to retreat. This feeling of being held on the ground will undoubtedly make the morale even lower. Such painful thoughts made them all want to bury their heads in the sand. After a long time, Yaxian said, you said ... Are we still able to block the enemy's attack? I'm afraid it's only unique. Allah can know. Baker said with great frustration. Zmingin Badina sneezed, feeling that he could catch a cold in this subtropical desert country. It's a bit against the sky, but Ziming believes that someone mentioned himself or something behind his back. Getting up from the bed, Ziming yawned to wash and was brushing his teeth. He heard his door be banged on. Ziming opened the door. It was the ambassador to Iraq, Lin Hong. His excited eyes made Ziming felt a little panicked. Ziming said to him, "I said Ambassador Lin, my man, and he is a man who can no longer be straight. Please don't have any thoughts." Lin Hong chose to skip Ziming's ridicule, still saying his own words. "It's really an ambush, Comrade Ziming. You really predicted it. The Yankees really ambushed the Iraqi Air Force." While talking, Lin Hong took it. A document was sent to Ziming. It was a piece of domestic intelligence. It said that at 3 o'clock this morning, the United States took a large-scale military operation against Iraq, luring the Iraqi Air Force into an ambush in the Oud Harbor airspace, and also F-117 and Tomahawk cruisers were dispatched. Missiles attacked all radar stations and military bases on the Iraqi defense line. Preliminary statistics show that during this military operation, Iraq lost at least 150 planes, as well as at least 100,000 elite armored forces, and all radar stations along the border. After this battle, Iraq's defense line in Kuwait collapsed, and Iraq is not a big country like the United States and the Soviet Union. It has the ability to replenish its troops at any time. All its weapons are purchased from other countries. Therefore, after suffering this heavy damage, it will be difficult for Iraq to organize an effective defense and counterattack anymore. Comrade Ziming, you are really right. The so-called war is nothing more than a trick to concentrate one's own superiority to attack the enemy. Even if it is stronger than the United States, he still uses the method of aerial ambush. This can hurt Iraq. Lin Hong said. His tone was full of admiration for Ziming. Ziming grinned reluctantly and then asked, "Is there any new news from Iraqi President Sam?" "No." Lin Hong shook his head and said strangely, "This time, although the Americans are very ruthless, they will fight directly. Almost half of Iraq's air power has been lost, but Iraq is not completely incapable of counterattack. It's impossible for Sam to have news so soon, right? Some things are not as simple as I thought. I also hope that Sam you won't collapse so quickly." Ziming sighed, and then asked, "General Zhu and they are all up? I want to talk to them." Lin Hong looked at Ziming suspiciously, even though he didn't understand why he must be so pessimistic about Iraq, but he still took Ziming to the conference room. Zhu and the others were in the meeting room. At this time, the embassy meeting room had become a temporary war room. There was a sand table on the meeting table and a map of the Bay Area. All 10 of Zhu and his party were seated. "It's here." Seeing Ziming coming in, Zhu got up and shook hands with him to greet him. He also admired him and said, "Comrade Ziming, your prediction is very accurate. The Americans completed a beautiful aerial ambush in Outer Harbor." Ziming said modestly. After passing the award, they all sat down, facing these simple soldiers. Ziming said straightforwardly without any politeness, "Through this ambush, the United States will gain all-round superiority, and the Iraqi army will be in a week or two." It collapsed quickly within a week, so General Zhu, I hope you will be prepared for the worst situation. Ziming's words shocked Zhu. They all felt incredible. One of the officers asked, "Will the situation be so bad?" Although Iraq suffered heavy losses in this battle, they still retain more than 1 million troops, and the air power is not lost at all, at least not for 1 or 2 weeks. Calm down. Right? I also hope they can hold on for a longer period of time, so that we can relax a lot and see the reality of the United States more clearly. But I am afraid this is not realistic, because not every army is called a volunteer army. The morale of the Iraqi army is difficult to maintain, Ziming said helplessly. As a rebirth, Ziming was very clear about the trend of this famous Gulf War. After the air ambush in Oud Harbor, Iraq basically lost its resistance. In the subsequent bombing by the multinational force, the Iraqi army all lost their fighting spirit. Their air force fled to neighboring countries to hide from the war. The army sat stupidly in place and became the target of American bombing. The Navy. If Iraq still had it, the words of the Navy. It is precisely because of this that when the ground forces of the multinational force began to advance, The Iraqi forces surrendered in droves, and the United States ended the war within 100 hours of the ground forces began to attack. The most important reason for this result is that the Iraqi army has lost all fighting spirit in the endless bombing by the US Army. Without the spirited walking dead, such an army naturally cannot stop the superior attack of the US Army. Of course, this is not to say that there is no army in the world that can brave the enemy's artillery fire, but such a great army will certainly not be Iraq. As professional soldiers, Zhu understood what Ziming said about it. Relax, Comrade Ziming. Since we have been sent here by the motherland, we have prepared for the worst. Perhaps this plan is worse than the worst we expected, but we are professional soldiers. We'll shrink back and will only work hard to find opportunities for victory. Zhu said. Ziming nodded. General Zhu, I am very confident of you and I am now waiting for the Iraqi emperor to make a decision. I just hope that he can be more sensible and don't wait until the situation is bad to think of me. 200 Chapter 63 Undefeated. User Show 1. Many times God always makes some very bad jokes with people, just like Ziming in Baydina. When the air battle in Oudigang is over, Ziming Zhu and Zhu began to prepare for Sam's interview. But soon a week passed, but Sam hadn't sent any messages, which made Ziming and Zhu a little anxious. Perhaps the recent postponement of the offensive by the multinational force has given Sam the idea that the US military has limited offensive capabilities, so he still thinks that he can resist the offensive of the multinational force. Zhu analyzed. However, the postponement of the offensive is only because the United States is launching an investigation into the Battle of Old Port. Some congressmen suspect that the commander-in-chief of the multinational force Normandy is wasting ammunition and squandering taxpayers' money for some special reasons. On the other hand, it is also the multinational force. A lot of materials were consumed in this battle, so the attack intensity is now weakened. Ambassador Lin Hong said, this American is really interesting, fighting. Since it is a high-intensity attack, it is normal to have a lot of consumption. I didn't expect this to be investigated. Isn't it pulling the front legs of the army? It was simply given to the Iraqi army. Time to regroup. Zhu Ziming turned around and asked more. Zhu Comrades Ming, this is the relationship you have always stressed. The economic and political war do face questions about Zhu. Ziming nodded his head. Originally the war in the United States, not all supported by a consortium. Then through the consumption of goods pretext to initiate an investigation is normal. Anyway, that is not the first Yankees I did this kind of infighting once. For the words of Ziming, Zimor and they all nodded in consent. As Huixia Jun people he had on this point is clear enough, like the original on a major general in the battlefield pamphlet, not because the volunteers every day more than 40,000 rounds of artillery shells were fired from the position every day, cutting off a hill and being investigated by the Congress, and finally had to leave the Korean battlefield. Normandy today is just a replica of Van Fleet's time. Not over even if the US military infighting, but they never stopped attacking, still adhere to the bombing of the Iraqi daily, and this gave them time to regroup. Iraqi army is also a problem, Zhu said, frowning more. Zhu General, do not you think Norman is intentionally take advantage of this opportunity to build the Iraqi army, the other side, and then launched a massive offensive after assembly is completed? The direct psychological defeat resistance in Iraq? Ziming Zhu took the Buddhist asked. Ziming Zhu asked to make the eyes light up. He nodded and said firmly, no mistake, I thought so, because if the enemy is too dispersed, equipment advantage of the US military simply play out, but if the enemy together, it is easy to make a breakthrough in key points, and more importantly, it can also destroy the confidence of the enemy through successive victories and make the enemy lose the will to resist. A lamb crawling on the ground shivering and a dog with a grinning grin that can bite people, which one is easy to kill? As long as the IQ of this question is normal, it will be easy to choose the answer. So Normandy, as the commander-in-chief of the multinational force, will naturally do this multiple choice question. That what next? Basra, Sumner and Najaf, 3 Iraqi military town, is probably the focus of the US military to attack a target. Ziming of Road. Zhu also nodded and said, that's right, because as long as these three obstacles are cleared, the ground forces of the multinational force can follow the Tigris River north to the Iraqi capital Baydina and end the war. Zui finished speaking. After taking a sigh of relief, he looked at Ziming and sighed, "Comrade Ziming, you are really a military genius. If possible, I really want to recruit you into the army. If you are in the general staff, I believe our army will do it. Will be more of a menace." To praise Zui, Ziming embarrassed to say, "In fact, this is not what, but Americans have not. Why would you use that kind of style all their own? So it is quite conjectural." Ziming, I am also really embarrassed. After all, Zhu relied on his own military understanding to push. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page to measure the movements of the US military. It is a real skill, and he is just taking a copy of his memory from his memory. If he is so true after entering the army, that would be a real catastrophe for the country. And compared to the army and politics, I hope to be a big capitalist with wealth. Following Ziming's prediction of the war, on February 7th, the second wave of the US military's large-scale offensive finally arrived. It was still 1 o'clock in the morning. 60 F-117 stealth fighters and 40 B-52 long-range bombers were escorted by more than 300 F-15, F-16 and F-18 fighters. Under the cover of night, they took off from various US military bases in the Gulf region, flew in the direction of Iraq. And when the US planes lined up in the air, the other side was in the Iraqi military camp in Sumner. Suddenly a person sat up from the police, and his actions also woke up the comrades in the police next door. "Baker, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare that would go to hell?" They are the surviving ace pilot Yassian and the radar station recruit Baker. They were attacked by the US Air Force on the way to retreat. They were pessimistic. After the discussion, they met another retreating friendly army, so they returned to the Sumner barracks. Baker shook his head. He said to Yassian a little dazedly, "You may not believe it. I have a very depressed feeling now, just like the suffocation before the sandstorm. I feel that this Sumner barracks will also suffer." It's an attack. No, the Sumner barracks have returned to China, and the intensity of the Yankees' recent attacks has also weakened a lot. I heard that the previous offensive consumed too much material. The United States is very dissatisfied with this. Will it launch such a long-distance attack? Yaxian wondered. His doubts were quickly answered, and the stern air defense alarm in the barracks was sounded without warning. Yaxian and Baker quickly got dressed and fucked. But before they left the house, explosions started one after another. With a sharp whistling, groups of orange-wood fireballs exploded on the air defense positions of the Sumner barracks and the airport. "What's the matter? Are the people who are observing Thunder Wars all idiots? How can you wait until the enemy's planes are in front of you to raise the alarm?" Yaxian shouted angrily. But Baker was in a daze. He said in a daze, "It's an American stealth aircraft. Radar can't catch the trace of this aircraft. The current air defense warning is announcing the enemy's second attack." Movements in the air. It perfectly proved Baker's prediction. Just a few minutes after the explosion, there was a rumbling noise in the sky, as if countless muffled thunders were hidden in the night sky, and as the muffled thunder remembered, the starry sky has become dark, as if there is a giant in the sky, making people feel heartfelt fear. The ace pilot immediately reacted. "That's the American B-52 bomber, let's get out." As he said, Yaxian immediately took Baker out of the room. Then the bombing came, and it rained heavily. Usually thrown down, falling in the barracks exploded brilliant sparks. What about air defense firepower? What about our Air Force? Isn't that the most advanced air defense and fighter jets here? Did they all die in the first round of stealth fighter attack just now? Yaxian roared. It seemed that someone had heard Yaxian's roar. When he finished roaring here, the anti-aircraft planes on the air defense position were disguised, and they burst into flames in the air. On the other side, on the airport, a plane flew from the hangar, was driven out, and the ground crew rushed to repair the runway, and these fighters took off. But at this time, The third round of the US military's attack came again. The protagonists of this round of attack were F-15 and F-16 fighters. They dived down from high altitude under the pilots of their pilots, and bombarded the air defense positions of the barracks like crazy. One by one, dragging their long tails into the air-to-ground defenses. To the end of this chapter, please turn the page. They quickly penetrated into the empty positions, exploding mushroom clouds. I don't know how many Iraqi soldiers were thrown into the air before they could escape. The body was torn to pieces like rags. It's over. This is the devil's punishment. I don't want to die yet. I still have my wife and children. I want to take them to Allah's heaven. I don't want to go to hell. Ah! Countless soldiers screamed in the barracks. He flees back and forth, aimlessly, just instinctively wanting to stay away from danger. Yaxian and Baker were in the barracks, beside these soldiers. They stared blankly at everything in front of them. The barracks not far away were blown up and burned, and countless black figures screamed and ran all around. Under the reflection of the fire, they could even see the distorted, horrified expressions on the faces of those people, and everything seemed to be the end of the world. These people lost their minds, and Yaxian and Baker clearly saw that in the running crowd, two people just ran into each other head, and one of them immediately pulled out of his waist and killed the other. These screams were mixed with the screams of some women. It was on the side of the battlefield hospital where Yaxian and Baker were. I think someone took advantage of the chaos to start with their favorite doctor or nurse. After all, there is no such thing as today. Tomorrow's battlefield. Once a person's spirit breaks down, he can do everything, and everything that is or is just. Yaxian and Baker didn't stop all of this, or they couldn't do anything to stop anything. Colonel, how long do you think we can last in this war? Baker murmured. Yaxian smiled bitterly and replied, I don't know how long this country can last, but the soldiers can't do it anymore. Then Yaxian stretched out his hand to the sky and said to Baker, I can hear the sound of our plane's engine. They have already escaped from this battlefield. Hearing this answer, Baker sat down on the ground. As a person who had experienced 3 airstrikes, he knew very well that once the Air Force escaped at this time, the next thing to greet them was the crazy massacre of the enemy. The same thing was also happening at the 2 bases in Basra and Najaf, and news of the attacks on the 3 bases in Basra, Sumner and Najaf also spread to the capital Badino as soon as possible. The Minister of Defense and Interior Majid hurriedly entered the presidential palace, came to Sam's bedroom, and asked his secretary to call him from the 2 wives. What happened again? Don't tell me that our Air Force was caught in an ambush in Odavan again, and the whole army was wiped out again. Sam said to Majid in a very harsh tone, I'm afraid today's matter is more serious than at port. Majid reluctantly reported to him the specific situation of the attack on the 3 bases in Basra, Sumner and Najaf, especially emphasizing the Air Force's escape. Sam immediately took a picture of the table. These damn chores, I should have hanged them all. Cousin President, now it's useless to say that they are all gone, and we really need the Air Force. The support of Majid. Majid said helplessly, now, instead of holding the Air Force accountable, it is better to think about what to do next. Facing Majid's question, Sam was silent. In the long war, Sam knows the military well, so he understands that this is the situation. The 3 major towns of Basra, Sumner and Najaf were attacked, the Air Force fled, the army was depleted, and the morale of the army was low. This situation is invincible, even if the original Kuwaiti army of 1,000 troops came over. Sam felt that he would fail. Majid also understood the current situation, so he did not speak. Only a mood called despair spread in the room. In the end, Majid made a suggestion to Sam, go find that Chinese man named Zhu Ming. Maybe he really has the ability to change his life just like Allah. End of this chapter. Chapter 264. Whoever believes in me will live forever. Greater than Chinese. Later, the staff of the embassy woke up Zhu Ming's ambassador Lin Hong and General Zhu respectively. As for Zhu Ming's bodyguards, as elite soldiers of China, They slept very shallowly. They woke up as long as there was a little disturbance. They just washed up and gathered in the conference room. When Lin Hong said Sam's request to see Ziming, Zhu smiled. It seems that Mr. Sam's president is quite arrogant. At this time, you still have to use the method of summoning. So Comrade Ziming, are you going to the presidential palace now or wait until the sun rises? Ziming smiled wryly. I want to dry his spirit too, but I am afraid that he is so anxious to call me at this time, because it is the last thing we want to see. Hearing Ziming's words, Zhu was silent. How could he not understand what Ziming was talking about? What's the matter? It was nothing more than the attack on the three major military towns of Basra, Sumner and Najaf. Of course, the multinational forces have airstrikes almost every day, and the targets of the airstrikes also include almost all the major military towns in Iraq. But this time, if Sam is so anxious to call Ziming at 5 in the morning, it is obviously Ziming that is most worried about. Yes, the morale of the Iraqi army was destroyed, and there was no more courage to fight against the multinational forces. Therefore, Sam could only turn to Ziming to be his doctor. The current situation is already very difficult to deal with. If I put on airs with him, the situation will definitely be out of the question. Ziming finally made a decision. So I have to trouble Ambassador Lin Hong to prepare the car for me. He'd better go there early, and now we don't have any time to waste. Lin Hong readily agreed, and then took Ziming out to sit in a bulletproof car and drove directly to the presidential palace. It was only 6:10 in the morning. Majid was very surprised by Ziming's sudden arrival, because he was very surprised, because originally he wanted to come. And it's normal for him to be able to say that he could not come with a shelf like Sam. And even if you come, there is no need to come so early, right? Only surprised and surprised, Majid invited them to Sam's presidential palace immediately. On the way, Majid said Ziming, Zuxianqing Ambassador Minglin, I am very grateful to you for coming. Obviously you are a true friend of Iraq. I'm sorry to be so eager to invite you to come, but this is no way a solution. At about 2 o'clock this morning, U.S. planes attacked the three major military towns of Basra, Sumner and Najaf. Of course, if this is the case, I would certainly not invite you in such a hurry. After all, since the beginning of the U.S. Army's Desert Storm military operations, we have been suffering from their airstrikes. We should have become accustomed to ordinary airstrikes. But this time we should not. It's the same. It's so good. Majid here sighed heavily, then went on, face of the endless enemy airstrikes. Our army cannot do any return fire, even fight back, which makes our soldiers finally collapsed in the early morning. The Air Force fled without a fight, ground forces nor the will to resist, whether officers or soldiers grassroots level, they do not have any hope for the war. They even feel alive have become a luxury years. Majid looked at Ziming and finally pleaded, it is in this situation that we thought of the tactics Mr. Ziming you once said. We need your tactics to help us win. Majid's tone was very sincere, like a simple old farmer, but Ziming raised his eyebrows and said, I'm sorry, Minister Majid. Are you doing today's talks in place of President Sam? Ziming is obviously going to ask him, curious about Majid's words, because these words should not be said that he was from the mouth of the Iraqi number 2 out, but should be followed in the future to see Sam by Sam was right. He seemed to be a little overwhelmed when he said that. Faced doubts of Ziming, Majid apparently somewhat embarrassed. This is of course by President Sam. For today's talks will be the president of Sam and you personally. I just say something in advance and your life things will be President Sam, do not need to be repeated description, and you can be more important, would want things to talk about, do not have to waste time on top of these things. Really, is that right, Minister Majid? Ziming deliberately asked with emphasis. Majid finally gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Ziming won't know this. Please Mr. Ziming to put the overall situation first. Regarding Majid's statement, Ziming just smiled and stopped entanglement. Then they went to the reception room of the presidential palace. They waited here for a while before President Sam came over. Ambassador Hu Zilin Xian Xingming, hello. Can you explain so early on? You are my most loyal friends. This is after I woke up this morning, most happy thing. Sam first and Zhu Minglin Hong prodded, and then asked them all to sit down. He said this, surely you are all certainly know that I've been to the United States and the multinationals. War team carried me. Right now I'm tired of the endless wars of attrition they are having, so under the reminder of my brother Majid, I remembered your interesting ideas. Maybe that could come in handy. Listening to Sam's words, Ziming smiled. He then understood why Majid had to talk to himself about those things. It turned out that he understood Sam's face-saving character for the country and the current situation. Consider it first. Something real indeed is the case. Majid is no way who Iraq stalls so a leader do. His own power is also attached to Sam, so he must do everything possible. Even when Majid offered Sam to accept Ziming's tactical proposal, Sam disagreed, and Majid was still Majid. After persuading for a long time, Sam reluctantly accepted. Ziming saw Majid pleading eyes, shook his head helplessly, then said to Sam, well, my answer should your request. In fact, my tactics and I had to say and not much change. My main idea is still to let go of the line of defense, put the ground forces of the multinational force into our territory, and then conduct guerrilla warfare with them in each city. Is there no way to keep those damn American planes out of my country? Sam asked. I would also like to have this approach, but apparently it was just a joke. Forcibly loaded B of the results I want, Mr. President. You have seen. I would not say any more ears, Ziming said. These words of Ziming made the thin-skinned Sam a little angry. At this time, Majid stood up and said, but Mr. Ziming, our soldiers don't do guerrilla operations like you said. It doesn't matter. I brought a regiment of officers to come out to train a group of guerrilla troops urgently, but I hope it can be the elite soldiers left in Iraq now, because they are all fighting. Elite soldiers will understand faster than ordinary soldiers. Ziming said, in addition to these guerrillas, I also need a group of fighters who are not afraid of death, such as the Kurds in the north. Sam did not speak in a hurry, but first looked at Ziming deeply. QEKI said, it seems that Mr. Ziming has a certain understanding of the situation in Iraq, and he will also know that there are Kurds as a nation. But I am afraid that your understanding of the Kurds is only limited to knowing the name. I admit, because the relationship between faith, these Kurds are defended, not afraid of dying soldiers, can move any suicide attacks, is a good use of the slain, but the nation has a problem. They have not accepted my rule and are seeking independence. For this reason, I have ordered my army to teach them severely. So do you think they will be willing to help me against the multinational army? Sam asked meaningfully. As a rebirth, Ziming clearly remembers that Sam was hanged last for crimes against humanity. The case was to order the army to carry out armed suppression of Kurds and also use chemical weapons against unarmed Kurdish civilians. Carry out a brutal mass. Then let me go to the Kurdish territory, and I will persuade them to participate in this war, Ziming said. Ziming's tone was flat. This was not Ziming's cold-bloodedness. He could unscrupulously push the Kurds into this war, and let them, a nation that had been deeply hurt by Sam, help their enemies and be dead. It's just that in this war, someone has to play this role, so that the Kurds are not allowed to die. Should the Dikas be allowed to die, or simply drop the Chinese army to die? Isn't this cold-blooded? So sometimes the thinking of the Virgin is very strange, but Ziming is not the Virgin. He is determined to be a big capitalist with huge wealth. The Virgin cannot do this. In addition, Ziming also has no interest in ethnic, religious or political vendettas in Iraq, and is completely unable to manage these things. He can only pick what is best for him, and the use of Kurds as dead men is also Ziming, and Zhu came to the best conclusion after studying for a week. But Sam obviously didn't believe Ziming's words. He looked at Ziming with a smile and asked, you are going to the Kurdish territory to persuade them to help me? Why are you so confident? Why should I trust you? Facing Sam's questioning, Ziming raised his head and replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Sam, I didn't say you want you to believe me. I just said I can do it. Believe in me. I think President Sam must have heard this sentence, right? Do you think that the whole Arab world believes that their God has prepared a paradise with wine, meat and women for them. All believe that as long as they believe can you have eternal life. Ziming continued, obviously this is not the case, otherwise you should rule the world. Those who believe in me have eternal life means that only if you believe in me, you will get what you want. So it's the same now. Believe in Ziming and get eternal life. Ziming said, I won't explain to you how I would convince the Kurds. You must believe me, and you must not only believe, but I also want money for you. You have to give me money. If you want a woman, you have to give me a woman. You have to prepare everything for me. There is no room for negotiation, otherwise you will find a way to fight the American plane. Ziming finished. He sat there with his arms folded, looking at Sam with a doubted expression of love or not. Sam was flushed with Ziming's tone. You must know that since he became the president of Iraq, no one has dared to speak to him like this. Now a young man who doesn't know where he is from dares such a provocation. Such a tone for him is the same as slapped him in the face. Majid was also worried by the side. He was really afraid that Sam would hang Ziming in a rage, and that would really be over. However, as the president, Sam still maintains his political IQ. In the end, he suppressed his anger and said to Ziming, well, I choose to believe in you, and I will send you to the Kurdish territory. I hope you can bring me good news. Very grateful, thanks. Ziming smiled and stood up. Not to Sam, Mr. President, you seem a little wrong. Not what you want me to give you good news, but you have to believe I would bring good news. Pray for this. As for me, it depends on my mood. HP. Chapter 265, Kurd Guerrillas? Next page. This morning, the multinational force dispatched ultra-Go-Spy aircraft carried out airstrikes against the focus of Basra, Najaf, Sumner and 3 military towns. After the raid, the multinational force basically destroyed 3 Iraqi front line of defense, and multi-country. The troops also detected that the Iraqi Air Force fled without a fight, and now the multinational force has gained absolute advantage over the Iraqi army. According to this station, invite your military commentator analysis. After massive airstrikes twice now, Iraq has completely lost the ability to take the initiative to attack. And to Iraq's current military situation, the multinational force, as long as another week or so airstrikes continue to adhere to time and continue pursuing the Iraqi Air Force and launching several airstrikes against the capital Baydina and other places, can quickly win the war. Can be seen in advanced weapons and war against the US military under the guidance of theory. Any so-called military strong capital bear a blow. Ziming sat in the car listening to the radio station is playing with US news. Is exactly what is now being reported in the Gulf War, which is now the world nowadays of the messages of concern. This time, Ziming is on the way to the northern Iraqi Kurdish settlements. The vehicle is provided by a Pakistani embassy, in addition entourage that support 10 heavily armed desert small team, and a president liaison staff of the government. It was only an hour before he came out of the presidential palace. After all, Ziming had been preparing for this. Now Sam had finally spoken. Ziming had to act immediately and could not delay a second. This is also no way. If the first air ambush station at Houdavan only destroyed the Iraqi Air Force, then this time the key airstrikes against the 3 major military towns of Basra, Sumner and Najaf will be completely defeated. The entire Iraqi army. Just now at the presidential palace, Ziming said that Zhu and his officer corps were to train the Iraqi guerrillas, but in fact Ziming did not hold any hope for the so-called elite soldiers of the Iraqi army who survived. After all, it is in Ziming's memory. After encountering 2 air strikes, Sam's army surrendered to the US military without a fight. What kind of capital can such an army be called elite? That it now throughout Iraq, if there any other army combat there, then it is only in the mountains of northern autonomous Kurdish armed. The Kurds are a very brave and fighting nation. Because of their special nationality and their own beliefs, they are determined to be warriors regardless of whether they are men or women. This is very rare in the entire Arab region. More importantly, they are fanatics. Religious believers in China. Their beliefs support them in fighting a war that is not afraid of death. and their characteristics determine that they are the best dead. To help has been no failure to defeat. The situation in Iraq continues to drag on. In this war, it is necessary to get the support of the Kurds, in particular, under the premise of all troops now some bear with highway along the northern Iraq. Zuming's car after 6 hours and finally reached the center of the city of Sumoa Kurdish neighborhoods. This is the largest city in northern Iraq and the last city that the Sam regime can perfectly control in the Kurdish settlements. In the mountains to the north and east, there are thousands of Kurdish villages hidden. Zuming Sumoa. They found the mayor Zuming in that they actually want to go to Kurdish negotiations. Immediately shocked stared. Respect for expensive Chinese guests. My point is your courage, yes, but I do not approve of you to find the Kurds, because those Kurds are very barbaric. They have long created violence to incite ethnic rivalries, and they often kidnap and kill foreigners in settlements. It is very dangerous. After speaking, the mayor added, especially recently, those Kurds are very restless. They will always arrest some reporters or ordinary people to demonstrate to Mr. President. This is for Mr. Zuming's consideration. Zuming have also not surprised. She reluctantly slightly smiled and said, a sense of mysticsy mayor of concern, but I still have to go to a trip. If the mayor really worried, you can send people to protect me. The mayor had nothing to do with Zuming's insistence. In the end, he could only let Zuming go. However, in order to ensure Zuming's safety, the mayor arranged for Zuming as a guide according to Sam's order. He specially arranged 3 of his own cars full of bodyguards to follow Zuming to continue eastward. Weak of hope Xian Xingming can be victorious return. It must be the greatest miracle. The mayor said at last to Zuming. Its real mayor is so worried is normal, because talking about disarmed Kurdish autonomy, they in fact be regarded as a hostile regime. Armed Sam. As an ancient people in West Asia with a history of thousands of years, the Kurds have never had their own country in the true sense during these thousands of years. Therefore, they have a very strong desire for independence, which Sam absolutely does not allow. In this way, countless wars have broken out between them, and even Sam's army has carried out slaughter of villages in the Kurdish settlement. Under such a premise, these Kurds are naturally very dangerous for the Sam regime. Zuming's side of the brain thinking about information on the Kurds, while helpless in his heart, and said, if there is another way of saying that he did not want to do such a dangerous thing. In the evening, the light of the sun, Zuming's motorcade drove slowly to the center of Kurdish neighborhoods away. According to the information, there's a city called Mahadevan, armed Kurdish controlled. There is also the Kurds, the seat of the chief. Day Gorge is the only way to enter Mahad. It is a road opened in the mountains, surrounded by very dangerous mountains. When Zuming's motorcade drove halfway to the Day highway, suddenly shouted parked car, and he quickly went to the front and to depress the brake. Front brakes. The car has not completely stopped Zuming. Zuming saw on the hillside not far away, dragging a long tail of a rocket flying straight over, a hit that led the way in the car. Only a huge explosion was heard, and the car was overturned directly on the side of the road. Although Zuming bus is a special bulletproof, but also the shockwave of the explosion to shock startled. For their small convoy, the Kurdish guerrilla armed assault squad must have eaten them all, so after the first blow, 2 more rockets flew over quickly, smashing into the 2 vehicles behind. In the car, with 2 booming explosions, those 2 cars became 2 burning fireballs on the side of the road, and the bodyguards on the cars had no chance to escape. Day which, those Kurds who really are living in the mountains of the devil, they have to kill it. Almighty Allah, I beg you to lead your people to hurry to see these demons to destroy it. The guide from Samor was frightened by the attack, and immediately knelt in the car and started crying. Compared to the wizard, he had these special forces will be much calm. The first week Ming arranged in the middle of the car. Then quickly 10 people in the car they put on a defensive formation. Because they do not know how many Kurdish militants in an ambush, do not know there are no mines around, do not know what the other's purpose is, therefore our elite as he who also are not easily get off, only cautiously he opened the car window, stuck out his gun, and aimed around. But when he had done to prepare defense after those enemies seemed to disappear in general, 10 minutes 20 minutes are not any movement, if not before and after the three cars also braved the flames. Ziming really wondered if she had the illusion. Half disappeared later, those ambush in the mountains of Kurdish militants still are not moving. Instead Ziming's surroundings observe a moment later, or perhaps due to the capacity of our embassy vehicles allow them some hesitation, so they are going to wait until the night to catch us alive. Mr. Ziming, we can choose to turn around and escape at the fastest speed. I have confidence in my driving skills. Ziming looked around the endless mountains, then shook his head and said, still no, you say, they are alive to us, on behalf of us not life-threatening, but if we want to run, maybe they will launch rockets. Then we will wait for them here. Time passed by, and soon night fell. Everything was just as they guessed. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, with the last light, Ziming could see the dark silhouettes from the mountains come down and carefully surround Ziming's minibus. There were actually 20 people. It seems that the guerrillas who ambushed us were a large guerrilla group, and these 20 people were just the vanguard troops who came to explore the way. Many more people continued to ambush and observe the situation, very cautious. Observing the surrounding situation, he commented with interest. Although his face was serious, his tone was not at all tense of being surrounded by enemies. It is conceivable that if he really wants to do it, he is completely confident to bring his desert team out of this encirclement. And even after getting familiar with the terrain, they will have the opportunity to wipe out each other. This is the powerful confidence from the Huaxia Soldier King. It's just that they didn't come to provoke a war, so under Ziming's order, they did not take any action and let the other party approach the CMB. When they came to the bus, Ziming suddenly opened the door, and then he and the police got out of the car with the guide. Faced with this sudden situation, the Kurdish militants were scared and raised up in a hurry. Up the gun. Ziming raised his hands very cooperatively, and at the same time shouted to the other side in English, "Don't be nervous, we are only 3 people, and we don't bring any weapons, we don't have any malicious intentions, we are from the Chinese embassy. Do you have a boss? I need to talk to your boss." While yelling Ziming, he patted the guide next to him. Then the guide shouted again in Kurdish. Even though the guide was afraid, his voice there was a little trembling, but I finally made it clear. Obviously, the Kurdish militants over the listened to the guide's translation, and obviously felt a little surprised and at a loss, because the people they had hijacked in the past were either desperately resisting or crying for mercy. How could they encounter Ziming? Faced with this situation, Ziming asked the guide to shout to the other side again, "I know you can't make a decision, so please ask your boss to come out." After shouting out this sentence, told Ziming there was if a few people left, they were going back to report the situation. So after another 20 minutes or so, about 50 or 60 people came around. Obviously it was the leader of this guerrilla group, and this leader was obviously more courageous than those cautious vanguard squads, and walked directly in front of Ziming and the others. These Kurdish militants were similar to the images they had seen on TV in their previous lives. They were all dressed in standard Bay Areas. They wore loose khaki clothes, turbans and veils on their heads, with only one pair of eyes exposed. The leader came to Ziming, looked up and down Ziming a few times and said, "Okay, Huaxia, I am the leader of this guerrilla group. If you have anything, please tell me." Hearing the voice of the other party, Ziming was stunned for a moment, because that was actually a woman. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Chapter 266 Alibaba and the 40 Thieves? Although in modern times, female soldiers are no longer as rare as they used to be, but as the weaker side in war, they are still very interesting. Not to mention the doctrinal regulations from the beginning. The feet are full of Bay Area women whose bodies cannot be shown to outsiders. For most people, letting their wives, sisters or daughters go to the battlefield is a blasphemy against the gods, and they cannot go to heaven after death. This is undoubtedly the most cruel punishment among religious believers. Of course, perhaps the Kurds who have the same faith are an exception. They have always had the tradition of a woman army, but the problem is that even if there are female soldiers, they are all pure female soldiers. How could a female leader lead a group of male soldiers? This is completely contrary to common sense in the Gulf region where men are inferior to women. Ziming was not interested in taking care of other people's religious affairs, so after a moment of daze, Ziming immediately returned to his senses and said to her, "Respected female chief, first of all I am sorry for my uninvited. I need to go to Mahad to meet with your chief Karan immediately, because I am here today with a message from the Republic of Kurdistan." Their guide translated Ziming's words in Kurdish bit by bit. Ziming could see that the militants on the opposite side were obviously brightened, looking at each other excitedly. The female chief was also there, looking at Ziming with an expression of surprise. Ziming said this deliberately, and he also knew how destructive his words were for these Kurds. You must know that Kurds, as one of the most populous ethnic groups in West Asia, have always been affected by other ethnic groups in history. They oppress and rule, so they even more urgently than the Jews want to establish their own nation, decide their own political, economic and cultural, and do not accept the rule of other nations. The Kurdish armed forces were also established for this wish. Now that they heard that Ziming had brought news of the Republic of Kurdistan, how could they not make these Kurds very excited? But the leading female leader was puzzled after being excited. "Quakeshire people, it is not a secret that we Kurds want to establish our own country. So your words are not convincing, or why do you bring them?" This news. Facing the question of the Kurd female leader, Ziming sighed silently in his heart. As expected, it is not so foolish. But it's normal to think about it. After all, as the other party said, the Kurds' desire to establish their own country is completely public, and even for this reason they had war with Sam's government forces. If the news of the founding of the country can be let go, that would be too mentally retarded. Despite this, Ziming did not give up. He asked the female chief, "Are you the chief of the Kurdish Mahad settlement?" Their female chief shook her head and said number. Ziming then said, "Then since you are not the chief, then why should I tell you the news that I brought to the chief?" "You damn infidel. Do you know who she is?" "She is the daughter of our chief, the Princess of Kurdistan." Hearing the guide's translation, there were Kurdish militants over the shouting angrily, and even threatening to point their guns at Ziming. Ziming didn't care about their threats, because if they were going to shoot, they would have fired. Now they are just doing something, but what interests Ziming is that this female chief is actually the library he wants to see. The daughter of the German chief. It's no wonder that these soldiers are willing to listen to her orders. Compared with these radical Kurdish guerrillas, the female chief who was Princess Kurd was much calmer. She gestured to her soldiers to be quiet, and then said to Ziming, "Indeed, there are some things that should be told to the chief, and not telling me, but the premise is that you can meet the chief. Just like you, as long as I give an order, I'm afraid you will be immediately beaten into a sieve. Right?" Ziming is a little bit serious about this. The head, "I believe this very much. But you don't know one thing about your Royal Highness Princess Kurdistan. Are you already surrounded?" Hearing this, the female chief was stunned, and Ziming looked back at this moment. After a quick glance, the knowingly blew a whistle, and with the S-whistle, there were bursts of gunshots in the surrounding valleys. The gunshots seemed to be echoing in the valley from all directions. The Kurdish guerrillas on the opposite side were all taken aback. They looked around in a panic, a little at a loss. The female chief immediately said loudly, "This is impossible. The surrounding valleys are our range of activities. It is impossible for your large forces to ambush there. There should be at least more than 500 people listening to this gunshot. It's impossible for our sentry to find out." Ziming said helplessly with both hands, "This is how people are. They always think that their logic is right, and they can even deny the facts that are happening right now." "There is still," Ziming continued, "I know you are angry right now, and I also admit that you can kill us before my people attack, but I can only say that it is meaningless, because my arrival brings you good news. Yes, it's not here to compete with you, so if you understand this, please take us to Mahad, Okay, there. Silent female chief laughed suddenly after saying this. She said to Ziming, we Kurds respect the strong Chinese people. You have proven your strength, and we welcome you. As the female chief spoke, the Kurd guerrillas behind her put away their guns, and the female chief let her men drive down, and at the same time she and a few guerrillas got on Ziming's minibus. At this time, the police blew another different whistle, and 9 shadows ran down from the mountains in different directions and returned to the car. Seeing these 9 people, the female chief's face turned black at the time. She asked Ziming, this is the army you are ambushing around? Ziming granted nod replied, of course, this is the bus, not the train. You can only hold so many people. Their situation is just real. A desert small team get out of the movement. Ziming worried about a mouth alone is difficult to convince each other. Let them sneak through the night to 4 weeks mountains, to approach as much as possible the manufacturing of many people look, in order to strengthen their own momentum. You cunning liar. The female leader angrily shot up. I'm sorry, but I have never said that he ambushed the number of people, at least 500 people guesses you said. I did not recognize Ziming's very innocent way. Female leader screamed, a bit crazy to be played out later. Ziming looked at her in the next. Now in the car, there is desert small team here. He does not feel threatened each other as well as their ability to safety. But finally the female leader reached out and grabbed the guide's collar, lifted him up, and then drew the pistol from her waist to his head, and fired a shot amidst the guide's horrified cry. Boom! With a gunshot, the guide's head was punched with a blood hole, and the scarlet blood mixed with the grey brain smashed to the ground. Tell you the Chinese people, this is for you. Tease my punishment. Female leaders put the gun back into his waist and said in English to Ziming, from now on I am your translation. I'm not waiting for you to be any put to death the Kurd guerrillas you encountered. The female chief sat on her seat after speaking, and Ziming was helpless for the female chief's willfulness. But anyway, the one who died was just a guide and had no decisive effect, so just die. For such a really immaterial to the dead go to the Kurdish princess Chuolia or Kuzidia Pipi it, then kill himself waiting to be angry Kurds to the highest power. Then to be thrown out of the vehicle to guide the bodies of female guerrilla chieftains. Let her drive. After a nearly 2-hour drive later, Ziming before they finally arrived Mahdivan. Although this is the center of the Kurdish settlement, it looks like an ordinary county town in China. It is divided into 4 main streets. East, west, north, south, and people, including the chief and all the Kurd nobles, live in the middle palace. The palace is a square-shaped khaki castle. On the 4 corners of the castle, there are also 4 onion domes with bay characteristics, which are shining under the light, as if God is really here. Same as spokespersons in the world. After passing the inspection by the guard, Ziming's minibus drove into the palace and entered the palace of the chief. After getting off the bus, Ziming and the others were arranged to rest in a partial hall. The head of the princess told Ziming that her father had other guests and asked them to wait here for a while. If necessary, she could provide them with drinks and a maid. Ziming refused this strange request without even thinking about it. God knows why she said that. Besides, now they haven't even seen Chief Kud's face. So they started to commit adultery in his palace. That's really a decent way. Therefore, Ziming and the others waited here for about half an hour before they could feel someone walked in. He was a tall Kurdish man with a pair of piercing eyes. He laughed before he arrived. I heard that the Chinese messenger brought me Kurdistan to build a nation. The news. Welcome. Judging from the translation of his words and the female chief, he is the chief of the Kurds. Jiran. After some greetings, Chief Garan invited Ziming and the others to sit down. Ziming first asked curiously, Dear Chief Garan, do you really hope that the Republic of Kurdistan will be established? Garan was right. This nodded and said, I hope very much and urgently. Mr. Ziming from China, you may not understand that we Kurds have had enough oppression and rule by other peoples in these thousands of years. We all want independence in our dreams. I want to have my own country. Ziming then asked him, then respected Chief Jalan, I wonder if you would like to hear me tell a story before I tell my news. This sudden question made Jalen stunned at the time. He obviously did not understand what medicine Ziming was selling in the horde, but he still agreed to Ziming. Then Ziming said, "Thank you very much for Chief Jioran for his patience. The story happened 1,000 years ago, and the place was in Baydina. At that time there was a strong Arab empire in Baydina, but it was invaded by the Mongols and the empire was destroyed, but there was a little prince. He ran out during the war and hid in a cave. But the cave was actually owned by a group of robbers. After hearing what happened to the little prince, the robbers were a little sad, so they took the little prince and promised to help him overthrow it. The rule of the Mongols." Ziming continued, "Later, the little prince grew up day by day, and finally he became the leader of this band of robbers. On the day of the Mongolian Khan's wedding, the little prince led his nation to drive away the Mongols." After listening to Ziming's story, Jioran said, "If I guessed correctly, this is the story of Alibaba and the 40 thieves, but you have changed it a bit. But I don't understand. You told me this story. What is the purpose of their story?" "Chief Goron, you are the little prince in the story. The Sam regime is the 40 thieves, and now the invading Iraq is the Mongols in the story. I mean hope-cut people can join forces with Sam to resist the American invasion," Ziming said. Chapter 267 The Placement of Weights? As Ziming's words were translated by the female chief, the atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped to a freezing point. Whether it was Chief Jioran and his daughter or other servants who followed up, he was looking at Ziming with a look that seemed to be digging and peeling his skin. Less than. After a period of silence, Chief Geran said to Ziming, "I think there must be something wrong with this, or a translation problem. I can allow it." "You say it again. I hope you can discuss it with my daughter Li this time, so that you can avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." From Jalen's words, Ziming learned that Princess Kud, who was the leader of the guerrillas, was originally called Leia. After listening to her translation, Ziming waved his hand meaninglessly and said, "I don't think there is any need for further discussion." Now, if the translation just now is really to help the Sam regime fight against the United States as the multinational force, then I don't think there is any misunderstanding between us. "Why?" This time Li didn't have time to translate, directly questioned Ziming. "Do you know what you are talking about in Huaxia? You said that you were here to bring us the news of the founding of Kurdistan, so I brought you here. Now you tell me that you are here for Sam. Are you a lobbyist?" Facing Lia's question, Ziming answered without changing his face, "I'm here to bring you the news of Kurdistan's founding, but at the same time, I also hope that you can send troops to help the Sam regime fight." "Multinational troops." "The reason?" "It's because of your ridiculous story about Alibaba and the 40 thieves. I tell you, Sam is not a kind thief, but a demon." Leia said to Ziming, "I'm not old, but I watched the hatred between the Kurds and Sam grow up. 12 years ago, when Sam became president, we Kurds and his war it began. Over the past 12 years, millions of Kurdish compatriots died in his hands, and I even saw his troops slaughter 10,000 of our compatriots with poisonous gas in Abia town. Can you imagine seeing them in pain? And those are unarmed old women and children. There is no threat, no matter how he will do it." Leia said. The more excited he became, in the end they roared, "So now you want us to fight the scum, you say? What is your intention?" Hearing Lea's angry roar, Ziming was silent for a long time before saying, "I know the hatred between you Kurds and Sam, but I still want to say that in terms of the current situation, you help Sam is an inevitable choice." Leia was about to say something, but at this time, Ziming stretched out her hand to interrupt her and continued, "The reason is very simple. Unless you can leave Iraq, you will continue to be slaughtered by Sam's army, or Princess Leia, you still want to see Abia town again. In the last massacre, you saw your compatriots festered and painful because of the poisonous gas." Ziming would not finish, Leia clutching his ears and shouted, but I certainly do not want to. Why is it always goes to the devil to help Summit? In understanding this doubt before, I would like to ask, do you think you would Princess Leia now the biggest reason why beat Sam is? Ziming asked. Leia stared at Ziming blankly. She was completely confused by Ziming now. She didn't understand why Ziming didn't explain why he helped Sam. Instead, she suddenly asked such an unrelated question, but she answered honestly. I think it should be a gap in equipment. He has aircraft, tanks and artillery, but we don't have these. No mistake. The problem now lies here. Ziming said, that what I have to look at next. Why Sam he can have these weapons? This is nothing more than because he is the central government, control of the whole Iraq's largest resource. That it now, Ziming said at last, when Sam's army in the fight against the multinational force was destroyed morale, and this time you work with him, he was not to defeat the multinational force. Is not Dibu spare no effort? What about the support for you? Whether it's aircraft, tanks or artillery, they must be handed over to you. So with these equipment, do you still have to be afraid of Sam? Listen Ziming last words. Did he realize Leia said, the original what do you mean? Sam said let's pretend to help to fight the multinational force. In fact, secretly accumulate these. He has given us weapons. Is not. Ziming said to her, you must be really doing all they could to help Sam to block the attack of the multinational force, because after all, you are hostile relations. Sam is also not an idiot, too. If you want to gain his trust, you must show your strength and determination. Here he paused before Ziming said, no. After all, war is cruel, especially in the US or rival armed to the teeth of the kind of high-tech force. Your warrior casualties are inevitable. As long as there is a chance to establish the Republic of Kurdistan, we Kurds will not fear any sacrifice. Leia said proudly. Ziming smiled and nodded his head. He has to. Leia said. I want to. Intelligent Leia princess, must have understood what I mean. Then can trouble you. Jiaolan Emirates translated yet. Leia only then did she realize her responsibilities. The conversation she had with Ziming just now was all in English, so she immediately translated Ziming's meaning to Jiran. Compared to Leia, the performance of Chief Karan, the Cud, is much more stable. He just raised his eyebrows and did not show too much emotion, but in fact, when Ziming explained to Leia just now, Gowlan was already able to guess a general idea from Lee's reaction. After listening to Lee's translation, Jalen fell into silence. After a long time, he said, use the opportunity of the Gulf War to fight for cooperation with Sam, take the opportunity to accumulate his own weapon advantage bit by bit, and finally seek independence. This is indeed a better way than we used to. Jiran said. Suddenly the conversation turned and then said, but Waxia, you seem to have forgotten one thing. It is my soldiers. They are all Kurds. Their relatives and friends all died in Sam's hands. They all wanted to eat all the flesh and blood of Sam. In the face of these angry people, how do you want me to persuade them to go help Sam fight? Chief Garan, whether it's you or your people, I think you all need to figure out a problem. Now you are not facing a war to help Sam, but it is a holy war for Allah, facing the invasion of infidels, in order to preserve their faith and for Allah. Ziming threw out this answer without thinking. Holy war? Ziming could see that Jiran's eyes flashed brightly when he heard the word, but he quickly recovered it. He thought for a while and asked Ziming, I have one last question. I'm very curious about your actions. Huaxia people, why did they participate in this war? And why did they risk their lives to help Sam come to Mahad as a lobbyist? It's very simple, because this war is not only a war, he is even more. It's a business war, and my competitors are on the opposite side. As for my motherland, I can sell arms and contain my opponents. Why not do it? Ziming replied. Jalen sighed and said, I don't understand these international situations. I need to go back and think about it. You can't say what you can say in the face of such a big thing. Even if you say it is reasonable, but I am the chief, always need to be responsible for my people. At the end of their talk, Jiran glanced at the grandfather clock next to Ziming and said, It's getting late now. I am very grateful for the surprise you brought me, but now I think you need more rest. My daughter will take you to the guest room. I hope you can have a good night's sleep there." With these words, Jioran explained to Li again and left the room. Ziming didn't hold back, and then Leah came over to Ziming and made a please gesture. Ziming stood up with a smile and went to the guest room with Leah. Jioran explained that the preparation for Ziming was on the west side of the palace. It was an independent villa-like building, but this was not the only one. There was another building beside him. According to Lee's statement, it was used exclusively to entertain distinguished guests. When Ziming and the others came here, the door next door suddenly opened, and a few people in suits walked out. They saw Ziming and his party stunned, then frowned and asked, "How come there is something here?" "Yellow-skinned monkey, it really is the most evil nation in the world. I didn't expect you to even participate in this just Gulf War." Ziming didn't understand how this white man who had never met said such racially discriminatory things. Could it be him? Was your egg cut off by a Chinese doctor? But this does not prevent him from going back relentlessly. Then white pigs, why are you here? You claim to be righteous, but all I see you are killing and setting fire. Nonsense. A gibberish bastard. The white man cursed fiercely, but then he remembered something and said to Lee, "Although I never thought that you Kurds would be very honest, I never thought that you would be stupid. At this level, what do you bring these yellow-skinned people over? Are they also your distinguished guests? Do you naively think that they will bring you any opportunity to build a nation? But I tell you, this is absolutely impossible." "Is it possible? It's not like you have the final say." Ziming still didn't give face-to-face tit-for-tat. "Just like on the Korean battlefield 40 years ago, you don't think you will fail." The white man screamed at Ziming and said, "Yellow monkey, you can talk as much as you like now. No matter what your purpose is, the facts will prove that you are rubbish." The white man yelled at him and went back to his villa. At this time, Leia explained to Ziming, "He is an official of the CIA in the United States, and he also came to discuss cooperation with us. He said that as long as we are willing to cooperate with them to attack the Sama regime, they will allow us to be in Sama in the future." The region was founded. At this point, Lee suddenly covered her mouth and said in a flustered manner, "Oh, I actually missed my mouth. I finished." With these words, Leia took him away in a hurry, leaving only Ziming and the desert squad, as well as an English-speaking servant. Ziming looked at the back of Leia leaving, shook his head helplessly, and then walked into the villa prepared for him with them. Although it was late, Ziming and the others were not in a hurry to rest, but first gathered in the living room on the first floor. "What do you think of the situation now?" Ziming asked, shaking his head and saying, "I don't know how the situation is now, but the acting skills of the Princess Li are very clumsy." Ziming smiled. "It's more than clumsy. She is not even a qualified actor. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we have already met with the American next door, and the Chief Kurd wants us to know that he has other options, or we just put it here, it's him." The wait to continue raising the price to those Americans nodded. "It is true, otherwise he would not arrange for us to live next door, and deliberately let Lee leak out the identity information there, no matter what he is." Meaning, in short, our situation is very dangerous now. Chapter 268. The Mogan Palace is the bedroom of the Kurdish chief Geran. The name Mogan is based on the sacred meaning of the Kurdish language, which means that the position of the chieftain is the only agent designated by Allah and is sacred and inviolable, and for this reason, Mogan Palace is also the largest and most luxurious palace in the entire palace except for the central palace where it is usually discussed. Chief Geran was sitting on the sofa in the dormitory, looking up at the ceiling in thought, when suddenly a series of footsteps came from outside, and a woman in a khaki military robe walked in. Of course, the only woman who can enter the chief's quarters like this is Princess Leia, the daughter of J. Allen. Leia walked into the bedroom and took off the veil she had worn for a day, revealing the allure of the country. Jiran sat up straight and looked at her daughter a little lost. "You look like yours mother, 20 years ago. She was the most beautiful woman in the entire summer region. but anyone who saw her pictures was overwhelmed by her beauty. Leah pouted her lips and said, very upset, I know my mother is very beautiful, am I not beautiful anymore? Jalen smiled. Beauty, you are my daughter and inherited your mother's genes. How can you not be beautiful? I can also believe that you will be the whole Cuda in the future. The most beautiful princess in the world is just like your mother, but you can stay in the palace with peace of mind in the future. Don't always take the gorillas out there. First half sentence made Lee very happy, but the last words made Lee again. I am upset, father, you are here again. Anyway, our Kurdish people have a tradition of women fighting. Then, as your daughter, why should I lead soldiers to be a general? Nothing, as long as you are happy, I will bring you the best troops of all the clan. Jalen said. For Jalen, the thing that left him the most helpless was his own daughter. Then he had to change the subject and said, by the way, you just sent those Chinese people to the post, and they told them that the Americans were the two thing? Of course, Father Kiss, you explain me things, how could I not complete it? Leah said, not too fortunately, I also sent them back just in time to hit the United States people out. Whether it is I don't know how to find a chance to mention it to them. But even so, I think those Chinese people should see that I mentioned it to them deliberately. Will this be a problem? Face concerns about Leah, Jiaolan waved his hand, said, this is do not worry, as long as you tell them next door to the United States the news on the line, had also looking for opportunities for them to meet. They did not think ahead we met. It was an unexpected joy. Watching her daughter is still not very clear way, Jiaolan sigh, so say you do not always lead troops when at Tendon, but also to more than brains. Think of other things. I know the Father Kiss you put together is to make them comparable, but I is not young, you are still not the father. Well, I think too much of it any good. It would have been easy to talk, not talk even if the rope. Well, you also do it around my wound. Rocket did not explode out of bad opponents. To be more straightforward. Leah very intolerant, tired of saying, not too father. You really want to choose which side of it? In this regard Jiaolan did not answer directly but asked, that cannot you? I think the election which side of it. If the Americans can really overthrow the Sam regime, then we can justify the founding of the nation, and they are indeed ruined in fighting. But we have all fought against Sam's army, and it is not that weak, right? As for the Chinese people, what he said is also very reasonable. We pretend to help the Sam army first, after getting the weapons of the Sam army, we will be able to defeat them and build a nation. Lee, a careful analysis of a section. But in the end they tangle up, oh him. They all seem to look good, I do not know how to choose it. Gaolan smiled, touched his head. Leah said to her, it's real, you do not listen to how they say, to see who really has the ability to help our founding on the line. At least from the point of view now of the Gulf War, the Americans are the most powerful, and those Chinese people, except for a jihad argument that is very interesting to me, they are not convincing. I don't believe that if we help Sam fight, he will do the best. Give us all the weapons. Then father, why do you even arrange those Chinese people in the post house? Leo asked. If I don't arrange them in the post, how do Americans know that I have other options? If the United States is the only choice, how can we get more benefits from them? Jiaolan Lee didn't understand yet, so she made another analogy. It's like doing business in the market. Do you think it's cheaper for us to buy a rocket launcher? Or is it cheaper to choose 2 or more arms dealers together? Of course, more arms dealers are cheaper. If it's just a family, they can blackmail us at will. Leah gave the answer without hesitation. Jiaolan smiled and said, so this is the situation now. Those Chinese people are just a chess piece that I put there to ask the Americans for more benefits. That's all. But father, I think that Chinese man, he will not be willing to be a pawn, Leah said with some worry. Jiaolan didn't care. What can he do if he is not reconciled? He originally came to me on behalf of Sam, but now he can only lower his figure and kneel on the ground with a more humble one. Begging me with an attitude can expect me to promise him, but in this way I still won't agree to him unless he can offer more fascinating conditions. At the same time, in the post house where Ziming and the others are located, sitting in the living room with Ziming with his desert team. The atmosphere is very solemn. Unexpectedly, the Americans have actually sent people to contact the Kurds. It seems that they have done everything for this war. Even if they have obtained a huge advantage on the front line, they are still doing these things behind the scenes. Guest. And if the Americans also offer the Kurds the conditions for Nash building, then I am afraid we really have no chance. Just like Ziming you said, it is regarded as a pawn to ask the Americans for benefits. Ziming nodded. This was indeed unexpected, but it was also reasonable. After all, the Kurdish armed forces were able to respond so cooperatively at the same time in the country when the US overthrew the Saddam regime 10 years later. It was definitely not the result of a day or two of lobbying, but a long-time job. What Ziming didn't expect was that it had already started now. These elite special forces fighters, no matter how they are not involved in politics, at least some of the simplest situation analysis is still possible, let alone Ziming and the United States. In this multiple choice question, even 3-year-olds would not choose wrong. Throw open these depressing thoughts, interesting meaning Ziming said, now Kurdish chiefs who think what he would think I would be more a right attitude to ask him. But I'm sorry, I'm not this person. I like to kneel down and beg for help. I like to stand up straight and negotiate with others on an equal footing. The Americans now. This is my unexpected mistakes, but the Kurds to ask for more benefits to Americans, and to us as a pawn in their place next to the practice, but also to the US a chance, Ziming said, but this opportunity needs to take chances. I need you to go and fight a battle to wipe out small scale. Hear this argument, he was suddenly to the spirit, as elite soldiers, they are not afraid of fighting, afraid to take risks and more sacrifice. Fears that hold in place are helpless. If you want to solve the problem in a war, Ziming, you can directly give an order. Although we can't help you in political negotiations, when it comes to fighting, we will never let you down, even if you want us to help you fix that. Princess Leia tied it out, said to Ziming with confidence. Tied Princess? I am not so brutal. I just simply want to have a class just given away. Ziming said. Ban given away is given away to Ban Zhao, the Eastern Han Dynasty famous military strategist and outside inbred, investment and pen enlist nothing ventured nothing gained, and that his prototype story he had to make for the messenger on behalf of the Han Dynasty, but also sent envoys to Western Huns. The Huns and the Han Dynasty was at war. Both sides want to win over allies in Central Asia. Western countries also want to pick in the middle of both forces later. Ban Zhao felt that this was impossible, so he took advantage of the night and led people to raid the Xiongnu post house and killed more than 100 of the Xiongnu envoys. The countries of the western regions had no choice but to choose to form an alliance with the Han Dynasty. This is the story of Ban Chaos' failure to enter the tiger's lair. And he won the tiger's son. Ziming is now facing exactly the same situation as Ban Zhao, even worse than Ban Chaos time, because he still has an Eastern Han Dynasty to rely on, and his own Bayan represents only a rotten Iraq. If you can't be decisive, you can only be manipulated as a pawn. Ziming absolutely didn't want to be a pawn, so he could only take the risk of taking a risk in his class. So at 2 o'clock in the night, this is the most sleepy and most familiar time for ordinary people, and the desert team of the also set off at this time. They all put on dark brown clothes, like ghosts in the night, very quickly climbed up the high wall of the yard, cut the barbed wire with a tool, and got into the post house of the American messenger next door. Ziming is right behind them. Of course, Ziming is not as good as these elite special forces in terms of his skills, but after the matter is completed, someone needs to negotiate with the Kurds, and this can only be himself. Carrot. With the help of theirs, Ziming climbed over the courtyard wall and hid behind a bush, watching, and the 9 desert team members scattered towards the villa where Agent I lived. Watching their actions, Ziming felt his heart touch his throat, because he could see that the lights were still on in several rooms in the villa, which made Ziming clenched his fists, thinking, should the action was a little later. Obviously, The Americans were surprised by their own appearance. I am afraid that they are not asleep now, and they are also in contact with the country. And just as Ziming thought, the American agents in the villa were indeed sending ciphered telegrams to the country. After the satellite was transferred, the telegram was quickly transmitted to the United States, and it was also transmitted to Christo for the first time. The east coast of the United States is 7 hours behind Iraq, so when he received the news it was when he was having dinner. His butler called him, and Christo immediately sprayed the news when he heard the news. Out of the wine he had just drunk, he yelled into the phone with no regard for the grace. Ziming. The Chinese man I met in Mahad Palace must be that Ziming. There will be no one else except him. Up. Damn it, the previous large-scale interception actually made him run to Iraq. He really wanted to persuade the Kurds to participate in the war to shake the situation. Christo scolded, Carl, please believe me, now regardless of Kurd we have to agree to what people ask, and we must let the Kurds stand on our side in any case. Otherwise, Ziming really doesn't know what he will do. Chapter 269 Greater Adventure? Changes are like smooth twin brothers. Smoothness is not innate after all. Only by solving all the changes can the real result be obtained. So this time is the same. Just as the police led the team to the American CIA post, the soldiers who stayed behind and were responsible for guarding with Ziming suddenly came to Ziming and reported to him an extremely explosive news. There is a team of libraries. The German palace guard was coming over here, and it seemed that the Princess Li led the team, and he could recognize Princess Li's distinctive turban and veil. This news blew up Ziming at the time. Ziming knew that this soldier had good eyes and memory. He would certainly not admit his mistake. But why did Li bring the palace guard here at this time? Could it be that she found something? But this is impossible. Today, only you and the others are conspiring this matter, and it is impossible for them to betray themselves, or that person is not Li. Could it be said that surveillance cameras were installed between the two post houses and their actions were discovered? But if this is the case, the first thing that should be remembered is the alarm. It can't come silently. Just as Ziming was puzzled, the soldier asked Ziming for instructions. We need to call Captain Zhang and the others back. Shall we immediately suspend the operation and withdraw to our post? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming knew he had a safe way to contact him, but Ziming still shook his head. There is only one chance. If it is missed, it may be gone. Those CIA agents who can come here are definitely not the general ones. If they retreat and are discovered by them in the future, it's even more difficult for them to be prepared. And most importantly, we don't know what the purpose of Li or someone like Li is for her coming here, so. The action continues. In here, Ziming, then that is an absolute command. But that soldiers still worried, but the weak Ming heads. That outside Li a princess and royal guards how to do face on this issue. Ziming took a deep breath and said, you take me to the door. I went to the princess chat bar. The little soldier was shocked, because by doing so, doesn't it mean that he exposed himself? In this regard, Ziming then he smiled and patted his shoulder and said, it seems I have ventured this time is to break big hair, so some have to take a greater risk job, but to be safe, you still temporarily hide in the dark and be ready to respond to me at any time. Soldiers all admire heroes, and Ziming's current approach is undoubtedly the courage of superheroes. He solemnly saluted Ziming and said in a low voice, please rest assured, the chief, make sure to complete the task, and wish the chief all the best. Don't worry, in this League of Legends, I think I am Yasuo, although facing the wind. I am not yet dead. Ziming said with a smile. This little soldier something completely did not understand the words, and then he slipped on the foot of the wall together, all the way to cautiously to the door. Ziming finally took a deep breath, opened the door post house wall. As the door was opened, Ziming immediately met a pair of beautiful big eyes. Those eyes were clean and pure, like two sapphires. It is conceivable that someone with such a pair of eyes must be a charming girl. Ziming knew that she was Leia, the daughter of the Kurd chief. Not over this time cannot judge the beauty of the time. because she was raising his arm to see Ziming going to ring the doorbell. This is really a critical matter. Ziming deep feeling in my heart, but now he was glad too late. After all, the biggest crisis is not lifted, so he deliberately put a little confused look and then asked her, Princess Leia, hello, you did not expect such a late hour, don't you sleep? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Here's Ziming's question. Leia from just stupidly in this come back to God. Her eyes also some confusion, because as a Princess Kurdish, very honorable position, although with a bunch of guerrilla fighters name, but never it was always embarrassing for a young girl to be looked at each other so close by a man. It was only after the panic that she remembered another more important issue. If I'm not mistaken, here is the American CIA's caravanserai. Why are you here? Leo asked. This issue is what Lee cares most about, and for this reason, she will only appear here now. At night, when she finished talking with her father and went back to bed, she couldn't fall asleep anyway. She always thought of the Chinese person unconsciously, always feeling that something would happen at night. As a warrior, she trusts her sixth sense very much, so she tossed and turned 2 points, and finally decided to take the palace guard to take a look. In fact, she herself didn't know what she was going to come to see, anyway. Want to come and have a look? If Lai asked this question as soon as he came up, Ziming might still have some headaches, but after a brief quick thinking just now, Ziming already had an idea. He smiled and said, this is indeed an American post house. But it seems that you did not stipulate that I should not come here, right? There are many words without mistakes. Leah frowned asks, you come here to do is it? To the Americans and discuss what it do it? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming didn't answer Leah's question. Instead, he looked up and down Leah meaningfully. Ziming's gaze made Leah feel very uncomfortable. Just when Leah was about to explode, Ziming suddenly withdrew. Asked her with his eyes, how old are you this year? 18 or 20? Leah was stunned. She couldn't believe how Ziming would suddenly ask such a question at this time. Didn't he know that this was a girl's secret? Of course, Ziming is not ready to let her answer. Ziming went on to say, I'm sorry, I do not have any lack of respect and non-meaning gentleman. Just because you are young, will make you ask some funny questions to know it. Today you can tie me to go to your father, but they cannot. From my mouth was asked what I was talking about and between the Americans. Lee realized that she was being teased again, which made her gritted her teeth with anger. Damn Chinese, I want to kill you. Speaking of, Lee drew a pistol from her waist, but at this moment, a huge gunshot pierced the night sky, shocking everyone like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and the gunshot was the CIA who lived in the United States. Agent's Villa. The time to push back a few minutes, this time is with the squad secretly touched the side of the house, to observe the inside through the window, and they found that the situation inside the same as previously estimated. This can be sneaking into Iraq when the United States and Iraq to full-scale war, and successfully came Mahad even American CIA agents' small team. They are not simple, although now they are in the library in Germany where the King's Palace in Post House. It stands to reason that it is very safe, but they still arrange a manned night watch at night to avoid any unexpected changes. In him under their observation, Villa Vigil is scheduled for a total of 4 people, 2 of which still stood on the first floor living room, the other 2 will patrol back and forth from time to time on the second floor, while on the second floor, and 3 there are also 3 rooms on the building that have not turned off the lights. I don't know how many people have not rested yet. Compared Ziming, his heart is very calm. After all, as elite soldiers, the battlefield is their most familiar environment. However, when quasi-time tactical action prepared arrangements, headphones actually came regularly rustle. This is their contact sign. On behalf of the door there was an accident. It makes very surprised, but he was too late to take a consider exactly what had happened. But Ziming has not issued evacuation orders on behalf of their dead, have to complete the task. In particular, he saw Ziming has gone to the door. These all mean that they don't have so much time, and they must solve the battle as soon as possible. But the enemy is not a sleeping stupid. How can we kill all these night watchmen and the people inside? Folding his brows and thinking hard, he finally took a deep breath and suddenly stood up, walked straight to the door in the inexplicable eyes of other players, and then reached out and knocked on the door. Main action: expose themselves. Why is that? Faced with everyone's doubts, smiled and said to them, remember what Chief Zuming said to us? If you don't enter the tiger's lair, you will be a tiger. Now that there has been an accident, even a businessman like Chief Zuming is, we took the initiative to go to the door to take a risk. So shouldn't we soldiers take more risks for him? Should we let the chief to protect us? Nothing is wrong. No skipping. Sentence provoked a fight of all. They are softly, mother, along with his captain you do it. Not that the Yankees do not never seen, we are afraid they not. Out of them the fighting spirit was high, but inside the house, the two agents who watched the night in the living room on the first floor were surprised by the knock at the door. Could it be that there is something wrong with those Kurds? Go and see at the door, one agent said to the other, and the agent walked towards the door while Fuck led him, opened the door and said, damn it, is there anything you Kurds can't say during the day? Nothing is wrong, no words. As the door was opened, the agent's eyes widened immediately, because it was not a Kurd who greeted him outside, but a god of death. A big hand covered his mouth, and a dagger was inserted into his heart. Everything happened between the electric light and flint, so that he lost his life before he could make any sound. When the agent in the room saw that his companion hadn't finished speaking, he looked at the door curiously, only to find a Chinese soldier came in. He wanted to shout, but the soldier moved faster and threw a throwing knife to cut directly opening the agent's neck. He wanted to yell, but in the end he could only make the hiss of the ball leaking. After a hit, all the members of the desert team ran in quickly found a place to hide, because they heard the sound of footsteps going downstairs. I heard knocking and opening the door just now. Did something happen? Why didn't you hear your report? There, two white agents asked strangely as they walked down the stairs to the living room on the first floor. He watched to the agent who was still sitting on the sofa. He was a little dissatisfied and said, hey, I said you are a bit too much. I am asking you, are you deaf? And why are you alone here? Don't tell me that guy is missing in front of you. The two agents came to the sofa. They stretched out their hands and shook their companions, but only after touching them. The man fell softly on the sofa, with a shocking bloodstain on his neck. At the same time, the police and another special soldier suddenly attacked when they were surprised, took out a dagger and threw their hands on them, skillfully covering their mouths and wiping their necks with one hand. Here successfully succeeded, and the other agent seems to have done this aspect of anti-sneak attack training, subconsciously deflected his neck, avoiding the aortic blood vessels. Only the trachea was cut open. The man rolled over on the spot, pulling out the pistol from his waist to shoot, but he was very quick to throw a throwing knife in his hand, and the pistol fell to the ground. At this time, the special soldier who missed his hand seemed to be looking for a place back, and he saw him swiftly 2 steps up and kicked the pistol away, and at the same time the dagger in his hand plunged into the agent's heart. When the agent fell softly to the ground, the just had to breathe a sigh of relief. I heard someone behind him yelling softly, Captain, watch out for your feet. Subconsciously looking down, I saw the hand of the agent whose neck was wiped. I was holding a gun. Then I used my last effort to pull the trigger. Chapter 270. What can you do if you can't understand me? Bang. A gunshot sounded like a thunderbolt in the extremely quiet Mahad Palace, and it also made the feel annoyed. He was not worried about who the bullet would hit, but with the gunshot. Their actions tonight will be completely exposed. Regardless of the more zooming at the door. They were originally fighting for danger, but now, this danger has pushed them to the edge of the cliff. Tugging his hair fiercely, he feels that as the king of soldiers, there will be such a mistake in the action is really a failure, even if these people are the most elite agents of CIA in the United States. It is unforgivable. Captain, what should I do now? Faced with the anxious questions of the other players, gritted their teeth and said, "The action continues. Since it is dark, it will be clear. Fight with those Yankees. Let them see us. The Chinese soldiers are awesome." With a roar, they pulled out the pistol from his waist and rushed upstairs first. 4 team members followed him. 3 team members climbed up the stairs along the column, and 1 team member carried a small caliber light sniper rifle to search for. Angle serves as the task of sniper and fire suppression. This is the professional quality of these special forces. Although they are in a hurry, they are not completely flustered, and they are still organizing the offense in a very organized manner. The doors of the rooms on the second floor were opened one by one, and the American agents who were not sleeping wanted to come out to check the situation. But the Chinese soldiers moved very fast here. He kicked the door open when he raised his foot and killed the opponent with a gun. Of course, there was a lot of attention, and the reaction was especially quick to avoid or knock off the pistol. But in the ensuing hand-to-hand combat, these agents also died under the daggers of the Chinese soldiers. There were also some people who wanted to open the door secretly to shoot black guns. They could not be noticed by the front team members, but they could not escape the eyes of the snipers, and they died behind the door after a few shots. Afterwards, the 4 of them checked the rooms one by one, and the other 4 followed up to the 3rd floor. After all, there were so many American agents. When they assigned the task, they saw a figure tumbling and running upstairs. He was on his side. He ran and yelled, "The director is not good. The Chinese are here." He could avoid the sight of them, but he could not escape the eyes of the sniper. Just when he reached the 3rd floor, the sniper showed up. An unceremonious shot heads out. The firecrackers were set off below, and the last agent shouted desperately to death. The 2 officials in charge of CIA naturally got the news. As negotiators with the Kurds, they are not without strategy and political acumen. Therefore, he was immediately react. Ziming's plan. Damn, these despicable Chinese people are trying to kill us, so forcing the Kurds only listen to them. And we must not let those yellow monkeys succeed. Rachel, the discriminatory chief, yelled, then opened his closet, pulled a rope from it, fastened it at the foot of the bed, and then the 2 jumped off the 3rd floor with the rope. Regarding their actions, the special forces below were also prepared for a long time. They only quickly identified the location, and then gestured for the 2 team members to rush into a room on the 2nd floor and raise their guns to kill the last 2 who were about to pass. But in the end, the 2 CIA officials were not stupid. When the team members raised their guns and aimed at the 2 ropes hanging from the 3rd floor from the window, they suddenly banged twice, and 2 black objects smashed the window and were thrown in. Up. Be careful. Their 2 team members didn't have time to yell out these words when they saw a violent white light flashing in front of them, and they couldn't see anything. The 2 team members are also experienced special forces. They did not wait silly on the spot, but rolled on the spot behind the sofa table and other shelters as they remembered, waiting for their vision to recover. But in just a few seconds, the 2 CIA officials quickly skimmed over the 2nd floor, and finally jumped onto the lawn outside and ran towards the door. I saw the last and most important 2 fish that slipped through the net on the 3rd floor, watched them desperately running towards the gate, and saw the Kurdish palace guard at the gate. He felt cold, knowing that the action tonight is a complete failure so far, and because of their failure, perhaps all of them will be killed here. The teammates around them raised their guns and fired desperately at the 2 men, but this was at night, and the other party was also an experienced agent, and of course it was impossible to hit them. At this moment, at the gate of the post house, although Princess Lee was only at the gate, it was not difficult to guess what was happening inside through gunshots and shouts. She immediately turned her head to look at Ziming and said angrily, "It's you. You are not here to discuss things with those Americans. You are here to kill them." Ziming did not answer her, but sighed in his heart. It seems that it is not that simple to imitate the famous things of famous people in history. They are very strong special forces, But the opponents are not stupid idiots. They can cross the front line of war and come to this rear area and make contact with the Kurds. This is enough to prove that they are both. How can the best agent be so easy to succeed? Especially when Ziming saw two Americans jumping down smoothly and running towards this side, he was even more lamented. It seems that his good fortune is really coming to an end. This is what happened in the Kurdish palace. I'm afraid I will be executed here. But when Ziming ready to give up, but he thought, damn, since I born again when things depend on luck. His mother is not all cell phone teeth spell out of it. How can you admit it this time? And even now, there shouldn't be no chance. Ziming heart shouted, while his brain began rapid up and running. And looking at both men ran to the front. Leah Ziming immediately stopped, shouted, Princess Leah, careful, I'll help you put to death this two people. Hear Ziming cry, that finally ran out of the CIA official member at the time stunned for a moment, and then when they took out a pistol or a Princess Leah Ziming when stand in front of her, behind the royal guards immediately without hesitation the shot was fired. And the last two CIA agents were beaten into a sieve in a bang. With the last two CIA official member of the soft down on the grass, everyone was shocked, the villa and all of the special warfare team members head looking stare-cowed-eye of all this. They are very upset of this, thinking that this mission failed. I was thinking about how to take Ziming and escape from the palace, but didn't think that Ziming actually used a clever way to kill this in front of Princess Lee with the gun of the palace guard. The last two people. Princess Lee's eyes widened too. She couldn't believe all this, and the last two people were killed like this in front of her, but she couldn't help it. Ziming was a little relieved, because here, and the whole thing was finally back on the track he should. Damn, you idiots, don't you have eyes? Who allowed you to shoot? Don't you know that those two are our most important guests? You all want to be executed and cannot ascend to heaven because of your sins? Leah on behind the king palace guards who shouted, and then put their own body Ziming pistol handed out. Dear Princess Leah Highness, I think you're not going to blame them. I think they just want to protect you. After all, they have already taken out their weapons. If they hurt you, they can't explain to your father. Hear Ziming's voice, Leah immediately turned angry and said, really? You should be killed in this despicable bastard. Ziming, this is interesting meaning, said, despicable bastard. This is a very good call, but before seemingly cursing me we should put things in front to deal with everything as you expect it. My people killed all Americans in the villa, so now, can I let them come out of the room safely? I really want to get the rocket bomb your house are fried together with people go to heaven together. Leah teeth cut teeth, he said. Ziming haha laughed. I can understand the Princess Leah your feelings now, but I advise you not to act rashly. Wait until your father to come as well. After all, Americans are gone. We are your only partner up. Leah weak watching Smile Ming's face. She wanted to kick up, but no matter how she single-minded, also Ziming Ming said is the truth, so she can only choose to forbear, even if chewed Yanya can only swallow it in the stomach. King Palace had such a big thing, it was naturally the first time to inform the chiefs that Jiaolan also hurriedly rushed to the post house, and when he arrived, and Ziming 10 people desert the small teams are standing in the doorway, surrounded by royal guards. Leah command, Father Pro is damn Chinese people attacked by night the Americans post house, and killed all Americans. See Jiaolan over the past indignation. Leah immediately reported to his situation, but the face of Leah reported, Jiaolan did not express any opinion, just black with ye faces went over. This time at the moment, all killed US CIA agents are in a heap on the lawn. But at the moment Gaolan do not even see an interest and not. He directly came to Ziming, and helped myself had a royal guards. The soldier's gun came and pointed at Ziming and said, Huaxia, it seems that I underestimate you. I didn't expect you to dare to do such a thing, but do you know? This is in my palace, I have the right to execute anyone here. Hearing Leah's translator Ziming laughed. He said helplessly in his heart, My Majesty Chief Jiaran, The plot has reached this point, can you stop pretending? Not too helpless heart, but the surface of the play is still to be played out, and Ziming Liang Zuitan nodded and said, of course I know, the Emperor here well, in your words that Harry made, you can certainly put me to death, but are you sure you really want to do this? Why not do it? Gao Lan asked. Do you think you are Chinese embassy staff? I would be afraid of it. Face of Vicious asked Jiao Lan. Ziming suddenly smiled. It seems that I misunderstood. I thought you arranged for me and Jiaolan Emirates Americans who live in this luxurious post house inn, because I haven't made a choice between me and them yet, so I made these things. The purpose is to help you make a choice, but it seems to be unnecessary. In fact, Your Majesty, you have already made a choice. He said. Ziming raised his hands and then said, that it right. Then you can take me. They were tied up and then go apologize to the Americans in exchange for their support for the founding of you. Come on. Gao Lan large your eyes wide, his teeth and said, do not push me, with me cannot do. Then please Jiao Lan Emirates shoot it. Ziming Road fear does not matter, not to if Jiao Lan Emirates do not intend to shoot it. I think we still talk about things that cooperation between us now. As for Ziming's words, Chief Jioran was so angry that he trembled all over. He finally yelled unbearably and fired in a frenzied manner. After all the bullets were empty, he said to Ziming, please follow me to the palace. Well, I need to discuss with you the next cooperation matters. Leaving this sentence, Jioran turned his head and left without even waiting for Li to translate his words. It can be seen that he is now suffocated and angry, so it is not difficult to imagine that if he can, he must want to. He wanted to cut Ziming off 8 pieces or chop it into meat sauce, but now he can only hold back all his anger and negotiate with Ziming. This reminded Ziming of a very popular saying on the internet in later generations, I just like you're kind of uncomfortable and hate me, but I just look like I can do nothing. 170th chapter. Second Princess, pick the following yarn. Let God look. Ziming followed Chief Garan and Princess Leia to the palace again, but this time it was not a partial hall, but the most luxurious central hall. This is where Chief Garan usually conducts business meetings. Bringing Ziming here undoubtedly showed his attitude to a large extent. Inviting Ziming to sit down in the central hall, Garan said to Ziming, Emissary Zhu, I have been thinking about it for a long time today. Indeed, I can call on all Kurds to help some fight through jihad. Americans, but as their chief, I must also be responsible to them, so I must know what you can do to deal with the Americans. I know they have a lot of planes and missiles, even Sam's army is in front of them. They are all vulnerable. If talking about things in the central hall can only illustrate Jiaran's attitude, then his words at this moment are undoubtedly completely giving up hesitation and expressing his mind. In fact, it's not surprising that Jioran would have such an attitude. Ziming. After all, when he killed the last 2 American CIA officials with the help of the palace guard in front of Li, he had no choice, unless he was going to take the United States. Both were offended by Sam, but even idiots would not do such silly things. As for killing or tying Ziming and giving it to the Americans, it is even more stupid, because according to people's suspicion, under the premise that all the CIA agents have died, it is impossible for the Americans to truly believe them. Going up will only have a hot face and a cold butt. Not only do the Americans do not wait to see them, the other side also offends Sam. When Sam's army comes to ask the crime, won't the matter end there? But what surprised Ziming was the change in Jiaran's mood. You must know that when he was in the post house, he was still going crazy. Now when he returns to the central hall, he can calmly communicate with himself face to face. This kind of emotional transformation and control shows that he is also a character. Of course, it's easy to understand if he thinks about it. As the chief of the Kurds, he has been able to fight some for so many years. If he doesn't have the ability, he will definitely not work. Now that it has been spread out, Ziming is also simple. He said to Jalan, the Americans are even more advanced and superior in weapons and equipment than Sam, so it's definitely not possible to force it to the front. but theirs weapons and equipment can only kill people or destroy targets, but cannot occupy them. While Zhu Ming was talking, Garan was thinking, it seems that Sam's army is like this. It is easy to Kurds on the front battlefield, but it is the Kurds who can live here in the end. Therefore, no matter how advanced and powerful the American weapons are and what they have broken Sam's army, in the end, their mistakes still have to advance and enter every city for occupation, and this is our chance. Zhu Ming then said, this time, as long as all the Kurdish people are hiding in the city, and the Americans continued to fight street fighting, or to inquire about the Americans know where to camp, you have nothing to go put a few rockets, even car bombs are placed on the roadside. I believe these unexpected blows will deal a very big blow to the US military and cause a certain amount of casualties. Of course, the last few sides of this tactic will also kill many people. This is indeed a good one. The way, we Kurds won't be afraid of death. Jiran asked afterwards, is it just this way to beat the Americans? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Zhu Ming nodded, after all, Americans have different beliefs from yours. They fear death. As long as your casualties exceed the upper limit they can bear, they will give up on their own. This time Leah translated Zhu Ming. Let Jalan listen to Jiran's words. Before Jioran could speak, Lee questioned, is it really that simple? Don't think that we live in the mountains and don't know anything if we haven't fought against those big countries. You can deceive at will. If it is so simple, why don't Sam's troops take this approach against the US Army? Instead, they have to look for us Kurds who are not as good as his weapons and equipment. Zhu Ming smiled, he feeling that Lee's performance is very cute, and then said to her, the reason is indeed not that simple, but I am afraid that I can write a paper of several million words if I really elaborate it, and that will be criticized by readers. Yes. So I can only choose to pick the key points and tell you in the simplest terms. As for Sam, his army has been fully attacked by the Americans and has lost its combat effectiveness. At least he has not dared to appear in the Americans. In front of you, that's it. Zhu Ming said. That's because Sam's army is poor people who have lost their faith, so they don't have the courage and confidence to stick to it. But we Kurds can stick 101,000 times better than them. Liao was proud of it. Zhu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect this to make her feel such proud. Of course, Jiran, as the chief, is much more pragmatic than Li. He asked Zhu Ming, so what about assistance? Although you said that Sam would provide us with weapons and equipment, after all, we had a long time with him. Confrontation, lack of trust between each other is even if we are with extreme sincerity to help him fight the Americans, but he did not immediately believe me, support me and weaponry, right? Lot of words without error. When it comes to here Jioran paused for a while and finally asked, so in this case, should I let my people wield a wooden stick to knock on the Americans' heads? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Zhu Ming nodded in response to the incident and said, I can't help but say that this is indeed a very worthy question, but I also have a plan for this, that is, I will personally prepare for you the weapons you need in guerrilla warfare. Equipment. Facing the answer given by Zhu Ming, Jalan raised his eyebrows and then asked, so you are not completely loyal to Sam's messenger? Zhu Ming smiled and analyzed for him a little bit. Dear Chief Garan, I think I need to emphasize my identity. I am a Chinese, not an Iraqi, and I am now employed by an American arms company and I just asked for a sum in Saudi Arabia to support Iraq's 10 billion military expenditure against the United States. Do you think I should be loyal to Sam? After listening to Zhu Ming's analysis, Jiran took a breath, and Zhu Ming said at this time, in fact, Your Majesty, you don't need to understand my identity too clearly. You only need to understand one point, that's me. Since I am willing to take such a big risk to kill those Americans and help you participate in this Gulf War, it means that I will support you to the end no matter what. Zhu Ming's words are sonorous and powerful. Each radish is pitted. It made him feel very relieved by hitting Jioran's heart. Not too even so. Jioran still a long silence before finally made up my mind and said, well, first, how should we do? training outstanding soldiers who can fight against the Americans, and this is your biggest capital against the Sam army in the future. With all due respect, these soldiers under your hand are worthless except for the determination to see death at home, so we need to train a number of factors higher quality soldiers. Almost Ziming's voice was off. Li, very dissatisfied, retorted, "This gentleman Ziming, you seem to have forgotten. You are being called by you of these my soldiers to catch nothing came." Ziming this ruthless top back and said, "But the Princess Leia, you seem to forget to remember. At that time who is the real surrounded. If my men really attack, you will not be able to stop Shaudixia those soldiers have live, or do you really want real knife? Be it a gun?" Leia cold hum of carried away to no longer speak. Apparently the outrageous Kurdish princess was able to face reality. She knew that if the situation is Ziming, they really want to attack, even if they can off the war. Also a lot of people will be killed or injured because they are anti-ambush on the other side. Actually Yidian police did not sleep, you know they are the snakes. This is horrible. I did not expect Liu are also bow when it seems your soldiers is really a play. Gowland said, "Is not later trained soldiers my family can be so. Tell the truth, may never reach their standards, but at least no problem against the Americans." Ziming replied, "Joke, like he who is from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands soldiers carefully selected, using the most rigorous approach to training soldiers. Trained soldiers of the king, whether combat or combat skills are the top intuition. If just training can reach their standards, then does the whole world still want to play?" I'm afraid that this is the case with the volunteers who reached the pinnacle of light infantry on the Korean battlefield. Gowlano sigh, although a little disappointed but still acceptable. Ziming then said to him, "It seems Emirates Long Majesty has accepted, then the next we can go to the Eastern Mountain, receive my support to you in the first batch of equipment. And I believe it will make you satisfied." "I hope so," Gowland said, rubbed his temples and said, "Today evening happened so many things. I think Mr. Ziming, you must be very tired, so now since it has been settled, I think we'd better go back and rest first. After all, there will be tomorrow's things tomorrow." Ziming nodded and said something, "Of course," but then he said, "No, had ended before I have a favor to ask. I do not know whether it would accede to the Emirates His Majesty." Gowlan made a gesture, "Please," Zuxian Qingming but said nothing wrong. Ziming's eyes Pioxiang Liya that says, "Is the Liya princess? I know here because of the different doctrines, woman's appearance also belong to the body. Shame is not just show it to outsiders, but now I have formed an alliance, so I can say that I am one of my own. Under such a premise, I wonder if I have the honor to see Princess Li's face." Listen to Ziming actually propose such a ridiculous request. Liya immediately eyebrows pricked. Johnson denounced Ziming said, "You bastard rogue, you delusional." But Gowlan was in a little thought for a moment, nodded and said, "This is of course no problem, Liya, peeled off your veil." Liya immediately stared. It is inconceivable. Meeting looked at his father. She would like to think that they got it wrong. But until Jiaolan repeated again even after some angry, desperate grievances before Liya raised his hand and took off his veil. Following Leia's movements, her veil was taken off a little bit, and suddenly a face full of beauty appeared in front of Ziming. It was because Ziming was surrounded by top women like Lin Muqing and Suhan, who were also in Hong Kong. I saw the first beauty there, and a mysterious doll Caitlin, but I still felt my eyes shine. Because Li's beauty is different from them, she has the unique beauty of the Kurds in the Middle East. Her facial features clear lines, just like the early morning desert, filled with a fascinating exotic, a pair of light blue eyes. Seemed blue sky generally dry, clean and transparent. In particular, she had only on the battlefield heroine. Only some heroic spirits are very unstoppable. Originally, Ziming made this request, just to force Jiran to submit a name, but I didn't expect Li to be so beautiful, so Ziming couldn't help but look at it 2 more times before saying to Jiran, "I didn't expect Princess Ya is really a rare beauty. This is really the blessing of Her Majesty the Chief." So I will be here today, and we will see you tomorrow. Ziming got up and took the and they left. When they left, from now on, Lee couldn't help but rushed into Jaelan's arms and wept bitterly. Jaelan comforted Lee while looking at the direction Ziming was leaving, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 272 Pancakes Scallion? Isn't it a bit bad for me to bully a girl like this? Ziming asked suddenly on the way back to the post house from the central hall. Regarding this sudden question, awkwardly scratched his head and said, I think it's okay. Although it's a bit impolite, it's just a matter of removing her veil and looking at her appearance. This should be right. People have the least respect. On the contrary, I think it's extreme like theirs that women must cover their faces. Maybe this is a conflict between culture and ideas. Perhaps, but it's the same. There is no way. After all, if Gaolana is not allowed to vote for us, I am afraid that even he himself will be uneasy. When uneasy, it is easy to form an alliance. This is not what I want to see. Ziming sighed at the end. So I can only wrong the Princess Lee. It's not enough to be wronged. If it doesn't work, won't you just marry her? It seems to be in their doctrine. The husband can see it, said. Ziming leaned in angrily. I want to bring your woman back to the bay any time, then a real stallion. In this way, Ziming took the and his desert team back to the interest. In general, despite the many accidents in the operation tonight, the results are still very good. Moreover, the 9 members of the desert squad raided the post of more than 20 CIA elite agents, but none of them were injured. This is also true. It can show their combat effectiveness. When they went back to the post house and had a good night's sleep, the palace guards on the other side added guards. God knows that things have already happened. Why did they do this kind of remedial action? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ziming and the police got up and had breakfast with Chief Jiran. Compared with last night, the current chieftain was more enthusiastic, and he was completely watching Ziming as his own. In addition, there is a very intriguing detail, that is, Princess Lee, who is accompanying her, does not wear a veil today. After breakfast, Ziming led the team and set off. Their destination was a village called Hook near Iran in the east. Because it was the border between the two countries, it was also in a country like Iran that had been war-torn for years, and it was close to Kurd. In a densely populated area, this village easily developed into a semi-open arms trading market, and the purpose of Ziming's trip was to fulfill his promise to support these Kurdish armed forces for future guerrilla warfare. Since there are mountains and hills all the way from the Kurdish settlement to Hook, and the infrastructure here is extremely backward, there is only one road that can pass large vehicles. Not only does it have to go around a big circle, it is also the same. The gravel road is very backward, bumpy and difficult to walk. It was for these reasons that Ziming had to ride a camel and a mule to save time. As for the horses, they went to pull arms, and the horsepower was obviously not as good as the camel and mule power in this respect. Standing outside Mahad city, Leah sat behind a tall khaki camel, looking at Ziming on the back of the other camel. The only exposed eye was full of deep hatred. You damn Chinese, when this war is over, I will kill you myself. She gritted her teeth. Ziming spread his hands on this, and asked meaningfully, what if this war can't be over? Besides, when will the grievances be reported? I think it's better for us to laugh at each other. What do you think? Leah was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Ziming hadn't expected Ziming to say that, but he still turned his head stubbornly. Then I will kill you, damn bastard. I hate you for nothing. Ability. All day long, only the little white face who is playing around behind his back. Ziming helpless sigh. This is no way. After all, I'm just business tycoon, not the king of soldiers born again. There are more than 60 kilometers of mountain roads from Mahad to Hook. I just help you don't fall apart. Ziming to leave this sentence, Liu mercilessly tossed his reins. The head of a camel ran out, and Ziming sighed. To help him posture camel too quickly to keep up. Just like this, the team set off in a very discordant relationship between the two leaders. At the same time, the Kurds' chiefs Jiaolan also looked at his palace detachment Wuxiangdong view. He looks complicated. Do not know what to think. The total distance from Mahad to Hook is more than 60 kilometers. It may not sound very far. It takes just over an hour to drive but it should be considered that the road is basically twists and turns over mountains and mountains. Go this way is very taxing, so they set off in the morning zooming, until near night soon after dark before finally arrived at our destination. Along the way, are very safe, and did not run into the mountains or something unexpected thief bandits, partly because too few people here. Also because the Kurds are basically controlled this area, now led Kurdish princess. In addition, they need to transport weapons, and they are a large team of more than 50 people, and most people really don't want to touch it. Hook is a village hidden in a valley, surrounded by cliffs. Only narrow gaps like a line of sky can enter and exit. Control Hook village is a partner than Caleb. He had not pirates, but and Kurds, are ancient peoples of the West. But they are now far from the scale of the Kurds so much, but the relationship with the Kurds is very good, and the Kurds often purchase the weapons they need through the Hook village they control. This is also the most important reason why Zoomingxuan delivers goods here. Pass through a narrow channel. Skyhook came to the village, where the village is built up layer upon layer directly, much like the northern Shanxi cave along the side of the mountain. Just this side of the house is not all in the cave, and many of them are built outside. He had come here, and before come up with a special satellite phone to contact. You see someone coming. It was a group dressed in coarse cloth robe, turban wrapped round his head, very unique in Central Asia. Ziming knew that it was a Kalbite, and judging from the cleanliness of the opponent, he was probably the size of the aristocratic class in this Hooker village. Maybe it was the son of the village chief. He ran over to Hai Hing and Leah greeting and said, "I know you are Leah. Right from you came in I recognized you, because your body temperament unmatched how you see today came to buy arms. You must have won a major victory against Sam again, right? Because you only came here 3 days ago to purchase a lot of arms." Listening to the other party's words, Lee frowned and said, "Doi Iming, I think you should be more concerned about the news from the outside, not just on your Aneth herd of an acre. Now Sam is at war with the Americans. How can there be war with us?" Zhu side of the Ming and listening Li multi-Yiming dialogue, cannot help but feel a bit mean, because Yiming performance multi-obviously like Leah, but in turn Leah but then this all day long in front of her to show force. His child doesn't catch a cold very much. After being trained by Leah, Zhu Oiming scratched his head in embarrassment, but he immediately spotted Ziming and said in surprise, "Huaxia? How can Leia have Huaxia in your team? They are in the Far East. Can it be said that the Kurds have won their support?" So reminded by the multi-Yiming, Leah just suddenly thought to Ziming, "So she say so in accordance with the multi, no mistake, we are now allied and Chinese people," he said, "there are a number of very high-tech weapons to give us. You know our library the Germans lack these types of weapons, so I am very happy and like them, including their distinctive appearance and ours." Leah heard to say, more than Yiming Yangzata then turned around and said to Ziming, "Hey the Chinese people, do you really have any high-tech weapons to sell it? But I grew up in Hook, I have never seen a high-tech weapon. You also take me to see it." Zhu Oiming's tone is arrogant and provocative, which makes Ziming feel very helpless. Brother has a little brain. Okay, your goddess is just using you as a gunman. You haven't been out of the mountains, not solo energy, right? This is undoubtedly an unwarranted disaster in Ziming's eyes. When he raised his head, Ziming could see Li's unbearable triumphant eyes. Ziming can only say that the folk customs here are simple, not as many as in big cities in modern society. Intrigue. Otherwise, adults who have had a bit of social experience will not have such naive behaviors, or at least they can hide and cover up a little better. They are naive. Ziming can't bother to accompany them. Naive. Ziming said, "I need to contact my connector first." "Is there any other connector? Are your people already at Hook?" "But I'm sorry, we Caleb Iron doesn't welcome outsiders, especially you Chinese people. I can tell you responsibly that we have not been here for more than a year. Do you know what this means? Your people have fallen to death on the road. Zhu Oiming sneered unceremoniously. Ziming just glanced at him, ignored him, turned around and asked her to make a satellite phone call, and quickly contacted the other party. After confirming the identity of the other party through a secret code, told him where he was. They asked them to wait for a while, and they came out to greet them immediately. Seeing Ziming hung up the phone, Zhu Oiming was surprised and said, "It seems that your people didn't fall to death under the cliff. Then I have to see who is dealing with you. I can refuse it in the future. Let this group of people enter the country. I'm sorry, Hook is my place, and I have such power." Ziming was also very upset about Zhu Oiming's push at every step, but he still ignored him. Of course it's not. Ziming was afraid of him, but didn't want to care about him. After all, he would pull your IQ to the same as him, and then defeat you with his rich experience. This was something that Ziming didn't want, and on the other hand, Ziming felt that he was only here to pull the arms away. If there was a conflict with the local snakes, it would not be worth the loss. As a businessman, he must know how to make choices and weigh the disadvantages of his rights, and he must be able to tolerate it. So Ziming ignored him. And over there, Zhu Oiming saw that Ziming hadn't spoken, thinking that Ziming was afraid of him, so he happily went to Leah to ask for credit. Ziming could only shake his head and sighed that he was bored. After a few minutes, they saw a group of more than a dozen people approaching them. The leader was a white Caleb. Although he was also wearing ordinary Central Asian clothes, he could clearly see the material on his body. Be more particular, and seeing him, Lai immediately got off the camel, and also greeted Ziming to come down. Obviously, the other party had an identity. When the man came over, Doi Iming was very surprised and excited to step forward and said, "Father, why are you here?" "Actually, there is nothing wrong here. It is the Kurdish Princess Li who is here, and I am greeted." They said, "Is there a Huaxia weapon to be traded, or a high-tech weapon?" "I have never heard of a Huaxia person who has been here recently and is waiting to see his jokes." It turned out to be Zhu Oiming's father, the head of this Hook village now. However, the village chief ignored the chattering Zhu Oiming, and came directly to Ziming and asked in English, "Are you Pancake Mr. Ziming?" This question surprised everyone, even Ziming was also surprised. "Yes, I am Ziming, so may you be Green Onion?" Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, he finally smiled over there, and he nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm the one who joined you with pancakes and pancakes." Green Onion. Chapter 273. 100 shots and 100 neutron bombs. As the village chief Hook admitted that he was the linker with Ziming, everyone on the scene was shocked at the time, because even Ziming didn't expect it. His connector was actually the village head here. Originally, he thought it was just a Persian who had been trafficking in arms. But there is another thing that makes Ziming feel helpless. It is his joint code. Pancake, I am Green Onion. Ziming didn't understand how there was such a joint code. He could only think about whether it was a pancake lover who came up with it, but the soil turtle does not have a combat power of 5. This code of soil to slag is a manifestation of combat power. Besides, this kind of code is almost impossible to guess. Ziming was surprised. The staring eyes of Leah and Doi Iming almost fell to the ground, especially Doi Iming. He couldn't believe it. Originally, he still wanted to squat in front of Leah. I tried to show it, and ridiculed him sentence after sentence, and said that he would drive his connector out of Hook. As a result, now his father is the connector. Then, wouldn't all the previous words become a slap in the hand? Hit him mercilessly back in the face? How can this be, father? How can you be the connector of those Chinese people? This is too embarrassing. A bastard like them who has no faith should be driven out of Hook to feed the jackal. Zhu Oiming said. To himself the father shouted loudly, but his words fell off. His father slapped him in the face with a backhand, scolded him a few words angrily, and then waved his hand and asked someone to drag him down. Watching this scene, even though Ziming didn't understand what he was scolding, he still scolded him for being unpromising and ignorant. However, this is also true for Doim's own problem. In fact, Thinking about it, you can understand that a weak tribe can establish such a stronghold in this chaotic place. It is difficult to say that there is no support from the big forces behind it. Just a leader as a joint person is very exaggerated, but it is not completely impossible. After sending away Zhu Oiming, who hadn't grown up, the Mr. Hook introduced himself to Ziming. Like Ziming's guess, he is indeed the leader of this Hook village and the current patriarch of the Caleb tribe. His name is Eshaw. Before the tribe's most difficult time, Huixia helped him. Later, he volunteered, become China's intelligence personnel here. For him, Huixia is his second parent, so now he heard that his son was disrespectful to Huixia. He slapped him directly and asked him to go back and reflect on it. Perhaps Esha's experience is also legendary, but Ziming has more important things to do. So Eshaw quickly took Ziming and the others to an independent house in the west of the village. According to Eshaw, because it is specialized in arms trading, there are many warehouses dedicated to storing arms, and this is one of the safest. Eshaw personally went to open the warehouse door and took samples for Ziming and the others. At this time, Li said to Ziming very rudely, "Hey, Chinese, I didn't expect you to have a connector like Uncle Eshaw. But don't be proud of it. These are all the power of the powerful country behind you, has nothing to do with you." Ziming smiled helplessly. "I have never been proud of anything. In fact, before I came, I didn't know that my connector actually had such an identity." Her Royal Highness Princess Li, before he listened to Ziming's explanation, she raised her head with a cold snort, maintaining her last arrogance. A few minutes later, Eshaw commanded the tribe to carry 2 wooden boxes back, much like the old munition boxes seen in old movies. Through the cracks, you can see that the boxes are covered with straw. Obviously prevent bumps. Then Eshaw ordered the clansmen to open the box and said to Ziming, "There are 2 kinds of weapons, bullets and rockets." Although he had prepared in advance, Ziming was still a little surprised when he heard that. "It's me. Did the special bullets you want come with the rockets?" Eshaw nodded and said, "Yes, it's the bullet you want. It's the smaller box over there, except for the wooden box on the outside. There is also a special black box inside. I think it should be." After getting this answer, Ziming felt that it felt good that there was a country behind the operation. The bullets were the guidance that Ziming ordered from the skunk factory. Bullets, but the skunk factory, as an arms dealer, had the ability to produce, but couldn't transport them to Iraq across the line of fire. In the end, Ziming had no choice but to give this task to his home country and ship them all along with the rockets. Both boxes were opened, and Huang Cancan's bullets and rockets suddenly appeared in front of him. Ziming was a little curious about not having contact with large quantities of arms, but Leah was very dissatisfied and said, "Huaxia, I really believe you will. What kind of high-tech guerrilla weapons were brought to me? But now they are just rockets and bullets. Do you think I have not seen these things? You shameless liar." "Princess Li, you are wrong. They are rockets and bullets. But they are not ordinary rockets and bullets," Ziming explained. "Where can it go?" Liu asked inexplicably. Ziming explained this. "First of all, this rocket is very convenient to carry and launch. It does not need a gun mount. You can swing it anywhere, remove the back cover, and light the fire to complete the launch. It's not very useful to hit the enemy by surprise." Listening to Ziming's explanation, Li's eyes lit up at that time. Because as a guerrilla commander, Li knew that he must be a guerrilla weapon just by hearing this kind of rockets, but the pride of the princess made her not convinced by it. She then asked, "The rocket is barely okay. What about this bullet? Where can there be no bullets that have to use you? I think you just want to get from the princes of Saudi Arabia. You cheated." Ziming shook his head and explained to Leia, "Although this bullet costs tens of thousands of dollars per shot, it is definitely worth the money, because he is a guided bullet that can make people hit 100 shots. 100 shots and 100 hits? Are you making any unrealistic jokes with me? This is what the most powerful sharpshooters in our tribe can't do. So a bullet can do it. Is it because your bullets have eyes that will aim at themselves, is it?" Leah said with disdain. "Right, My bullet is really aimed at when I grow eyes, Ziming said. This answer left Leah dumbfounded. Ziming had to find out an American semi-automatic rifle, put this special bullet and hand it over to Leah, saying, "Is it true? You can try it yourself. But you can only fight animals." Hearing what Ziming said, Eshaw immediately said, "This was also explained to me in the organization, so I specially prepared a few peregrine falcons, which can be used to help with the test." Ziming nodded and said, "Okay." Then they followed Eshaw to a clearing next to it, which was a special shooting area for testing arms. While making preparations here, Ziming told Leah, "At that time, you only need to aim at the general direction of the peregrine falcon to shoot, and the bullet will find the target." Leah responded impatiently to this reminder. "Once I know it, I can't help saying that Lee has indeed been on the battlefield." She just stood there with her gun, and she can exude a kind of temperament from the inside out. After waiting for the Caleb tribe over there to release a peregrine falcon, Lee raised her hand to shoot without hesitation. As the gun rang, the peregrine falcon over there fell from the sky. See this result, Leah on the spot stunned, because she had really just have to aim a bit. In fact, play objects such activities, it is regarded as the king of the palace guard in the sharpshooter, cannot crack shot. Is it any luck? Ziming see the idea of her heart, so she said, "Is not luck you?" Another bad marksmanship, or never even played any gun. People do not like it. This sentence reminded Leah, so the proud princess called her guide in her team very unconvinced. He is an old herder of summer, who can shoot, but has not received any training. Once the target exceeds 10 meters basically, it can't be hit. It's the best candidate for testing bullets. In order, princess, take. The old herdsman had a gun there and released a peregrine falcon. The old herdsman gun target shooting. Only hearing a bang of the gun, the peregrine falcon fell from the sky as miserably as the previous compatriots. Everyone iced their cow die, or promise before the old herdsman shot. Everyone thought would be the result, but when they saw it, Chick still unconscious, shocked. He who are playing in the mountains of the people of guerrilla life, which can crack shot. Marksmen can produce much use in guerrilla warfare, but they have to understand again, especially now that people can actually get rid of the bullets train. Only you can hit the target by aiming casually, which is terrible. This is our God-given miracle. With this bullet, we really anyone not afraid of you. Chinese people, we really have these incredible bullets too. Leah bowel movement asked Ziming. Ziming in no hurry to answer, but the corrected emphasizes, "My princess, this is not your God-given, but I offer you. Do not you think you should be more respect for me some?" "Listen, Ziming." Then Leah stunned, surprised a moment, then he bit his lip. Very aggrieved to Ziming said, "Dear Zixianxing Ming, just as I do apologize to you, we hope you do not mind. You are the greatest savior of the Kurds, and I beg you to grant me this bullet, so I can give you everything I have, even if it is my chaste." The last word, Leah almost gritted her teeth, made Ziming a little embarrassed. In fact, Ziming just wanted to molest her. Who made her always so arrogant? But how could she know this noble one? Her Royal Highness actually mentioned this directly, which seemed a bit too heavy and too heavy. It is conceivable that her pretty face under the veil at this moment must have turned into an apple, and fortunately that Du Oiming is not here, otherwise it will be really difficult to end. So Ziming had and said, "That's not necessary. In fact, I am bringing you here to give you these bullets, as long as you play his role on the battlefield well and hit the Americans well." Leah's eyes looked complicated. Ziming replied with a good voice like a cat cry. This is the embarrassing atmosphere of Eshaw standing up to relieve the siege. "Since everything has been negotiated, I will arrange for you to rest and leave early tomorrow morning." Faced with this arrangement, Ziming shook his head and said, "No, I am leaving tonight, because I have left Baydina for too long, and I met the Americans in Mahad again, so I am worried about the situation on the front line. I can't pin my hopes on Sam's resistance in terms of volition. If there is an accident, everything I have done will really be abandoned." "Ziming, is it really that dangerous?" Leo asked softly. "I don't know, but my habit is to take the initiative in things in my own hands. Ziming said. Chapter 274 I want to surrender. Bao thanks for the monthly ticket support of Buifly. Also, I am sorry to say that Xiaofang Pian will go to the hospital for traction this afternoon, which is the continuous rehabilitation treatment of cervical spondylosis last week. Therefore, it is very likely that it will not be updated at night, and the small film is very sorry. The Persian Gulf is calm and deep at night, just like the surrounding Gulf peoples. Their beliefs are pure and loyal. 2 Iraqi fishing boats are quietly fishing on the sea. After all, huge ships such as aircraft carriers and cruisers are cruising on the sea during the day. There are also various aircraft flying in the air from time to time. There is no chance to come out to fish, so they can only wait at night. After the large ships returned to Hong Kong to rest, they quietly set out to fish and also guarded against the patrol ships that occasionally patrol. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly very dangerous. Not to mention that the multinational forces have also carried out night attacks against Iraq. Although such night attacks have been much less after 2 large-scale airstrikes have seized air supremacy, they still have. Not to mention there are a lot of mines spreading on the sea. Although a lot of mines have been emptied before the American aircraft carrier came in, if Allah did not bless the collision, then the ship would be blown up. However, despite the great risks, Iraqi fishermen still go out to sea. This is because under the comprehensive blockade of the multinational force, Iraq has lost all imports of materials. In order to survive, these fishermen can only take this risk. Both fishing boats are very small boats. They drove cautiously on the surface, relying on their experience to go to areas with more fish. However, when they sailed less than 1 nautical mile, they felt that the ocean current suddenly happened very strange. The fishermen on the boat panicked. Could it be an earthquake under the sea? Or is there something huge about to break through the water on the bottom of the sea? Then, accompanied by the dull engine roar, a black nuclear submarine slowly emerged from the water, and then the front launch hole was opened, and 3 or 6 were launched, and then dived back into the water. The 2 fishing boats were still floating on the sea, and the fishermen who were all wet by the waves watched this scene blankly, and were speechless. At the same time, in Baydina, the capital of Iraq, 400 kilometers away, several troops are entering the city. These troops are all defeated soldiers who have been dispersed in the airstrikes of multinational forces. They are returning to the capital for recuperation and treatment. These people, some of them have missing arms and legs, and some can only lie on a stretcher. They are all dejected and dejected. Due to the continuous bombing by the multinational forces after they have mastered the air supremacy, any action of the Iraqi army must be carried out at night. Although the air strikes by the multinational forces cannot be completely avoided, at least they can use the cover of night to effectively reduce their own casualties. As for the counterattack, Iraqi soldiers don't think about it anymore. If you put 2 up to the sky at will, it can be regarded as resistance. If the Air Force fled without a fight, what else can they do? Yaxian and Baker were also in one of the teams. Since there were no obvious injuries on their bodies, they just followed the team and were not treated in a car. Now that we have returned to the capital, but I was not security but more and more intense. You say that the Americans will not be next to bomb here, right? Aside follow the team walked, while Baker said Yaxian. You want to say where you are, where American aircraft just right. Yaxian said, not me. Hope this time you can hunch is true, whatever the outcome. Baydina as the capital, there are still it has very strong air defense firepower. If the American planes really come, I believe that our air defense positions can avenge the humiliation we have been suffering. But some things are not like people who think that. Just Yaxian Baker and follow the team to move forward. After 20 minutes, and when they finally arrived at the barracks in the southern suburbs of Baydina, the sky suddenly came a sharp of. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Owl. The defeated soldiers with rich experience of being attacked immediately heard that it was the rocket thruster of the Tomahawk. As to the attack, as the original zombie-like soldiers has been activated once, like a general, scattered to escape with a one screamed, "Ah, Americans came again. Am I destined to escape the fate of death? Why? Our radar position has not issued an early warning, and all the early warning personnel should be pulled out and killed. Surrender. It is simply an army of demons, and it is not something we can defeat." Others have given up to survive, kneeling on the ground crying, "Start a prayer, Almighty Lord. Your loyal servant is being pagan to kill. I beg you to help us. Give us defeat their abilities. I don't want to die. Can I ascend to heaven?" Compared to those who have been a crash, like a headless flies running around and give up to survive, only know nothing of throwing himself waiting for God to rescue out there. And Baker comes in many Yarxian calm. She saw them immediately away from the house, to try to open the place to go through repeated airstrikes. They also understand that no matter how advanced the US weapons are, their target options are limited at night, and they can only rely on houses and crowds. While people are shouting cried when 6 Tomahawk arrived over, and under the guidance system of identification were drilled into the airport dispatcher, runway, as well as radar stations and barracks in the barracks. That day after, the American bomber group came also, from the sky and fell they like heavy rain, and the barracks they fell into suddenly and turned it into a sea of flames. Following the bombing by the US Army, the air defense forces stationed in Baydina also fired frantically into the air. The anti-aircraft guns rang out all night, but they didn't even knock down a plane. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Sam was eating breakfast in the dining room of the presidential palace. His complexion was very bad. Not only did his eyes have bloodshot eyes, but they also had dark eye sockets. Obviously, the US military's sudden attack on Baydina last night, the air raid, also prevented him from sleeping well. The second Iraqi figure and Sam's cousin Majid is reporting to Sam. There is nothing else, mainly about the losses they have suffered. President, our air defense system has been severely hit by the Americans' continuous airstrikes and has been almost paralyzed. Our radar has been unable to effectively detect the incoming American aircraft, and even the other party does not need to dispatch stealth aircraft. When F-15 and F-16 enter the supersonic cruise state, we can't find them. In a sense, our radar is not as good as the ears of soldiers, Majid said. Listening to the report, Sam grabbed the lamb chops on the plate and stuffed it into his mouth, and then asked, "I heard that the army camp in the southern suburbs was attacked yesterday. It was originally intended as a rear hospital?" Majid nodded and said yes. "Because the state of the front troops is too bad, there must be a rear hospital." Yesterday, several troops just arrived there. The Americans attacked. I am afraid that the other party's investigations have long discovered this situation. The attack launched last night. Damn it. Majid's words fell, and Sam scolded. The officers of our Air Force and Air Defense Forces should all be executed. It is because of these pigs and dogs that they have neglected their duties, caused my troops to be slaughtered by the enemy like this. Majid did not make any remarks about Sam's words, he just silently silenced, and then made a suggestion. "President, I think it is necessary for you to go to their military camp today to give condolences to those soldiers, because according to the report, the army that was attacked yesterday has collapsed and other troops have lost their morale. However, I believe that as long as you appear, President, you can reinvigorate everyone with your personal charm." Sam spit out of his mouth lamb chops. "What? I did not hear. What wrong with it? You actually want me?" This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page to condolences to those dregs who should all go to hell. Majid nodded and said, "This is a must. And I think it is also the best time. After all, those Americans have limited offensive capabilities. They launched an airstrike last night. I think they may take a break today." "Well, I went today that the barracks were born. I hope those idiots can come back to their courage," Sam said. In this way, under Majid's persuasion, Sam decided to go to the barracks. So at 10 o'clock in the morning, Sam and his bodyguards finally arrived at the barracks. Everything was the same as in the news network. Nurses and soldiers. They were greeted at the door, and the two children presented flower baskets to Sam and Majid respectively. Then under the arrangements Majid, Helm came to a former tent. Two soldiers standing here, Majid introduced as Sam, President. This is our ace Yaxien. Is he in the face during the air ambush? The US military led its own formation to launch a counterattack, and retreated after shooting down 3 enemy planes. It was only later that they were forced to land in the desert because of fuel exhaustion. Listen to this description. Sam forced to hold a Yaxien hand and said to him, "My are Iraqi pilots. If everyone like you, I think we will win this victory in a war." Yaxien lied back to Sam with a military salute. "Please give me a chance, the President. I will definitely be on the battlefield to prove that our Iraqi fighters are no worse than anyone." The spirit of the first non-regular stick. "I also believe there will be such a day," Sam said with a smile. At this moment, suddenly a secretary of the Department of Defense rushed in and reported to Sam exchange, "Mr. President is not good. Just now there was news from the border saying that the takeoff of a US aircraft group was detected and the direction was towards Baydina. Come, and the analysis is very likely to be this barracks. Now the US aircraft is less than 100 kilometers away from Baydina." What? This news made Majid not jump for a moment. He immediately ended the condolences and wanted to take Sam back to the presidential palace, but his action was still too late, or the American airstrike came too fast. When Sam walked out of the tent, a formation of 10 F-16 fighter jets appeared over the barracks. Looking up, they saw a few of them crashing towards the ground with their long tails. The pilot of F-16 could not identify Sam, but seeing so many people gathered below, the fool could also guess that it was an important person, so everyone focused their vitality on Sam, and suddenly countless explosions were in Sam. There was a sound around Helm, and Sam was thrown to the ground for the first time, but the tent he was patrolling just now was lifted to the sky. "Quick! Protect President Sam. Where's the air defense force? Quickly organize an anti-aircraft counterattack and drive these Americans away." Majid shouted and issued the order, and with his order, the air defense position on the other side also played a role. All the anti-aircraft guns were aimed at the air, and they fired frantically. The second round of air strikes flew over, braving the vitality of the ground, skipped lightly, and under the control of the pilot, one shot and heavy money slammed into the ground. Boom boom boom. There were several violent explosions, as if there was a flash of lightning in the ears, and the huge shockwave and sound almost deafened Sam. Sam turned his head in a daze to look at the blue sky, but suddenly there was another explosion, and a bloody severed hand suddenly fell on his face. Sam shook his whole body, and then shivered uncontrollably. He was frightened. "Shout out, surrender. We have already failed this war with the Americans. Don't go on this kind of meaningless war. I want to surrender to the Americans." End of this chapter. 200 Chapter 75 The Last Hope? The Leah base is a U.S. military base located in the Saudi capital and the command center of the U.S. military and the United Nations multinational force in the Gulf region. In 2:13:03 in the afternoon of the day, this time is the U.S. time of 8 in the morning, more than 700,000 commander of multinational forces in the Gulf Central American 4-star General Military Commander came to the Battle of Normandy conference room. A few at this time general staff officers have been waiting here. There are 2 people in the Ministry of Communications commissioning the machine, because for the next report on the fighting in Normandy to the far side of the globe to another president. Normandy prepare himself sitting on something good chair. He tugged at his collar. His lieutenant saw this look, smiled and asked him, "The army is still not used to this Gulf, is it? Desert climate?" Norman nodded and said, "Is here too dry and hot? And if it is in New Jersey, I think it is the snow melted early spring. Need to wear fur coats, not like here, only 1 minute. Did not drink when I get to the water, I feel my throat will crack." "Not too general, you do not have to worry, it like to your ability. Then there is probably up to a week's time. You should be able to go back, right?" Secret book says. It's impossible to say anything on the battlefield. As soldiers, we can't say such things. Normandy criticized. While endure criticism, but it is still, the secretary said, it is the army that you are too modest, Now the whole army who do not know we have it at an advantage in nearly a month before the airstrike. The Iraqi Air Force Army, they have all suffered a devastating blow, but they haven't even touched us yet. I am afraid they are all desperate under such a blow. How can such an army that has no fighting spirit stop our attack? This time Normandy did not criticize his adjutant anymore, because the situation in front of him was so clear. It was also very good to maintain the high fighting spirit and confidence of the troops. Just do not mean blind self-confidence negative. Before whether it had made a much battlefield advantage through 2 large-scale airstrikes, but the enemy is still the more than 1 million troops, regardless of the quality of these forces, and also has a number of air defense forces, but after all, will bring their own great trouble. While not allowed to use weapons of mass destruction in 1991, he was to pass through the airstrike killed 1 million troops. It is simply impossible. So Normandy finally said, so we all hope that the final attack will come soon, and give Iraq the final blow. After some preparations, his adjutant dialed the phone, and as the call was dialed, the man in front of Normandy on the big screen, the picture immediately appeared. It was inside the White House. It was an important member of the cabinet of President Walsh, Vice President Aldrich, and other presidents. General Normandy, I'm very sorry to interrupt your lunch break, but I think the ice and snow in New Jersey will make you miss more than the sun in the desert, so now I need to know what the battle is going on over the bay. Walsh: first of all, Mr. President, I think you should really come here to take a look. The dry climate and the drastic temperature difference between morning and evening all announce to us that they are so unfriendly. Normandy spread his hands and said with ease, well, the closer to home the next morning we have a camp. Bardina southern suburbs were designated H-bomb, which is why I disturb your breakfast, the most important reason, and you make the connection request, because according to the information, Iraqi President's arm was that to condolences the soldiers. Walsh said in surprise, this is really an accident, so what is the result? According to comprehensive intelligence, our airstrikes did indeed hit target, but ultimately whether Iraqi President Sam died in this airstrike still needs further confirmation. Normandy said, pray, I hope their Allah can bless this Iraqi president from death, so that we can end the war more quickly. Walsh said. Normandy did not comment on this, but as a 4-star general, he certainly knew how much a negative impact a commander who was raided but not dead would have on the entire campaign. Especially in such a comprehensive disadvantage, he would feel extremely fearful of war. This fear would shake his confidence in war, and the final result would be voluntary surrender. Of course, this may also stimulate people's rebellious psychology, causing them to smash to the end with the enemy who almost killed themselves. But that is generally for the madman who has been forced to the edge of the cliff. Sam is a dictator. He is obviously more willing to retain his position and continue to rule the country. As long as he promises to retain his power, then the war can be easily ended. Then let's go back to this war. General Normandy, what is your next battle plan? Walsh asked. Propaganda offensive. Disintegrate the enemy's will to resist. Normandy said, next, our planes will throw bombs while spreading leaflets, telling Iraqi soldiers that surrendering will be more worthwhile investment than holding on. Wait until the enemy's will to resist is completely dismantled. I will immediately launch a ground attack to end this war. This is really a good plan, but I still have a question. My general, how do you determine that the enemy's will to resist has been disintegrated? Walsh asked again. Normandy replied, I have a very simple way of judging this, and that is desertion, because once soldiers lose their fighting spirit, they will want to escape, especially the kind of dictatorship without faith. That's it. I hope the celebration banquet organized by the White House for the generals can begin as soon as possible, and I must personally toast you at that time. Walsh said. With this sentence, this video call ended, but Normandy did not immediately get up from his seat, but put his hand in his pocket. There was a telegram there, and Normandy rubbed the telegram severely. In a ball, he said bitterly, The Addams family, these damn capitalists. Why can't the war be made purer? Our soldiers are not your business pawns. Suddenly the voice of the adjutant came in his ear. General, this call is over. Do you need to give a combat order? Normandy opened his eyes and saw that his adjutant was looking at him with concern, and Normandy let out a long voice. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's start," codenamed the Battle Plan of Faith. When Normandy issued the combat order, more than 30 transport planes took off from 6 U.S. airbases in the Gulf and flew towards Iraq. Zylan was deployed to Iraq in Kuwait forefront of a stronghold, with a 50,000 armored army stationed here. Here is Iraq against the first defense of the multinational force might attack. In the afternoon, all the Iraqi soldiers hid in the underground fortifications to rest. Only the people assigned to watch were chattering at the outposts for the eccentricity of the officers. After all, there are no air defense forces in the several parties now, and they are facing the air strikes that the enemy may come at any time. They have no other way besides praying. How can this kind of life and death be on duty to keep them from cursing? Suddenly, the familiar roar of the engine came from the air, and all the soldiers on duty screamed and fled and hid in the air defense fortifications. Not a few huge shadow across the sky, an explosion that impression has not heard. They sneak out to see the probe. Was surprised to find a piece of paper like a snowflake in general from the sky slowly floating down. In curiosity-driven, Iraq disabilities soldiers who carefully out of the bunker, they are picking up the paper and found that all flyers, posters emblazoned with the content is being painted devil some chicken gnawing at the same time wielding a whip and enslaving the scrawny Iraqi people. Some Iraqi soldiers surrendered to the multinational force and got lamb chops and beef. In addition to the comics, there is also a line of text: "How long will you fight for the devil? For you and your family, please follow the call of Allah." Although Iraqi military officers began to seize these cartoons as soon as they discovered them, and strictly ordered no one to hide them privately and deal with them in violation of military laws, many Iraqi soldiers still saw them. So the content of these cartoons also began to circulate in the Iraqi army. Is some enslaving our brothers and sisters? Are we right in this war? Should we continue to work for the hateful dictator, or to withdraw from this war and escape to the civilized world? These questions surfaced in the minds of all Iraqi soldiers along with these cartoons, and more than 40 people escaped from the Iraqi military camp that night. The next day, the third day when the U.S. military aircraft continue in Iraq's strongholds voted sprinkle each flyers, supplemented by small-scale bombing, the number of Iraqi soldiers fled are becoming more and more, especially the fourth day to actually boast of Erijang has thousands of people. This undoubtedly shows that the fighting spirit of the Iraqi army has fallen to the bottom. So under this situation, the U.S. ground offensive has finally begun. Hiram stronghold in Iraq or the first line, just 2:18 this day 5 in the morning. The 1st American Expeditionary Force Armored Marine Division under the cover of air fire, the stronghold of Hiram launched a full-scale attack. Zylan enemy suffered violent attacks. We need to support. A lot of support. Zylan strongholds of the Iraqi commander Crazy roared into the phone, but also due to the air strikes in Iraq before the multinational forces suffered heavy losses, so in order to resist the U.S. ground attack, Majid can only mobilize frontline troops in Basra added Shear and go with. But let Majid enjoying the cool shade expect that, when his ministry team was to leave Basra, the U.S. aircraft and missiles sped to the front of the Iraqi army on the road at his crazy fight, while the 3rd and 4th U.S. Marine Division also after they moved out, their target was Basra, who had lost the defensive force. After occupying the Basra stronghold, they detoured back to Kuwait and punched the Iraqi army stationed in Kuwait with a beautiful left uppercut. Former battlefield lines of the first time to fly back to Bardina, took the report. Majid walked into the presidential palace. Bad president, our front line completely fallen. Hearing Majid's words, Sam jumped up from the bed. He took Majid's report and immediately crumpled and smashed on the ground without seeing Majid and said, "Who told you to transfer Basra's troops?" Their department team stationed in Basra, The Americans certainly not so easy to get such a big strategic advantage. You ruined the entire war. Majid lowered his head, although he knew very well in his heart that if he did not transfer the reinforcements of Basra, it would be sooner or later for Harran to break through on the front line, but he did not explain it. After all, the result is now like this. How can I explain it? They are all very pale. Seeing that Majid didn't speak, Sam sat back on the bed sullenly, and said in pain, "Surrender." Hearing what Sam said, Majid's eyes widened immediately. "Surrender, President's cousin, we can't surrender. If we surrender, we may lose our power. But now we are about to lose our control." Sam said, "My cousin, don't you read the report ahead? Our troops have all surrendered to the Americans. That is our 200,000 army stationed in Kuwait. All surrendered. Tell me, in this case, who else can help us? Where do we have a little hope?" Ziming from China. Majid said, "He will be back today. He is as the last hope." Chapter 276 allows me to achieve this gorgeous reversal. Huaxia Ziming is our last hope. Sam sat on his bed and looked at Majid meaningfully. "My cousin, are you sure you are not joking with me? Do you really think that the Chinese man, with a group of Kurdish bandits like pigs and dogs, can defeat the Americans who have airplanes and tanks? It's ridiculous." "But at least that's also an effort." Net greater than Majid explained, from the perspective of American offensive methods, they are also trying to avoid direct confrontation with us, because once our troops and cross their forces together, their technological advantages not completely play out. So I think that Ziming said that guerrilla warfare might be feasible, coupled with the Kurds' fanatical faith. Ranging from Majid. After speaking, Sam interrupted him fiercely. "Shut up, Minister Majid. What you said to me is as beautiful as King Solomon's treasure but unconvincing." "Cousin of the President, I don't expect you to accept my order, but I can hope that you will give more consideration to our Hussein family." Majid continued to persuade with all his heart. "We spent a total of 16 coups and spent billions. The US dollar finally won the rule of this country. Do you want to hand it over to the Americans like this?" Sam pointed at Majid, frowned and warned dissatisfiedly, "Mr. Majid, I hope you will pay attention." Own words. "First, I definitely understand the situation of the family better than everyone else, but now the American army has begun a full-scale offensive, and my army has begun to surrender. I must make a decision before things get the worst. This is the best way to preserve the power of the family, because the Americans have made a promise to me that they will retain the legitimacy of our family's rule in Iraq." Sam said. He was shocked by this word, every word in Majid's ears, because he, as the Minister of the Interior and Defense, the number 2 figure in Iraq, didn't even know the news. "Because of the urgent situation this time, I didn't tell you in advance," Sam explained to Majid, but this explanation is just a rhetoric that Majid sounds like, and it is not even an explanation. Facing Majid's shock, Sam waved his hand casually. "Okay, I have to rest. You can go out first." Majid did not leave immediately. He looked up at Sam. "President, before I leave, I still have a question that I didn't understand. Although I don't know how you communicated with the Americans, I just ask if you can be sure of the authenticity of the Americans' promises. Or have you been bombed by the Americans?" "Shocked. I have lost the courage and determination to continue to confront the Americans." "You fart!" Sam yelled at Majid angrily. "You are a huge insult to me. How could I be caught?" "Frightened." "How can I lose the courage and determination to continue to confront the Americans? I'm all for this country." Sam paused when he said, and then he turned his attention to Majid. "It's you. Why do you insist on waiting for the Chinese man to come back? Is there any unspeakable deal between you? I think you should go to the cell for your insult to me just now, and your loyalty to this country do a good review." Sam yelled and pressed the alarm button on the desk, and the alarm in the presidential palace suddenly became loud. After less than a minute, Sam's office was opened by the military and police. They all looked at Sam blankly. No one knows what happened. Only Sam pointed his finger at Majid and said, "Get him up for me." This order shocked all the soldiers and police who came in. Everyone looked at Sam in disbelief. After all, As the guards of Sam's presidential palace, it's impossible not to know Majid, the country's second leader. So now to catch him, which one is this singing? Due to doubts, all the police did not dare to act rashly. This is to let Sam more annoyed, until the reaction his teeth again later gave the order. The police come to realize over the president's serious. It raised Majid. These damn guys can't even listen to my orders. Sam bitterly cursed. Then he put his secretary to call into the room and said to him, immediately notice the world, said Iraq surrendered, willing to accept the first United Nations 6600 decision meeting. You can ensure security accounted for under the collar and the vested interests of the premise, to withdraw from Kuwait. After recording Sam's words, his secretary hurriedly left the presidential palace and headed to the telegraph building. Then, at noon that day, the Iraqi news spokesperson summoned the news media from all over the world. Sam announced his surrender. Accept the UN resolution and conditionally withdraw troops from Kuwait. That afternoon, the news spread quickly all over the world as if it had grown wings, and it also caused an uproar in the whole world. Iraq time 120, first day of the beginning of invisible air strikes. Now 219 days. The Gulf War was only just 30 days. Iraq announced surrendered. In New York, millions of Americans took to the streets, waving American flags, shouted jumping excited. See, no, this is the strong big American power. Far from any one country can be compared. Even if Iraq is full, how can Soviet-made equipment be armed? It is not vulnerable to the great United States. The war ended in just 1 month. It is really rubbish than Jamaica. Not only in the United States, other countries who are in the know. Sam surrendered after the news was shocked. Day which is indeed now the only world-class powers. Only the United States have such a strong military, and even regional power in Iraq that dominated the Gulf. But also Americans shout Ixia hold around. It seems that after the world is about to enter the era of US dominance. The news reached Yanjing. Even if it was night, all the leaders of China had to gather their spirits and gather in the conference room to discuss the situation in Iraq overnight. Sitting here, Lin Zikang, who has newly entered the Central Corps, said, why is Iraq defeated by the Americans so quickly? This is only 1 month, right? It's not that Ziming has already gone to Iraq, and our officer corps. Did the guerrilla warfare also fail? Zhong Yiyuan shook head and hissed to have said, according to from at the news at the embassy, Iraqi president is not the accept did some of the guerrilla proposal and the war on deploying at the army insisted on at the front line of as the result. All at the elite forces, at the loss was lost after the first round of air strikes, and Sam himself encountered an airstrike by the US military in a sympathy event. I think this may be one of the reasons why Sam surrendered so easily. Leaders who are frightened will naturally no longer have any will to resist. Yang Dingo, who has not spoken all the time, said suddenly, I heard that the Americans are testing their latest equipment and combat in this war. Is the theory correct? Do we have any intelligence about this? Faced with this question, Lin Zikang, the chairman of the military commission, replied, there is intelligence. It is said that the Americans first traded the Iraqi radar station through a stealth aircraft that cannot be detected by radar and paralyzed. The Iraqi radar system wiped out the main force of the Iraqi Air Force through an air ambush, seized air supremacy, and bombed all military installations in Iraq day and night. After a month of continuous bombing, the US ground forces, after launching a surprise attack on Kuwait 12 hours ago and confining all the main Iraqi forces to Kuwait, they suddenly made a roundabout. 2 armored divisions detoured behind Iraq and cut off their retreat. 2 hours ago, 200,000 Iraqi troops were cut off. The frontline troops surrendered to the United States. Lin Zikang said, if it is replaced by us, is there a way to do it? Yang Dingo asked again. Lin Zikang sighed and shook his head. I am confident that I can win, but I can never do it as easily as the Americans. So is it possible for Iraq to stick to it anymore? Du Zong Yiyuan asked. If it were before Sam announced his surrender, there is still a slight possibility. But now as Sam announces his surrender, The Iraqi army that was on the verge of collapse will definitely surrender to the United States in batches. Under such circumstances, unless it is Iraq, can explode the same dust storm as the end of the world. Otherwise I can't think of any reason for them to stick to it. Lindsey Kang said. After Lindsey Kang gave the answer, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely dull. Everyone was shocked by the powerful military power shown by the Americans. You must know that the country is now at a critical moment of reform and opening up. I am already kneeling, and I can say that I have to face the overall pressure of the United States independently. Now that the United States has shown such a strong conventional military force, these leaders can't help but give them headaches. It seems that in the near future, we need to learn from Gujian, the king of Yi, and try to keep a low profile. Yang Dingo set the tone for the future of the country in one sentence, and then he said, in addition, we will not hesitate to use all means to bring Zeming back safely. The Iraqi operation will fail if it fails. Anyway, it is the matter in the Middle East that has no fundamental conflict of interest with us, but Zeming is what we have to keep anyway. Judging from the fact that the Americans dispatched hundreds of planes before, Zeming is comparable to the last large-scale airstrike against Iraq, so even if he turns his face, he must be brought back. Yang Dingo said loudly with his face. The expression of Du Zongyuan and Lindsey Kang can't be questioned, so even if they have the slightest other thoughts, they can't say it at the moment. They can only take their orders and say yes. Then Lindsey Kang passed Yang Dingo's order to the embassy. After receiving the order, Lin Hong drove out and drove all the way to Hatruz, a town less than 50 kilometers away from Baydina. Here he waited for Zeming, who had returned from Sumo, and told him that Sam had announced his surrender and that the country would take him back at all costs. Hearing the news brought by Lin Hong, everyone including Zeming was shocked, because no one expected the situation to be so bad. Well, Mr. Zeming, it seems that Mr. Sam's knees are not hard enough, Leah said to Zeming mockingly. Zeming smiled and shook his head. It seems that you all think that the situation has reached an irreversible situation, right? Then let me take you to achieve this gorgeous reversal. 8. Chapter 277 Not Really Surrendered? Let me lead you to achieve this gorgeous reversal. Following Zeming's words, everyone on the scene was stunned at the time. Everyone looked at Zeming with dumbfounded expressions, and even the surrounding air suddenly became quiet. It was not clear how Zeming could say such a sentence. SHXS. Mr. Zeming from China, I hope you still know what you are talking about. I would have followed, and my father wanted me to bring the most elite Kurdish guerrilla fighters to realize the dream of jihad and go to the United States. People fight, but now Sam can't hold on and chooses to surrender. Why should we continue? Leah looked at Zeming and said, the lives of our Kurdish warriors are not for squandering at will. Ambassador Lin Hong also said, I think the Leah comrade said it right. I know that Comrade Zeming, you plan a lot for this Gulf War, also paid a lot. You are not willing to fail. But now Sam, the surrender has already been announced, but he chose to give up. What else can we do? The best way is to evacuate before the US troops have fully entered. Princess Li and Ambassador Lin Hong, I acknowledge that what you all said is very reasonable, but it is limited to reason. Zeming said, first of all, I don't mean to squander the lives of Kurdish fighters. Second, I am not unwilling to fail, but there was no complete failure at all. Zeming said, here deliberately paused for a while before continuing. I don't know if you listened carefully to Ambassador Lin Hong's words just now. Sam did not announce unconditional surrender, but announced his acceptance. UN Resolution 660, withdrawing troops from Kuwait under the premise of guaranteeing their own interests. In short, this is a kind of surrender with additional conditions. Then what is the difference between this kind of surrender? Isn't it all surrender? Li asked in a puzzled way. In her opinion, what unconditional surrender and surrender with additional conditions are not all surrenders. For that matter, do not answer Zeming. Lin said it first. I understand. Comrade Zeming, do you mean to say Sam surrendered not really want to surrender, but a delaying tactic, in front of the battlefield when already in a desperate situation, try to create established facts? Listen, Lin solution release. Leah still do not understand and asked, what is a delaying tactic? Not really what you want to surrender. Could it be that this surrender what standard? Face questions about Leah, Ziming asked her to explain her and said, if you, would you accept surrender some with additional conditions too? For example, he is still required to retain occupation of Kuwait, or is Kuwait's interests and so on. Of course it's impossible to accept. You Sam are all defeated. So why set conditions to us victors? Leah said without hesitation. Ziming this time Liang Zui it, and so the Americans naturally impossible to accept, but not to mention the war they carried out. The purpose is to restore Kuwait's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So now Americans now cannot accept Sam put forward the condition. So the result is that the war continues, and Sam's surrender is equivalent to no announcement. Leah followed Ziming's words and said, for Ziming and Leah, it seems to have listened to Lin suddenly remembered something and then say no wrong. If you are so Ziming analysis, then today Sam ordered his troops fired at Israel and Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries are the Scud thing can be understood. No mistake. He did nothing more than to prove to the world that he is still there is still a force to fight back, but he did not know the actual his doing, telling the world that he had been to a dead end, or else a normal country is not free to launch everywhere. Ziming commented. That being the case, then you are next going to these Chinese people how to immediately into Bardina do? Liu asked. Ziming thought this answer. The situation now we have decided to no longer enter the time Bardina adjustment, so you and your Princess Leia guerrillas must immediately march to the frontline deployment in Basra. The US military is holding in street fighting in every city. Can you do it? Although it's a little harder, as Allah's most loyal servant, I have confidence in my fighters. Leia then asked again, what about you? I'm going to Bardina. No matter if Sam is just I am really afraid of surrendering as a way of slowing down. I have to figure it out, and even if necessary, I have to control him so that this war can continue. Ziming said. After getting Ziming's order, Leah did not execute it immediately. Instead, he looked up and down Ziming several times and said, really? Are you really just a businessman? Ziming was taken aback by Leah's question. Then he nodded and replied, I think I can count. It is said that war is the continuation of politics, and politics is the continuation of economy. Then there is nothing wrong with saying that war is the continuation of economy. It is what we are experiencing right now. The Gulf War was provoked by the two major consortiums in the United States, so if they can participate in the war, why can't I? Leia smiled. So, to be honest, before I met you, I thought the war was just the contradiction between two people is a good friend to the eye, and an enemy who can be killed if it is not pleasing to the eye. I don't know that there are so many complicated things in a war. Li bowed her head at the end. It seems a little shy to say I am very grateful to Allah for bringing you to my side. I don't know what you think, but I am really happy to meet you. After speaking the last sentence, Leia took her Kurdish guerrillas and left, leaving only Ziming some inexplicably still in place, but Lin Hong saw a clue and asked, Comrade Ziming, that Princess Kud will not be you anymore, right? Should not be, because I really wanted to not do anything to her. On the contrary, from Mahad to Bardina, she hated me, because I took the entire Kurdish after being dragged into this Gulf War, especially on the absolutely weak side of Sam. I don't believe my charm is so great. Ziming said. Lin Hong smiled and said to Ziming, then you must have never heard an old saying from Saudi Arabia, love is like a storm in an oasis, and when it comes, it is violent and without warning. Lin Hong's joke made Ziming a little helpless, but thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. Last week Ming shook his head, chose to put these things aside. After all, now they have more important things to do. So Ziming simply pick up your own mind and then asked, Ambassador Lin, now how about the situation of the Bardina? Lin certainly understands Ziming asked what aspect of the situation is. He did not mind too much Gua, so he clearly replied very bad cake. Sam has been bent to surrender before his cousin, who is also Iraq's number 2, Majid, was useless to persuade him. Instead, He was arrested by Sam's direct guard and locked up in a private prison next to the presidential palace. Damn, it seems that the airstrikes had let him ghost ship, Ziming said. I think this should be the case, then Comrade Ziming. What are your plans next? Lin Hong asked. Ziming this thought for a moment and then said, Ambassador Lin, do you know who Mr. Majid was kept in custody? Exact location of it? I think we do need to find someone to talk to him up. But Majid is Sam's key detainee. If he rushes to see Majid without permission, it will cause Sam to be unnecessarily suspicious. Originally, Lin Hong wanted to persuade Ziming this way, but after seeing Ziming's firm eyes, he didn't say anything. Just kidding, this Mr. Ziming. Even the Iraqi President Sam has announced his surrender to the world. The only thing he had to get back was to see Majid without permission, which was undoubtedly a dreadful comparison to what he had done before. With such thoughts, Lin Hong led Ziming to Sam's special prison and arrived at the destination more than half an hour later. This special prison in Sam was actually an underground warehouse. It was used to store food before. Later, after Sam established a dictatorship through a coup d'état, in order to crack down on his own opposition forces and clear out the ranks, he changed this underground warehouse into an underground warehouse. His special prison is used to detain those who oppose him or who have angered him. The guards of this special prison are naturally very strict, but Lin Hong successfully brought Ziming and the others in through his forged special pass. Speaking of this special pass is actually a coincidence. Originally, this pass was used by Lin Hong to escort Ziming out of Iraq in order to avoid the most critical situation, but he did not expect it would be used here. Under the leadership of the prison guards, Ziming and the others came to the cell where Majid was being held very smoothly. This is a separate cell with gorgeous women and sofas, as well as a special bathroom and TV. In other words, the word suite can be better described than prison room. Undoubtedly, this is the identity of Majid, but they don't know what the conflict between Majid and Sam was. Due to Sam's order, they had to arrange Majid here first. After Sam's order, he didn't offend Majid too much for not worrying about Majid's settlement after his restoration of power. It can be regarded as a little man's philosophy of life. Hello Mr. Majid, it seems that our worries about you are superfluous, because you seem to have been quite comfortable here, except that there is no freedom. Through the small window for visiting, Ziming told Majid. He ridiculed, and Majid immediately stood up when he heard Ziming's voice. He ran to the small window in 2 steps and looked at Ziming in surprise. Mr. Ziming, why are you here? Is it the president who finally have you figured it out? But I just watched TV and he has already announced his surrender to the world through the media. What else? Regarding Majid's entanglement, Ziming smiled and said to him, what you can see in the cell and what you hear is ultimately limited. If you really want to know what happened, Mr. Majid, wouldn't you just get out of the cell? Come out. Has the president figured out that he wants to release me? Majid asked suspiciously. Ziming asked meaningfully, what? Couldn't you get out of this cell without Sam giving orders? I see. Majid was a bit hesitant. Ziming then sternly said, Majid, you know you are a man. How can one break to stop the pace of your freedom? Or do you think should be the way to go according to Sam bow to defeat the Americans, who then was forced to accept humiliating treaty, accept the sanctions, not in the last day, be certain you have the whole family was overthrown from the throne of power down, become the common enemies of mice on the streets. Ziming's every word as if Huang's Hongdolphin General Majid heartbeat, and finally he made the decision, how it, for my family to this country, I'm going out. Got the answer? Ziming smiled and said, congratulations, Mr. Majid, you make the right decision. Action. Chapter 278. An unusual merchant? Almost weak, shouted Ming. Instant action. Ziming and Desert came along with team members immediately took action. They usually conjure withdrawn from the cuff, then severely headlong into the heart monitor next to the police. Less than 2 seconds minutes of time, 6 Iraqi police guard on the whole fell to the ground. his chest a blood red. He found the key from an officer and gave it to Ziming. Ziming personally helped Majid open the cell door. Majid walked out of the cell and was shocked when he saw the military guards lying on the ground outside. Although he had long guessed that Ziming would inevitably carry out robbery since he dared not have Sam's order, but when he really saw it, he still had to be shocked. You know, these military police are the most in the Sam Guard. Elite soldiers. Just from the beginning to the present, action was not a few seconds. These elite soldiers in Iraq have all been solved. Even for words could not utter a cry. Come, this is too much. Not too practical, but it is also not surprising. After all, they are 1 in a million of elite soldiers, together with the United States shortly before the CIA elite agent hands over the loss. And now they are eager to prove their high morale. It is not surprising to kill these military police quickly, only that Majid, the leader of Iraq, is subjectively unacceptable. Ziming smiled and gave him this explanation. If you do not do a little quasi-prepare, I think they cannot take you out. Is not it? Indeed, but it's not enough to just release me from the cell. We have to get out from here, Majid said. Ziming nodded and said of course, then gave the order again, nodded very simply, and then yelled at the door. A few minutes later, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and 7 military guards hurriedly. When they came in, these military police were stunned when they saw Majid standing outside the prison. At this time, the desert squad with him who was lying on the side immediately got up and flew over, covering their mouths and cutting their throats to kill these military guards in one go. Majid was already watching dumbfounded on the side. You can't help but say that the soldiers you brought are too powerful, and this way of actively yelling to lead the military and police guards to kill them is really amazing. So many times, habitual thinking can kill people. The sudden screaming may not be an accidental accident, and it may also be a trap. But this is also because this is a special prison. If there are tens of thousands of military police here, there are hundreds of them at once, and we won't dare to do it again, no matter how powerful it is. Ziming joked. Then Ziming left the cell with Majid, but when they ran out of the underground cell, they saw Sam waiting though with a team of military guards. Seeing Ziming and Majid coming out, Sam looked unloved and said, Majid, my good brother, you really betrayed me and colluded with these Chinese people, so you were so strong in the first place. It's their suggestion, but you probably didn't expect that from the moment you were locked here. I was preparing for this moment. Outside your cell, I installed a special surveillance probe. As long as anything happens, I can know everything for the first time. Majid explained in a panic. President, please listen to me. It's not what you think it is. Me and Mr. Ziming, we just hope to convince you that I am your watch brother. How could I betray you? But Sam ignored Majid's explanation. He continued, I said why you must fight the Americans to the end. It turns out that you and these Chinese people have long been. I have already discussed it, and I am really sad. I don't understand what benefits these Chinese people have given you. At their end, Sam cruelly ordered, catch them all and go to death. Following Sam's order, there was a sudden sound. Sam's secretary fell to the ground. All Sam's military guards were in a panic. They subconsciously squatted down. Please turn the page and looked up. Looking around, I wanted to see where the sniper came from. Actually, this sniper was arranged just in case. Of course, the prisoners in this special prison are all very special political prisoners. It is impossible for Ziming to bring the entire desert team in, so some must be kept. It's outside. However, those who were left apparently completed the task very well, because when he secretly killed Secretary Sam, he was panicked, and his desert team took advantage of this time to launch a raid on Sam. The military guards are looking for the hidden sniper at this time. They never expected that they would choose this time to do it. Therefore, under the hasty defense of these military guards, Sam was captured in just a few seconds, holding the blue backhand against Sam's neck and shouting, "Don't move." Their president was captured and left. The military guards below stood there blankly, and some subconsciously lost their own. At this time, Ziming strolled in front of Sam and asked him, Dear President Sam, I think you are definitely willing to talk to us now, right? Sam is undoubtedly very humiliated by this question. Yes, but helplessly. The situation is now better than others, and he can only be at the mercy of Ziming. And then he was taken back to the presidential palace by Ziming. At this time, the role of Majid, the number 2 figure, was manifested. Following his order, the military guards did not follow, and everything in the presidential palace was business as usual. Ziming and Majid took Sam back to the presidential palace. Sam lowered his head along the way, as if he had confessed his fate. But when they arrived in the conference room of the presidential palace and closed the door, suddenly said, "Mr. Ziming, what kind of conditions my brother has made for you? I can make a double share of his conditions." Sam's sudden opening made Ziming a little surprised. Ziming said to him meaningfully, "Really? You can't help but say that, Mr. Sam, you can write a blank check, but it's a pity. I would think about it 10 minutes ago, but now. Do you think you still have the conditions for negotiation?" "Of course," Sam insisted. "Majid is only the Minister of Interior and Defense, but I am the President of Iraq. I control all of this country. No matter what you want, money or treasure or a woman, I can give you, even the autonomy of the Kurds in the north." Hearing Sam's words, Majid's eyes widened. His face was incredible. "Sam, I simply can't imagine that you are going out of the Hussein family or even the soul of Iraq for your own safety." Regarding Majid, Sam unceremoniously went back. "Majid, you who came out of the family and the country earlier than me have no right to accuse me." Ziming ended the accusation between Sam and Majid brothers. Ziming said to them, "I still have Iraq for you. I don't have any interest in the interests of the country. All I care about is who of you has the determination to resist the Americans." "I'm sorry, Mr. Sam, at this point, you let me down very much. I went to Summer to find an alliance with the Kurds. After a few days of walking, did you announce your surrender to the world?" Ziming's words struck Sam's heart word by word, making him tremble. He wanted to explain something, but under Ziming's gaze, I couldn't say another word. Seeing him like this, Ziming went on to say to him, "What? You want to tell me that you don't really want to surrender, but just want to use surrender to delay the enemy's offensive? In fact, you still separately attacked Saudi and Israel today. After the Gulf countries have launched Scuds indiscriminately, it is used to declare that they have a very strong counterattack, right?" Sam nodded subconsciously, but Ziming sipped at him and said, "I just want to. It's so stupid to say you are." First of all, now the Iraqi army. Unfinished chapter. Please flip to still resist, because Iraq has not surrendered. They must fight to the death as a soldier to the end, but now you have chosen to surrender, and that they have scruples to. Ziming went on to say, "In addition, you think you launched Scud declared their behavior is powerful. But it seems to me that on the contrary, you are crazy when a dead and helpless. It is for this reason that your behavior will not only cause some headaches to the United States and other Gulf countries, it will not help the situation at all. On the contrary, it will attract even greater counterattacks. It can be said that the situation has been corrupted by you. It can't break any more." Ziming said the mood a little turn iron into steel, but then he calmed down. "But now the situation in Iraq, and indeed you also need to keep this president, otherwise the country would collapse first." This week the former first half, then let Saming had to give up. Can hear Ziming behind the turning point, but let him renewed hope. He desperately nodded to Ziming said, "No mistake, and now Iraq I still need to take charge of the overall situation. Without me, many sectarian and ethnic problems in China will be exposed very seriously, and the situation will become more complicated and out of control at that time. Xiao and Yu Zhao, Mr. President." Ziming then said to him, "Although Iraq is now temporarily cannot do without you, but it does not mean you can totally president of this country." Regarding Ziming's words, Sam was at first taken aback, a little puzzled, but then he became frightened, apparently thinking of something very bad. "Dear Mr. Majid, as the Minister of Interior and Defense of Iraq, you are also an important figure in the Hussein family. I think that when Sam's physical or mental condition fails to exercise his authority, you will act as national number 2, is entitled to exercise the proxy Sam president of all powers, right? Ziming asked. Face on this issue. Majid turned around and looked Sam first one, and then sighed and nodded. Watching Ziming and Majid's position, Sam Emergency immediately jumped up, pointed at them, shouted, "You, this is who I want to do. All you rebels overhead, I would want to shoot you, I promise." Ziming asked this. Majid said, "If you cannot live a good control of him, I'm afraid you will not be able to exercise his powers of." Majid nodded and said, "Of course I can do it, but if you are still worried about Mr. Ziming, you can send someone to look at him at the presidential palace. Personally, I prefer you to choose this answer." "Of course I also so chosen." Ziming finished. Let team members left to desert down. Their mission is specifically looking at Sam. Let him have the opportunity to do anything. Then put the Sam you took away. And looking at the Sam leave, Majid suddenly Ziming said, "With all due respect, Weeks, Mr. Ming, you really just a businessman, although it has been said that you are. But I feel you are very different. After all, not there will be a businessman who is willing to be involved in a coup in another country. You know, Acting President Majid is not the first to ask me this question today." Ziming remembered that when speaking forever hidden under the veil of pride Princess Kurdish, Ziming went down, as the body part to me of the answer given by nature is not the same. The President Majid behalf, I can tell you that is, I am indeed a businessman, but I am not an ordinary businessman, because I was not involved in the current coup, but I personally provoked it. Additionally, many ordinary businessmen is out of goods to recover the money, but for me, whether it is the power of war, you and I hand colorful notes, anything as long as give me business interests, I will do. Weak Ming said, "I don't know if you are satisfied with this answer." Majid did not answer at the first time, but took a breath of air conditioning. End of this chapter. 270th. Without losing defeat and will defeat. Bao Sensksi Fengshan Little Feather and Funeral Playing with Kai. The monthly support. I wish all my friends' children happy festival. Ziming and Majid came to the venue and meeting room. Sam Desert under house arrest 3 squad members in his room, and the remaining 6 into the members followed. Ziming came to the meeting room. This is a very luxurious meeting room, and it is also a private meeting room newly prepared by Sam for himself. The floor is a slap-thick carpet, the meeting table is made of millions of tons of mahogany, and the top of the head is exquisite crystal. The chandelier, all the chair trims are gilded. It looks like it can easily blind any 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Ziming sighed that Sam was worthy of being the Emperor of Iraq, and even a conference room could be such a tyrant. Ziming and Majid wait here for a while. In the notice, Majid, the Minister of Defense and Deputy Minister of Communications in Iraq, came to the room. There is no doubt no country can be a master of a family, even if that dictatorship must also be supported by other giants' forces. Iraq is no exception. Hussein Majid family Sam and were undoubtedly the biggest, which his alliance family also occupies an important position in the government. The Deputy Minister of Defense and the Minister of Communications are just such 2 figures. For this reason, today's meeting is not so much a military meeting as it is a meeting for the Hussein family represented by Majid to gain their support. When he had arrived, Majid briefed them on the sick cannot. Sam presided over the meeting, acting president of Iraq now by his office. The 2 ministers were very surprised when they heard the news. After all, Sam has been president of Iraq for so long, but now he is only 53 years old, and he has not heard of any physical condition. Suddenly, how can you let them not be surprised if you just change one person? Not against their will. Surprise moment, and very clever not published anywhere opinions. After all, Sam by Taiwan on the coup, and now suffered another coup is nothing unacceptable thing. And after a few minutes, the Major Generals from China to the officer corps is also a conference room, later introduced them to each other, meeting before the official start. Sam has previously announced our conditions of surrender to the world, but unfortunately, neither the United States nor the United Nations will accept our terms. This means that the war will continue. Therefore, yesterday, some ordered to the Gulf countries such as Saudi Arabia and Israel have issued indiscriminate attacks on Scud missiles. Although he is now ill, we have to continue this war for him, Majid said here after a pause before continuing. But in the next war, we will not be the same as before. In order to defeat the enemy, defend Iraq, and defend our regime, we must change our tactics and strategies. Next to it is the staff group from China. Following Majid's words, Zhu Ming said, "Hello everyone, I am Zhu Ming from China. I think the biggest reason for Iraq's failure before was the deployment of the army on the front line of the war. At the beginning of the war, it was targeted by violent airstrikes by multinational forces and suffered heavy losses. Change the then and the is to the next. Start from here. Wallpaper. Our defense line by will the continue to shrink, the abandon and the on at the unguarded border strongholds, and give up. Idea of the any field. The drag warfare by will specifically into street fighting at the Americans and roadside guerrilla warfare in every city." Zhu Ming said, "This way, because our soldiers and American soldiers are intersected, the enemy's high-tech weapons will be useless. There is hope of winning." After Zhu Ming looked at the two ministers, they also knew the significance of this meeting, so they looked at each other and asked, "Can you really win the Americans in the guerrilla warfare and street fighting you mentioned?" Zhu Ming confident nod replied, "Of course, this point has been proven in Southeast Asia before." "Then do you have any specific combat plans next?" "After all, this is Iraq, not South Vietnam," I emphasized. "Over there." Regarding this issue, Zhu Ming handed him over to Zhu. After all, he was a guerrilla warfare expert cultivated by the country. Even when the former Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan 15 years ago, he was among the first to be killed. The officers sent to Afghanistan to help them fight the aggression with guerrilla warfare. With his 10 years of actual combat experience, he is undoubtedly the only one who has a say when it comes to specific strategies. As a professional soldier, Zhu is also unambiguous and just hangs up the map of Iraq, and then pointed to the map and said, the US military had already achieved control of Kuwait through the Battle of Iran. The 200,000 troops on the front line had fallen without a fight. This must have given the US military a lot of confidence. Their subsequent offensive, the goal must be Basra, and my plan is to choose this second ground battle here. Regarding Zhu's judgment, Majid and the others nodded subconsciously. In fact, even those who don't know anything about military understand it well, because Iraq is surrounded by mountains to the north and hills and hot deserts that are difficult to climb to the west. So compared with these harsh environments, the difficulty of attacking from Kuwait to Basra, which is a plain with roads and railways, is obviously much smaller. Not to say that as the largest port city of Basra in Iraq, just get down here, the US aircraft carrier will be able to directly into the Euphrates and Tigris. That is, for these reasons, no matter what the commander-in-chief, Basra is always the most necessary to win, strategically important. A while talking, while Zimor points out of a point on the map, Isla's southwest of the city of Basra is a medium-sized city of town. Next to him there are two roads through Basra. It can be said that Basra's throat Isla, but at the same time Isla backed by the Euphrates, due to the terrain, destined not laid out a large-scale US military armored attack in Isla, must trade the small vanguards of shares, which gives street fighting guerrillas the best space to play. If we can repel more than 3 US assaults, then we will be able to keep the main US offensive force on the Islamic Gobi. Zhu said the hand and drew a circle on the map, and then went on to say, and the US Army's main force to stay. It is our aim to facilitate our next attack tactics, but how should counterattack? Still have it depends on the situation of the battle. At the end of the speech, Zhu returned to his seat. Under Zhu Ming's gaze, Majid said, from the current situation of the battle, only General Zhu's arrangement is the most appropriate. But now our army's will to resist and the determination to fight is obviously insufficient. Can we really stop the US military? The will to resist and the determination to fight follow the course of the war. Of course, I also have a special method, Zhu replied. That being the case, I invite General Zhu served as military advisor to the Iraqi state. solely responsible for this war. Majid first asked the two ministers for their opinions, and then formally authorized Zhu, because this was originally the purpose of the meeting, plus it was only a consultant, but the volunteers would not involve the country, and would not have anti-United Nations handles. So Zhu accepted it. Today has been a 222 rig, and in the week Ming's memory, this time has been to the closing stages of the Gulf War. It can be said Zhu Ming is doing now in force to change history. It was also for this reason that Zhu Ming did not dare to delay at all. After the meeting was authorized, he left the presidential palace with Zhu and sent Zhu and his army to leave. It is worth mentioning that this time Zhu and his officer regiment, and the Kurdish guerrillas who are already waiting for them on the road, are not the only ones who set out to Basra to save the war from the crisis. At the same time, there are also the Desert Squadrons, the troops that were temporarily taught in Baydina these days. For Zhu Ming, since everything in Baydina is over, now it's up to the battle in the south, so there is no need to keep the entire desert team by his side. The desert small team, despite only 6 soldiers, all but 1 in a million soldiers of the elite, has a very powerful physique and proficient in a variety of fighting skills, and intuition on the battlefield is very accurate, so that soldiers may be placed 100 regiments. It was useless in a battle of that level, but in a small-scale street battle, there was a chance to receive miraculous effects. Zhu Ming believed that Zhu, a very intelligent general, would definitely have a way. As for the other temporary corps, they were all soldiers who had retreated from the front through air raids, and were selected by Zhu as a contingent of 4,000 people. Although it is still far behind the standards of the elite Huaxio army, it can't manage that much for the upcoming battles. According to Zhu's introduction, Zhu Ming only remembers that the 4,000 member team was used by the Huaxio army, divided into 2 regiments. There were 2 soldiers who impressed him more deeply. They were named Yassian and Baker. So, when Zhu and his army got on the train to Basra, Majid also issued an attack order to the missile unit. Dozens of Scud missiles were launched, and when the multinational forces aircraft went around to hunt for the missiles, this time the military train was able to reach Basra smoothly. On the battlefield of guns and guns, the war led by himself is about to officially begin. But for Zhu Ming, there is another war that has to start. Zhu Ming's away in the later returned to his room and pulled out a satellite phone. Numbers dialed Lin Muqing. When the number was connected, Zhu Ming told Lin Muqing his identity. Lin Muqing immediately worried. Zhu Ming, are you okay now? I heard that Iraq has surrendered. What is going on? You are not injured right now. The situation on the side is very dangerous. Sam is a dictatorial lunatic. He won't do anything to you, right? You should come back. We are all worried about you. Although Lin Muqing's concern made Zhu Ming feel very warm, Zhu Ming did not. She still had to interrupt her words. My sister Muqing, I am very well in Iraq now. Sam has been completely controlled by me. And now the situation here is under my control. Lin Muqing still wanted to say something, but Zhu Ming said first, Sister Muqing, I know you and Ranran care about me, but now I have more important things to ask you. Now international crude oil futures, what's going on in the market? Lin Muqing does care about Zhu Ming very much, but she is not an irrelevant woman, so she also suppressed her extremely caring about Zhu Ming and replied, because of the news of Sam's surrender. At present, the international market is generally optimistic about the Gulf War, and international crude oil futures prices are also declining due to this impact. From the previous high of $60, it has now fallen below $39, and the decline has exceeded 135%. Lin Muqing said after thinking about it and said, and according to the overall situation, as the US military wins the Gulf War, all large futures companies and investment banks generally believe that international crude oil futures prices will go further. Therefore, most institutions are selling their crude oil futures. This is another important reason for the further decline in international crude oil futures prices. This is really good news. Zhu Ming said, then Muqing's sister, now let's also sell. And we will also sell together with the Tang family and Brighton's company to make the international crude oil futures fall to a lower price. Ziming then changed the conversation and continued, but this selling action, it can only last until 1 p.m. US time at most, and after 1 p.m., we must recover as many crude oil futures contracts as possible without affecting the price. Especially in the last half hour of the on-site bidding time, we must buy our company. You can see all the crude oil futures contracts. Understand? Ziming, what do you mean? The Americans are about to send news of failure? Lin Muking asked in surprise. The word failure is not so preparation. If all the plans go well, a fiasco would be more appropriate. Ziming said. Their 280th self. Lin Muking and Tang Ran were together at this time. They were in the conference room of a skyscraper belonging to the Tang family on the famous financial street in San Francisco. They were also here, including the Hong Kong Shipping Group, Chairman Tong Gang and Chairman Li Cheng of Qing Industrial, in addition to several old people from the Tang Clan Association and Governor Edward from Brighton. Miss Lin Muking, although I understand that you and Mr. Ziming feeling good, but I would like such an important occasion, you leave us here to specifically answer his phone. It is very impolite. When Lin Muking, before putting down the phone, someone immediately accused her. Lin Muking glanced at him. It was from the Tang Clan Association. Faced with this accusation, Tang Ran stopped doing it at the time. She patted the table and stood up. What are you in? My sister Muking didn't answer the phone calls from other people, but the phone from Brother Ming, and she was answering the phone. Didn't you all agree before the call? Why didn't you say it was impolite at the time, and now you come to find fault afterwards? Don't you think you are boring? Tang Ran, I hope you can take back the adjective boring. You being the patriarch of the Tang family is really unruly. Don't think that you can do whatever you want as the patriarch. That person again. Tang Ran thought about something, but then Lin Muking took her to sit down and then said, the reason you are looking for me today is nothing more than to know what we should do next. After all, Sam has announced his surrender. This is for us. This is bad news. You are very anxious about it. Our meeting has been held for nearly half a month, but there is still no way. After all, the outcome of the Gulf War cannot be changed by market operations. Lin Muking is here. Suddenly the conversation changed again. But now I have mastered a very important situation that Ziming passed back from the Gulf. Enough to change everything. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up, as if the news from Lin Muking was the treasure of King Solomon. Even the richest man in the world could not help but be moved. But in the face of everyone's expectations, Lin Muking sold it off, and stretched out her white fingers to the Tang family, who aimed at Tang Ran. But I don't like that person very much, because his words and attitude just now offended me. My younger sister, Tang Ran, so I need for the next meeting. This person will go out and will not be able to share our information in the future. Lin Muking saw other Tang clan members wanting to ask for love, and immediately said, please note that what I said is not a negotiation but a condition. If you can't agree, then today's meeting will end here. Lin Muking's words were sonorous and powerful, as loud as Huang Zongdalu. Tang Ran listened. The tears rolled in her eyes endlessly, because she was very wronged. Since Ziming went to the Gulf, the market has not been staged according to their script. In addition to the family that Tang Ran inherited as a mainlander, this must have made the elders of the Tang family very dissatisfied. It is precisely because of these reasons that these people have colluded with the three families of Brighton. They are putting pressure on Lin Muking and Tang Ran every day, and they are constantly finding faults in the market. In this regard, they are not connected. Ziming, on the other hand, simply felt that these two girls would be very bullied, and wanted to get as much benefit as possible from them. These days, they had to grit their teeth desperately to persevere. So now, facing the embarrassing atmosphere in the conference room, Lin Muking did not back down. With a bang, the Tang family, who was asked to leave by Lin Muking's name, slapped the table in irritation. He also pointed to Lin Muking and said, what do you think you are? Why do you ask me to go out? Do you know that I am in the Tang family? What identity, I really thought you two girls could go to heaven. But before he could finish his words, Edward told Tang Jingxing, the head of the Tang clan and clan association, "This is your family affair. I still think you will decide better." Listening to Edward, Tang Jingxing cursed the old fox secretly in his heart, but still said to the man, "Since you have affected the progress of the meeting, please go out first. Don't let us come in. It will save you face." Very ugly. The man was very unwilling to make fists with both hands, but he could only get out of his hands. After all, Tang Jingxing's words had already reached that point. If he wanted to be ignorant, then the next thing waiting for him was to be caught. It was embarrassing to put it out. "These two damn BOZ. I don't believe that Ziming can really bring you any news. You must know that Sam has declared surrender and the Iraqi army has collapsed without a fight. Can this unbeatable situation be brought back?" Simply naive. When the time comes, you can't help it, so don't blame our alliance for not being moral. The Tang family who was kicked out of the meeting room thought most viciously in their hearts. While in the meeting room, Lin Muking announced to everyone a very incredible news. "We want us to manipulate the market. First sell down the price of international crude oil futures, and then sell these futures contracts back at a low price." "Miss Lin Muking, are you sure you are serious?" Edward asked. There is no doubt that Edward would ask this not to question what is wrong with this method. In fact, this kind of selling and then secretly hoarding is basically the most common old pattern in the financial market. No matter any consortium is familiar with this model, they just don't understand. How could Lin Muking come up with such an idea? Is the occupation of the Gulf region going to undergo a fundamental change? But given the current situation of the US military, they cannot figure out why the US military failed even if they want to break their heads. Faced with the doubts on everyone's faces, Lin Muking, "It's true that the US offensive is very fierce now, but anything can happen on the battlefield. This is why Ziming ventured to go to Iraq." It means that Ziming has already taken over the command of the Iraqi army on the Iraqi battlefield. And can he lead the Iraqi army to severely damage the US army? Because only in this way can market expectations be changed. But this is simply impossible. "I'm sorry, the reason is difficult to convince me." Tang Huiyin shook her head, and her words were also approved by others. Regarding this, Lin Muking, "I'm sorry, I don't have any intention to convince you. But as an ally, I want to share this news with you. That's it. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me." Lin Muking pulled Tang Ran up and stood up. "Okay. Now our news has been told to you. I know it is difficult for you to accept. I can give you half an hour to think about it, because I need time to deliver to my company. Order, let's get out of company now." After leaving these words, Lin Muking and Tang Ran left the meeting room without hesitation. Back Xies lounge, Tang then could no longer hold his arms flapping in. Lin Muking cried out, "Muking sisters great, Ming brother over the finally have the news. He was fine. He really all right. All good people won't be a long-term disaster for thousands of years. Of course, he will be fine, and only you girl will be all right." Lin Muking angered Tang Ran. The first thing they were most concerned about was Ziming's safety, and then the rest. "Not too Muking sister, you just really too domineering. So cool. Why do we serve them, love? Believe it or not, it seems too long with your sister Muking. Ming brother's time you and him like a thing." Tang then think of the scene just surprised. "Muking sister, you this time it really hard." Lin Muking hand to knock Tang then this, blind what it does want to work hard. Is the one would you harder than then ran it a man took over a family, not only from the beginning to understand the distribution and development operations and various industries of the entire family. In the circumstances, you have to face all kinds of things from inside and outside the family. I think you already have dark circles now. Do I have dark circles? Tang Ran immediately took out the mirror and looked very worried. Obviously worried that his appearance would be rejected by Zuming. Lin Muking giggled as she looked at Tang Ran. Tang Ran realized that she had been deceived. She also said to Lin Muking, Sister Mu King, you are the hardest thing. Edward and Tang Jingxing have joined forces in the last few days to persecute Lin Mu King. We made concessions because you were the only one who supported us. Beware that you are all thin. It's good to be thin. Wouldn't it be a pig if you weren't thin? Lin Mu King obviously didn't eat this set, but she then asked again, it's just that, you paid for Ziming like this, do you think it's worth it? Tang Ran tilted his head and thought for a while to answer. I don't think this is a real contribution. I'm just trying to catch up with Brother Ming, because I don't have managerial experience like Sister Mu King. It's Brother Ming who works in Hong Kong. I understand everything that I teach, and I have to start from scratch, so if I don't work hard, I won't be qualified to stay with Brother Ming. Looking at Tang Ran, who was serious and pious, Lin Mu King was in a daze, as if seeing the 4 years ago, when I went to Hong Kong City with Ziming. He bought what stock index futures he bought and didn't understand at all. Until I saw him so capable of making money, I didn't realize the difference between him and him. So far away. At that time I really felt scared. Lin Mu King is not like being a vase next to Ziming. She wants to truly become a part of Ziming's life. So after seeing the gap, Lin Mu King began to study frantically. This is where she is now, and Tang Ran, and that at that time, I was exactly the same. Lin Mu King hopes that Ziming will only love herself, but for a man as good as Ziming, this is destined to be an extravagant hope. Sister Mu King, can your brother Ming really defeat the US Army? When Lin Mu King was startled, Tang Ran asked suddenly. That's for sure. Lin Mu King replied with confidence. She then glanced at the time and said to Tang Ran, well, of course, I think the group of guys in the conference room should have already thought about it. For Ziming, let's continue. Let's fight. Tang Ran shouted at this and gave his head vigorously. When Lin Mu King and Tang Ran faced Edward and the elderly in the Tang family in the conference room in San Francisco, Zhu took the 6-man desert team and his temporary unit, as well as the Kurdish guerrillas they encountered halfway through. Came to Basra. 8 Meow 8 by J. $. Get off the train at the train station, and the garrison of Basra greets you here. It is an Iraqi officer wearing a beret. He told Zhu, General hello. The Basra garrison is ordered to accept your dispatch. Zhu returned a gift to him and then, hello, I now need a convoy that can transport 1,000 troops, and my soldiers need to enter Isla immediately to prepare for battle! Facing this order, the beret officer hesitated and asked, General, do you need to enter Isla now? I mean, you and your troops have been on the train for more than 7 hours. Do you need to first take a break? You know, if you are my subordinate, I will deal with your military law now, Zhu said afterwards. Now the Americans are already on the ground, and they may attack Isla at any time. It is our speed of preparation. How do you want me to rest in this situation? We can rest at any time. But will the enemy give us this time? Under Zhu's questioning, the beret officer shook his whole body. I'm very sorry. I'll prepare it for you right away. After the beret officer went to prepare, Zhu turned to the desert team. You follow the first batch of troops in, take them well, and pain as much as possible. Those Americans are helpful to our next plan, guaranteed to complete the mission. Chapter 281 Isla Ambushes. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when the sun is still below the horizon, only a little shy is revealed. When the light was bright, on the Gobi southwest of Isla, a force was slowly moving towards Isla. The ground attack of the US military is different from the previous airstrikes. After all, even with the participation of stealth bombers in the previous airstrikes, the aircraft itself is vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire counterattacks during the daytime operations, and it will lose its air power unnecessarily, so we must use the cover of night. However, it is a ground attack now. In order to better distinguish the terrain and the confinement, it will be better in the daytime. This attack on Isla was the 163rd Infantry Battalion of the 1st Armored Division of the U.S. Middle East Expeditionary Force. Speaking of this infantry battalion, it is also very legendary. He belongs to the Desert Tiger Infantry Group, as the sharp knife force of the Desert Tigers. This infantry battalion was formed by the legendary American General Patton during World War II. He followed General Patton to Morocco, and the US-British coalition forces flanked German and Italian troops. Later, it passed through Sea of the Death and suddenly appeared at the Sahara Desert in Allah. On at the battlefield of Man. The set was a minefield. Up behind it the German and Italian troops to establish at the victory in one fell swoop. Later, Patton was promoted to a 4-star general. With his help, this army formed by him and created a legend in World War II naturally received the title of Desert Tiger. Then this unit was left in the Middle East and helped the US military in its previous military operations to make a great contribution. Then in the Gulf War against Iraq, this Desert Tiger, as the unit most familiar with the environment here, was naturally regarded as the vanguard. Now that Isla serves as the gateway to Basra, the US military still sends its most elite troops. According to the American organization, this 163 Infantry Battalion has a total of 1,200 people. The commander is Lieutenant Colonel Arthur. After he led his troops outside Isla, he set up howitzers to fight against Isla in accordance with the US military's customary operational regulations. Ra carried out a shelling, and after dropping enough ammunition, Arthur raised his binoculars to observe for a while, and then issued an assault order. However, this order was questioned by the Army Staff Officer Franks. Lieutenant Colonel, I don't think we should conduct a blind assault, because the situation in Isla is very strange. Many troops came out to surrender, but there are none here. I don't believe that such an important city will have no military guards, especially when the Air Force detected the enemy's reinforcements yesterday. Facing doubt, Arthur smiled disdainfully. Boy, are you teaching me how to fight? Tell you, all of your ideas were in the face of an army with the will to resist. But now our enemy has declared surrender, and we are no longer fighting, but under occupation. Do you understand? It's like facing a bitch who has taken off his clothes and is wet to the point of exploding. Are you going to be boring to fuck? So, please forget everything. You are in the military academy, the theory of learning, that will only restrain you to become a stupid Hamlet. Now you only need to sing the song of the Iraqi army as a lady who can only run away and beg for mercy with the bastards in the team. Arthur said with a laugh. After reprimanding the young army staff, Arthur led a team of 400 men and headed straight for Isru under the cover of 3 Apache gunships and 20 tanks and armored vehicles. And with this same time, in a small tostery entrance to the upstairs Isla, a telescope was carefully watching every move of the US military. With a telescope is a man dressed in desert camouflage. Huaxia Jun, named Qian Jun, is to be Ziming Center Team Captain Desert, and behind the desert is another 5 squad members. There are 4 many Ilagram soldiers. The son of a tortoise. It seems that these Yankees really have no other skills. They only know that they can blast their heads with artillery, and then smash their heads while driving the tank, which is too unpretentious. Qian Jun scolded, as if to the US military. Very dissatisfied with the single offensive method. Qian Jun looked down on the US army very much, but the 4 Iraqi soldiers were frightened. They yelled at Qian Jun. Qian Jun couldn't understand it. Qian Jun didn't understand that they were going to be right when the Chinese translator spoke. The US army fired and couldn't let them into the city. For these words Qian Jun laughed. So they will be playing the Americans so badly. Let us teach you exactly how to fight it. Heralds go. The units continue to lurk. Put the United States team into the city. Even if the tank runs over them, don't move. Everything is waiting for my order. What it orders. Iraqi soldiers bit ignorant. I opened the first gun. As long as there is exchange of fire, heard the voice, and that is our offensive horn, said Qian Jun. The 4 Iraqi soldiers obviously did not understand Qian Jun's Eastern way of thinking, and Qian Jun didn't explain it much, because they didn't know what it meant to let in and fight. So they certainly didn't know how to seize the best fighters. If you do, then you can only give this roughest order. Yaxien Baker troops. And where was the first to receive commands? Tonique scared surprised and said, why should we put our task is not an enemy to come in here should guard it. Yaxian said, this is also a guard, and it's still a good way, because we come all the way. You see that other places are bombed by the Americans, and you will die before you see the enemy. Yes, but now, you see that we are lurking in accordance with their requirements. Faced with the enemy's first round of grenade bombardment, no one was injured. So I have a hunch that these Chinese people can lead us to win this battle. In the city of Isla, when the army of Kian ordered the Iraqi army to begin deployment, Arthur's troops outside the city had already begun to enter the city. Walking on the deserted streets of Isla, Arthur also felt something was wrong, so he picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand. The black bird in the sky. Go inside and show me a closer look to see what is happening in this city. If there are people hidden, tell me with missiles if there are. The Apache gunship that received the order quickly raised the altitude and began to inspect the entire city of Isla, and gave Arthur's reply 10 minutes later. Yes, this is indeed an empty city. Damn it! Did all those timid Iraqis have escaped? Lieutenant Colonel Arthur issued an order cursingly. Then the troops should be scattered and occupied all the important points, and at the same time, we must ensure that the city is absolutely clean. Under Arthur's order, his army was divided into 8 parts and scattered to different directions. Of course, as the commander of the army, Arthur naturally left the most 90 people around him, as well as 4 tanks and 1 armored vehicles to protect their safety. Condescendingly, Kian Jun happened to observe the movements of Arthur and his army, and he couldn't help but smiled. It can be considered dividing the troops. Then I will give you a good lesson. As he said, Kian Jun went upstairs. After coming down, he and the remaining 5 members of the desert team took an interpreter and passed through the tunnel to the front of the road where Arthur's troops were advancing, and set up the rockets. The last place Kian Jun chose was a corner of a street with temple walls on both sides. 5 minutes later, the tank Arthur drove in the front appeared in Kian Jun's field of vision. Kian Jun was still not in a hurry. Until the opponent's last tank drove over, he gave the command to fire without hesitation, and at the same time detonated the remote-controlled landmine that had been buried in the middle of the road early. Boom! As a huge explosion sounded in Isla, it seemed as if some seal had been unlocked for Thai's empty city, and suddenly the entire city burst into a violent explosion. Isla is less than 5 kilometers away from Basra. The battle situation on Isla can still be felt in Basra. Therefore, when Kian Jun gave the order to fire, the commander-in-chief Zuayu, who had been hovering in the room, he immediately came to the window and looked in the direction of Isla. His hand was tightly grasping the windowsill. The expression on his face was very serious. This is undoubtedly Zuyu's expression of worry. After all, the opponent is the most powerful army in the world. If he is carrying the Chinese army, he will definitely fight, but these soldiers have only trained for less than a month. It is difficult to give him any confidence. And at this moment in the city of Isla, rockets shot out directly from the windows next to each street, and one shot was like a long eye, hitting the tanks and armored vehicles of the Desert Tiger Infantry Battalion, and immediately released them. Turned into a lump of burning copper and rotten iron. Enemy attack. This is the Desert Tiger Infantry Battalion. We encountered an ambush by the Iraqi army in Isla. Now we have suffered heavy losses. Now we are asking for support. A lot of support. Lieutenant Colonel Arthur was now excitedly calling towards the rear. The gunship hovering in the sky immediately dropped to support Lieutenant Colonel Arthur. At this moment, 3 anti-aircraft rockets dragged their long tails and flew towards the Apache helicopter in the sky. Seeing the 3 fireballs falling down towards Arthur, the 3 fireballs were so deadly. After a bang, the lieutenant colonel fell to his death. Everyone, hit the wolf pups who got into the trap. Remember that you can kill the enemy with a single shot. Following Kian Jun's strange orders, black hole barrels were drawn out of the window and aimed at the bottom. The panicking American soldiers shot a volley, and then amid the crackling gunfire, all the American soldiers fell one by one like cutting leeks. God, there are sharpshooters on the opposite side. Run. Oh no. What we need is more powerful firepower to fight back. These ambushes must not be an Iraqi army. They must be the most powerful special forces. These two shouts constantly rolling back and forth among the intruding American soldiers. Due to the absence of a commander, these remaining troops are also running around like headless flies. As a result, they can only be picked up one by the snipers hiding in the dark. Drop. Surprise not only happened to the Americans, but the Iraqi soldiers were also very surprised. Damn. What kind of bullet is this? The first time I can shoot so accurately. If I can do this in the future, then I will definitely become the best sniper. As long as anyone shows up in front of me, I can kill him immediately. Regarding the joy and excitement of these Iraqi soldiers, Kim Jong made it clear to strike while the iron was hot. Yes, you are the strongest, but now, outside the Americans still want to come in and rescue their comrades. Our second battle begins. With Kim Jong's words, all Iraqi soldiers also saw the remaining soldiers of the 163 Infantry Battalion who were used as reserves outside in tanks. Under the leadership of the armored car, the assault came towards Isla, and the howitzer was unusable due to the crossing of the enemy and the enemy. Compared with the previous assault by Arthur, the situation was different this time, because they only arrived at the gate of the city this time, and Kim Jong ordered the detonation of the mine at the gate. Boom! A black mushroom cloud was exploded at the entrance of Isla City. Looking at the mushroom cloud, Zhu waved his arms excitedly in the office of Basra. We won, we ambushed the American vanguard. But this was just in the first battle. There will be more powerful ones later. Chapter 282 Killing the Tiger. Part 1 News of Illa's fiasco quickly spread back to Normandy, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Army. When his secretary told him the news, he was enjoying his steak and heard he was stunned at the news, and the cut steak was also hanging in the air. And for a long time he forgot to put it in his mouth. I don't know how long it took before Normandy asked with difficulty, has the 163rd Infantry Battalion been wiped out? No, because Lieutenant Colonel Arthur left a reserve team of more than 800 men before entering Isla. This reserve team was only ambushed by the Iraqi army when the assault troops retired from Isla. 300 people died in the battle, but they still managed to accept 100 people to withdraw from Isla. The secretary said in Xuang's instructions. Normandy Club reports. Listening to this report, Normandy showed a bitter smile on his face. One battle killed us 600 soldiers. This is our worst failure since the beginning of the Gulf War. This is what I can do to reduce casualties as much as possible. The expectation is completely inconsistent. It seems that I underestimated the determination of the opponent. Regardless of other things, at least here in Basra, their defenders are still very determined and intelligent. General, there will be casualties in war. This is not you. The fault. The secretary tried to persuade Normandy. Normandy waved his hand and gestured to skip the topic. He sighed. Iraq has achieved such a big victory. The public opinion in the world must have never thought of it. General, the international public opinion did not mention this battle, and Iraq did not mention it. There is no claim of victory in this battle. The secretary said. This answer makes Normandy feel very incredible, because this is not only the first victory of the Iraqi army in the face of the US offensive, but it can also bring itself a great bargaining chip in the current peace negotiation. Why didn't Ulm publicize this victory? Normandy was thinking about this problem, and suddenly a very bad premonition came to his mind. They were planning a bigger conspiracy. Even though Normandy didn't understand how the Iraqi army is in the current state of affairs, how can he fight a more beautiful battle? But his always precise intuition is very clear, reminding himself that this is very realistic. Normandy deserves to be the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military appointed by U.S. President Walsh. He quickly put aside those distractions and quickly calmed down and asked, where is the Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment now? Now they have arrived. The Akit Oasis, 10 kilometers outside the city of Isla. The secretary replied. Upon hearing the answer, Normandy immediately put down his knife and fork and stood up from his seat, then walked to the side of the map, and after carefully observing the terrain near Basra, The secretary said, "I will immediately convey my order to the Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment. Let them retreat to Gilbel immediately after receiving the 163 Infantry Battalion, and ask them to retreat carefully. The enemy's target is likely to be the entire Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment." When Normandy issued an order to retreat to the Desert Tiger in his restaurant, Zhu was also looking at the map in the command center of Basra. Swallowhole Tiger Desert, the US military commanders think so. If he really thinks so, it shows that he is a very cautious guy. But the lack of creativity. 1 o'clock. The art of war, Zhu murmured to himself. But he laughed again when he said this, because he remembered that this was what Zhu Ming had said about himself. And remembered that at the time in the Iraqi capital Baydina and Zhu Ming were discussing how the shot should be fired. Their first thought is to get this Desert Tiger surgery, but Zhu Ming gave the proposal a more imaginative, surprise White Tiger Group. Odd Hit White Tiger Battle Group is a legend in the Korean War 4 decades ago, is a deputy platoon leader with his own dagger-class line behind enemy lines, infiltrate enemy regiment to create chaos, and finally wipe out the White Tiger Regiment and American Ace. The Battle of the Artillery Camp. Zhu is very familiar with this battle, and he even saw the flag of the American Ace Artillery Battalion that was captured in that battle in the military blog. So now Zhu Ming's idea is to play a bigger game for the Yankees since he wants to play. The Tiger of the Desert wants to eat it, but this battle will also bring back the momentum of Iraq's decadence. So this is set. This action. When the times are more thinking of, behind his aide with 2 Iraqi officers came in. The Mortuaimuiz asked, "Is the US military over there? What is the trend?" In this regard 2 Iraqi officers answered a few words from Arabic translation to understand. The adjutant said, "The army, according to the report in front of the reconnaissance, the US military Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment now evacuated from Akat Oasis, act according to their route. It is speculated that they are likely to withdraw to Gaba." Hearing this news, Zhu immediately came to the map and found Gabl, which was a small town on the border between Iraq and Kuwait. This Yankee was also a little too cautious, and even retreated 20 kilometers after the failure. Zhu said with a smile, and then he gave an order to the adjutant, "Send to Kianjun, that our plan to kill tigers can begin." The adjutant who received the order immediately said yes, and then went to the front line to give the order, and when the message was transmitted to Kianjun by the encrypted satellite signal, he had already set off with 12 soldiers. 5 of them the name is a member of the Desert Squad. The other 6 are selected Iraqi soldiers and an interpreter. They are all dressed in US military uniforms and have now passed through the Akat Oasis. "Captain, I just received the order from generals that our plan to kill tigers can begin, but how can we get into the enemy's camp?" The little soldier in charge of communications asked Kianjun, the son of a tortoise. "Didn't generals tell us when we came out, just to make us all dressed up as American soldiers, go up close to the Yankees, pretend that we are also American soldiers, and then throw out a few important things? Intelligence can be easily mixed in. You still ask a hammer now?" Kianjun said angrily. Listening to the question and answer between Kianjun and the little soldier, the translator behind asked tremblingly, "This, sir, are we really going to do that? That's the US Army. If we are discovered, we will all be killed. Especially when there are only a few of us, there will be no way to fight at that time." Kianjun turned his head and smiled, showing his big white teeth, and said, "Iraq comrades, I am afraid you don't know. There is an old saying in China that you can't enter the tiger's den. Have gained, since now we only want to kill the tiger of the desert, how can we avoid risky truth? Since it is risky to say, of course, is the better man, and the number of people it will be more problematic." When Kianjun while their team was talking and laughing, suddenly the sound of a car engine came from the road next to it. Hearing this voice, the Iraqi translator immediately yelled, "US Army, that's the US Army's convoy, let's run." Kianjun quickly covered the translator's mouth. "What are we panicking? Didn't we come out just to chase? Did it enter the US military barracks? It looks like this unit should be the retreating US Army mentioned in the order just now. It really takes no effort to break through the iron shoes and find no place to find it. That's him. While talking about Kian-jun after tidying up my attire, I turned around and asked in English, "Do I look like a Yankee?" Also understand English through the news staff. Little soldier thumbs up. As long as the captain is not that son of a bitch on the line. Kian-jun slapped him angrily, slapped him and cursed his son, then led the team onto the highway and stopped the US military convoy. When the convoy stopped, Kian-jun asked loudly, "I am Captain Kerry from the 163rd Infantry Battalion. May I ask who is the commander here?" An officer down the armored vehicles. The military came to money. His face looked puzzled and asked him, "I am pulling golf major, the Kerry. Why? You need to explain where your team is affiliated with. Why does it appear here, and what's going on with you?" Pull Wolf Major said, pointing to his dirty money to military uniforms. Military'd say that money is no way. After all, this is a chip off from the dead body, which has 13 sets of clothes. Still the best. Kian-jun said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Major. My team and I ran out of Isla. That you have not, and why 161 infantry back with the camp?" Pull golf and ask, "I do not know. When my team at Eastman Larry suffered ambush, we have been running. Iraqis who had been chasing, we do not know what went where. We can only rely on the compass south until I met you here." Kian-jun replied. Pull the golf frowning at the military money, even though he felt the military money, then a bit weird, but not impossible, together with them ragged clothes, not exactly fighting left it. But Ralph suddenly saw a man behind the translation. Kian-jun, Ralph said about him, "You come." Kian-jun turned his head and saw that the translator was trembling. He even sat on the ground when he heard Ralph's words. This made Ralph's eyes sharpened. He stared at Kian-jun and asked, "That's how it's going?" Damn it, knowing that this timid translation will have problems. Kian-jun scolded in his heart. After all, in this team, except for the translators, all soldiers were carefully selected by him. They were not afraid of sacrifice and were able to calm down, but the courage of translators was very anxious. With the soldiers of the desert squad, they don't speak Arabic, and translation is still necessary. Originally I thought he could compete, but now it seems that he is showing a flaw. Facing the tremendous pressure brought by Ralph, Kian-jun calmly spread his hands and answered casually, He was frightened by the ambush in Iraq in Isla, and he has not recovered yet. I am scared of everything." "Is that true?" Ralph asked again, seeming to be unsatisfied with Kian-jun's answer. Kian-jun nodded and replied, "Of course, at this time seemed to be extremely long." While maintaining a very casual expression, Kian-jun touched the grenade on his waist with his hand, ready to deal with unexpected situations. "Finally, I don't know how long it has been." Ralph suddenly laughed and said, "Coward. Only you in the 163rd Infantry Battalion will have such a coward. You will be chased by the Iraqis and hit your ass. You must all go back." "I can become a star, but a comedy star." Kian-jun finally breathed a sigh of relief when Ralph said that, because he had finally passed the test. But at this time he made a very humiliating expression on his face. Ralph saw the intentional taste. "Captain, are you still not convinced?" "We were indeed chased and beaten by Iraqi soldiers, but that is because we have a very important piece of information, and we need to come back alive to report, otherwise more people will die in the hands of Iraqis." Kian-jun said, "That is, Iraqis have a bullet that can hit 100 shots. Any Iraqi who has not been trained can become a bullet that can hit 100 shots. The sharpshooter." Ralph was surprised at the news that Kian-jun brought, and then he lowered his face and asked, "Captain, are you sure you really have this situation?" Kian-jun nodded and replied, "Number wrong. For this I am lucky enough to bring back a few rounds." Kian-jun also took out a bullet and gave it to Ralph. After checking, Ralph said, "I understand, Captain, you are a hero of the United States. The direction of our retreat is Kabul, but I will take you to Ali, because our frontline commander Brigadier General Harvey is there. Ralph's decision made Kian Jun's eyes glaring. Chapter 283, Killing the Tiger Part 2. Bow, thank you Personality Brother for the 2 monthly support. When Kian Jun successfully bypassed the Ikot Oasis and succeeded in taking over with the US military, in the presidential palace of the capital Baydina, Majid, who was touted as the acting president by Zuming, was pacing back and forth in his room boredly. He looked up at the time, then turned to ask the assistant to the president here, has Mr. Zuming come back? Have you been contacted? Where is he now and when can he come back? Facing the series of questions from Majid, the assistant to the president said Bobby is under pressure, because this is already the 20th time Majid asked this in this hour. But even so, the assistant to the president must honestly answer the answer he has already answered 20 times. Acting President, Mr. Zuming is currently on his way back. We have been keeping in touch with him, and he will be back soon. Damn it, why is he thinking about what museum he is going to at this time? Isn't he worried about the battle in Basra? What is he thinking? Majid cursed. But then the assistant to the president told him a good one. Message. Acting President, I have just received the news. Mr. Zuming said he has come back. Majid heard the news, could not help but eyes lit up, and then said to the assistant to the president, fast, and immediately took him to see me. But before the assistant to the president went out to deliver the order, Majid changed his words again. No, I should take the initiative to pick him up to see Mr. Zuming. While speaking, Majid asked the assistant to take him out. Finally, Zuming was received at the gate of the presidential palace. Acting President Majid, don't you know what happens to you looking for me so anxiously? As far as I know, didn't the street fighting in Isla go very smoothly? Not only did the US Army leave more than 104 dead bodies, it also successfully frightened the US Army and caused the famous Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment to immediately retreat 20 kilometers. Could it be that the US airstrike has come again? Zuming and Majid returned to the presidential palace to sit down, and Zuming asked Majid, Tao, from an emotional point of view, Zuming is obviously much more relaxed than Majid, who is in a hurry to be a little overwhelmed. This question after question by Zuming undoubtedly made Majid feel a little embarrassed. Majid said, there was no air raid, and Ilus street fighting was also very successful, but now you are saying that there will be another killing of tigers next, then ahead. With such a big action, shouldn't we pay more attention? Attention is definitely necessary. But our hurried attention now seems to be useless. Is it because our attention or not can influence the war ahead? Has it developed? Zuming asked. Of course not, but we can do nothing behind the scenes, right? Majid said, it's not that I didn't do anything. I visited your museum today. I think the ancient civilization of the Mesopotamia is very powerful. I heard that it was built on the original site of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Right? It's just a pity that with the beginning of the Great Nautical Era and the establishment of colonies in various places, the world-famous Code of Hammurabi is no longer here. Zuming felt very sorry, and Majid immediately widened his eyes when he heard Zuming's words. He couldn't imagine how it was at such a critical juncture. How could he still comment on the history of Babylon so leisurely? Doesn't he really care about the situation ahead? Before Majid broke out, Zuming Xian said, of course, I'm joking. Actually, to be serious, we don't have nothing to do here in Baydina. Majid was relieved and he asked Zuming, let's just say, in the face of such an important battle, how can we wait for nothing? So, Mr. Zuming, what are we going to do? Should we publish the news of the fiasco of Isla, create a wave of international public opinion, and then ask for the continuation of the peace talks? Zuming, but waved his hand, said, of course not. I was in some accounts say we are not a little longer. I say to you all arms, to know that there is currently Saudi Arabia only gave part. I know Iraq, it is also a big country with abundant oil reserves, and your Hussein family, as the royal family of Iraq, must have a lot of savings, right? Watching Zuming finished last out of hand, Majid was forced on the ignorant, and he looked at Leng Zuming. Bei Zuming completely unknown what this means, or that he cannot keep a complete idea of Zuming. He didn't understand that he was talking about the battle in Basra just now. Why are you now asking for money again, President Majid? Behalf so you can do not look at me. I want to say is not what you falsely, but really no money. Zuming said, take this street fighting made major contributions to war dealer the guided the bullet. I will purchase out of $200,000, with it tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition on billions of you, and consume. You understand the war, hundreds of thousands made no fundamental not to say that this is in fight. Zhu is very cheeky inscription saying that this is indeed a very high cost guided the bullet, if developed out of separate cost indeed to $200,000, but Zuming is required prior to mass production of the skunk works. Under industrial production, even the high-tech guided bullets cost a single shot to $40,000 per shot. This price is very easy to bear, but as a businessman instead of the Charity Aid Association, buying $40,000 and then selling for $40,000, this kind of business must not be done, so Zuming just called out a 200,000 yuan price. After all, the whole world sells this thing by one's own family. Isn't it all based on your own mood? From channels to transportation, Zuming feels that his price is very conscientious. At the end, Zuming sighed and continued, so I really can't help it. If I want to get this bullet, I have to pay for it myself. There are 107 rocket shells, too, even though China is cheap compared to what the United States, but also could not stand the war consumed. I can help you with your own face first batch of credit to come back, but not to give money or total. Zuming and add that. Majid then came back to his senses and said, okay, I know, I will give you as much money, but you also know that the situation in Iraq is very bad now. Maybe our funds are not as much as you think. Not enough money does not matter, this is in my expectations. But I can give you the Fingerming Road bar to make money, just do not know you have to open an account in the US futures exchanges. Do not? Zuming asked. Majid was stunned again. He felt that his IQ was really not enough. He couldn't understand that Zuming was still talking about arms expenses. Why is the account of futures trading mentioned now? Could it be said that he still has to fetch futures while fighting in Basra? Seeing that the other party did not understand at all, Zuming had to explain for him. Now that Sam announced his surrender, the international crude oil futures market is generally optimistic about the oil situation. Therefore, the international crude oil futures prices are constantly falling, but if we win this battle, the market will start to worry again, and oil prices will continue to rise. In other words, if we enter the futures market and buy crude oil futures, we can make a lot of money. And then you will have the money to pay for the arms, right? After Zuming's explanation, Majid suddenly realized it, but then there was a most fundamental problem that entangled him. But Mr. Zuming, if you say this, it means that this killing tiger operation will definitely succeed? Majid asked in a daze. Zuming nodded as expected. Of course. This is a successful battle in the Korean battlefield. Now it is just a copy of the previous year. It will definitely be unexpected. I am very confident in our Chinese soldiers. So compared to it, well, let's talk about the price of international crude oil futures. The success of the Killing Tiger action will surely shock the world. As long as there is capital, it can rise by 40% in a week. Mr. Zuming, I now very much believe that you are a pure businessman. Even at this time, you can even think of using war to make this money. Majid said. Zuming was not ashamed of this but proud of it. Of course, I never said that I was of another identity, but sometimes I had to participate in some wars in order to fight against the guys who manipulate the market, because only by winning the war can you bring greater benefits to yourself. Zuming added, in addition to the war of real swords and guns, wars on materials, prices, and currencies, which ones are better than what you have done? Is the war you are facing simple? It is even more tragic than the war you are facing to some extent. When Zuming was called into the presidential palace by Majid's countless calls, 3 American armored vehicles were galloping outside the city of Avali, and they passed inspections at the gate and drove into the camp and stopped at the designated place. Ralph the Major led Kian-Jun out of the car. "Captain, we have now arrived in Avali. I have reported your situation to Brigadier General Hobbit in the car just now. He also said that you are here. He wants to listen to your report as soon as possible. So you are now just follow me to find the Brigadier General," Ralph said to Kian-Jun. Kian-Jun nodded at this, and after all his people came down, did he follow Ralph to the Brigadier General's house. Kian-Jun followed Ralph step by step, unavoidably feeling that his luck was a bit too good, because his original goal was Avali. Avali is a military camp built in Kuwait. It was originally used as a forward supply depot. However, as the war progressed so smoothly, the 200,000 Iraqi troops stationed in Kuwait surrendered on the spot, and it became a place. The prisoner of war camp is out. This is undoubtedly unruly, but now that Sam has announced his surrender, all the Iraqi troops encountered have no intention of fighting. So what are the scruples? Could it be possible that these prisoners could turn the sky upside down? It is with this idea that a total of more than 50,000 Iraqi prisoners of war have been detained here. Brigadier General Harbi took 20,000 people from the Marine Corps Armored Brigade of the 1st Expeditionary Force in the Middle East. Because of this information, Zeming came up with a surprise attack on the White Tiger Regiment. Kian-Jun led the team to wait for an opportunity to act and create chaos as much as possible to cause a prisoner of war uprising. From Kuwait to the north, he cooperated with Basra to attack. The Iraqi army, with an absolute superior force, fought against the Desert Tiger Armored Infantry Regiment that retreated to Gabar together. The most important factor in the success of this plan is whether Kian-Jun can successfully blend into Avali. Originally in Kian-Jun's plan, he was going to walk here with his troops on foot, or trying to find a way to go to Gabar first, and then use the information he possessed from Gabar to see if there was a chance to get a car. Avali, but now he met Ralph, who was retreating on the road without thinking. After a conversation, he took himself to Avali. Following Ralph, Kian-Jun suddenly saw an area surrounded by barbed wire. Through the tall barbed wire, Kian-Jun seemed to see someone praying over there, so Kian-Jun asked him, "Major, are there the Iraqi prisoners of war detained here?" "I think there are so many people." "Wouldn't it happen if we keep so many prisoners of war here?" Ralph said with disdain, "Just those who only surrender." "Waste. What else can they do?" "Compared to them, I would rather believe in the existence of Atlantis." After speaking, Ralph laughed at his humor, and Kian-Jun also laughed with him. "I hope so." Chapter 284 Furious Feast. It was the night, and the entire Avali barracks went to sleep overtime. Under the inspection of the night patrol officer, all soldiers' rooms came out. The snoring sound was loud or small, but when the night patrol officer's routine patrol was over, a soldier in a room suddenly sat up. Undoubtedly, this is the room where Kian-Jun and his 13-man team lived. After meeting Brigadier General Harbi during the day and reporting important information about guided bullets to Brigadier General Harbi, the Brigadier General arranged the team. "I stayed in the camp and said that they would arrange for them to go to the Lear base tomorrow and report the news directly to the 4-star General Normandy, the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military. If Kian-Jun is a real American soldier, then this is undoubtedly a huge honor, but now he is just an infiltrated enemy army, which is particularly embarrassing." Of course, Kian-Jun also thought that if he directly planned to meet Normandy, and then directly carried out a beheading operation, according to the current urinary sex, there is a high probability of success. But the problem is that this is definitely an action destined to change one, and in a country like the United States, even if a coach is killed, he can change another. It will not be changed because of this. At most, he has become famous all over the world, and China's involvement in the war will be exposed as a result, which is not worth the loss. It was this thought that Kian-Jun finally decided to act according to the original plan just tonight. Kian-Jun and the members of his desert team got up almost at the same time. When they got up, the others were still asleep, especially the translator, who were still talking about begging the US military for mercy. This can clearly reflect the difference in the quality of the two sides. Kian-jun woke them up, and when they heard that they were really going to take action, they inevitably became nervous again, but fortunately the guy named Yaxian officer whispered a sentence, "Are afraid of what it I, who are already experienced countless air raids, is already damned, now just a great task to perform." They help the Chinese people are not afraid. We are afraid what? After listening to Ye Yin's words, the other Iraqi soldiers calmed down. Then, under the leadership of Kian-jun, they walked out of the barracks and cautiously moved from the toilet towards the prisoner of war camp. This was the route that Kian-jun had planned long ago. During the day, after reporting the information to Brigadier General Harvey, he wandered around the entire camp, took note of the architectural layout here, and planned the best route. After touching for half an hour, they passed through the camp and reached the prisoner of war camp very smoothly. When they finally passed through the cut barbed wire, they couldn't help but breathe out, but at this time a gust of night wind blew by. It made them feel chills and couldn't help but shiver. Only then did they realize that they were nervous and sweating out of their bodies for some time. Continue to move forward, or break up, Kian-jun whispered and roared, and then the body rushed to his soldiers' prisoner of war camp, to keep up with everyone else. A few minutes after the bell, when they came to his cell before the prison camp, is preparing to open the door, I suddenly heard someone inside to speak and said, "Sir, I beg you to give us some blankets, right? Too cold desert night now. According to the current month, it's below zero, and we are so cold that we can't sleep at night. I beg you, it's for the Lord's sake." Most start the money the military. They were shocked, but then come to understand, which is inside Iraqi prisoners sees himself as a US military patrol. Aside of such a thought, while Kian-jun boldly with the universal key to open the door to his cell. As the door was opened, a few Iraqi prisoners of war inside immediately knelt in front of Kian-jun, kowtowing while shouting, "Sir, please give us an extra quilt. We are really cold and unable to sleep." "Sir, there really is no meaning of disobedience. Please forgive us." Listening to these Iraqi prisoners' almost schizophrenic-like words, so they were a little surprised. Kian-jun, while Yaxian suddenly said, "Lord Tierney, Captain, are you?" "I do, it is Yaxian." Hearing what Yaxian said, the Iraqi prisoners of war who were kneeling on the ground stopped talking. They looked up at Yaxian in a daze, feeling very unbelievable, because it is not surprising to see familiar comrades here. After all, they were all captured prisoners of war, but it was incredible to see a comrade in US military uniform who was not detained. Afterwards, Kian-jun closed the door. During the chat between Yaxian and Fani, Kian-jun learned about the situation here. There is no humanitarianism at all. For those Americans, our captured Iraqi soldiers are not humans at all. They can whip and abuse at will, and even put ropes around our necks to allow us to crawl on the ground like dogs, and there are even people. In order to please our evil habits, we also order us to perform shameful behaviors that will be rejected by Allah. This was what Fani, the prisoner of war, said to Yaxian himself. He also said that the US military didn't feed them enough, and just let them live here. As for being improper, it doesn't matter. It is also this, Fani will hear someone outside to come after more than a quilt wanted to ask. You know that desert nights are extremely cold, especially in this month. The lowest temperature at night can drop even below minus. Under such circumstances, these Iraqi prisoners of war are only wearing single clothes and covered with a blanket. Of course, they will be cold and unable to sleep. Since the Americans do not you have when a person, then you either kill them out of here, back when people can go where, said the last, the money or tell their own military purposes. Lord Tierney whole body a little shock. He looked terrified. Kian-jun, they are coming to take prisoners. Revolt. Kian-jun smiled and showed 6 big white teeth. I don't think the term rebellion is correct, because since those Americans are torturing you like this, you are just resisting for your own dignity. This is normal. I totally agree with this Chinese soldier. Think about you in this damn prisoner of war camp, and you are forced to do those things every day by those damn Americans. Don't you fear that it will arouse the wrath of Allah, after you die? Can I not go to heaven? Or should I fight those Americans for my dignity and for Allah? Yaxian also echoed Qian Jun's persuasion. So, you decide whether you want a dog-like a kind of living without dignity, like the Prophet, or the same kind of hero to fight? Qian Jun finally asked. Of course I want to be a prophet and that kind of hero. I want to fight, Lord Tierney blurted out, but then he hesitated. But I have the how to play off Americans who have it, or say I have the courage to fight, but everyone else is gone. The will to fight this thing, and sometimes not force a force that cannot get out of. Qian Jun said, then what, Lord Tierney? You listen to say the Camp Xiao it? No mistake, not jump word. The so-called Camp Xiao, straightforward, it is to bomb the camp, when the spirit of the soldiers in the barracks of extreme repression, screaming mad one day when one of the soldiers suddenly collapse, thereby affecting other soldiers collapse mad, all the soldiers in madness, they will be in an abnormal state, beating and killing each other aimlessly. This situation is Ying Xiao. No, on ancient and modern, all military camps and army, they are most afraid of things, because once the camps and army occurs, is likely to cause the collapse of the whole army. The purpose of Qian Jun this time is to create a camp in Ali. On the one hand, it is to create chaos, and of course, more importantly, it is to awaken the fighting will of Iraqi soldiers. Like Law before Tierney said, they reason the organized surrender, because most people have lost the will to resist. In this case, money to convince them one by one army against US forces is simply unrealistic. He didn't have that time. So in order to drive them to fight most conveniently, he could only scream out a battalion and let them fight in an abnormal state. In general, he said, Xiao camp is very easy to place in the ancient army, but to the modern, scientific management methods to introduce a variety of military and psychological counseling, you can minimize the possibility of a tsunami camp. Not over, and this is generally the case, but also for the US military. And the situation is completely different for the Iraqi prisoners of war. First, he had, due to the lack of clothing and food, and even the quilt cover bad night in the POW camp, which allow their mental condition is poor, then plus they usually would have been in the prison camp of US soldiers. Wanton bullying, beating, and abuse make them feel extremely angry and depressed. This kind of repression usually faces the guns of American soldiers, but they dare not make a mistake. But it is the basis of the camp, that what I'm going to open the door, and then you began to go crazy. In an hour later, after Qian Jun left this sentence, he took the key to open the door of the cell one by one. After all, there was a camp scream, so it wouldn't do to prevent these prisoners from coming out. A small time soon passed, finding them in his room more and more nervous. After all, is encouraged to Camp Xiao. That's 50,000 people collective madness, not beyond human control, not one, so watch out, it's easy to die in it easily. Lord Tierney, you not to be so nervous, swang dan to drink it. Yaxian give Fani a bottle of wine. Lord Tierney then had severely drank, and finally put the bottle the floor and cried and fell, ran out of the room screaming. Lord Tierney is an start, but with his screams, within other cells also received 2 even 3 came screaming, and the Fani is not the same as those not scream. The simple scream seemed to be talking about something, and it was like a beast-like roar squeezed out of the chest. In short, it was not like a human being, hysterical. Qian Jun was still opening the door at this time, and he couldn't help being frightened when he heard these screams. Although he had not experienced the camp scream, he now knew that he had succeeded. Then Qian Jun immediately threw down the key and ran towards the meeting point they agreed upon, because Ying Xiao was a collective uncontrollable madness. In order to best control the camp, Qian Jun must be with his comrades, and all the Iraqi prisoners of war. Originally they hadn't slept deep due to the cold, were immediately awakened after hearing these screams, leaning against each other in panic, without knowing what happened. But then, countless cell doors were pushed open, and thousands of prisoners of war rushed out. They were all red-eyed, and their throats roared as if from the depths of hell. They fought each other frantically. He rushed into other cells, allowing more prisoners of war to join the madness. It's all those Americans who are torturing us. For the sake of Allah, we must kill those Americans. I don't know where to shout such a sentence. All the prisoners of war seemed to have found a catharsis, and they flocked to the barbed wire frantically. Over there, those barbed wire fences were torn down. They didn't care how many holes were made by the barbed wire in their hands, and no matter how bloody they were, they just screamed forward like zombies coming out of the cage. As the barbed wire fence was pushed down side by side, the frenzy spread quickly, and everyone was running around like bowflies. If they were a little slower, they might fall to the ground and be trampled into meat sauce. So driven by death and madness, more people joined the camp. These dense crowds ran everywhere, squeezing together, whether they were rational or not, trampling each other and killing each other. Some people wanted to escape from this place. The scene was frantic, but it made the crowd even more hysterical. Kian Jun and the others did not join this frantic feast. They just looked down coldly, waiting for the next opportunity. Chapter 285 Sleepless? Quick. Drive all the tanks and armored vehicles in a circle. Gather all the machine guns and grenade guns and mortars that you can find. As long as we can last until dawn, we will be able to with the help of the Air Force. All those dogs have been wiped out. Mother. Brigadier General Hobbit gave orders loudly, and under his order, dozens of tanks and armored vehicles drove into the barracks and quickly surrounded Hobbit's troops. Now, all American soldiers rely on tanks and armored vehicles as shelters, holding guns in their hands, and quietly waiting for the arrival of those irrational Iraqi prisoners of war. Harvey was sitting in his office at this moment. Through the window, he could see the circle of armored vehicles with his barracks as the center. He was secretly relieved when he looked at the American soldiers who were already waiting. He looked not far away, only to see red flames everywhere, and Harvey knew that it was the result of the howling Iraqi prisoners of war broke through the weapon arsenal. Although he has never experienced a camp scream, Hobby also understands that the people at the camp scream were irrational. Now that they have weapons, they have become even more crazy. They bombed the barracks aimlessly and carried them. The machine gun fired at will, killing people when they saw it, whether it was an enemy or a friendly army. There were constant shouts of all kinds. To the Hobbit, it was like a desperate cry from the deepest hell. God, how could such a thing happen? I must be the most embarrassing American general since the Korean War. Hobby was swearing, and he clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. The whole person looked very upset. After all, in the rear, the camp scream was caused by the mismanagement of the prisoners of war, which eventually led to the collapse of the entire army. This is enough to nail him to the pillar of shame in the United States. At this moment, he can already think of the ridicule and anger he might encounter after today's end, as well as the investigations from Congress and the military court. He has an unshakable responsibility anyway. There are now less than 3,000 American soldiers surrounding the Hobby barracks. This is already the most people he can organize after discovering the camp. The other soldiers are either facing the first wave of the camp, was killed in the impact, or spontaneously organized a defense, but was isolated by the densely packed Iraqi prisoners of war, and temporarily unable to reunite. This is also no way. After all, the US military team has hardly encountered such a thing as a camp scream since modern times. So gradually, some means of defending against the scream are missing, such as between the various barracks. Except for the barbed wire fence, there are no other obstacles. The arsenal is within reach of the prisoner of war camp. These are undoubtedly taboos in the military camp, but they did happen in Ali. Suddenly, there was a rattling sound like an explosion of beans, as well as the explosions of mortars and grenade guns one after another. Harvey knew that it was his own soldiers who were fighting with Iraqi prisoners of war. Standing at the window and looking from top to bottom, I saw countless dense figures leaping towards his line of defense under the light of fire. Harvey knew that they were all Iraqi prisoners of war. US soldiers guarded by tanks and armored vehicles fired swiftly. With the frantic tongue of the machine gun, The densely packed figures fell down like leaks, but the follow-ups were not afraid of this, and they were still not afraid of death, rushed forward. It's really a group of lunatics who have lost their minds. Although terrible, it will stop here. Habib relieved, he lifted head and looked at the sky. Due to the explosion and burning of ground, a lot of smoke and dust obscured the stars, which makes Habib subconscious frowned, murmuring and said, "Tonight is destined. It is a field full of crazy and helpless sleepless nights, and can only hope to dawn it as soon as possible." Simple prayer is clearly not about course of the war, when many of the prisoners lost his mind like no thoughtful zombie general waging toward American lines when, in the Hobbit invisible prison camp, Kian Jun and Asia Sheehan has organized more than 20,000 Iraqi prisoners of war who have sobered up. It's easy to get lost in collective madness, but it's more because of being in the collective. Watching people around you lose their minds, it's easy to be mad along with yourself. It's like watching the scene. Like the football fans, once someone starts shouting, it is easy for the atmosphere of the audience to be mobilized, and the two fans can easily lead to large-scale violent conflicts. This is also an important reason for the prevalence of football violence. Not too long if the people out of the collective loss of atmosphere, these crazy, it is easy to calm down. While the army and Yarxian money they did. He had to go to see a small part of the officers with them, then let them have the experience and prestige of the officers went slowly into madness. Soldiers to bring a little bit out of the frenzy that with this first batch to calm down the soldiers will slowly bring more people out later, and soon in less than an hour, Kian Jun and the others will bring out more than 20,000 soldiers. Dear warriors of valor, I know that you have been treated poorly by pigs and dogs in the American power camps. They will force you to bark and eat pork. They just want to turn you into their slaves. So thanks to the call of Allah, now we are all running out of the cell. It was Allah who heard the call of his people and saved us. At this moment, Yaxian was standing on top of a tank, facing 20,000 people in front of Xiang. Many Iraqi prisoners of war talked loudly. At this time, an American soldier was pulled into the tank. Yain grabbed the American soldier's hair and said to everyone, "Look, this is the American soldier who usually enslaves you. It's possible to poke your butt, or pee on your head, so now he has fallen on our hands. What should we do?" "Kill him, kill him." All the Iraqi prisoners of war had red eyes, yelled, as if Yassian's words reminded them of their previous abuse in the cell. "Then it's as you wish," as he said, waving a knife. He chopped off the head of the American soldier, and the scene burst into the most enthusiastic cheers. At this time, Yaxian said, "Everyone sees it. This is the Americans. They cry and beg for mercy. They will die after being beheaded. Therefore, we cannot be enslaved by this disgusting nation. Back to the country that Allah has given us. We have to find the Americans to settle accounts again." Finally, Yaxian pointed to the north, and he shouted to everyone, "Now our friends are attacking Gebel. We will go back and join them now. For the last, when we hit back again, we have to stab those Americans in the ass, and we have to pee on their heads." With Yaxian's shout, the cheers on the scene have reached their zenith, as if one by one, falling into a madness even crazier than Ying Xiao. After ideological work, he naturally left. After all, for the firepower equipment of the US military, no matter how many people are, it is not enough to kill. The reason why the Americans have not moved yet is that at night, the Air Force cannot distinguish between the enemy and dare not act rashly. However, if it is daytime, under the firepower of the US Trinity, these are just Iraqi prisoners of war who have snatched some weapons from the arsenal. It can only become a living target. So more than 20,000 Iraqi prisoners of war left Tuli under the leadership of Kian Jun and marched in the direction of Gaba. Standing at the door of the Uli barracks, Kian Jun suddenly stopped. He looked back at the barracks still burning and howling. It seemed that in the sky of fire, he could still see the crazy shadows of the prisoners of war. Kian Jun sighed involuntarily, and mourned for the prisoners of war for a while. After all, Those prisoners of war had to be abandoned in this way. He couldn't imagine what the result would be like waiting for the Iraqi prisoners of war after dawn. Although it is said that regardless of any military action, there will be sacrifices, but the problem is that these Iraqi prisoners of war did not choose their sacrifices actively, but were the result of their own clamors. It can be said that they were chosen as victims by themselves. Although Kim Jong understood that it was inevitable that some people would become victims in this operation, Kim Jong couldn't bear to see these people being pushed to hell by his own hands. Fortunately, this kind of thing happened in Iraq, not China. Kim Jong thought about this last, and then firmly followed the team's footsteps and marched in the direction of Gaba. While at the same time in Basra, the Iraqi army there was not idle. It was already more than 11 o'clock in the night, but the lights were still not turned off in the highest war room, and Zhu was still guarding the battle map, his eyes flushed red. Suddenly the door of the office was opened, and his adjutant brought an Iraqi officer in. The officer reported to Zhu that all the Iraqi troops in Basra had been assembled and could leave at any time. Zhu nodded, and without thinking, immediately issued an order. Very well, let's go now. This order surprised the Iraqi military officer a little. He cautiously asked, should we go now? But only to the south? There is no news over there yet. The soldiers are very fast. When the news comes from there, it will be too late. Don't forget that it's more than 30 kilometers from Basra to Gibel, and we need to end the battle before dawn. Therefore, we must set off early. As for Gaba, I believe that my soldiers will be able to complete the task even if they are desperate. Zhu paused when he said that, and then added, also remember, all the elite troops in Basra are pulled in, with as many ammunition as possible. After all, the opponent is the US military, and we must take out more than 5%. Only with the strength of 100 can we ensure that the opponent is completely wiped out. Please rest assured the army promised to complete the task. The Iraqi officer agreed to go out to send the order. Zhu the aide did not follow out together, but he advised Zhu said, the army, according to the time projections, whether Ali prisoner troops or armor Basra departure, to Gaba of the time at least 2 after hours. You can take a break first. Face of this proposal, the more helpless waved Zhu. Big war around the corner. Now what I could still feel the rest of the day did not mention before I go to sleep, is not slept for 3 days and nights and I have to stay? Go on. I don't need to say this again. You pay close attention to the news about Gabar and Ali. If there is news, you must report it to me immediately. After speaking, Zhu came to the window. He looked at the sky full of stars and sighed, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, but I don't know what kind of revelry it will bring. Chapter 286 Oil Masters? Zongdong time of 4 o'clock, in Iraq Abardina's presidential palace. President of Iraq on behalf of Majid hurried pace walked down the aisle of Zuming finally came to the door of the room. Just breathe evenly. Majid own gases preparing to knock on the door as Zuming bodyguards first hit opened the door, wary of looking at Majid asked, is there something wrong? Majid was first sudden shocked, not overreact immediately it over, said, there. Gay hello, Majid, I think you should know me, I find Mr. Zuming. I have important things to report to him. Majid is said in English, while accompanied Zuming in the United States for so long, naturally proficient speak English, so he said, is about a tiger that support infantry desert messaging groups do. Majid hastened the nod, not wrong, just now, Basra came herald, said that in the battle Gaber, the Desert Tiger infantry regiment was wiped out. When he said this, Majid was so excited that his whole body was shaking, but the over didn't have any expression at all, but coldly replied, I see, I will report to Mr. Zuming, please be the president. Wait a moment here. After finishing talking, I closed the door and reported the situation to Zuming. Majid was locked out. This made Majid dumbfounded at the time. What's the situation? He is the acting president of Iraq. Although he is not as high as Sam, he is also the first person in Iraq now. How can he be shut out? Majid knew that was not intentional, but unintentional loss made him more crazy than intentional. The reason is very simple. This is that they did not take him seriously as the acting president of Iraq. But what made him feel broken is that because the situation in Iraq is still in the hands of Ziming, he can only accompany him to Ziming. Smiley face. This feeling has already made Majid a little skeptical about life. After all, he is not Iraq anymore, and he is not the acting president of this country. How do you feel that the real ruler is the one inside? After a while, the door of the room was opened again, and Majid was invited in. Ziming was standing in the living room in his nightgown. When Majid came in, he smiled and invited him to come and sit down. Majid stepped forward in fear and shook hands with Ziming. Just as he was about to say something, Ziming first said, "Don't worry, let's sit down first, and we can speak slowly no matter what." Ziming took Majid to sit down with him. Then Ziming asked him, "You can come to me so late. If I'm not wrong, there should be a good news from the front?" Majid nodded and said, "Yes. Everything is the same as your initial deployment." Kian Jun screamed inwardly, and then took 20,000 prisoners of war north. General Zhu cooperated with the prisoners of war in Basra and wiped out the American Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment that had retreated to Gaba. Ziming picked it up, raised an eyebrow. "This is really good news." With this victory, acting President Majid can rest assured. Then all you have to do next is to announce this news to the world. Majid said he would do it right away. Ziming then praised him and Majid got up and left. After the door of Ziming's room was closed, Majid suddenly realized that his performance just now was basically when the subordinate faced the superior. But what Majid didn't understand was that he obviously didn't perform like this in the face of Sam. How could he treat Ziming like this? As if he had some unusual temperament. Majid didn't delve into this question, he just sighed helplessly, and then went to do his thing. So after about a quarter of an hour, Iraqi news speakers announced the victory of Iraq to the world, and this news shocked the world as the media spread. In the United States, the most influential New York Post commented, "This is a conspiracy realized through surrender. Iraq is a liar. They deceived the US Army through the surrender of 200,000 people. They successfully infiltrated the rear of the US Army and broke out in a rebellion last night. They snatched guns from the US Army's armory and stabbed the Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment in the back. One knife." As the most loyal ally of the United States, the British Times relentlessly commented, "The Iraqi army is a perfidious and despicable villain. No matter how brave the Desert Tiger is, it will never be equal to the knife from behind." Compared with the United Kingdom and the United States, AFP's comments are more pertinent. No matter what method is adopted, the Iraqi army slapped the proud Americans through the First World War, telling the Americans that they are the masters of the Middle East. Although US planes can fly unscrupulously over Iraq, when they return to the ground, Iraq will not stand alone. In the Arab world, their newspapers are all in veiled ecstasy. This is a near miraculous victory. After they have retreated across the board, Iraq has finally achieved what it has been since the beginning of the war, relying on its resilience and wisdom. The first victory. When the whole world was amazed at this incredible victory, the market also made its most faithful response. The prices of crude oil futures all over the world are rising wildly. The United States lost time defeat of news worldwide widely disseminated, timed to coincide futures began trading in Singapore, but in less than an hour after opening, acidic crude oil futures prices rose from the Middle East to over percentage of 20. Countless investment hot money is desperately buying any oil futures contract that can be seen, even on the black market. The price of oil futures contracts has even risen by more than 40%. As for the New York futures trade and global financial centers, naturally, could not remain indifferent to such a big event. Despite the time difference, when the Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment was annihilated in the news all over the worldwide dissemination of the time, New York was still night. But many investors still gathered in front of the New York Mercantile Exchange. This is very incredible. You must know that in accordance with the current regulations, the New York Mercantile Exchange implements an exchange trading from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. during the day, and over-the-counter trading from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning. Alternate trading system. So when Gabal was fiasco, the New York Mercantile Exchange did not open trading, but these investors still gathered here. The reason is simple. Due to the network conditions of this era, over-the-counter transactions cannot be completed in real time due to too many restrictions. At the same time, shady transactions may be derived for various reasons. In addition, not every investor has a computer, so more people prefer to exchange the door for us. Until the futures market opened after the first punch fight went to buy crude oil futures contracts. The outdoor big screen on the New York Mercantile Exchange is also broadcasting a news temporarily broadcast by New York Finance. Due to the failure of the Desert Tiger in Gabal, it is foreseeable that Iraq still has the power to defend and even counterattack, so the duration of the war will be extended indefinitely. After a period of decline in international crude oil futures prices, they will re-enter a high growth trend. According to our commentators, this time the growth may be even more violent than before. It is possible to break the $70 mark. With the new smell moderated sonorous voice, the crowd on the square inches front of the stock exchange immediately uproar. Yin plan. This is certainly the federal government and Iraq with the performance of a perfect theater. Mesh is again pushing up oil prices. It is said that behind the Walsh family is the oil consortium. So he moved the Gulf War, and now Cuba. The fiasco was for the benefit of oil. I do not know who shouted a cry in the square, immediately led to numerous endorsement around. No mistake. The federal government is that the consortium's lackeys. For the benefit they can sell your soul to die on the battlefield. The US military Gabaya souls. Please open your eyes and take a look at this ugly world. You are just poor people betrayed by politicians and capitalists. Go and kill them all. When the time these investors in the square of ridicule, in the northern part of the White Mountain Forest estate in Brighton, Adam's family patriarch Christo, also cursed with non-stop, bastard fertile Walsh and Normandy, are all world the most stupid white crazy. I have been telling them, Ziming, the Chinese people will definitely be a war among the biggest problems, if not successful interception. We must always worried about him. Why do not people listen to no one believe? This time at the moment he was sitting in his study, his hand a hotline phone, the other end is the Rockefeller family patriarch Carl. After listening to Christo some anger after curse, Carl said, no wonder from noon start. Dan Kendini family and their family-controlled investment companies are desperate to buy crude oil futures contract that they had long been expected. Has Ziming brought them such a victory in Iraq? Although I believe this is true, it is a bit ridiculous. So say those who are unreasonable crazy. Crystal thought and said, hey card sold, you think the guy Walsh will also do what? You think he deliberately planned this Gabaya defeat it? My friend, your imagination seems a bit too rich, eh? Card Soul said. Christo, but he insisted. Card Soul, do not forget, his family and also a great oil off with it, as his policy, even if not directly draw, but at the very least be condoned, or 50,000 prisoners how will be placed in a sensitive place like Ali. Why did the Desert Tiger infantry retreat 20 kilometers a day? Isn't this all creating conditions for the Iraqi army? My friend, I think you should be more sensible now, and don't go too far, otherwise you will drive yourself crazy. Carl persuaded him, and actually for us, the oil price continues to rise for us now. It may not be a bad thing. Christo asked why in surprise, and Carl replied, this is very simple. Because the root of our Rockefeller consortium is oil, and I am the one who has the most oil. Even though oil prices were the highest before, I have thrown out a lot, but I still have a lot of futures contracts in my hand. It's okay to take this opportunity to throw some more. This proposal made Christos' eyes light up. Okay Carl, this once I will act with you. Although our Adams family did not start with oil, we also have a lot of oil through this Gulf War, and I will throw it away. It seems that you don't want to miss any withdrawals. Chance. Carl laughed. Of course. Christo continued, That damn Ziming. I will use practical actions to tell him who is in control of the oil. This futures market is not something that can be played by his little cleverness. In the face of absolute strength, his cleverness can only provide us with benefits. 8. Chapter 287 Crazy User Show 1. On the morning of February, Ziming was in the underground air raid shelter of the presidential palace, playing with game consoles, because after Gabar's fiasco, the United States began its retaliatory attacks on Iraq, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning and now almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the air raids have almost never stopped. God knows how many angry Americans dropped in Iraq in this day. Ziming felt the whole room was shaken from time to time by violent explosions, and he really had a feeling of returning to the war years. Suddenly the door of the room was opened, acting President Majid hurriedly walked in, and he kept saying crazy. Ziming put down the game console and looked up at him meaningfully and asked, "What's crazy?" "Was the American bombardment. I told you earlier that victory comes at a price. We killed him in Gabar with 6,000 people. The infantry regiment of China? They will definitely retaliate. After all, this is a failure they have never had since the war. How could they give up?" But Majid shook his head and said, "No, Mr. Ziming. Of course I have to deal with the American airstrikes. I am psychologically prepared. I have arranged all the troops to avoid airstrikes and minimize the losses. I am not talking about airstrikes, but oil. Mr. Ziming, you should remember that you let me use family wealth to invest in the international market. Is it about crude oil futures?" Ziming thought for a moment. He did ask Majid to invest in oil futures before killing the tiger. The purpose was to get some arms expenses from him. Although the Saudi royal family still has unpaid military expenditures, it is not always the case that an unrelated country pays the military expenditures. Of course, it is more important to get a large sum from Iraq if there is a chance. Money is not unacceptable. How can I say I'm working hard here for the war in Iraq, and it's not too much to ask for money? With this thought, Ziming nodded and said, "There is indeed such a thing. According to the time difference, the US futures market should open." Regarding this question, Majid nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "The market opened as early as an hour ago, and the price of oil has been soaring since the opening of the market. The increase has now exceeded 30%. I listened to the analysis of the New York Finance Broadcasting and said that it is possible to create a level increase of more than 50% a day. This is really good news. So how much money did you or your family invest in it?" Ziming asked. $1 billion. Majid replied happily. "It's really good. If you analyze the in-a-day increase of more than 50% according to the comments you listened to, you will be able to earn more than $500 million today, and this money can at least cover a part of the arms expenses," Ziming said. Ziming words of Majid is nothing short of a pot of cold water poured directly on his head. Let him instantly awake a little money from ecstasy. Did not invest his own now, but to Ziming I specifically told myself that he asked for arms expenses. The money he earned in the international crude oil futures market was basically to be paid to him as arms expenses. "See, Majid's feeling a bit sluggish," Ziming went on to say. "Not over now that the high international crude oil futures price is to this extent. Iraq make, as an oil-producing countries, should also worry it profitable." Ziming is still bewildered. Look, Majid had then explained, the so-called oil futures, in fact, refers to the exchange of one kind of special contracts. In short, is what I now want to buy oil, and you want to extract oil, the I signed a contract that you are responsible for giving me the quantity and quality of oil in 1 week. It is oil futures. Of course, of goods inside the concrete steps and specific ways has his way, but generally speaking what it means, Ziming said. Face interpretation of the Ziming, Majid seemed to understand. Healing Leng asked, Mr. Ming, you mean I want to own produced oil futures? Do this?" Ziming smiled at him a thumbs up. "No, wrong. I mean, after all, regardless of changes in futures, finally must have physical delivery, and I believe that before the fall in oil prices, many oil companies. I secretly bought back a lot of futures contracts in order to get the oil I want at a low price in the future. That it since of goods and finally to physical delivery, so now, in turn, you have a kind, coupled with the current futures prices soaring, I'm sure someone will be willing to help you become the kind of futures. Ziming went on to say, that it this way, as long as you put the stone oil ended up on goods out, money is not naturally fetched yet. Majid desperately nodded and said yes. He can immediately puzzled and asked, can? Iraq is now in a sanctioned stage, who can help me with it? You don't have to worry about this, as long as you can prepare oil that meets the standards. Ziming finished. Majid left his room, followed by Ziming slightly in US airstrikes stop when the ground shifts to come up with a satellite phone and dialed the number Lin Mu clear. The call was immediately connected, and Lin Muking's voice came over immediately. Is it Ziming? Although Lin Muking has been deliberately hide their emotions, but Ziming can still hear the common phrase behind the questioning of concern. Ziming nodded yes to her. Lin Muking's concern immediately canon language Lianza came. Ziming, how are you now? I hear the United States for the situation in Iraq launched a massive retaliation. They sent out the day before 2,000 sorties of planes have shot 300, and nearly a third of them were aimed at Baydina. You were not injured in the attack, did you? Lin Muking said these words sounds are very anxious, even if many are not logical, and if Ziming really out of trouble, which could give her a call it. But when people are caring, how can they think about so much logic? And Ziming not only hear the phone Lin Mu a clear voice, he heard the voice of Don Course, obviously together with them. When Don then hear their own phone, also followed Lin Muking together towards the phone to speak. Thinking that the earth side there are two women, then thinking about myself, and my heart is Ziming feel very warm, so they reported Ziming Xiang Ping, rest assured it, Muking's sister the and then of course, I'm here okay. There is no problem at all. Today, the Americans are bombing fiercely, but I am in the presidential palace. There are underground air defense facilities here. I have been hiding underground, so I call you now. Listen to Ziming say, Lin Mutang King then was relieved over there, has been carrying of a heart finally put down. Then Ziming said, I now call on the outside of your encrypted via satellite phone. I do not know the Americans the next round when the bombing would begin. It is a long story short, I would like to ask you to call this number. How are your crude oil futures prices on the New York Mercantile Exchange? It's soaring like crazy. Lin Muking replied, now the unspot auction on the exchange has only started for more than 2 hours, and the increase in the price of light crude oil futures has exceeded 40%, breaking through a quarter of an hour ago. $30 mark. Sister Muking, do you think this increase is a bit wrong? Ziming asked. Very wrong. Lin Muking answered without hesitation. Indeed, the failure of the Battle of Gabal will prolong the time of the Gulf War, and therefore will have a great impact on the international crude oil futures prices. But now it is 42 hours. The percentage increase is really too exaggerated. It is impossible to achieve by our ability alone. There must be other hot money coming in and pushing up the price. Lin Muking then said her own thoughts, I suspect it is the Adams family and the Rockefeller family, because they had such strong financial resources to promote, and they also have a lot of contracts that can be thrown, which can support them to make a lot of money in this skyrocket. There is no way, after all, they are the veteran consortium family in the United States, with very strong resources in their hands, and due to the particularity of the war, the news came out just in the early morning of the United States, and they have plenty of time to adjust. Under this premise, it is impossible for them not to benefit from the changes in the market at all. Ziming said afterwards, but we can play with them once. Ziming's of statement the regarding, not Lin Muking had time to express his position. Tang ran so over the I came first and have said, okay, the I hate the WHO dares someone to the make money with your idea of the brother Ming. Then how are we going to play with those bad guys? Brother Ming, you prepared the next plan, and you want us to throw it away again. Oil futures, Will the price of oil come down? I don't have the ability to hedge against the global market, Ziming said with a smile, but I can give those people some trouble. Ziming asked later, I have an idea now about Iraqi oil. Sister Mu King, can you see if there is any consortium capable of helping Iraq to transport oil out of Iraq under the sanctions of the US embargo? Lin Mu King had some inexplicable thoughts about Ziming. I don't understand why you want to do this, and there is a war going on over there. I am afraid that no company will be willing to do such a thing. I think I can ask Edward and them to have a try. I think they will be very willing to help, Ziming said. After saying this, Ziming hurriedly hung up the phone and followed the police back to the underground air raid shelter. When the door was closed for less than 5 minutes, several heavyweights fell on the presidential palace. In the yard, a few mushroom clouds popped out. In the villa in San Francisco, Lin Mu King and Tang Ran stared at each other. Tang Ran asked, Sister Mu King, why did Brother Ming do this? Is it to grab the oil market with Rockefeller? This is definitely not the case. Possibly, Rockefeller is the world's oil tycoon. It is impossible to grab the oil market with him. Lin Mu King thought for a while and said, furthermore, Ziming just said that he just wants to play with them, doesn't really want to grab the market with the Rockefeller family. What is the purpose of Brother Ming's arrangement like this? Tang Ran asked strangely, but she didn't intend to answer this question. She went on, oh, no matter. Anyway, it's the plan proposed by Brother Ming. He won't lie to us, so we can help him realize it as soon as possible. Lin Mu King looked at Tang Ran helplessly. Chapter 288 Oil for Food Plan? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Ziming was in the courtyard of the presidential palace and followed the two exercise under the palm trees. Ziming now knows how careful the Americans are. However, when Gabal eliminated one of his infantry regiments, American aircraft and missiles bombed Baydina for 5 days. In the words of Lao Pao Liu Yi, this is unruly. Shouldn't you be allowed only to Americans to beat others, and you are not allowed to beat you in turn? How can there be such a statement? It is completely unreasonable robber logic. However, due to the preparations made in advance on the Iraqi side, the American bombing was basically ineffective. For this reason, the US military gradually reduced the frequency of bombing. Only then did Ziming have the opportunity to follow up with the military time to move around. Otherwise, staying in that dark air raid shelter every day, Ziming felt that he was going to be moldy. Of course, this is not to say how bad the conditions of the air raid shelter below are. In fact, because it is specially provided for the president and other senior officials, the environment is good and there is a lot of space. Satellite TV and various communications are also complete. Yes, there are even 2 computers. But this kind of life where you can only see the lights every day is still very depressing. It is simply a large ant tribe. Suddenly Majid hurried over and said to Ziming, I'm sorry to interrupt your exercise, but I have very important things to tell you. It cannot be said that Majid has to rely on Ziming to support the situation in Iraq since he understands the situation in Iraq. After this point, he admitted to Ziming, and consciously placed himself in the position of a subordinate. The posture was very low and low. This kind of refreshment in recognizing a thief as a father made Ziming feel that he was also a person. Up. Ziming took Majid and sat down beside him. Without waiting for Ziming to ask questions, Majid consciously said, at present, the frequency of airstrikes by the US military has been reduced a lot. According to intelligence, they are likely to be preparing for a second major attack. Large-scale attack. Ziming nodded and said, they should also attack, but after having learned the lesson last time, they will only be more cautious this time. The advancement is bound to be slow. Let's prepare according to our original plan. We will contain their power in every city. So is there anything else? Majid nodded and replied, there is one more thing. That is, you said before that I was asked to prepare oil. I have mobilized the family. The output of all the oil fields is expected to reach more than 200 million barrels. This is not bad. According to the current international crude oil futures prices, there can be billions of dollars or even tens of billions of dollars in revenue, But this should be only an oil field. Isn't it the inventory of the company? Ziming asked. Ziming Yui's question is not without purpose. After all, a large oil field can produce hundreds of thousands of barrels a day. And Iraq has been under sanctions since its invasion of Kuwait. It has been nearly half a year now, and Iraq is the fourth largest in the world. It is normal for a major oil-producing country to hoard hundreds of millions of barrels at random without stopping production in the oil fields. Majid's answer also proved Ziming's conjecture. He replied, "This is only the reserves of the Rumaila oil field. It is an oil field directly controlled by our Hussein family. Other oil fields need to be communicated and negotiated." Sure enough, Ziming had already foreseen this result when he asked him to be prepared to go with Standard Oil. After all, Iraq is not a domestic country. The conflicts between ethnic groups and sects can even be inexplicable conflicts of ideas. Let a country fall apart. Just like a Kurd who is fighting for independence, they control several large oil fields, so they can continuously buy all kinds of arms and continue to fight against Saddam. So even a dictator like Saddam can't control the entire Iraq. So Majid, who has only replaced him for a week now, is naturally even less likely to ban him. Mr. Ziming, I know that I have not completed the task you assigned, but the communication with other families is still going on. I am confident that I can persuade them to cooperate with me in preparing oil. Majid hurriedly explained to Ziming. Tao. Ziming knew that he said that because he thought he was angry, so Ziming waved his hand and said to him, "It doesn't need to be. If they are willing, it's best. It doesn't matter if they don't want to, so please prepare so much first. Wait for me. I will inform you immediately after I find a buyer." Although Majid understood that capital is a demon who can take risks with profit, he does not understand at all what way Ziming can be in the world under the current circumstances. Surrounded by the strongest army, the oil in Iraq was shipped out, but since this person is Ziming, Majid now has no choice but to trust him. And he will do it if he says yes. After Majid left, Ziming set up his own satellite phone in the yard. Without exception, he dialed Lin Muking's phone. The phone was quickly connected, and the familiar question was still the same. "Is it Ziming?" "Of course it's me, Sister Muking, and Ranran have always been on the phone." "You connected so soon," Ziming said. Lin Muking said, "The situation in Iraq is so dangerous now. I'm afraid that any of your calls will be missed, so I can only charge my mobile phone and keep it by my side." Ziming knows what she said. It's not just talking about it. After all, I am in the Middle East, and there is a 10-hour time difference with San Francisco where they are located. It happened to be midnight on their side at noon. "Okay, Ziming, I know that your contact time is not so much due to the airstrikes of the US military. I will talk about it first. As for your proposal of converting Iraqi oil into crude oil futures on the New York Mercantile Exchange, I agree with you. I have discussed with the Tang family and Edward separately. They both said that Iraq's oil is of great commercial value, but it is not a wise choice now. Lin Muking said. To put it simply, those guys feel that their oil is valuable in terms of the current situation in Iraq, but they are not willing to bear the reputation loss of warmongers, right? Ziming asked. Lin Muking replied, "That's what they mean. They think that Iraq is an evil war country and is subject to sanctions. It is the enemy of the United States and freedom and democracy. If they help Iraq digest oil, they will become the enemy of the United States. They are not willing to take this risk, or that the benefits of oil are not enough to offset this reputation risk." "So what if it is carried out under the banner of humanitarianism?" Ziming asked. Faced with this sudden problem, Lin Muking was stunned, because she didn't understand what Ziming meant. Knew that Ming Lin Muking's could not understand it for the while, so explained of the in fact, easy to understand that this is a region of the Gulf Desert, although there are two river basins in Iraq. The area of arable land here is still very worrying. There is also the danger of being eroded by the desert. It can be said that for a long time, Iraq, including most countries in the Gulf region, has maintained their food and fresh water by imports. So now, when Iraq is sanctioned by the United States, he undoubtedly lost this import channel. Ziming continued, of course this will not be a problem for a ruling family like the Hussein family. But for ordinary Iraqi people, lost stable food, and what will their lives be like with fresh water sources? Prices are rising, and ordinary Iraqi people have very difficult lives. They may not be able to eat a full meal a day, so they have yellow and thin faces. Lin Muking guessed after taking Ziming's words. This is inevitable. At this time, as long as the media can expose the lives of ordinary people in Iraq, and then publicize the human rights of civilians, and emphasize that it is this armed dictatorship that is wrong, not ordinary Iraqi people, they can be humanitarian. The banner of socialism proposed an oil for food plan, and I think I can trade out Iraq's oil at a very low price. Ziming added at the end, because it is a humanitarian aid, so not only do you have to worry about reputation damage, but you can also earn a good reputation. For Ziming's proposal, Lin Muking did not blindly applaud, but asked a little worriedly, Ziming, your idea is very rich. It's imaginative, and it's amazing. But now the crux of the question is whether the Americans will really sympathize with the suffering Iraqi people, because it still seems to be funding the enemy country, just in a different way. This is true, but the Americans are civilized after all. Although the tragedy here was caused by them, they still feel sad about the tragedy. This is the key to their agreement, Ziming said. Ziming is very confident about this. After all, the Oil for Food plan was first proposed by the Americans and then led by the United Nations. For this reason, a certain Secretary General was also involved in a bribery scandal. As a rebirth, Ziming also had a very thorough testimony of the face of the Virgin of the West. They disrupted a country and created more than 4 million refugees. Then a photo of a dead boy shocked the West. Later, the West was shocked. The country began to accept refugees under the power of the Virgin, so that it completely ignored the quality and living habits of the other party, and even ridiculous things that required the understanding of the people of the country in the refugee crime occurred. It is precisely because of the understanding of the super virgin heart of Westerners that Ziming is very confident in the Oil for Food plan. It's just Sister Muking, after we did this, we became warmongers who really made money for the war, Ziming said. I don't think so, Lin Muking said, because the Iraqi people are indeed experiencing very hardship due to US sanctions. Without this Oil for Food plan, these Iraqi civilians will come over and suffer more and more. Without food, there will be a shortage of doctors and medicines. On the contrary, they can have a better life with Oil for Food. So from this point of view, Ziming, you are their savior. Ziming smiled. My sister Muking, I'm afraid the only one who thinks so. I don't think so. I think Iraqi civilians can still tell right from wrong, Lin Muking said seriously. Then Ziming, me and Tang, however, I will contact the Tang family and Edward respectively tomorrow. I believe that with their personalities, they will definitely be willing to accept this plan. We must know that the prices of soybeans and wheat and other crops yesterday reached a new low in the past 10 years. Low-priced crops are exchanged for soaring oil. This deal is a bargain. No matter how you look at it, then this is really good news, Ziming said. Chapter 289 Waving a Humanitarian Stick? Bow thanks to book friends 29,581,404 inches for your support and monthly ticket support. After dinner, Ziming proposed his own Oil for Food plan to Majid. Majid, after listening, I was stunned. Mr. Ziming, I know that the US military is now besieging Iraq. It is very difficult to transport oil directly from here. The Oil for Food program can do things under the banner of humanitarianism, which seems to be the best way at this stage. Yes, but if food is used to pay for oil, I worry that other families will not agree, Majid said. Ziming smiled. How could he not hear what Majid said? What other clan disagrees is obviously that he disagrees here, but because he is not good at telling himself directly, he can only use other clan as a shield. So you think it's better to have a way to pay you dollars directly, right? Ziming asked. Majid nodded hurriedly and said, of course, if it's not dollars, It's okay to be gold or other jewelry. That's it. Ziming nodded silently and asked, then Acting President Majid, please answer me one question. Now there are 3 businessmen in Iraq. One is in the gold and jewelry business, the other is in the oil business, and the other is in the food business. Who do you think the 3 of them can make more money? Facing this question, Majid answered without hesitation, of course it's in the gold jewelry business, but that's the most profitable industry in the world. Ziming this shook his head, which makes Majid bit of a surprise, so he replied, that is to do oil business. After all, crude futures prices around the world are affected by the Gulf War in the soaring. It is the best time to do oil business. Ziming was still shaking his head, and Majid was stunned. Could it be that the food business can make more money? How is this possible? Although I have never been in the food business, but I also know that this is an industry with very low prices and very low profits. How could it be more profitable than the gold, jewelry and oil business? Mr. Ziming, it seems a bit unreasonable for you to say this. Actually, the standard of this question is, the answer is what the market needs, and you can make money in any business. Otherwise, if the market doesn't need it and your things can't be sold, what use is your business profit no matter how high it is? Ziming threw out Majid this question, then went on to say, then let's analyze the current situation in Iraq now. What is the most needed in the market? First of all, gold jewelry. Their value is indeed very high. But now Iraq is in the war stage, and the majority of Iraqi civilians can't eat anymore. How can there be money to buy gold jewelry? Then it's oil. The price of oil futures is currently soaring. It seems very profitable, but that's for other countries, and Iraq under the premise of the total oil embargo in the United States. Can there be a tanker that can transport oil? If oil cannot even be transported out of Iraq, it means there is no trade. Then what benefits can such a business have? Ziming continued, the last is food. I think Acting President Majid, you can send someone you can trust to the people to visit the people and see how much the ordinary people in Iraq now need food, and you will understand what it is. Make money. Listen, Ziming, then frowned Majid. A man murmured, the really, now serves lamb chops and beef kitchen less and less. I do not even have been for a long time been late. Fresh beef is basically frozen meat. If these frozen meat to get the market to sell it, I think it can be sold for a lot of money. After all, ordinary Iraqis are still pockets of money, but it cannot buy the food. Ziming said, and compared to food, drug shortages product is currently in Iraq face a huge dilemma especially compared to the cheap food. I believe that each Iraqi family of drugs are more likely to hoard goods. Seeing Majid seem to hesitate, Ziming finally said, do you think it is a family that controls oil and a family that controls the lifeline of the people? Can you better sit in the position of ruler? This Majid made up his mind. Zuxian Xingming, I understand. No matter how other family think, at least my family Hussein is absolutely support the oil for food program. Ziming to Majid thumbs up. I believe it would be a wise choice. Another point is that after a long air raid, the US military finally started a full-scale attack on Basra. This time they took Hila in only half a day. Majid said. Ziming nodded and said, this is no surprise. After all, the US military can be considered a powerful country, and he is certainly not allow himself to be in the same place twice. Experienced failure. It is conceivable they are definitely on the offensive. If you have made sufficient preparations, it would be unwise to face a strong opponent with sufficient preparation. It is normal for General Zhu to choose to retreat on his own initiative. But Hila distance from Basra to fewer than 10 kilometers away, and still Basra South Gate, lost Hila. Basra is very dangerous. That's the only Iraqi port city. Majid anxious road. Ziming Majid was able to understand the feelings. After all, once lost Basra, the US aircraft carrier will be able to directly into the Tigris River, and now only the US Navy will be able to cause such a big impact on Iraq in the Persian Gulf. The US Navy into it once after the inland waters. It was absolutely devastating to Iraq. Apart from surrendering, Majid could hardly think of other ways. Zooming Majid was patted on the shoulder and said to him, "I would think do not need to worry too much, because if the US military to bring it certainly would have to launch a full assault on Basra, and now just has not yet been fixed in Isla. I'm afraid I'm worried about the terrain of Basra. Because Basra's water network is densely covered with swamps everywhere, it is difficult to deploy the armored forces, so the US military will worry about Isla's fiasco once again. But if the US military is allowed to advance in Basra a little bit, it will take time to gnaw down the entire bus." Majid said, "So you say, this is the premise of time, and this time, but it is allowing us to do a lot of things." Ziming said. It really Ziming convinced Majid day before. Major US media have also published on the same picture. It is in a broken foot of the wall, a thin Iraqi children lying on the garbage heap of moldy chewing on a flour bread, and behind him, is an equally thin wolf dog, but showing fangs at the child, apparently treating the child as food. The publication of this photo immediately caused a huge shock in American society. Countless people were shocked. The Women and Children Protection Association spoke on the Voice of America on the same day, demanding a thorough investigation of the atrocities committed by the US military in Iraq. End this sinful war. In addition to the Women's and Children's Protection Association, the Red Cross also called on the United States to contact the embargo against Iraq and to import food and medicine into Iraq, and declared that the humanitarian crisis in Iraq is very serious. More than 10 million people have been displaced by the war. On average, more than 2 million people cannot be late for a piece of bread every day. Hundreds of thousands of people lie in the humble hospital groaning in pain, with no cure. Everyone regarded spearhead pointing to the federal government to wage war. They have accused the President Walsh launched a war for oil, creating such a disaster. Although White House spokesman continuous publicity in this Gulf War is just, it was to restore Kuwait's sovereignty and territorial integrity, but President Walsh's approval rating dropped by more than 10 percentage points because of the humanitarian crisis. For this reason, President Walsh had to temporarily prepare a news program to personally defend the Iraq War on TV, and explain that the humanitarian tragedy in Iraq is more caused by some's dictatorship, and the purpose of the US military is to help the Iraqi people overthrow the dictatorship and rescue these refugees from the tragic situation of a humanitarian crisis. I have to say that the power of this humanitarian stick can sometimes be so great. And just when the entire American society was in trouble due to this humanitarian crisis, an organization called Humanitarian Relief petitioned the International Red Cross to launch a program called Oil for Food, aimed at saving the Iraqi people in dire straits. Snapped. Christo crumpled the newspaper into a ball and smashed it on the table, and yelled, "This damn Chinese man, this thing must be done by Ziming. What Oil for Food plan?" The Chinese man and Tang the clan and Kandini were obviously for the purpose of making war money, but they all flaunted their dignified looks. It was disgusting. I saw that the picture was not news at all, but they were them. Filming stunts that fool people in Hollywood. At this moment, Christo is in his study, with an already connected phone in front of him. Obviously he is currently conducting a conference call. After he calmed down, someone on the other end of the phone said, "Christo, my friend, I think you should calm down a little bit." No matter how the photo was taken, it has now caused a national sensation. It is not a wise choice to confront the public opinion of the whole country. And compared to anger, I think we should now figure out what their purpose is. What other purpose can this be? It's nothing more than seeing oil. The price is soaring. They want to use a reasonable and legal method to transport oil from Iraq. This is also the most fundamental purpose of the Chinese man who risked his death to sneak into Iraq and delay the Gulf War. At their end, Krishnamurti Risto calmed down. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Carl, you are not going to join this Oil for Food program?" Carl smiled and replied, "In fact, we are all businessmen. The characteristic of businessmen is that they are profit-seeking. Now that this Oil for Food program can receive so much support, can we also set up a rescue organization? How about a piece of the pie? Think about collecting donations from the society, and then using these donations to buy cheap food, and then transport it to Iraq in exchange for oil. Such a profitable business. It would be a shame to miss it. Asshole. You are all idiots who should die on money. Do we know that they are using humanitarianism to make our war money, but we can't do anything about it? Christo scolded. Carl said, my friend, Christo, I think you should calm down. In fact, a small oil for food program, or the Huaxia people, is nothing at all, because these will not affect the outside world. The world. But where is our fundamental? Listen, Carl said. Christo, this was calm down. Well, Ziming, the Chinese people, you do these things right as much as possible, but no matter how hard, you also all are just helping people in the outside world to make money. Chess pieces are always just pawns. Although a thoughtful pawn will cause a lot of trouble to the chess player, it will never escape the fate of being manipulated. Chapter 290 Ziming Alley? On March 2nd, the Gulf War that should have ended in the original history, due to Ziming's interference, was still not over until this day, and the US military had to loosen Iraq's airspace control because of a transport plane loaded with food and medicine is taking off from Geneva, the headquarters of the International Red Cross, and is escorted by air forces of various countries all the way to the Iraqi capital Baydina. This transport plane, named the Rescuer, has a carrying capacity of 150 tons. It may sound like a lot, but if it is placed in the entire Iraq, it would seem like a drop in the bucket. However, this is only a humanitarian emergency because the freighter takes time to sail rescue mission. At 8 o'clock in the morning on March 2nd, Iraq local time, the rescuer landed smoothly at Baydina Airport. Majid personally led a team to the airport to greet him. Although Majid has become the de facto acting president in Iraq, the news has not been announced to the public. Therefore, externally, Majid is still the number 2 figure in Iraq. The transport plane was parked at the airport, the cabin doors opened, and countless random reporters from various countries rushed off the plane and began interviews with Majid and Iraq. Of course, on the other side, porters cooperated with forklifts to remove various goods from the plane. After being unloaded, he was immediately transported to the rescue stations in the center of Baydina, where Ziming was now. These are said to be rescue stations, but in Ziming's view, they are actually just some slightly larger food distribution points. Originally, Ziming didn't need to come, but Ziming didn't want to show up in front of the media from all over the world. Even if he was only occasionally photographed, he didn't go to the airport. At the same time, because of the arrival of the rescuer, it was also rare for the US military. One day, there was no bombing of Baydina, and Ziming didn't want to stay in the presidential palace all the time, so he went out and walked around, and then came to the rescue station. Everything is as shown in the movie. The Iraqi government has set up a stand here, while over there is a long line of worn-out Iraqi people. This is a refugee from a war-torn country. Ziming couldn't help feeling a little bit of emotion when he watched the long wait for food to be distributed. Although in his previous life, Ziming often read the news and could see the pictures of refugees from war-torn areas, but now seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel shocked. Suddenly there was some noise at the far end of the team. Ziming and the police went over to see that it was the Presidential Guard soldier who was in charge of the guard, and a group of refugees clashed. "My lord, I only have this money. Please let me in and get a relief medicine. I don't need food or mutton, but I only need medicine. My mother has been sick for 3 days. If there is no aspirin, my mother will die. I beg you to let me in." "Sir, I beg you to let me get a little flour, just a little, or some leftover mixed with sand flour is also fine. My child hasn't eaten for a week. I can see the shape of his ribs. He only needs a little food. I beg you. I know I don't have money, but if you will, you can chop off my hands and feet, or you can do anything you want me to do." It was a group of refugees begging outside the cordon. Because this was an oil for food program, The Iraqi government stipulated that each person must pay a certain amount of money to receive standard amounts of food and medicine. But Iraq is a country that has gone through a long period of war and suffered 6 months of comprehensive sanctions. How much money does the people here have to pay? It is precisely because there is no money that this scene happened. But the captain of the guard in charge of vigilance is very untouchables. Money, do not disturb the order here, and eat drugs are to go to the market and the hospital over the cheaper. Are here disturb them. Your Excellency, food and medicine have long been out of markets and hospitals. Now they are only available here. Our family is still waiting for these food and medicine to save lives. I beg you to do it. These refugees cried to the captain one by one. However, the captain remained indifferent, still accusing them with a black face, and said, "Okay, don't mess around here. This is a very important place. If you mess around again, we have the right to exercise our defense duties." As the captain drew the pistol from his waist, the other guards also pulled the bolts and aimed their guns at the desperate refugees. They are indeed extremely desperate. Living in such a country, there are deserts everywhere, there is no land to grow, no factories to produce medicines, they are not unable to work. But when they come back to the market, they find that there is no food at all. Sometimes a herder will lead a sheep to sell, but in less than half an hour, he will be snatched so that there is not even a single wool left. In the hospital, the doctor will only tell you to go back and wait for death, because there is no cure. Perhaps the Iraqis living in Baydina still have some possessions, but in order to survive, they have sold everything their family can sell. Now they have finally hoped for the food and medicine for assistance, but they find that they have fundamentally, if there is no money to buy it, even these soldiers have already raised their guns. If they continue to entangle themselves, their lives will be in danger. How can this make people not despair? However, at this time, Ziming suddenly stood up and pressed down the captain's pistol and said, "Forget it, let them in. And also refund the money of those who queued up. This time, let's distribute it for free. Give them." The captain knew English and knew Ziming. He felt embarrassed. "Mr. Ziming, I know you sympathize with these people, but in fact, if you understand them, you will know that they are not worthy of sympathy at all. And the order given to me above is to collect money. You are like this." Before he was finished, Ziming pulled him aside and said to him, "I really sympathize with them, and I won't make it difficult for you. Here I will pay them for the total amount." Ziming also handed out $1,000 to the captain. "I don't think the refugees can give you $1,000. Do you think this is okay? You and your people only need to stay in order here." After receiving the colorful banknotes handed over by Ziming, the captain smiled. He nodded and said yes, then turned back and said to the refugees, "You bastards have listened well. Now this is the adult from China. He has paid all the money for you, so now you can go in for free to receive the upcoming food and medicine, as long as you all arrange them obediently." "I'm in line." Their captain's words shocked everyone. These refugees also looked at Ziming all at once. They knelt down towards Ziming, one by one, as if they had become Ziming's most devout believers, and bowed to Ziming, shouting, "Ali Ali." Ziming has been here in Iraq for such a long time. He doesn't know how to speak and listen to those Middle Eastern dialects that roll his tongue. He has to translate when he goes out, but at least some simple vocabulary is still good. Understand? And the Ali who these Iraqis shout to themselves at this moment is what Ziming knows. It is those Iraqis who are praising themselves as saints, and it is the great God sent by Allah to save them. This is the case with these Iraqis. Ziming is actually a little ashamed of the high praise. After all, he does not have the ability to save all living beings like the Guanxian Bodhisattva. Even if he can buy all the food and medicine on the plane, he still does not do that. He can only take care of his eyes. For peace of mind, the money to buy these things seems to be a fraction of a buck, but for them, it is the hope of saving their mother and children in the future. Ziming sighed slightly in his heart, and then said to them, "Everyone, get up. I am not an Ali. I don't think I can afford such a lofty title. I just think you should be rescued. Yours family members shouldn't die like that. That's all." so please go and collect your food and medicines in an orderly manner." The team leader helped Ziming translate it to everyone, although these Iraqis are all listening. She was still in tears and looked at Ziming with excitement, but they all got up from the ground. Seeing such a situation, the captain gave Ziming a thumbs up and said, "Mr. Ziming, this is the most spectacular sight I have ever seen. I think if you were 100 years ago, you would be the most prestigious king in the Middle East." Ziming smiled and said, "That I thank you too, but I guess I cannot be king, or the king of a country in the Middle East cannot satisfy me." This time there is suddenly a jeep toward the open side. Then, an officer of the Presidential Guard got out of the car and came to Ziming. He said to Ziming anxiously, "President Majid asks you to go back to the presidential palace immediately and talk about important information about Basra." Ziming said. Significantly, he said, "I didn't expect those Americans to move very fast, but sometimes it may not be a good thing to be faster." While saying this, Ziming and the police both got in the jeep, and then left here. At the same time, in the Leah base outside the Saudi capital, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief Normandy is having a video call with President Walsh. 2 hours ago, I ordered the troops to launch a general offensive on Basra. This time, the 3 Marine regiments of the 1st Marine Division were responsible for the main attack. They were equipped with 3 armored battalions and 1 tank battalion for auxiliary attacks. The 2 formations of gunship helicopters are in the air at any time to support them, and they have all occupied the western part of Basra. Normandy reported to Walsh the battle ahead. His face was expressionless, as if this was not a real battle of flesh and blood, but he just circled a group of Apocalypse tanks casually when he was playing Red Alert. According to the results of the battle, this is very good, but Walsh frowned. "It's not enough. We must take down the entire Basra as soon as possible, Mr. General, you know, because of the picture of the damn kid and the wolf dog. The justice of this war has been questioned in the country. My office has to reply at least 300 emails every day to declare the justice of the war." So, Walsh emphasized, "We need to be in the shortest possible time. End the war inside, instead of being driven out of the bay in disgrace. Do you understand, my Norman general?" "I understand, but because the enemy blew up all the bridges on the Tigris while retreating, the engineering troops are now rushing to repair. It is expected that the attack will not be launched again until tomorrow at the earliest." Normandy said. "Then all be ready today, and the bridge will be repaired tomorrow and the attack will be launched immediately." Walsh ordered. "I will certainly implement the President's order, but Mr. President, our troops have discovered that many car bombs and roadside bombs have been found in the occupied areas. It seems that many Iraqi guerrillas have joined the war. I think it needs special pay attention." Normandy said. Walsh sighed. "I understand that. I also care about the lives of soldiers. But now victory is the most important thing." Normandy said. "Mr. President, I think you have misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I think these guerrillas left behind by the enemy may have other more important plans." Chapter 291 Simple and Complex Confusion? Bow. Thanks to Heart and Mogs Yuan for your support. Happy Zongtsai Festival everyone. The small square film was originally updated last night. As a result, I drank too much wine. I woke up at noon today. Sorry. At 6 o'clock in the morning on March 3rd, when the first ray of sunshine was struggling to be caught from the horizon, it shines, adding a little warmth to the cold morning in the desert city of Basra. Lizards from the river cave sides slow climb out onto the stone, lazily prepared to accept warmth from the sun. But a sudden, it felt no sign of ground shaking up. These poor little fellows quite understand what happened. To be scared, hurriedly make cold last effort to crawl back into the cave of the body. Carefully looked at the outside world. In it their eyes, I see a lot of steel giant child. There are a lot of people attacking each row of the queue marching toward the river. After reaching the bridge, which is the beginning of Basra, began to attack the east coast of the U.S. armored forces. Troops cannot stopped advancing, which made many soldiers feel inexplicable. Hey, man, can anyone tell me why we should stop here? Could it be that a certain commander suddenly found out that he didn't wipe his butt in the toilet, so let's wait here for him to go back and change his underwear." A soldier leaning on a tank toward his comrades teased, to which a cautious guess comrade said, "I think, or perhaps fear of the Iraqi army across the river in an ambush, after all, was once Desert Tiger but in Iloit to a big loss." Before he could finish his words, another soldier interrupted him, "That's the shame of the 1st Armored Division of the Expeditionary Army, and it's not of our 1st Marine Division. I think we faced 3 in Chenjin Lake." The heavy encirclement of the Huexia Group army still broke through, "but that is the glory my grandfather left to me, and it is also the glory of the 1st Marine Division. Now it is just an Iraqi army like a lady. What are you afraid of?" His words got other people agree, "Not wrong, at least I can never see all the way over there which support the Iraqi army can resist a little bit." Raised his gun, "And I think we now come to Basra, but is again adding new honors to the banner of the 1st Marine Division." Who said no? I read today's newspaper and the whole world is calling for me to end this fucking war as soon as possible. I don't think we should let them down. I think, or promise what we should plead to the executive, we go to touch the other side. You can prove to the world that there is only a group of women and children holding guns of it. These soldiers laughed proudly, not paying attention to the opposing Iraqi defenders. In their opinion, the difficulties that the opposing Iraqi defenders could create for them might not be as good as this Tigris River. This idea is not to underestimate the enemy, but the pride of the 1st Marine Division. As the oldest U.S. Marine Corps, he participated in many important battles since World War II, and even faced the volunteers of the world's pinnacle of light infantry in Chenjin Lake. The advantage of the siege still succeeded. Although the equipment and cold helped them a lot, their excellent combat literacy should not be underestimated. For this reason, the 1st Marine Division has won many presidential awards, and even won the honor of the President's Outstanding Troops. Because of this, for everyone in the 1st Marine Division, the victory of Basra was simply handy. The only thing that was unpredictable was that the battle would end in 2 or 3 days. And Basra, as the estuary of the Tigris River, can take the place and drain the mines to allow the aircraft carrier to come in, and then various combat ships, all the way north along the river, can complete the final strategic goal of directly reaching the capital Baydina. But such a confident force that can end this desert war suddenly received an order to retreat when it was about to launch an offensive. My God, why is this? Could it be that our general has been turned into an idiot? The opposite is our handy result. Why should we choose to retreat at this time? The person who gave this order was sent by the enemy to tease. B. Regarding the order to retreat, the 1st Marine Division, who was originally inspiring, was very surprised, because the order was totally unreasonable, but all the commanders were repeating the same order. This is the Central Army. The Commander-in-Chief 4-star General, General Normandy personally issued the order, must be implemented. Of course, for a disciplined unit like the Marine 1st Division, since they ordered a retreat, no matter how unreasonable they will execute the order. But everyone is very familiar with it. I don't understand why the Normandy general gave such an order, and he gave up the victory that he had almost obtained. In fact, it was not only the officers and soldiers of the 1st Marine Division that were extremely confused, but other people who followed the battle were also very confused. US President Walsh was awakened by Christo's phone call when he was asleep. Christo directly questioned Walsh on the phone. "Mr. President, I have no intention of questioning your IQ, but I don't understand the current situation. Why did you make the decision to withdraw the 1st Marine Division from Basra? Or did you choose the wrong commander? Or did your commander betray you?" Walsh was very surprised by Christos' call, because he remembered that the order he gave to Normandy before going to bed was to take down the entire city of Basra. How come he has slept for less than an hour now, and the offensive order has become an offensive order? Retreat? If it wasn't for his assistant to remind him that Christos' words were true, the 1st Marine Division was indeed withdrawing from Basra, and he was suspecting that this was a very bad joke. No way. Walsh could only hold Christo steady first, saying that he needed time to investigate, and after he hung up Christos' call, He immediately asked his assistant to prepare for the call with Normandy. Minutes later, Walsh had already connected to the Middle East in his office. "Mr. President, I have been waiting for your call since the 1st Marine Division was ordered to retreat," Normandy said first. This opening sentence surprised Walsh a bit. But as an old politician, Walsh would certainly not express any emotions easily. He just asked calmly, "This is also the most important thing. I got up from bed to call you. The important reason is that I want to know what made you make such a decision. Because the entire Battle of Basra was a conspiracy designed by the enemy, but we were unaware of it, and we just fell into it," said Normandy. "I think you can make it clearer," Walsh suggested. "Just as I gave the 1st Marine Division a full-scale offensive order on Basra, the Rumaila oil field was attacked. According to intelligence, it was a giant oil field controlled by the Iraqi Hussein family. The Oil for Food program provides oil fields in this Oil for Food program," Norman said. The answer that Walsh felt the first big moment, because the Oil for Food program can be not just a humanitarian aid so simple, but a domestic public opinion was kidnapped humanitarian aid. Before the media exposed the lives of civilians in Iraq. Domestic public opinion stated that the war waged by some should not be repaid by ordinary people. Therefore, the Oil for Food program started under the leadership of the International Red Cross. Walsh is not ignorant of who planned this so-called Oil for Food plan, nor is he ignorant of what kind of wealth these consortiums that dominate the plan can earn from this plan as oil prices continue to rise. But the problem for him now is that public opinion across the country is staring at the plan, and he can only carefully ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, otherwise he will be labeled as a tyrant. But at this moment, Iraq's Oil for Food program was attacked. This was undoubtedly a big blow to itself. "Find out who did it?" Walsh asked. "It's not there yet. It's just speculation that it is likely to be Kurdish armed forces from the north. But the problem is that all they use are American weapons," Normandy said. Normandy's answer undoubtedly shattered the last trace of luck in Walsh's heart, because if it was a Soviet-made weapon that attacked Rumaila, they could also put the blame on the Iraqi government, saying that they themselves were obstructing this plan. But obviously the enemy has not made such a low-level mistake. It will leave them with such a big flaw. After thinking about it, Walsh praised Normandy and said, "General, your decision to abandon the attack on Basra is correct," and then immediately proceed to investigate the attack on the Rumaila oil field. "If possible, we will send our army to guard." Regardless of the final outcome of these Iraqi oil fields, we always have to give the media an explanation. "I'm already doing it, Mr. President," Normandy replied, and then he thought about asking, "There is a question. Is it all under the influence of that person? That's why you ordered me to intercept him at all costs." The Chinese man named Zhu Ming. To be honest, the interception that day was actually pressured by some consortium. Otherwise they would refuse to pay for the military. Walsh said helplessly, "I originally thought it was an extremely bad joke, or a harsh personal grievance. But I didn't expect that Huaxia person could do it." In this step, the Kurds were persuaded to join the war by armed forces, using public opinion to initiate the Oil for Food program, and constantly causing us trouble. In their end, Walsh couldn't say anything, so he had to sigh heavily. "Mr. President, I think the issue in Iraq may be more complicated than we thought." Normandy put forward a new point of view to Walsh. "Actually, judging from the recent interception by the General Staff that night, maybe that it's not a coincidence that Zhu Ming's plane broke through the interception of hundreds of planes and finally reached Baydina. It's not a coincidence, but a man-made result. Because yesterday the investigators were investigating the two that crashed that night. When the fighters investigated, they found that they had not crashed due to weather, but were destroyed by their own missiles," Normandy said. The news made Walsh frown, and after a while, he asked, "What does this mean?" The investigation team gave an interesting guess that one of the planes destroyed the other, launched the missile again, and at the same time manipulate the aircraft to fly over to the front of the missile through supersonic flight, and finally let yourself be destroyed. creating an accident scene where the missile exploded due to weather. Normandy said. Walsh was not in a hurry to express any opinions, but first asked in a deep voice, "Is this way feasible?" "It is theoretically feasible, but it requires superb flying skills of the pilot, but unfortunately, because that night in the sudden dust storm, all the pilots dispatched were Quasace pilots, including the two wrecked Kevindi and Harmon." Normandy said. After getting the answer, Walsh fell into silence again, and after a long while, he said to Normandy very seriously, "The results of this investigation end here. I don't want anyone else to know this news. Understand? Maybe it will be related to the stability of the Federation." "I understand, Mr. President, so I said that maybe the problems behind this war are far more complicated than the war itself." Normandy said. "Perhaps," Walsh exhaled, "perhaps I should find a chance to have a good talk with that Mr. Ziming from China." Chapter 292 of the New Conway VIP. Everything is just like the speculation of President Walsh and the Normandy Commander-in-Chief. The attack on the Rumaila oil field was indeed armed by Kurds. The purpose is to continue to kidnap public opinion from around the world and interfere with the actions of the US military. It's just that although the plan is such a plan, when the news of the Rumaila oil field explosion was passed back to Badina, acting President Majid still felt distressed. In the morning, Majid and Ziming ate together in the restaurant of the presidential palace. Majid kept saying to Ziming, "This Rumaila is not only the wealth of the Hussein family, but also the largest oil field in Iraq. There are over 3 billion tons of reserves, ranking 6th in the world, and it's a shame to be blown up like this now." I said, "Mr. Acting President, since you have issued an order to attack the Rumaila oil field, don't worry about how much better the Rumaila oil field is, because it doesn't make any sense." Ziming said to Majid. In fact, Ziming didn't intend to say these things. After all, he was persuading him to give orders. Before the attack on Rumaila oil field, Ziming had explained all the concerns to him clearly. Now it is just too annoying that Majid's broken thoughts are too annoying. Ziming couldn't explain it to him again for the sake of his own ears. This made Ziming feel very helpless. At the same time, he also understood that Majid clearly had a more accurate vision than Sam. But why has Sam been in charge of Iraq for more than 10 years? And Majid can only be the second in command no matter how good it is. Now, it lies in this determination. Sam may not look as good as Majid, and he will be frightened by the bombing of the US military, but at least he will not hesitate to make a decision, and as long as he makes a decision, he will not regret it. Regardless of how good his vision is, Majid's indecisive style is always the biggest problem that he can't succeed in the big climate. Just like now, he has already ordered the Kurds to disguise the US military to attack the Rumaila oil field, but he still keeps on going. Sui Nian, reluctant to bear the mining equipment, and the oil that has not been mined underground, seems too lucky. Of course, I also know that the Rumaila oil field has always been the destiny of the Hussein family, because whether it is a coup or a war, you are relying on the Rumaila oil field to provide you with a steady stream of funds. Ziming said, then abruptly changed the subject and said, but on behalf of the president, please understand that we in the business community there is a saying, that no matter how expensive things, only able to sell the commodity is only valuable, but if you cannot sell it, then he will be worthless. Ziming then lowered his head to let Majid wisdom of his course Ziming can mean, because of the US oil embargo-led Rumaila field, no matter how big can a number of oil production, cannot be shipped out into US dollars. Under such circumstances, even if Rumaila is the world's largest oil field, it is useless to produce 1 billion tons of oil every day because it cannot be sold. The reason I know, but I'm still a little reluctant. Majid said, the past Rumaila no matter how kind the Hussein family, are also to maintain at least the last asset. We never thought that one day we will destroy him personally. That can only say that times change too fast, so keep up your mind already. Ziming spread out his hands and said, not to it does not matter, At least for now Bardina's no-fly zone has been lifted, is not it? Well, the next step is the freighter bringing all the food to Basra. Majid nodded and said, I have been responsible for transport and shipping companies to take had contact. Their ship will enter the Gulf later checked. The US Fox will direct the Basra oil for food tomorrow, but I can understand. I always feel that the decision to exchange for lame products in a giant oil field like Rumaila is a bad decision. After all, only if the Rumaila oil field produces oil can I change for lame products, right? Is indeed the case. Not only the Iraqi Rumaila oil field a rather lame product can change, but only your family was doing to Hussein. Zeming told Majid Road. Seeing that Majid still didn't quite understand, Zeming went on to say to him, I know you look down on agriculture and think that oil is more valuable than corn and wheat. I also admit that it is true, but that is in an open and different way. Item SR adequate city, Kai, that is when you walk into a market, there are corn and wheat, but also oil. Then it will be certainly better than corn oil and wheat more expensive. Having said, Zeming deliberately paused, only asked, that it over it only when a city relaxation oil, corn and wheat is not of it. You must know that corn and wheat are rigid demands that people have to eat every day. No matter how great the industrial value of oil is, it is only a kind of elastic demand, that is, it has the best, but there is no and it will not let people pass. Not going any further, Zeming continued, this is the case in Iraq right now. More than 7 million of the total population of more than 20 million are starving or facing the danger of starvation. At this time, food and oil are more important. After all, oil cannot be eaten as food, but without food, all oil workers or guard soldiers will die. The United States is powerful, but most people only see the strong military and financial strength of the United States. Few people care that the United States is now the world's largest agricultural exporter and the world's largest industrial power. Zeming said, industry is needless to say, and agriculture is the foundation of everything. The premise is that if you lose this advantage, no matter how strong the financial strength of the United States is, it will become the meat of other countries, just like an island country in East Asia. As long as the United States has a little situation, you can come over and harvest your economy at any time. Results. But you can't resist. Majid thought for a while and said, I think it's a bit hard to understand for someone like me who can eat lamb chops for every lunch, but I'm still very willing to believe you, Mr. Zeming. However, I am just worried about a Rumaila oil field. Can it really reverse the movement of the US military? Zeming said with a smile. Don't worry, the weird logic and influence of the Virgin Mary in Western countries is beyond your imagination. For them, for a stranger abroad, they can spray their country into a whole body, and eventually make the government have to make compromises. Of course, the most important thing is the huge amount of money in the oil for food program. Therefore, even if there is no public opinion, all consortia that want to profit from this plan will help us prepare this public opinion. Zeming told Majid that his words are not baseless, because Zeming is arrogant. In my previous life, I heard that the son of a United Nations Secretary General and the Prime Minister of a certain Western country were all embedded in the oil for food bribery scandal. They were all criticized for using their powers. Strive to participate in the plan for the bribery company. So obviously, if the Secretary General of the United Nations and a Prime Minister can be dragged into the water, the profits here are absolutely huge as imagined. Just like a metaphor for later generations. For Western countries, oil is gold, and food is just a stone that can be found everywhere, while in Iraq, it is the opposite. Oil is a stone that can be found everywhere, but food is precious gold. Then take our eyes to exchange the stone for the equivalent of Iraqi gold. This transaction is almost the same as making a fortune in gold. B-type of huge profits are enough to make anyone crazy. Majid finally sighed heavily and said, I understand. Anyway, there is a military blockade by the US military, and the oil produced in the Rumaila oil field cannot be shipped out. It will be fine to do it again when it is needed in the future. This idea, it is very positive, so if the war ends in the future, I hope I can get the first contract of Rumaila oil field rejuvenation. Zeming said to Majid. I hope I can see that day. Majid said. At this time, the life secretary of the presidential palace suddenly walked into the restaurant and reported to Zeming and Majid that China's ambassador Lin Hong had requested to enter the presidential palace and he had to discuss important matters with Zeming. This request made Zeming feel a little helpless, because he has always been in the presidential palace, and he has somewhat forgotten that he is just a businessman who has come to change history. It seems that power is indeed easy to get lost. Zeming sighed secretly in his heart, and at the same time secretly warned himself that this is Iraq. Even if Majid is not determined enough, he has been second in command for so long. If he really crosses the bottom line one day, even if he is willing to let him go, neither will the Hussein family. Afterwards, Zeming finished breakfast and saw Lin Hong in the reception room. Lin Hong came up and smiled and said to Zeming, "Sure enough, Comrade Zeming came here alone." Zeming frowned when he heard this. "Does Ambassador Lin have something to say?" Lin Hong nodded. "It's news from China. Mr. Yang asked me to tell you. Tomorrow morning, when the Xinjiang arrives in Basra, an important person hopes to be able to see you there." This news made Zeming very surprised. He knew that the Xinjiang was the first freighter to deliver food to Iraq in the Oil for Food program. Then who would follow that freighter to Basra? Is it Lin Muking and Tang Ran? They were too worried about their safety here, so they secretly followed the freighter of the Oil for Food program. If it were Tang Ran, Zeming believed she could do this kind of thing, but with the mature and steady Lin Muking, it would be impossible. At this time, Lin Hong said to Zeming, "Comrade Zeming, I think you still don't guess, because that is someone you can't guess, and it is not convenient for me to tell you here now." Zeming knew. Although he communicated with Lin Hong in Chinese and basically didn't understand Chinese in the presidential palace, his heart was always right. Besides, it was definitely not easy for Lin Hong to come to the door and tell him directly, so he was very simply. He nodded and said, "Okay, I see. When will we leave for Basra? Now or tomorrow?" Xinjiang will arrive at Basra port early in the morning, and we will leave tonight," Lin Hong said. Zeming had no opinion on Lin Hong's decision, so after informing Majid, Zeming and Lin Hong came out. In fact, if in the past, Zeming would not notify Majid, but now Zeming realizes that he is a guest after all, then he must have the least respect for Majid, the current owner of Iraq. Otherwise he will lose Majid's support. Many of my own things can't be carried out. At noon, Zeming and Lin Hong left after lunch. They were in the embassy car. In the car, Zeming asked Lin Hong, "Ambassador, can you tell me now?" "I thought you wouldn't," I asked. "I'll know when I arrive in Basra tomorrow," Lin Hong said. Zeming shrugged. "Knowing in advance is always a bit in my heart, isn't it?" Many times a surprise that is too sudden can easily turn into a fright. Lin Hong smiled and told Zeming, "The person who wants to see you is American President Walsh. Mr. Yang told me personally on the phone." Zeming said, "No matter who said it, I don't believe it. There is something tonight, but today I can only do this. Recommend the following hot topics. Chapter 293. Agreement from the President? Baosensky Book Club 29,868,607 inches of holding field support. Basra is Iraq's largest and the only port city, not through the main city of Basra. In fact, they are not the sea. The harbor is a real Austrian Hong Kong and France. Just as in the middle of the Austrian Basra to Hong Kong and France have too many swamps, land transport is very inconvenient. Therefore, most ships will choose to enter the inland port of Basra through artificial waterways to load and unload cargo. It is also for this reason that although Basra is not a seaside in the true sense, it is still one of the busiest ports in the Gulf. This is a very interesting phenomenon. At 1 noon, a huge freighter flying the flag of the International Red Cross was traveling along the artificial waterway. The letters on the bow showed the identity of the ship. He was the first Snookanway to participate in the oil for food program. Because Basra has a tropical desert climate, it has even hit an extreme high temperature of 59 C. Although it is not so hot now, when the freighter docks on the shore, there are still no workers to unload the cargo. This has to wait until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Things that can only be done after the sun slowly goes down. Zhu Ming and bodyguards their Ambassador Lin are now standing on the shore, watching the Andean new convoy number slowly stops. Zhu Ming, looking down at the ship's waterline, very shallow. Even a layman can see that Zhu Ming, this ship is actually how the goods are not contained. It is because this time the oil for food program by volume, the calculation means that the same volume of grain is exchanged for the same volume of oil. This exchange method is obviously very nonsense. After all, there is more oil, and these foods are more heavy. General grains are 2 to 3 times lighter than oil, especially barley and corn, which are light and have many gaps in between, which is even more demanding. It is 4 to 5 times lighter than oil. Not to mention that the price of oil is much more expensive than food. This kind of algorithm is simply pitting Iraq. This is actually the case, because none of the companies participating in the oil for food program really want to provide humanitarian assistance, and they are not philanthropists who want to save all living beings. But they all want to take advantage of the war to make a crazy profit. The capitalist of the pen is nothing more than that. Of course, these Western countries' rhetoric is very high-sounding, saying that weight is related to gravity. In various places on the Earth, weight is not eternal, so it must be exchanged according to the volume of their futures transactions. This has to be done in peacetime. No matter how stupid Iraq is, it cannot be agreed. But now that the entire country is facing a difficult situation, it has to bow its head. In fact, according to Zhu Ming himself, he was unwilling to rob Iraq in this way. But there was no way. Only by feeding the hungry wolves of other consortia and families first, they would be willing to help themselves. Furthermore, my own company also has to participate in this oil for food program. If there is no high profit, I would not be too lazy to do it. As for the loss, it is the Hussein family's business. After all, some oil is lost. It is better than starving. It may seem that in this oil for food program, the Hussein family suffered a big loss, exploded their own oil fields, and bought food from Zhu Ming in the form of a gift. But you must know that through this program, the Hussein family monopolized the food supply of the entire Iraq. In the commercial field, as long as a monopoly will generate high profits no matter what it does, then this business rule can naturally be used in Iraq. Since the Hussein family controls everyone's stomachs, the entire Iraq has to spend a greater price to buy food from him, and for this reason, the power position of the Hussein family will become more and more stable. So from this perspective, the plan proposed by Zhu Ming was in Iraq, but not necessarily in the Hussein family. And this is the most important reason why Majid would agree to Zhu Ming. Now Zhu Ming has no time to think about the affairs of Iraq, because there is still a very important person on board the Snookanway waiting to see him. Zhu Ming and the others boarded the ship under the leadership of the person in charge of the port, and finally saw someone on the deck. It was a tall and thin white man. At the moment, they were standing there with 2 bodyguards and saw Zhu Ming coming up. He greeted him in his non-standard Chinese. Mr. Zhu Ming, I am President Walsh's National Security Affairs Assistant Brent. I am very happy to see you here. This greeting surprised Zhu Ming. However, Zhu Ming was given the answer, and it really wasn't the President of the United States who came in person. Zhu Ming actually didn't believe this at the beginning. After all, as the president of the most powerful country in the world, Walsh's travel must have been carefully planned. It's news wherever he goes. It's not impossible to travel secretly, but it is absolutely impossible to come to Basra, which is so dangerous, just to be with himself, who doesn't know where he came from. It's just that Ambassador Lin Hong said that it was Mr. Yang who said that President Walsh wanted to see him. Mr. Yang could not lie to himself on this kind of thing. Then there is only one possibility, that is, he wants to talk to himself, and it is not convenient to let him. When others know, they can only proceed in secret. Ziming originally thought that President Walsh would send special agents to conduct this meeting, but he did not expect to be his security assistant. Maybe it's not that great just to listen to the title, but if you compare it vertically, you will know that the one who visited China to normalize the diplomatic relations between China and the United States was also a security affairs assistant. That is, the security affairs assistant's visit to China. The arrangements were made after all matters. The subsequent president's visit to China. Of course, Ziming would not think that President Walsh treated himself as a big country, but the degree of importance he attached to this contact and meeting can also be seen. I am also very happy to meet you, Assistant Brent. Of course, your Chinese surprised me even more. Ziming replied politely in fluent English. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ziming's English is so fluent, it makes me feel like returning to my hometown. In contrast, my Chinese is just showing ugliness. I hope that Mr. Ziming will not laugh at my accent, but I myself am in awe of the mysterious Eastern culture. Brent changed back to English and said to Ziming, as for I will be here today, I brought Mr. Ziming's invitation to Mr. President. Then Ziming walked into the cabin with Brent. The crew's meeting room has now become a small secret radio station, filled with various communication equipment, and there is a special laptop facing it. Ziming. I believe that Mr. Ziming, you have received the news. Our Mr. President is going to see you. But Mr. President cannot be there in person because of something, but this video communication can do it. Then you just have to speak to the screen. That's it, Brent explained patiently to Ziming, while Ziming waved his hand dumbfoundedly and said, I see, Assistant Brent, you can start anytime. Ziming was really helpless too, as a first-timer. A rebirth. Video calls will be a common thing in later life. How can I not know how to use it? And I need someone to introduce it to me. Although this is the most advanced technology now. Although Brent was surprised by Ziming's erudition, he didn't say much. He was only helping Ziming to carry out the final debugging of the equipment. After everything was ready, he connected with Walsh's video. Following Brent's actions, a white American with a high nose bridge appeared on the computer screen. Ziming recognized him as the current US President Walsh at a glance, not only because his photos always appeared in major cities, in the newspapers, because he and his son, the younger Walsh, who launched the Second Iraq War and overthrew the Saddam regime, looked exactly the same. Hello, Mr. President Walsh, I am very glad to see you here. Ziming said hello to Walsh, and at the same time Walsh also said hello to Ziming. I didn't expect Mr. Ziming to be so fluent in English, so it seems that my worries about communication barriers are unnecessary. Walsh said kindly, and then said, in fact, if I can, I would really like to go there in person. In the Gulf area, we can sit down and talk face to face. After all, talking to a computer always feels very weird. Ziming shrugged needlessly. In fact, it doesn't matter, and compared to this kind of remote I'm even more curious about the technology of communication. Mr. President, what is your purpose of looking for me? Facing Ziming's question, Walsh hesitated for a while before replying, before I talk about this question, I think it is necessary for me to mention another thing, that is, Mr. Ziming, you went to Iraq before. At that time, our Air Force was dispatched on a large scale to intercept you. Ziming nodded and said, of course I know about this, but in the end I arrived at Baydina safely. It is true, but Mr. Ziming yourself, what do you think of this matter? Do you think this result is your own luck, or is there another reason? Walsh asked. Ziming thought for a while and said, I think President Walsh, you surely don't mind answering this question for me, right? Walsh smiled. What a smart young man. This time I sent me the security assistant went to the bay to meet with you and it was about this matter. Not long ago, the Normandy general told me a very puzzling situation about the crash of 2 fighter jets that were responsible for intercepting your plane that night. Walsh said, originally, we thought it was caused by the sandstorm that night, but the current investigation results completely negate this speculation. Their accident was not only caused by man-made, but also caused another one. I attacked myself again. I don't understand why these two planes are like this. Maybe they found something that shouldn't be discovered. Don't know Mr. Ziming's opinion on this? Walsh asked. The news of Walsh surprised Ziming, because Ziming had thought about the reason why Walsh insisted on contacting him, but he never thought that it would be the reason. But thinking back to what happened that night, I did indeed see a group of brilliant orange fireworks through the window of the plane, but at that time I thought it was a battle between the Iraqi Air Force and the US Air Force, and now I think about what I really thought at the time. It's too simple. Thinking of this, Ziming told Walsh what he saw at the time, and Walsh sighed after getting Ziming's answer. Sure enough, the two fighters were responsible for discovering you. That's why it fell. But as far as I know, my motherland did not participate in this operation. Ziming reminded. I fully believe this, because those two pilots are very good federal pilots. They are unlikely to betray the Federation, so my guess now is that there is another force behind to help you, and it is still within our Federation forces. Walsh said. Ziming. Mr. President, I fully agree with you, because as I am concerned, I was absolutely unaware of the other outer anomalous behavior of the pilot's point of view. The only way to explain the pass. Ziming here paused, finally asked, so, Mr. President, today you want to contact me. Your investigation has been little progress, or are there any command to tell it? Val Walsh smiled. In Mr. Light's really smart, and the reason I will meet Mr. Ziming made the video phone today, in hopes of reaching an agreement with Mr. Ziming, the Gulf War to end this as soon as possible. 290th chapters are overcast. Seek war? Bao sends thanks Sink Candy 1 tours and 3 monthly to continue to support. US President Walsh's tone was flat, but what he said seemed to cast a heavy weight, leaving Brent and Lin Hong a little dumbfounded. Obviously for them, the things in front of them are very weird, because originally the Gulf War was mainly initiated by the United States against Iraq, so it stands to reason that if there is a truce or an end, it should be talked to Iraq. It's right to talk to Samor Majid. What the hell is it to find Ziming who can't fight Iraq? However, some things are so illogical. Now Walsh has not only looked for it, but has also worked hard to get Brent to personally follow the secret negotiations of the Sksenken way. Although this practice is spread out to make the world a shock, but it cannot be said Walsh also acted to find a focus, because as if I am afraid this is not explanations. Gulf War would have ended with the victory of the US military. Even the losses of the US military in the war are negligible, and the victory of this asymmetric war allowed the United States to dominate the New World Order in the future. But now it is Ziming's joining, which completely disrupted the steps of this war and also disrupted the deployment of the White House. First of all, the lack of cooperation of consortium members caused the offensive to be postponed, which delayed the best offensive time and allowed the Air Force could not take advantage of the weather conditions and the powerful Air Force in the first round of strikes, and could only retreat and resort to an air ambush, which carries a certain risk. Later, after the seizure of air supremacy, the pace of the war was being staged step by step in accordance with the American script. But a fiasco of Gaba and the annihilation of the entire Desert Tiger Infantry Regiment led the war again. At this moment, a picture of a child shocked the entire United States and promoted all Americans to protest against the war, demanding that the US military pay attention to protecting the human rights of Iraqis during the war. Walsh had no doubt that the photo was taken by Ziming. In fact, the US military itself often did this for propaganda purposes. However, the investigation after the event is obviously meaningless, because the effect of the propaganda has been achieved, and any explanation is extremely pale, no matter how well founded. It is also for this reason that the federal government led by Walsh quickly acquiesced in oil for food. The implementation of the plan, of course, due to the huge profits in the plan, Walsh could not stop the major consortia from promoting this plan frantically and greedily. So while humanitarian aid is being carried out, war is still going on at the same time. Obviously, This kind of restrained war cannot go on at all. It will also greatly increase the casualties and military expenditures of the US military. At that time, there will be a new round of domestic opposition. In the wave of war, Iraq is the new South Vietnam, and the United States will fall into the quagmire of a new war. Perhaps this sounds like the ridiculous logic of requiring horses to run and horses not to eat grass, but those who are against the mothers will not care about this, because this is what your federal government needs to consider. And it is also Walsh, absolutely not allowed. It is for this reason that the US military began a frantic attack on Basra. It wanted to pass the occupation of Basra, and the US Navy entered the river and directly threatened the capital Medina to force Iraq to surrender as soon as possible. However, an attack on the Rumaila oil field once again shattered Walsh's ideas. As the Rumaila oil field is the most important source of oil in the Oil for Food program, the attack here will once again touch the nerves of the whole world, so that under the guidance of public opinion, the Virgins believe that this is a conspiracy of the federal government and the purpose is to prevent it. The Oil for Food program. Of course, the White House can explain this, and it can also show a lot of evidence that this is a conspiracy by the Iraqis, but the public opinion of the Virgin Mary is sometimes that the IQ is not enough, and they will only think that it is the fault of the federal government, seeing that the situation is step by step beyond his control. To the end of this chapter, please turn the page. Walsh can only choose the way that is most likely to end the war as soon as possible. Negotiation. And this Gulf War started to be taken astray after Ziming intervened. Therefore, Walsh contacted Ziming directly at the suggestion of the think tank, hoping to reach an agreement with Ziming. They believed as long as Ziming is persuaded, Ziming will have a way to make Iraq choose to surrender. In fact, Ziming does have this ability now. Ziming thought quickly in his mind, knowing Walsh's purpose in his heart, so he said meaningfully, "We have reached an agreement to end the Gulf War as soon as possible." I think Mr. President seems to have made the wrong object, right? The person with this power should be Sam. Walsh said calmly, "Mr. Ziming, I think we should not entangle on this issue, because both of us understand what this is." "What's the matter? Sam is just a puppet, right? It's really boring to go around on this issue." Ziming didn't think that the wise American president would not understand the changes in Iraq, so Ziming said frankly, "Okay. Well, I do have the ability to end this war, but what about the benefits? You know that I am a businessman. If the benefits of this war are not exceeded, then the war will not end." The Oil for Food program. Walsh did not hesitate. Obviously he had already thought about it before. In the next 10 years, the United States will continue to impose comprehensive economic sanctions on Iraq, which means that the Oil for Food program can be implemented for at least 10 years, and Iraq's this plan will become more and more dependent, and coupled with the continued increase in oil prices, the benefits of this plan will only grow. This is a very powerful proposal. It's just President Walsh, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. It's just that if I remember correctly, your term will end next year, so what do you take? Guarantee that the comprehensive economic sanctions on Iraq will not end because of your departure? Ziming asked. Huge benefits, Walsh replied, because of the huge profits in the Oil for Food program. The major consortia will influence every president. Even if I failed to seek re-election, the next president will continue to execute because of the influence of the consortium. Economic sanctions on Iraq. Ziming said, but if the consortium is to participate in the Oil for Food program, doesn't it mean that my interests are reduced? Walsh was a little angry. You are too if you are greedy. Just 1% of this plan will be enough to feed a listed company, and the benefits will only get bigger and bigger in the future. What are you not satisfied with? Ziming is still unmoved. Greed is the instinct of capitalists, isn't it? President Walsh, who has billions of dollars in fortune, said I'm greedy as if it's just 50 steps and 100 steps, right? Listening to Ziming's words, President Walsh he was really angry. He thought Ziming was just a young man in his 20s. He just flickered and passed by. But he didn't expect it to be so difficult. He held back his anger and said, I should really be in 6 in. When the convoy entered the port, it ordered a formation of air forces to carry out an airstrike, directly blowing you to the bottom of the Tigris River. Indeed, but as a wise president, of course you would not do that. Ziming say. Walsh calmed down, and then said to Ziming, forget it. This time it's a negotiation. Tell me about your terms. I hope I don't embarrass me too much. I believe it will not embarrass you, because I only have 2 requests. Ziming put up 2 fingers and said, first, the first is to retain the rights of the Hussein family in Iraq. Walsh nodded and said, that's okay. The original purpose of the war was to restore Kuwait's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In principle, as long as this point is reached, the war can be ended. This chapter is not finished. Please turn at the page at the follow-up now being carried. The war is out only for further armed deterrence against Iraq. Never have I heard at the idea of overthrowing at the Assam regime. The second point, then, is that I want to know President Walsh, why do you have to find me? Ziming asked. Facing Ziming's question, Walsh was very surprised. Didn't I answer you from the beginning? Ziming said, Mr. President, by your words, we both understand that this is how it is. It still does not tangle good on this question. You say, I know that your purpose of looking for me is to negotiate with me and reach an agreement to end the war as soon as possible. But from just now I have been thinking about it. No matter how much I overestimate myself, it seems that I don't have the ability to negotiate with an American. The president has equal qualifications. And most importantly, if you really decide to end the war at all costs, isn't it? Ziming went on to say, so no matter what I think about you, there is no need to send your security affairs assistant to personally venture to Iraq to find me. And the abnormal behavior of the pilot you mentioned, I feel that there must be a deeper reason behind this, and what I want to know is this deeper reason. Walsh was silent for a long time before smiling bitterly and said, I thought you would raise other issues about the distribution of commercial interests, even the oil in Iraq and the entire Gulf region. But I didn't think you just wanted to know the reason. Because he troubles me, so I want to understand him. Ziming said, as for other business matters, it is left to commercial means to solve them. If I really need it, I believe I will be able to own or control the oil in the entire Gulf region. Walsh was stunned. He could hear the strong confidence in Ziming's tone. If someone else said this to Walsh, he would think that the other party was bragging. After all, the oil in the Gulf is the world's who is staring at. Who can say that he can own or control what he needs? But the person who said this is Ziming, which gives people the feeling that he can indeed do what he says, which is very strange. Thinking of the last, wall, even I can't help but laugh, because I can have such an idea, and it is strange enough in itself. Then Walsh said to Ziming, well, since this is your condition, then I will tell you. What I am worried about is that this war is not just as simple as war, he is still a conspiracy. Conspiracy? Mr. President, can you please elaborate more? Ziming asked. From the very beginning, as myself, I did not intend to intercept your plane, because I thought it was unnecessary, but the Adams Consortium kept urging me to do so. Of course I knew the contradiction between you and them. I thought so at first, but the investigation report on the fighter crash completely overturned my original thoughts. Walsh paused at this point, seeming to have some scruples, and then asked, Mr. Ziming, do you know the outside world? Ziming raised his eyebrows. Governor Edward of Massachusetts told me that this matter is also related to that. That is from the Kennedy family, he does know it. Walsh said, although I can't tell you the specific guesses, I can tell you with certainty that this war is a conspiracy of the outside world. I don't know what they are planning, but since they are so exhausted sending you into Iraq with your heart, I definitely hope that you can intervene in the process of this war and bring them huge benefits. I don't want this war to become a tool for them, and I don't want you and me to still have it. Thousands of soldiers have become their pawns. So I hope we can reach an agreement to end this war that has lost its original meaning. Walsh said sincerely. End of this chapter. Chapter 295 I meet with Walsh? In the presidential office of the White House, the video connection in front of Walsh was also interrupted as the call ended, but Walsh did not. After finishing all the calls, Walsh received another call after the transfer of the information department. "I'm sorry for the long wait. My side has ended the call with that Mr. Ziming," Walsh said. After a while, the other end of the phone asked, "This is really a news. Then what was the result of the call? Did that Huixia Ziming accept your agreement to end the war?" Walsh told him that Ziming had agreed to the agreement, and then asked, "Do you think his promise is reliable? Or do you think he can convince the great dictator of Beidina?" "Please forgive me. To be frank, sir, I don't think there is any need to answer your question, because if we don't believe in his promise, why should we bother to negotiate with him? This is simply unnecessary." Walsh said, "So I think since he agreed, he will definitely find a way to do it." "So what about his conditions?" asked over there. "He hopes that we can retain the rights of the Hussein family in Iraq, and he also asked me about the outside world." Walsh replied. "I also asked if Walsh agreed and told Ziming." Walsh replied, "Of course, because we did not intend to overthrow their regime, and some situations in the Middle East require a strong government to sit here. In addition, compared to ending this war that is about to become a farce, I think the more important thing is that he already knows that the outside world has penetrated and even participated in this war, and is using us as pawns." The news made the caller feel a little surprised. This is really great. Even if he can know the news itself, it is more important than he can promise to end the war. I hope he can also bring the greatest help to our plan. But the premise is that he doesn't guess everything. Don't worry, regarding the situation in the Middle East, I will continue to pay attention to it, and hope that he can bring what we want, because only in this way, today's meeting will be more meaningful, Walsh said and hung up the phone. When Walsh guessed Ziming in his office, Ambassador Lin Hong was naturally surprised by him, so he asked, "Comrade Ziming, you really decided to accept US President Walsh's advice? Is it suggested to end the Gulf War? This is too sloppy, or we can first ask the domestic old Yang and their opinions." "Ambassador Lin, I know you might think that I would be a little arrogant if I just made this decision, but in this situation, maybe they don't have a better way to change to Mr. Yang. And the script for the changes in the Gulf War, itself I wrote it, so when to draw this full stop, I think I, the screenwriter, should have a little bit of decision-making power," Ziming explained to Lin Hong with a smile. They are now in the car in Beidina. At noon, Ziming left after reaching an agreement with US President Walsh. Of course, this so-called agreement is actually only a verbal agreement without any documents. The fact is that things hidden behind the war are things that it is best not to leave any evidence. As for the exchange of food, medicine and oil on board the Sink Conway, as well as how Brent, the security assistant of the US president, should continue to keep his identity secret until he finally leaves, that is not what Ziming needs to worry about. Of course, Comrade Ziming should have the right to decide, but I personally think that the level of trust in the agreement between you is a little questionable. Lin Hong said, "If the other party is the previous President Logan, then I may doubt his motives and his character, but Walsh, I personally believe him more, or I am more inclined to believe in his political intelligence," Ziming said. Lin Hong frowned. Obviously he still didn't understand why Ziming trusted Walsh so much. Ziming didn't say anything further, because he couldn't say that his decision was based on a memory of his previous life, right? This is the fact. Ziming clearly remembered something he had heard of President Walsh in his previous life. When the US officially sold arms to Taiwan, Fujian and Taiwan, he had an appointment with the Chinese ambassador, told Huixi the news that was secret at the time. Walsh's purpose for doing this is very clear. After all, arms sales to Fujian and Taiwan have become a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. So in order to prevent the relationship with China from becoming stale due to this incident, he can only choose to go through the embassy in advance. Bayan and Huixia got angry. This may seem like a small matter, but it perfectly shows Walsh's political intelligence. Simply put, this American president is very good at being a man, and such a politically wise president is impossible to cheat. This kind of low IQ trick, so Ziming is very relieved of him. In addition, on the night Ziming flew to Iraq, he did witness the explosion of a US military plane. If another force really took part in it, he wouldn't want to become a pawn. Thinking of this, Ziming turned his head and looked outside the car window. Looking at the trees on both sides of the highway that were retreating, Ziming thought of the outside world again. This is not the first time Ziming heard this term. Edward had said it to himself in the governor's villa in Brighton very early, but Ziming did not expect that he would be in President Walsh's office. In his mouth, he heard the word again, especially the outside world. He could directly interfere with the Gulf War and infiltrate the air of the US military. Ziming didn't believe that the outside world only bought a pilot, so he happened to be able to meet himself. But if he bought a lot of pilots, especially those pilots or the ace pilots of the Air Force, then what kind of power should this outside world be? Ziming can't imagine this, but Ziming can know that they have worked so hard to get themselves into Iraq. Certainly not just to see how they can restore the situation. It must be that the prolongation of the war will be of great benefit to them. Maybe they is the US military's largest arms dealer, or they can get greater benefits through the turbulence of oil prices. In addition, judging from their actions to allow the US Air Force pilots to choose to betray the military order, this outside world seems to be pervasive and confusing. This time Walsh also did not explain the outside world. What is it? But no matter what it was and what their purpose was, it was not what Ziming wanted to see. This was also the most important reason why Ziming would promise Walsh to end the war. Well, since Comrade Ziming you choose to believe in Walsh, I will also support you. But after returning to Badina, what do you say to Majid? Lin threw a let Ziming headache. Ziming, this depressed, scratched his head and said, it is not known. But the ship to cross the bridge, I believe the time is certainly there will be a way. Regarding Ziming's unanswered answer, Lin Hong couldn't ask any more. In the evening, Ziming and Lin Hong, the car went back to the presidential palace. In fact, the original intention was to send Ziming Lin Hong to go back, but fear Lin Ziming carrying Majid privately to the President of the United States reached an agreement to end the war. Majid would become angry, so his ambassador had to perform his duties and came with Ziming. Lin Hong wanted to come. If Majid was really angry, he would at least be able to block it. When he had parked the car in the parking lot, they have soldiers to guard the presidential palace, immediately invited them in, so they followed the soldiers, came to the meeting room of the presidential palace. Majid is sitting here. Just go into the conference room. Lin felt the room's atmosphere a little right, because not only stood a group of murderous scarred soldiers in the room, Ziming in the past for this very warm Majid just sitting on the sofa, staring at them coldly, without any intention to stand up and greet them. This made Lin Hong's heart sigh. He knew that the worst had happened. Majid knew that Ziming was going to Basra, and maybe he even knew about the meeting with Brent, and he was very dissatisfied with it. Lin Hong quickly turned his thoughts, but before he thought of any excuses, Ziming walked into the room first, sat on the opposite side of Majid and asked him, the acting president is not resting at this late hour. Are you sitting here waiting for me? Ziming Lin Hong played the opening phrase a surprise. He stared at the Ziming, how themselves have not thought about how to do that. He would speak, this is too rash. Majid did not seem to think so. Ziming actually sit down and ask such a sentence, first stunned for a moment and then said, I was waiting for you. Because as I hear from Mr. Ziming left the presidential palace yesterday afternoon, I haven't come back until now. I would like to ask where Mr. Ziming went during this day. I wonder if it is convenient for Mr. Ziming to tell me. Of course, I went to Basra. I also boarded the Andean New Conway number, Ziming replied. Lin Hong followed Ziming's answer and explained. That's because I received news from our leader in the country. Someone wants to meet and talk with him. So that's the case. Then who is the person that Mr. Ziming met? What? Majid asked again. Brent, US President Walsh's National Security Affairs Assistant. was appointed by Walsh to follow the Snookenway to Iraq to meet me. The same was true when I boarded the Snookenway. It was Walsh. President urged wants to have a video call with me, Ziming said after thinking about it, and then explained. In fact, it is the kind of phone that can see each other. Majid stunned. US President Walsh and you have a video call? Why is that? Because he hopes to reach an agreement with me to end this Gulf War, Ziming replied. Ziming's words were like a blockbuster, and both Lin Hong and Majid were blown up on the spot, because they never thought Ziming would give such an answer. What's the situation? Such secret news was just said directly. Isn't it afraid that Majid will turn his face? Although Majid had received some news in advance, otherwise he wouldn't be here to wait for Ziming directly, but he couldn't figure out how Ziming would just say it directly. Wouldn't he be a little bit euphemistic, to know that Ziming originally went to negotiate with the Americans behind his back? It can be regarded as an act of betrayal. Although Majid understands that Ziming is not an Iraqi and does not need to be loyal to Iraq to the end. The problem is that those who usually do this kind of thing do not. It should be a little concealed. Why did he just say it so directly? Don't you just take yourself seriously? Then Mr. Ziming, how did you answer? Majid asked. I agreed to President Walsh's proposal, and I also think that the time for this Gulf War is to end, Ziming replied. Chapter 296. You liar? Ziming's words immediately brought the atmosphere in the room to a freezing point. China Ambassador Lin Hong and Iraq's acting President Majid both stared at Ziming with stunned eyes. They couldn't believe how Ziming could say such a thing. If Ziming confessed that he had gone to Basra and had video negotiations with US President Walsh, it would have been surprising. Then Ziming would say it directly, agreeing to Walsh's suggestion. It is completely puzzled to help the Americans end the Gulf War. Especially for Majid, when he learned that Ziming had gone to Basra with his back on his back, and he was still going to negotiate with the Americans, he was betrayed, so he was sitting in the conference room, waiting. When Ziming came back, he sent someone to bring him. Majid helped that Ziming could give himself a plausible statement, but he didn't expect Ziming to admit it so simply, without euphemism or explanation at all. Very good. Majid gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Ziming, I have always trusted you. I look forward to a very pleasant cooperation between us. I also believe that no matter what the disadvantages of the Gulf War are to the point, you still have a way to recover. But you are actually going to negotiate with the President of the United States to end the war. You are a liar and traitor. You really disappoint me. At their end Majid reached out and summoned his guard soldiers and pointed to Zhu Ming gave an order, go and drag the Chinese man out and shoot it. The soldiers who received the order came to Zhu Ming aggressively. Upon seeing this, Lin Hong immediately stepped out and blocked Zhu Ming and said to Majid, Acting President, Sir, I think there must be some misunderstandings that you don't know about. You also know that Ziming has always been very dedicated to helping Iraq, and he also regards you as a friend of the acting president. Don't you want to hear more? Is his truest thought. Majid waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, I have already given you the opportunity to explain, but unfortunately you don't cherish it. Now you can only confess to alibi yourself. At this time, he also stood silently in front of Ziming, put on a defensive posture, facing the guards alone. And when the conflict between the guards and the communists was about to break out, Ziming suddenly said to Majid, Okay, don't make trouble. Ziming's words were very casual, just like adults who saw the child's naughtiness and said it. If they were replaced by ordinary people, they would not be able to respond, and they might even get angry because of it. But Majid waved his hand very obediently. The soldiers of his own guard stopped. Majid looked at Ziming and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, Actually, I am puzzled. Why are you so angry that I negotiated with the President of the United States to end the Gulf War? Is it because I didn't say hello to you beforehand, so you are angry at my betrayal? Or do you not want to end this war? Of course it is your betrayal of Iraq. Majid said, What is going on now is the United States and in the Iraq war, You are just an outsider and have no right to decide the end of the war. Naive, Ziming commented on Majid. If it is really like what you said, this is a battle between Iraq and the United States. In the war, why did the President of the United States spend so much time inviting me to meet on this new convoy? Is it because their brains are broken? Majid was stunned when he heard Ziming's rhetorical question. Indeed, things are just like what Ziming said. The President of the United States is not an idiot. For a war that has nothing to do with Ziming, he shouldn't ask Ziming to go there. Suddenly Majid realized another point. So this is a conspiracy by the Americans. Is it deliberately to cause conflicts between us? Ziming could only helplessly smile with Majid's brain. It's not that. It's complicated. If the Americans really intend to do this, I won't go to Basra. Their idea is very simple. They just want to end this war. In my opinion, if the US has no intention of overthrowing the Hussein families in Iraq, there is indeed no need for this war to continue. After all, with the strength of the United States, Iraq has no hope of winning. Mr. Ziming, do you say that the Americans have no intention of overthrowing the Hussein family's rule in Iraq? Majid grasped the key question in Ziming's words. Ziming nodded and replied, it is true. Because they overthrow your family's rule is meaningless. On the contrary, if you keep your rule, you can also stabilize the Gulf situation. If you continue to impose all-round sanctions on Iraq, rely on the oil for food program, you can also get a huge amount of benefits. Under this premise, why does he have to overthrow your rule? Ziming saw that Majid seemed to be still a little entangled, so he went on to say to him, so now I have a hard time helping you reach this agreement. Shouldn't you thank me? Well, what? You backed me to reach an agreement with the Americans to end the war, and I still want to thank you? Majid was surprised. He couldn't figure out the logic at all. Ziming answered with a natural expression, of course, because with the end of this war, the United States continues to impose comprehensive sanctions on Iraq and the oil for food program continues. Whether all Iraqis can eat or not depends on the Hussein. Because of the face of the family, under such circumstances, the Hussein family's control over Iraq will reach a peak, and no one will resist anymore, because the price is starvation. Ziming went on to say, in addition, because of the oil exchange. For the huge profits in the food plan, many foreign companies must pay bribes to the Hussein family by any means in order to obtain the qualifications and better conditions for participation, and this money will become yours in your private account. To a certain extent, this will be more than the wealth you have accumulated through the legitimate oil exchange. Ziming's statement is not baseless, because Ziming clearly remembers that in the 10th years later, Iraq, which has been sanctioned by the United States for more than 10 years, is already very poor. However, when the US forces broke through Baydina and opened Sam's private vault, they still found hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. In his overseas bank account, he holds tens of billions of funds. Undoubtedly, this money is continuously accumulated by Sam through the huge profits of the oil for food program. After all, if it is a legitimate transaction, the money needs to go to the state finances. Only abnormal transactions can make the money fall into his pocket. This behavior is a typical traitorous behavior, but people are greedy. As long as they can live well, others will let them die. Majid's eyes flickered. Obviously he was struggling, but in the end Majid thought of something and suddenly asked, Mr. Ziming, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Right? Majid's ability to ask this question suddenly made Ziming feel that there were some surprises, worthy of being the number 2 figure in Iraq. Sam's most relied think tank had 2 sons. So Ziming said, there are indeed other reasons. Another force has intervened in the war, whether it's me or President Hirsch. We are not willing to be pawns at the mercy of others, so ending the war now is the best result. The other force. What is it? Majid asked with a frown. Ziming calmly said to him, have you heard of the outside world? Majid couldn't help taking a breath of air when he heard these words, but still pretending to be calm and asked, which outside world is it? Ziming looked at him meaningfully and asked, are there still a few outside worlds? Majid was silent. Obviously Ziming's rhetorical question had shattered his final fantasy. The outside world? How could it be involved? What about those guys? No, those guys originally drifted out of the world and infiltrated the whole world, secretly dominating the world, so they must have taken a fancy to the war dividends of this Gulf War. It must be like this. Their outside world was actually what Ziming deliberately told Majid to hear, just to see how Majid would react. Now the result is obvious. Judging from Majid's reaction, he clearly knows the outside world and is quite afraid of it. Ziming thought for a while and then asked Majid, "So now, respected Mr. Acting President, do you have any questions?" This time, Majid faced Ziming's question and suddenly wilted like a frustrated ball. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Things have already reached this point. Do I have any other choice? Just how should this war end? Should I declare unconditional surrender? Ziming suggested. I think the most fortunately, it would be better for Sam to announce the surrender. Majid was taken aback by this suggestion, and then said to Ziming meaningfully, if you are a politician, I can believe that all your competitors will be played by you. Thank you very much, but politics is economics. I think it's also a good choice to be a business tycoon. With these words, Ziming ended the conversation with Majid, and Majid went to prepare a press conference and tried to end it in the name of Sam. A war, and the reason for using Sam's name is that he is currently the nominal head of state, and secondly, letting him carry this pot will also enable Majid to have a better approval rate in Iraq. However, Sam originally wanted to surrender to the United States, and now Majid is only helping him delay the time. Majid left. Ziming was on the way to send Lin Hong to the parking lot. Lin Hong suddenly asked Ziming, from your performance in front of President Walsh and just before Majid, do you know what the outside world is? What? Ziming nodded and replied, it seems that you can see Ambassador Lin Hong. Yes, I really don't know. But from the first time I was with a governor in the United States, I combined with President Walsh and Majid. I think him a bit eye-catching. I'm sorry Comrade Ziming. I only know that the so-called outside world is a somewhat incredible concept. Only by understanding him can I truly understand the economy and politics of this world. I am not particularly clear about the other structure, so I can't tell you in more detail, but I think Mr. Yang and the others must know it. Lin Hong said to Ziming, it's okay. I believe that when it's time for me to understand, I will definitely understand. Knowing now too early may not be a good thing, Ziming said. Lin Hong left with peace of mind. As China's ambassador to Iraq, now that such a big change is about to happen in Iraq, he must report to the country as soon as possible. Before Lin Hong's car left, Ziming heard footsteps coming from behind. Ziming turned around and saw a woman in a black robe standing behind him. Although she was covered with a veil, Ziming knew she was the Kurdish princess Leah. She gasped for a while before saying to Ziming, you liar. For the fastest update and error-free reading, please visit your mobile phone. Please visit Chapter 297 Leah's Perseverance. I am Leah. You don't have to pretend to be innocent in front of me. I won't believe you. I just came from Majid came over and told me that he had decided to end the Gulf War. He also told me that this was Ziming's decision, the result of your negotiations with the Americans in Basra, right? You liar. He gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, Ziming really felt a bit of a headache facing Leah. After all, the decision to end the war was very sudden. He even persuaded Majid to hold on to the Buddha's feet, let alone the Princess Cud. At this time, Ziming really hoped that he was really the kind of liar that Leah said, at least so that he could walk away calmly and just ignore her at all. But it's a pity that I am not, so I had to bite the bullet and explain. I'm sorry that such a thing will happen, but things are always sudden. This time even I didn't even think of it. Ziming, I wanted to say something more, but I suddenly cried when I saw Leah. Although she was still wearing a black veil, Ziming did see the tears flowing from her eyes. Leah sobbed and said to Ziming, why are you so cruel? Then tell me the truth directly. Why don't you just lie to me to make my heart feel better? Why are you telling me? Regarding Lee's series of questions, Ziming was stunned for a moment, and then said, I know I can make up a lie to make you happy, but I don't want to lie to you. But you are still a liar. Leah said loudly to Ziming, You deceived all our Kurds with the hope of founding a nation. You deceived us to give up the olive branch of the Americans to help you fight the Americans. You deceived us to attack the US military team with suicide attacks. But now, you want to fight the United States. Why are you talking about it? Tell me. Why are you? Why can you intervene in this Gulf War? Why are you commanding Kurdish guerrillas to attack American armored forces? And now why are you representing Iraq? When negotiating with the President of the United States, why do you end the Gulf War? What are we? And why do you want to listen to your arrangements? Leia questioned her sentence after sentence. Her emotions became more and more excited, and she was about to growl in the end. Ziming sighed, walked over and hugged her lightly, and said to her, I don't rely on anything. Just because I am Ziming, I can intervene in this war, I can lead the end of the war, and you just listen to my arrangements. Originally, Li was still struggling desperately, but when she heard Ziming's domineering words, she immediately calmed down, leaning against Ziming's arms like a docile kitten, and said, Now, Ziming, you are about to end the war. What can we Kurds do? Sam's political and Fu army will definitely settle accounts on us after the autumn, and we still can't beat them with our current weapons and equipment. Then we Kurds isn't the hope of the founding of the nation far away again? Indeed, although the Iraqi army has been hit hard by the US army, the most basic ground forces are still there, and the Soviet-made weapons still have huge lethality. Ziming said here suddenly. The conversation turned to ask, Then before I answer your question, I think you will answer one of my questions. Do you think the United Nations should allocate a piece of land to you, and then you will live and build a country on this piece of land? Or do you overthrow it yourself? The rule of the Hussein family in Iraq will finally turn this place into your country. Of course we should rely on our own strength to overthrow the Sahm regime and establish our own country, because relying on the charity of other countries will not last long. For us Kurds, warriors can only defend their homes if they hold their own hands, otherwise there would be no independence in any form. Liu answered without hesitation. That's the truth. Ziming said to Leia, I can only give you an opportunity at most. The true independence is done by you. Ziming's words are not groundless. This is in the Middle East, a helpless reality in the region, just like when the Jews returned to the Middle East to establish the State of Israel. Although their founding was approved by the United Nations, they still experienced several Middle East wars, relying on their own strength to continuously defeat the Arabs of all walks of life. The coalition forces really gained a foothold in the Levant region. In contrast, Palestine, which is next door, has been recognized by the United Nations as a nation, but due to constant military friction with Israel, the approved land has been continuously invaded and has not been able to have a true state form. Leah said, I know, and I also believe that our Kurdish fighters, no matter how difficult the road in the future, we will definitely work hard for the founding of the nation. At the end Leah looked up at Ziming and said, Thank you very much for telling me this. Ziming shook his head, I'm not just telling you this, but also telling me myself. Lee didn't understand this, but the truth is that, because with the wealth that Ziming currently holds, he can safely and steadily set up a company, and he will be able to live a life in comfort. Maybe he can still be a parliamentary abroad or something, and occasionally passing beauties. A lesson for the unpleasant sex is also very comfortable, but Ziming is unwilling, still wants to control everything in his own hands. Just like now, I have clearly reached the limit in Iraq, and when I look back, I am still just a chess piece controlled by others on the chessboard of other people. This is just like what I did in the company in my previous life. No matter what kind of customers I have won for the company and how much performance I have made, every time I drink for a contract and suffer from bleeding, I can only get a pitiful one in the end. With a salary of several $1,000s, there is also the risk of being fired by the company for various reasons at any time. On the contrary, the boss of the company will not do anything, can point to himself, and have the right to expel himself if he doesn't agree with him. This is the normal state of life. and there are countless people who live this life in peace of mind, go to work and then get the salary they deserve. But Ziming didn't want this for him. This feeling made him extremely humiliating. As a rebirth, he had the opportunity to make his life all over again. So he had to break through this cage and could no longer be someone else's chess pieces, but to become a chess player who uses the world as a chess game. Even if the outside world is an existence that makes the President of the United States a little afraid. It is said that people don't want to be a teenager, so it is rare for me to encounter such a chance of rebirth. If I don't work hard to climb to the top of the world, wouldn't I be blinded by such a chance? But I want to return to thinking like this, but Ziming also knows that this will be a very long and tortuous road. He let go of Leah and said to her, "Don't worry, since I promised you at the beginning, as long as you have the opportunity to build a nation, I will help you. I believe you." Leah replied to Ziming. She lowered her head and seemed a little hesitant. After a while, she said again, "You know what? For us Kurds, a woman can't be seen by men other than her husband and family at will, let alone hugged." When it comes to the last cuddle, Lee's voice is as subtle as a mosquito. But despite this, Ziming was taken aback. Ziming hurriedly let go of the hand holding Liu and said to her, "I'm sorry, I don't know you have such a rule. It is said that the one who does not know is not guilty. I think your God should forgive this accident." Leah shook her head, as if she had some courage to look up at Ziming and said, "Because it is Ziming you, so I am willing. And this is what my father meant. Otherwise he will not send me to lead the team if he come to Baydina." Leah's tone was very firm, but Ziming felt extremely big, because what was she willing? Is it possible that if I just looked at her and hugged her, she didn't marry me? And he treated the entire Kurdish guerrillas as a dowry. Isn't this too ridiculous? If this is the case, then I went to the Kurdish settlement in summer to see all the women over there. Then all Kurdish women must marry themselves? It is compensation simply unreasonable to pay to the entire Kurdish nation. Ziming could only think about these thoughts in his own mind. If he said it, God would know if the princess in front of him would run away. Ziming took a deep breath and said to her, "His Royal Highness, first of all, I am very grateful for your favor to me. I am also very lucky that your father trusted me, but I think there are only some conceptual misunderstandings between us. You don't need to be so wronged. You must marry me. I'm not wronging myself, nor is this a conceptual misunderstanding." Leah hurriedly explained, "I won't make fun of my life's happiness, I seriously." Leah thought for a moment and then said, "I guess Ziming you must have other wives or girlfriends, or to do these for our Kurdish people is okay, because procreation is justice. So Allah is to allow anyone to marry many wives. My father has 11 wives, so I will be one of your wife, and I will be his wife. Serve up your day." Ziming for religious practices in the Gulf region but added little heard of. No, in their side's view monogamy does not exist, and many royal family members here have a lot of secret wife are also disclosed. Of course, Ziming himself is willing to have a dream of having wives and concubines, but now such a princess who has only recently come into contact with Cud, just tells himself directly that he wants to marry himself, and that he wants to become one of his wives. It's still hard to accept. "Think of last week," Meng Liya said. "Her Royal Highness, I think you now have emotional outbursts, not for talking about this, perhaps waiting for you to calm down, you'll change your mind, so if anything just to be married, we can all forget him temporarily." Ziming went away to Leah this time and did not say anything, just stood there a little lonely. Back to his room between, Ziming felt the need to read Yeolan and Kurdish chief's look again. But when Ziming dialed satellite phone, there was always busy in the state. After trying twice, Ziming gave up temporarily. Maybe something happened over there. After all, he was the chief of the millions of Kurds in the summer region, and of course he couldn't be as leisurely as himself. Because time now is late, Ziming put the phone down and went to take a bath ready to rest. But when Ziming showered out from the bathroom, was surprised to find his bodyguards sitting in the passenger hall. "We are in a very strange eyes look at yourself. Ziming asks you, gave birth to what it is not Jiaolan chiefs over the call me back or I use shower gel when the fragrance, which led who have very red taste it. Question mark. Then shook his head and said not, then hand pointed to the room. Ziming said, is it? I do not know how the side deal you but we have a national Wang Bing ah. Actually there are things that you do not know how to deal with, Ziming said in surprise, and then walked towards his room. After he opened the door, he understood why he didn't know what to do. Princess Leia, why are you here? 200 Chapter 98. The woman who brought to the door. The woman in the room is Li. She still wears the familiar black Arab robe and headscarf, but she doesn't wear a veil. That stunning face is illuminated by the moonlight. It's heartwarming. Less than. But this heartbeat is just a glimpse, because Li saw the sex behind Ziming. She immediately turned her head with a scream. Remembered that the idea of Ming's a Kurdish people, of said to her so of he, my personal bodyguard is always the I have regarded the brother him as my eldest, and of he regarded can be as my family member, you are so not considered as guilty. In fact, Ziming also wanted to say that when he and Chief Jioran reached a cooperation in Mahad's palace, he asked her to take off the veil in public. I had already seen her at that time. Why is it still like this? Hypocritical, and to lose her virginity, to be honest, Ziming himself was very awkward to say this term. After all, he hadn't agreed to marry her, so he didn't seem to be qualified to say that. However, Ziming could only think about these thoughts in his heart at this time, because if he said it, Ziming was really not sure what this violent Kurdish princess would do. You go back and rest first. Princess Li and I have something to discuss. We have to respect their customs. Ziming asked to leave, and Li cautiously turned around, and then Ziming opened it. The light in the room, seeing her beautiful flowery face blushed, like a ripe apple. People couldn't help but want to take a bite. Of course, in the end Ziming still held back it. After all, this is the princess of the Kurdish people. If you think about the terrifying violence of the later generations, they all come from this religion. You have to let people take care of their crotch. If it is not well controlled, it will be pursued and killed by religious fanatics all over the world. Even if there is a gangbang, it will not be able to protect against roadside bomb attacks. So Ziming rubbed his temples to wake up for a while, and then asked Leah to sit down. Ziming asked her, it's so late, why would you think of running here? Leah sitting in a chair seemed cramped. Today in the week I am not willing to Ming after you refused. I thought you were embarrassed during the day, so I came in the windows at night to climb. Leah head getting more and more low, to the last to be buried in his lap, while listening to her words. Ziming also finally understand just why did not know how to deal with. The reason is simple. If Leah go door, will not just her coming in, at the very least to ask yourself is, she is climbing the windows came in, take she did not trot. After all, the princess could, she came to cry to marry Ziming. For such a girl, can't just throw her down the window, right? Not to mention their extreme doctrines, don't want to cause trouble to Ziming anymore, so I can only put it here and wait for myself to take a shower and let me deal with it. This is also Ziming's own negligence, but they are not to blame, because no one would have thought that a princess likely would climb the window into a man's bedroom in the middle of the night. To know that the average woman is to have this idea did this one ability, but Ziming forget Leah or Kurdish guerrillas officers, and all day long led the guerrillas and government forces fight. Then a little bit of effort this Fei Yanzu by not surprising anymore. Ziming brain thinking about that, but his mouth said, Princess Leia, first I hope you can understand this behavior. Midnight climb Sumion's home windows are very encouraged, and I believe you Kurds it's the same. And there's another point. I'm not embarrassed during the day, I just think that there is a misunderstanding between us. Li raised her head immediately. But I don't think there is any misunderstanding. You deliberately humiliated me like that, wasn't it just to own me? And I'm pretty, and I don't think it is better than other wives and other wives you have. Valentine, is not this the man you want in it? Zhuo Ming would like to say, surprised to find Leah suddenly stood up, and then in front of Ziming took off his robe. Ziming gasped, stunt scene in front of him, because the next set of robes Leah not wearing nothing, but nothing more than to wear more sexy, seductive. I saw Leah wearing a set of white and tight-fitting nurse clothes. Her perfect figure showed a seductive shaped curve. Her full and huge breasts tightened her clothes tightly. It seemed that she would have to break her clothes at any time. Through the buttons, the deep gully can be seen in the gap between the buttons, the slender waist is fully gripped, and the tightened short skirt can reach the root of the thigh, and can only barely cover the slender buttocks. A pair of slender and beautiful legs are covered in red. The silk stockings are tightly wrapped, full of temptation. I didn't expect that under the twide Arab robe, there was such a body, combined with the temptation of this uniform. It was really hard to resist. Of course, if it weren't for her wearing an Arabian headscarf on her head and Arabian leather boots on her feet, and at the same time, not only did she not have any charm on her face, but she also had a firm statement of devotion to Allah, which made Zhu Ming feel very nondescript. Ming really couldn't stop her temptation, and rushed to rectify the Kurdish princess who took the initiative to seduce him on the spot. Zhu Ming, do you think I am beautiful? Leo asked. While she was talking, she deliberately leaned forward to make the plumpness of her chest more prominent. Zhu Ming looked at the tight buttons and fabric, and seemed to be able to do it. I heard them groaning overwhelmed. Zhu Ming let out a long sigh, silently picked up the robe she had thrown on the ground and put it on her, then took her to sit down and asked, "What is going on?" Facing Zhu Ming's question, the two lines burst into tears. Falling from Leah's eyes, she cowardly said to Zhu Ming, "I'm sorry, my maid told me that men like this, but I did a really bad job." "Why would your maid tell you this?" Zhu Ming asked with a wry smile. "She saw it in some movies, saying that that kind of movie is the favorite of men to watch." Leah said that her pretty face suddenly turned red, and it was obvious that she had also watched that kind of movie. Through Leah's look, it's not difficult for Zhu Ming to guess that she must have said that there are few characters in the scene, few changes in the scene, and another love action movie in the end. But Zhu Ming's doubts are not here. It is this proud Kurdish princess. Why must she be put on her own bed? Then, under Zhu Ming's gaze, Leah replied, "This is what my father meant. I called him just now and he agreed to do so." Zhu Ming frowned. "Are you saying your father put you as a bargaining chip? I want to achieve statehood for the Kurds supported by you." Leah shook her head and said, "It's not exactly the case, because if it's someone else, I won't agree, and my father won't force me, but Zhu Ming, if the object is you, I can accept it no matter what." Finally, looking at Leah, weak Ming, as if a most pious ascetics general, said, "I do not know if this is what people call love in poetry, and, intuitively, I gave my men will be designated holding very conflicting feelings, but I know you when Zhu Ming, I just did not contradict it, even though I know I get along with their not so long, but I know that I love you." Leah said with a wry smile, "I know how ridiculous it is to say that. Maybe you will also think that I am a very casual woman, or some insanity number." Zhu Ming Leah interrupted then said, "And you think just the opposite. If you have been in trying to seduce me, I might direct you so out of the door, but now, I think you are the real person." This gave Leah another hope. She looked at Zhu Ming with bright eyes and asked, "Is that true?" "So, Zhu Ming, you agree to marry me? Are you willing to sleep in the same bed with me?" This straightforward princess cut, her direct words really caught Zhu Ming off guard. Zhu Ming deliberately coughed and said to her, not to Leah, "So I think now I can tell you. I need to tell you is that I have 2 girlfriends in the United States. They will not necessarily accept you, but also I am in China, and there is a childhood sweetheart." As for other authors, there are only more female protagonists arranged for me, so that readers are scolding me for stalling. Leah is no so-called waved his hand, said, "How can it kind Zhu Ming as long as you want it to do just fine, what else should control it?" After Leah finished speaking, she took the initiative to kiss Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming could feel the coldness of Leah's lips, which showed her tension at the moment. Zhu Ming holding Leah Qiaolian, looked down and asked her, "Are you really sure you want to? Do you know that right to your conditions, can find better marriage, which may be the country's royal family, or a politician of a neighboring country. If you were born in my country, I would believe that thousands of men fall for you and treat you as the goddess in their hearts. Leah, out of finger blocking the weak Ming wanted to say next, she said, Ziming, I do not care how other people what I see, I do not want to be goddess of others, because as I just want to be your woman. After talking about Leah kissing Ziming again, this time Ziming knew that no matter how hard he was to bear, Ziming would not be a man anymore. So Ziming also kissed Leah fiercely and pushed her to the bed, perhaps by a beautiful woman. Will push great pleasure, but still want to customize. Ziming has mastered the main action, especially Leah or child who was not at the personnel of their own as a man. She is obliged to take good guide. Aside kissing, Ziming rude to her while the nurse to severely torn, when Ziming biting on a snowy mountain, Leah not help but moan out of the meat. And in Leah groan, Ziming took off the underwear under her. At the same time the Ziming's door put away has been playing in the hands of the dagger, which subsequently reports he was out of the room and did not go far, because as a bodyguard of Ziming, he was not sure of Leah. If Ziming was really threatening, he had to listen at the door first. If there was any accident, he could guarantee that he would rush in to protect Ziming as soon as possible. To say, although the other just a woman, but also a Kurdish officer is not it. Moreover, women, old people and children can also kill, and even in many cases, their disguise makes it easier for them to commit the crime. Not to it seems to be unfounded, although the purpose of Leah have to fight a question mark, but at least now she is no threat to the Ziming. Thinking about this, he left the door, but instead of going back to his room to sleep, he slept on the sand in the living room. In the back room, Leah Ziming slid under the body, the hand holding something in his mouth, looked up and saw Ziming, a flirtatious. Now let me serve you well, my man. Don't you think it's dirty? We just did it. Oh, Ziming said, feeling surrounded by warmth, but the other part is jerky. Made Ziming couldn't help pointing. You have to use it skillfully. Don't let your teeth touch your tongue. Yes. That's it. Chapter 299 Unconditional Surrender? At 10 o'clock in the evening on March 5, Medina time, the spokesperson of the Iraqi presidential palace spoke to the world announcing the news that Iraq surrendered unconditionally to the US military and its allies. Originally this should be a very hot news, but due to the story of a wolf coming, Iraq had also announced a surrender to the world before that. So this time, despite the time difference, the announcement was made in Western society. When public opinion was most active, it still did not cause much disturbance, and many people even thought it was just a repetition of the old tricks. Look, that Liassam is going to fool the world again. He will continue to fire missiles at free nations while shouting surrender. But this time we won't believe him anymore, because his credit has gone bankrupt and is a negative value. If he really wants to surrender, I think he should directly open the door of Medina, let the Free Army enter, and hang him on the torture. A well-known current affairs commentator of Reuters criticized his program severely, while another commentator also said very cooperatively, yes, the Iraqi news is not convincing. I heard it last time. According to their news, I thought the price of oil would go down, but damn it, because of his false news, I lost $100,000. For this reason, I was already in debt, so this time I die and I won't believe that liar anymore! For this reason, the anchor of this show is mobilizing the atmosphere of the audience. I think if you don't want your stocks to fall again tomorrow, and don't want your crude oil futures to lose money, you should give this great dictator a huge boo sound. But when the whole world thought that Iraq just wanted to be a liar again and ridiculed him infinitely, the White House had a different movement. Just an hour and a half after Iraq announced its surrender, the White House also held a meeting. The news conference was confirmed, and the news was confirmed. On the lawn of the south gate of the White House, President Walsh, the owner of the White House, said to the mass media, "First of all, I want to say that it is because of this damn news that I have to postpone work. and I can't pick me up. Sun Tzu. But because of this, the news I will tell you next is definitely true, because he is the murderer who prevented me from getting off work. Their opening ridicule made the atmosphere of the scene lighter, and he continued, I believe everyone already knows, 2 hours ago, Iraq had announced its surrender, and now I am here to announce that this news is indeed true, and is different from the previous conditional surrender. Now Iraq has realized the dangers of war. I surrendered unconditionally. By the time I say this, our Normandy general on the front has received a letter of surrender from the Iraqi presidential palace, and then all Iraqi troops will surrender to the multinational force in place. Walsh said. After a pause, I continued, so now, I can tell you responsibly that the Gulf War has ended, and ended with the victory of the multinational force. Following Walsh's last words, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers on the scene, and the White House staff, who had been prepared for a long time, let go of the colorful balloons in their hands and the pigeons that symbolized peace. Countless spotlights are shining crazily, desperately trying to record this precious moment. As President Walsh's speech was spread to all parts of the world by these media, the whole world was boiling. After all, from the beginning of Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, the United States intervened in the war, imposed sanctions on Iraq and increased its troops in the Gulf region, until formally declared war on Iraq. From the beginning of the US military's full advantage to Iraq's efforts to recover 10%, some strategy of slowing down through the surrender, and finally now Iraq's formal and unconditional surrender. In the eyes of the whole world, this is a war of twists and turns, and it is still an incredible one. Of course, with the end of the war, the international financial and futures markets have begun a new round of turmoil. The first is the international crude oil futures market, which claims to never stop trading. When the news of the end of the Gulf War came, oil prices fell very fast to face. As for the stocks in the oil industry, they were injected with a shot, and after the market opened the next day, the stocks soared. The markets all over the world have been affected, so that a US tongue commentator pointedly pointed out on TV, I suspect that this war was fundamentally manipulated, because the real Gulf War should be the first time in Psalm. The surrender was over when the surrender was announced. The subsequent Iraqi resistance and even some progress were only the means of all the consortium capitalists to continue to obtain wealth. This remark was immediately criticized. Another commented. Their commentator told him that in the face of a large-scale formal war such as the Gulf War, even the President of the United States could not effectively intervene. If someone can intervene, then that person must be God. But the venomous commentator emphasized, there are some people who can create miracles, and as far as the current situation of the Gulf War is concerned, they are not completely uncontrollable. If this person is courageous enough and his ideas are sufficiently advanced, he can do it only by God. What happened? However, his emphasis could only result in a lot of boos in the end, but he didn't know that his idea based on ratings just told the truth. Their man who was called God and intervened in the Gulf War was Zeming. Just when the whole world is shocked that end, he was still lying in his bed, his arms still holding a soft body. No doubt. Is their initiative to come Leah, a Kurdish princess. When Zeming woke up when the bright sunlight entered the bedroom, the sleepiness from every cell in his body was telling him that he was really a bit crazy last night. But no matter how crazy he was, it was also caused by Leah. I brought it. Think about her, a Kurdish princess, who would come to find herself in such a sexy outfit, and she cried and cried to be her own woman, and kissed herself forcibly. In this case, if I didn't say anything, then it's really not a man. So Zeming showed her the most majestic side last night. Suddenly Zeming heard a coquettish moan from Leah in his arms. The crumb went into Zeming's bones. Zeming remembered now, his hand was still on her chest. This was obviously a temporary sensation. Leah opened her eyes in a daze and saw Zeming. Are you awake? Don't rub it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. It was the first time yesterday, and you don't want it until you recover, okay? I beg you, or I use my mouth to help you. Didn't you say yesterday that you really hope that in the morning, a woman will help you bite in the morning. But it's a pity, I'm a very greedy person, I want both, so my beautiful princess, you will accept your fate. Ziming grinned and pressed on Leah's body, and amidst Leah's groaning, a new round of expedition began. At 12 noon, Ziming and Leah only got up, and when Ziming and Leah walked out of the room, they gave him a newspaper from Reuters. The headline above was about Ira. News of the surrender. Iraq announced its surrender at 10 o'clock last night. It seems that Majid is also very impatient, but maybe he has his own consideration of jet lag, who knows? Ziming shrugged and said. When Ziming and were reading the newspaper and talking, Leah overtook a cup of soy milk and asked, "What is this? Is it your Eastern goat's milk? This taste is very unique." Ziming glanced at something. Strangely said, "Isn't this soy milk? You haven't even drunk this." Leah shook her head very seriously and said that she only drank goat's milk and milk. Ziming was really helpless, because in his impression the soy milk seemed to be inconsistent. It's not unique to China, right? But how could Leah never drink it? Moreover, her expression did not look like she was lying. In the end, she could only say that this was her princess cud. She had fresh goat's milk to drink every day. Naturally, there was no need for cheap drinks like soy milk. After explaining the soy milk to Leah, the police turned on the TV to show themselves the news, which happened to be broadcasting the speech of US President Walsh at the White House yesterday. Ziming silently listened to Walsh's speech, and then took the newspaper and read it carefully. He smiled and said, "It seems that President Walsh is indeed an old politician. The art of this speech is true. I'm so prosperous, I've said so, but no one has heard that the United States continues to impose comprehensive sanctions on Iraq, and it is the focus that brought this war to an end." Speaking of Ziming, he turned his head and said to Leah, "This sanction is also a key condition for your Kurdish people to build a nation." Hearing that it has something to do with the nation's founding of his own nation, Leah immediately came to his mind and asked Ziming, "Economic sanctions?" "Ziming, you mean this can greatly weaken Iraq's power, so do we have a chance to meet?" Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, but you should also pay attention to the continued progress of the oil for food program. Hussein the family uses this plan to hold the entire Iraqi food in their hands, and doing so will make their rule more stable." Leah looked at Ziming meaningfully and asked, "I think this suggestion is, did you tell them right?" Ziming nodded to her, not wanting to deceive Leah. Leah smiled, and she firmly said to Ziming, "Thank you for being honest with me, but it doesn't matter. No matter how stable his rule is, it can't stop our Kurds' goal of establishing an independent nation. More importantly, the US sanctions will definitely weaken their power. With these, it's enough." Ziming also nodded happily. "Brave Kurdish warriors, I also believe that you will succeed." At this time, the door of Ziming's room was knocked suddenly. The servant opened in the past and said that Majid asked Ziming to go over. Ziming was helpless. Said, "It seems that Majid must ask me what I should do next." "Yes, I am also very curious. What would you tell him to do next?" Leah also took the question. Ziming smiled and said, "What else can this be done? Just follow the UN resolutions, return the entire territory of Kuwait, and then pay national compensation for this war, and then insist on unswervingly insisting on oil for food." The plan. This is also the most important way for Iraq to persist in the future, and the Hussein family can firmly control the Iraqi regime. At this moment, Ziming's cell phone rang without warning, and Ziming picked it up. Suddenly, Lin Muking's very anxious voice came from there. "Ziming is not good. If you can, you have to come back right away, because here in San Francisco, something has happened to the Tang family." Chapter 300 Farewell? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Ziming came to Majid's office. When Majid saw Ziming coming over, he jumped up and greeted Ziming happily. "Mr. Ziming, you don't know. Yesterday US President Walsh announced the end of the Gulf War. Some guys thought that the economic sanctions were also over. They wanted to get rid of my influence and go shopping for food. But they were caught before leaving the Persian Gulf. The US military ship was sunk directly, and now they understand that I am still the food controller in Iraq." Majid said after a pause here, but there are some things I want to communicate with Mr. Ziming first. Because I heard that Mr. Ziming has a good relationship with the Kurdish princess, but in the future, our Hussein family will still actively deal with Kurdish armed forces. Ziming spread his hands and said, "This is your internal affairs in Iraq. I don't think him qualified to participate. I'm just a businessman. Only if I don't participate in the conflict will I get greater benefits." As expected of Mr. Ziming, I can see in this respect. Majid praised Ziming Dao, and then he took out some documents to Ziming. Let's go back to the issue of food. These are the purchase lists given to me by several domestic families, and they also said that they will use Iraqi na for trading. Hearing what Majid said, Ziming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was sure that Lee's skill was really good. He crawled in and out of the window and didn't alarm any guard soldiers in the presidential palace at all, otherwise Majid would definitely ask directly. After thinking about this, Ziming easily followed Majid's words in surprise and said, "Iraq na? You won't tell me that you promised those families?" Majid pointed to his head, "Unless I'm crazy, or say that even if I am crazy, I will not agree to their transaction requirements." Indeed, Naira is the name of the currency of Iraq, and the Hussein family as the power holders, regardless of financial stability, they can print as much as they want. How much printed is no different for them and waste paper, and the food they control is traded in through oil. If they can be purchased with Naira, in short, they can take bundles of waste paper in exchange for food. Isn't this a fantasy? Not too. Ziming was shaking his head. He said, "I would think you can agree Majid their requirements, allowing them to use Naira buy your food." "What it? Ziming, are you mad?" Majid feel very surprised incredible look at Ziming. "Of course I am not crazy, I just think this approach will be more beneficial." Seeing that Majid still didn't understand, Ziming continued, "Mr. Acting President, let me tell you a story. A frog. Put it in 4050 degrees hot water, then it will jump out immediately. But if you put it in cold water and then boil it slowly, then the frog will not jump out immediately, and then follow the water. After being boiled, the frog was finally boiled to death. I know this is the famous experiment of boiling frogs in warm water. What do you tell me about this?" Majid's words stopped here, because he suddenly thought of something and said, "You mean using food as warm water for those families, right?" "Congratulations. You answer right." Ziming said, "I believe that these can you find such a request, be sure not a small family, right?" Majid nodded and replied, "He who is very important to the family, they are very strong on the military and oil power." "That's right. If they rashly disagree with their food exchange request, then they are likely to take other actions, or unite to launch a coup, or go alone to contact foreign companies to carry out their oil for food program." Ziming then go on, "I know to energy Hussein Majid your family is not so simple as to be overthrown, but the key is not worth it. That what this if you promise, so that they become dependent on food by the Hussein family, then they would not have to touch any coup or other unauthorized access of oil for food program." Ziming finally said, "In this way the long run, to wait until they cannot do without the Hussein family's food, you go a little bit to increase the proportion of oil or the dollar, because of their trouble, can only be accepted, even if one day the ratio has become so large that they cannot bear it, and they are unable to resist." Majid happily clapped his hands and said, "It's really a wonderful idea. In terms of doing business and layout, Mr. Ziming, you are really an incomparable genius. What kind of honor do I have to get your guidance? You will be in Iraq in the future, the highest ranking guest. It is really a sense of thanks, but I came today to bid farewell, and I'll go back to America." Ziming said. Face of Ziming Majid words stunned the spot. "You look at playing my face," and then said, Mr. Ming, can you be satisfied with my schedule? I can do that. You ordered the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Prime Minister, responsible for all foreign trade in Iraq. I think this arrangement is already very good. Even though we are currently under economic sanctions, we can still get very generous returns." Ziming interrupted Majid's words, "On behalf of Mr. President, I think you must have misunderstood me. I cannot at the price hike. for you have given me to arrange dissatisfaction, but my friends in the United States, is really something to me. Seeing that Majid still had some doubts, Ziming had to continue. Mr. Acting President, I think you should know that, strictly speaking, I am an American businessman, whether it is a guided bullet arms trade or a trade in the oil for food program. Basically, it was done by my partner in the United States. Majid, this response came, that what is now the United States government for making your partner revenge, yet I do not determine the specific cause is not the case, but now they are to me for help. I think I have an affirmative duty to go back to save them, as ever here in Iraq. To save the same, Ziming said, finally asked, I want to. Mr. Acting President will send me out of the country, right? This question is the real reason why Ziming came to Majid specially. He needs the escort and approval of the Iraqi government. After all, the army is in chaos and danger everywhere. For his own responsibility, Ziming believes that he must minimize the danger. Even if they're in small desert protection team, but cannot seek death or not to seek death. Good. Majid thought for a moment to ask, Zuxian Xingming arrangement is kind of how it. I've been a good contact embassy. Ambassador Lin said that as long as I can out of Iraq, neighboring countries, the embassy will arrange for my return flight, then just look at where transit will be able to return to America. Ziming replied. So, since Zuxian Xingming has decided, then I would be happy to escort you. Left off. Majid said. Very high interest to come to Iraq, is also high interest can be so pleasant cooperation. And Majid, you here? Ziming suddenly paused, and then said, also, I would like on behalf of the president maybe for me to President Sam's greetings. Some of the scenes can already end. Ziming having got up and left, and then Majid and stood, and even got to have forgotten Ziming off. It wasn't until a long time later that Majid reacted back. He gave a wry smile, then got up and went to an office on the top floor, where Sam was under house arrest. But when Majid opened the office door, he saw that Sam was crouching his legs. He was sitting on a chair and drinking tea, and in his arms, there was a young woman buttoning up his arms. Apparently they are just done some exciting things. Sam see Majid forward to the very nature of the lift head, that look nice and natural expression. Absolutely not at all like being under house arrest. My cousin, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me? Is something wrong? Sam asked curiously. Just now, Mr. Ziming said goodbye to me because his partner in the United States had some problems. And another point was that he also saw the fact that you were not under house arrest by me. Majid said. Sam curious to hear sighed and asked, he is how it see that? Majid spread his hands replied, I do not understand. Orgzu is from the very beginning we have flaws exposed it, and perhaps he does not believe that with my ability to really be able to live in your house arrest. But anyway, one thing I am sure, he has been acting with us all the time. Sam laughed and said, I have never admired a few people in my life, Sam, but this Mr. Ziming is definitely one of them. It seems that I shouldn't have let you listen to his arrangements for me in the first place. This kind of person, even if I personally listen to his arrangements, it's okay. Perhaps after listening to his insights, my level as president can be improved. Majid gave Sam a look at this. I really want to say it's not, maybe, that would definitely be able to learn a lot from Ziming, but in the end he still didn't have the guts to say this. On the other side, Ziming got into Ambassador Lin Hong's car after leaving the presidential palace, and then left the capital Beidino under the escort of the presidential palace guard sent to him by Majid. Ziming didn't go to say hello to Leo anymore. In fact, he couldn't say goodbye to her anymore at this time. After all, after Sam has solved the external troubles, he should continue to turn his gun and then deal with the Kurds. At this time, Ziming and Leah were too close, not to mention that he could not leave Iraq. Even Princess Leah might be in danger of life. This result is better than not seeing each other, but this is cruel to Leah. A little. In another room of the presidential palace, Lee stood at the window and watched Ziming's departure silently. She was smart enough to know why Ziming left in such a hurry. She also knew more about each other's situation and knew that this time the separation was destined. Is such that, Thinking of this, Lee touched her stomach subconsciously, and a smile appeared on her face. "Don't worry, I believe I will be pregnant with a healthy little guy, and he will definitely be as bold as you. Dare to think and dare fight. You will become the greatest chief of the Kurds." Zuming only left the border of Iraq in the afternoon, and then returned to the United States on the third day by flying in a neighboring country according to the route he had planned long ago. At 6 p.m. on March 7, San Francisco time, Zuming's plane landed at San Francisco Airport. Zuming walked out of the airport along the passage. Tang Ranfai, who had been waiting here, fell into Zuming's arms, crying and said to Zuming, "Brother Ming is okay, my Tang family is over, and it's about to be broken up by others. There have been many things recently, and there has only been one update in the last few days. Sorry. 2 changes will be resumed after the 20th